No, this rally make my blood pressure go up. But
and I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
no
took
more
my
going
time
to be
to
on the
talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No,
Please,
I'm coming.
please.
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
You are the one running your mouth. Stop, be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Amari, hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Have Your Say. We are here today on behalf of, my name is Manuel Ferreira, and I'm here today on behalf of Rudolph Okonkwo to host, to be your moderator for today's show, Have Your Say. And today our topic is we are Nigerians. This is who we are, and how can we build a better nation? Today we would be covering a few historical perspectives of the basic of what describes a Nigerian character. What are the characters of a Nigerian? We will describe that from the perspective of the first Governor General of Nigeria, Lord Lugard. We will look at it from a current Nigerian perspective. We would also delve into our historical past regarding having positive characteristics as Nigerians, and also what are our negative characteristics. But before we start today's show, I want to first of all thank those Nigerians that continue to be active on the cause of liberation. I want to make mention of Idris Abdul Karim, the musician, the likes of Charlie Boy, Macaroni Fast, and other artists who are using their arts to conscientize the nation. Also, one must not go without saying a big thank you to the likes of David Udein, Dele Farontimi, Aisha Yusuf, Omoye's Corner, in DJ Media, in Amdi Kanu, Dr. Charles Akboki, Mr. Elvis of Niger Watch and Mommy Diaspora of Niger Watch, Adiola Fayehun, Rudolph Okonkwo, Mayegun of the Temple of Truth, and a host of others that I can't remember their name. Also, all members of these panels that come on board to discuss topical issues that affect Nigerians, I want to say a very big, both as panelists and those in the comment section, I want to say very thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for all you do to save our country. In these days of making money and consumption, for being creative in using what God has blessed you with to serve a higher purpose, on focusing on the pains and suffering of the people, and to push for their liberation and a better future for the country. Nigerians do not need active activists. We need active citizens. We lack visionary leaders. We are ruled in the absence of vision and purpose, which has been corrupted. And we continue to strive to seek that we have citizenship. Comparing Nigerians to Kenya, the highest office in the land, which is that of the citizen, is missing in Nigeria. We are not yet citizens, and we continue to strive for this greater purpose. So for today's show, we would just peruse through a few headlines that has been in the news. We will not cover the headlines today as our subjects of discussion. We would only run through them briefly. A few things that has been on the headline in the last 1 week is the fact that $500 million has been spent for women projects, according to the person in charge of women empowerment, Kennedy. Also in Nigeria, a few other items in the news include, but are not limited to the following. Obi demands the release of Nnamdi Kanu from detention, and the Dangote refinery had an explosion. Other items that has been in Nigerian news that are not limited to this is Nigerian news is always bedeviled with several headlines that are mostly negative. But there's always a few positives, but it's always hard to find. Other items in the news, in Nigerian newspaper headlines, include the fact that Zamfara government rejects Tinubu's permanent secretary appointment. Other items include federal government is not planning to run 4 budgets according to the presidency in its response to criticisms from Obi. And then in the news is the fact that scores are killed as terrorists bomb a wedding in Borno State. And like I said, we will not be discussing the news today or the headlines. We will be focused on the concept of who are we as a Nigerian? What are we? What is our character? If you look into the Nigerian concept, before it was established, before Nigeria became Nigeria, a journalist named Flora Shaw suggested the name Nigeria. She proposed the name based from its initial name, which is the Royal Niger Company Territories. Nigeria is a country in West Africa. It was colonized by the British in 1884, and the colony is established at the Berlin Conference, which divides Africa by the European powers. The British targeted Nigeria because of its resources. Then how do we Nigerians view ourselves today? We will delve into details. Before I start to add people or post the link to add people to this conversation, I want to say that the motto for Nigeria is unity and faith, peace and progress. If you review the Nigerian motto, you would see that unity we barely have. Faith, I think we have that in abundance, or at least faith in whatever religion we profess. The other aspect of our motto include the other aspect of our motto include unity, peace, progress. Let me read the motto again clearly so that I'm not making any mistake on what unity and faith, then peace and progress. If you look at the concept of peace, it has been very elusive for some Nigerians, particularly in the Middle Belt area. And the question of progress since 1960 is seriously debatable. I wouldn't agree that we are making progress. So within our motto in itself, there are questionable issues there to be addressed. So let me post the link so that those who wants to join us can start to join us. I'm posting the link. If you want to join this conversation, please feel free to click the link to join for discussion, and we can take it from there. Now, as we bring in people, I'm going to first of all take us to what is our characters as Nigerians. What is our character as Nigerians? Now, what's his name? Lord Lugard, who was, I see Mr. James. Thank you for joining us. Lord Lugard, in his detailed note that he kept, thank you very much, Mr. James, for joining us. In his detailed note that he kept as a record keeping, did make a clear description of what he believes a Nigerian is. I'm going to run through that with us, and after I do that, I would raise our first question on that. Again, the link has been posted. Please feel free to join us, and thank you, Mr. Alexander, for joining us. We will, as more people join us. Thank you, Mr. James, for joining us. Mr. Alexander, thank you. That's Mr. Gomez. I'm seeing his face for the first time.
Oh, really? You've never seen my face?
Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, mo kí yín o.
Oh, mo kí ẹ. Mo wá bẹ́ẹ̀ jà ní o.
Ó better there, and láti jà anytime. Oh, better. So the first, I'm going to, while I'm adding people to join in this conversation, I'm going to go to the quote from, or the note taken by Lord Lugard. You understand? Lugard was the person who joined Nigeria, Northern and Southern Protectorate. So, but as his girlfriend then was a journalist, and they both kept detailed notes of Nigerians who they referred to as the natives. And in their note, you'll find interesting comment, which is worthy of review in our today's world. Let me see if I can add that screen, that slide on here. Okay. 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 So that is being shared now, is the picture of Lord Lugard. And Lord Lugard, in his statement in which he was describing Nigerians, had some interesting things he wrote down in his papers, in his document. And those things, I'm going to go over them a little bit and read them. I still got some more people joining us. Let me acknowledge them. Hold on. Okay. Mr. Hold on. I'm going to add a new person that's just joined us, but let me read Lugard's comment about what it considers a Nigerian is. In his papers, Lugard wrote down that in character and temperament, Lugard wrote, the typical African or Nigerian of this race type is happy, thriftless, excitable person, lacking in self-control, discipline, and foresight. Note that that's our unsavory words he's using to describe Nigerians. He said we are a type of people that are happy, we are thriftless, we are excitable people, and we lack in self-control and discipline. He also goes on to say that we are courageous and naturally courteous and polite. We are full of personal vanity with little sense of veracity, and that we are fond of music and we love weapons as an oriental Jewry. These are very strong words. I don't know if I should be reading these. So he also goes on to describe us as that our mind is far nearer to an animal world than that of the European or Asiatic world. That's very bad. He goes on that through the ages that we appear to have evolved no organized religious creed. Although some of our tribes appear to believe in deity, religious sense seldom rises above pantheistic animalism and seems more often to take the form of a vague so it says our religion seems to take the form. This is real bad. I don't know if I should be reading it. It said through the ages, the African appears to have evolved no organized religious creed, and through some tribes appear to believe in deity. The religious seldom rises above panthetic animalism, and it seems more often to take the form of a vague dread of the supernatural. He goes on to say that we lack the power of organization, and we are conspicuously deficient in the management and control alike of men or business. He goes on to say that we love to display of power, but fails to realize its responsibility. He says that we will work hard with less incentive than most races. Wow. He goes on to say that we have the courage of fighting animal instinct rather than a moral virtue. These are the writings of the governor of Nigeria. I think these are very damning conclusion. So what's the relevance of me reading this? Because reading this to me is just to get us to the question that we want to address for today. You understand? The question we want to address for today, which is the first question, that is, which is as a Nigerian today, hearing I want to call it rubbish that man wrote down about Nigerians. What's your view about Lugard's comments? Historically, we also have to note that in 1894, this same Lugard joined the Royal Niger Company and was sent to Bogu to counter the French inroads into the territory of Africa. And in 1897, he was made responsible for raising the Royal West African Frontier Force from local duties to serve under British officers. Lord Frederick Lugard, as he was known, was the Governor General of Nigeria from 1914 to 1919. Now, another historical perspective to this thing was the fact that the Royal Niger Company sold its holdings to the British government of the territory of Nigeria for $1.1 million. That's 1,865,000 pounds. That was the amount the British paid to acquire the area that would later be known as Nigeria. And in 1899, Elizabeth II was that happened in 1899. Elizabeth II was the only monarch to rule Nigeria during this period and was officially titled Queen of Nigeria. The monarchy was abolished on October 1, 1963, when Nigeria adopted a president as its head of state, despite struggles with staggering levels of poverty. Okay, back to recent time. Recent data from World Bank points a sobering picture out of a population of exceeding 200 million, over 104 million Nigerians live below poverty line. The name Nigeria was taken from the Niger River running through the country. The name was coined in the late 19th century by the British journalist Flora Shaw, who later married Frederick Lugard, a British colonial administrator. Nigeria covers 356,668 square miles. That is 923,770 square kilometers. Oh, that is it for generally the Nigerian issue. Let me add more people. Olumide is just joining us. Let me add Olumide to the screen, and I believe Forefather is also here. Let me add Forefather. So welcome everybody. That's scary. Yes.
Can I quickly react to that? I'm going to go back to the background. I just want to quickly react to that.
Yeah, before you do that, Olumide, I'm going to request that you please stop driving and then put a park somewhere, and then I'm going to raise the question again. What question we want
that's
to
what I want to do. I want to park.
Yeah, please park. And then we're going to have 3 or 4 minutes, depending on how many people we have. Oh, I thought I added Forefather. Sorry, Forefather.
I want to pray.
Yeah. So we're going to have 3 to 4 minutes. Hold on, Olumide. To add, I feel bad even reading that stuff about this.
I want to crave Pa James' indulgence to just react, because I'm just boiling right now.
Yeah, let me ask Mr. James if he approved you to go first before him, since he came on board. He said he approves. So we're going to have 3 minutes. That thing is very, but it's an outrage to just see how he describes us. But there's some truth to it, and the question is, what is your view of how Lugard described Nigeria?
I mean, thank you, Alaba. See, this is the first time that I've heard so many things about Lugard, a few of what he has said and what he has done, but this aspect of what you read is the first time I've heard something like this, which is, it's fine. But all I want to say is that whatever Lugard has started in that statement is nothing but folly and stupidity. And may he burn 10 times over in the hell that he is in right now. I want him to burn 10 times over. Because the folly of what they created today is what we are faced with today. See, the white man, today we are faced with all the chaos they have created in this world, in the nations they have colonized, that they have mashed together, disturbed and put an end to the people's civilization. You understand? The way they would have developed naturally themselves. So he's crazy, he's unhinged, and he's a very stupid racist. You understand? I'm short of words to describe him. But may he burn 10 times over, in fact, 1,000,000 times over in the hell that he is in right now, with Flora Shaw, whoever the wife is. Now, this guy, they may be technologically more advanced than us. I think at that time that they came to Africa to colonize us, or to Nigeria specifically, to that geographical region, you could say that they were more technologically advanced than us. Even in history, there were races in the history of the world. Even if you read the Bible, the Assyrians who conquered the Jews, the Greeks who conquered the Assyrians, the Romans who conquered the Greeks. It was like they were more technologically advanced than each other in terms of weapons, superiority, military power. But when it comes to morals, when it comes to that religious creed that he was talking about, we were organized. We had our own religion. We had our own way of doing things. We knew not to sleep with a neighbor's wife, another man's wife. We knew not to steal. We knew all of this, morality, wisdom. Maybe they were more technologically advanced. Maybe with time, with the kind of migration that we have today, a much more sensible, where people can move to other parts of the world and then learn, come back and develop their own country where they are from, like the Asians did, the Chinese did. You understand? When they learn the ways of the white people and develop their technology, and now they are very technologically, you can say, are par, if not more advanced than even the white population. You understand? But they mashed us all together, disturbed our civilization, developed disturbed the natural way that we should have evolved and developed. You understand? And then he is there making a statement that doesn't make any sense or any meaning. May he rot in hell a million times over again, like I said initially. So what he has said is nothing but bokum and nonsense.
But Olumide, I'm not trying to play the devil's advocate. I detest what he's saying. Do you see any fact in it? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There's no fact whatsoever. It's all racism. It's all lies. It's all looking down on the people that they came to meet, all for one thing, to come and plunder their resources to use to develop their own country. They were more technologically advanced than us, fine. But in terms of morality, in terms of religion, in terms of organization, in terms of even when they came, there are other documentaries from other people from their part of the world that documented that when they came, that the Yoruba kingdom was like a republican way of life. There were settlements that were independent. They had their own chiefs. We had the Ogboni Council. We had and even in the East, the Igbos were organized too. They had their own way of life. In the North, they had their own way of life. But when they were about to leave and they were pressured to leave, just so they can continue to plunder and use their resources for their own gain, that was why they created that chaos before they left. So there's no truth in whatever he said. They were more technologically advanced. That's true, but that is not a new thing. Like I said, even in the Bible days that we read, the Assyrians were more technologically advanced than the Jews. They conquered them when they went to war. The Greeks were more technologically advanced than the Assyrians. They conquered them. The Romans, same thing. And then before we had the British Empire, the Spanish, and all of these smaller other empires that developed weapons, warships. So it was you understand what I'm saying now? So being technologically advanced doesn't mean that you're smarter. It doesn't mean you are better, you're superior to us. You understand? Because now in these modern times, we have people from our own part of the world who go to their part of the world, who get educated, or will even aspire and a lot more successful, better engineers, better scientists, better, you understand? And they can always come back to our part of the world and develop our part of the world. You understand? So I don't agree with that assertion
I
at all.
I understand that you're upset, but there's a few words where he's describing things that we see in today's Nigerian context. Are you attacking the messenger or the message?
I am attacking him and his message. I am saying that there's no truth in what he has said. You understand? He wrote these things down in his own time, based on what he saw. But I'm saying there's no truth in it.
But don't you see those same, not the animalistic part, but don't you see some same similarities in Nigerian behaviors in terms of religion?
That is why I'm saying that. That is why I'm saying that they have not allowed our society to evolve by itself naturally. Do you understand what I'm saying, Alaba? I'm saying that because of the seed of chaos for their own gain that they've sown and continue to sow till this day, that is why we are treating each other the way we are treating each other. You understand? What is wrong? Czech and Slovakia, when they told themselves that enough was enough, we can't live together, let's have our own separate countries, they sat down on a round table and did it amicably. What is wrong with Africans, Nigerians doing the same thing? What is wrong with that? You understand?
So you have 1 more minute, Olumide, so that Mr. James can...
So that is what I'm saying. But because of the seed of chaos that they have sown right from the beginning, you understand? They have sown that seed of chaos, handed over power to another part of the country that is different from another part of the country in terms of culture, in terms of civilization, in terms of the way we see life. that is now here with us till today, so that they can still continue to have access to our resources in the name of independence, and we're not truly independent. You get what I'm saying? I don't believe
Thank you,
anything that he has
Olumide.
said. I don't believe all he has said. All he has said is just nothing, but he wrote in there 1 million times for what he said.
Okay, Mr. James, it's up to you. Should I read it again? It's quite terrible reading that stuff.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. James.
Can you? Good.
Let me add righteous man yeah, thank you, righteous man. Welcome for joining us. Mr. James, can you, if you need me to read it again, I feel bad reading that rubbish. I don't want to call it rubbish. Righteous man, let Mr. James go and then I will get to you. Thank you for joining us, righteous man. But let Mr. James go. Did you hear what I read earlier, righteous man?
No, I'm just coming in. I'm just watching England match.
I'll read it again. Don't worry. But let Mr. James go with his submission. Yeah. Thank you, Ovie, for joining us. Mr. James, it's up to you. It's up to you now.
Okay. Now, I listened to what you read. One thing I want to say is that it is not what you think of me that matters, but what I think of
Hold on. Somebody is talking in the background. Let me figure out who that is. Can you all mute yourself so that we can hear Mr. James? Thank you.
Thank you. As I was saying, I said it is not what you think of me that matters, but what I think of myself. What he wrote is his opinion of Africans using his cultural background as a yardstick of measurement. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. He said there's an echo, but we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, now, Britain of this time and Africa of that time, culturally, were sharply contrasting. So it is foolhardy of him to use his standard to measure a people they perceive as barbarians. Let me put it that way. That is the impression of Africans. They came to Africa, they said they discovered Africa after sending Mungo back. If you read the account of Mungo back, his first journey and second journey to Africa, his impression of Africa tallies with what this man wrote about Africans. So anyway, that is their impression of Africans. What they think of us is not as important as what we think of ourselves. That's one thing I want to make clear.
I agree with you, Mr. James, but I just want to play a little devil's advocate. As a scientist, some people will say he's on point on some description, not the racist part, on point on some description. And I will read that statement again for the likes of righteous man to listen and Ovie because they're just joining us. But you heard it the first time, Mr. James. Would you agree that it was on point on some detailed description of who a Nigerian is on some point? Forget how annoying the messenger is.
I know. He was comparing apples with, let's say, potatoes.
Okay.
That is how I see it. The standard he used is quite different from the way Africans organize themselves. If he had gone to Asia, maybe somewhere like Bangladesh, his opinion of the people of Bangladesh will still be as negative as his opinion of Africans, because he was using the European standard for the measurement. This is the point I'm making. So, I mean, every man is entitled to his opinion, no matter how erroneous it is. He's entitled to it, but I am not entitled to it. That is the point I want to make. Then this gentleman, Mr. Lugard, talked about technological advancement. They had the guns, which they call Maxi gun. We hadn't the guns. That is the main reason why they conquered us. Technologically, we were almost at par, because I remember the history of West Africa. There was a man called Samori Toure of the Mandinka Empire. He fought the French for 7 solid years with weapons he fabricated in Mandinka Empire, before eventually it was conquered with the assistance of Britain, and he was deported to, I think, Gabon, Gowe Island in Gabon, where he died. We've been mining gold in Africa centuries before Mungo Park was born. Who taught us the scientific method of mining gold? You get the point I'm making? So technologically, we were not backward. If we were backward, they would not have been coming to trade with us all along. It's just that they invented the gun while we did not invent the gun. That is the main reason why we were able to, conquer us.
Okay.
However, may I continue?
Yeah, conclude. You got 1 more minute, sir.
Okay. Anyway, they conquered us again for one more reason: hospitality. The African was very, very hospitable to the white man. They came as explorers, from explorers to traders, before they brought colonialism. If we rebuffed them right from the word go, the situation would have been different. But we did not rebuff them. In the Bible, although I'm not a Christian, in the Bible there's a place where it is written that you should do good to strangers, because unknowingly you will be helping angels or something like that. That was the philosophy behind what Africans were doing when the Europeans came. They were
James, just for the purpose of clarity, I don't mean to cut you, sir. I just wanted to say that I didn't say that they were more technologically advanced, but we had our own technology, but one race will be more technologically advanced. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
If we had continued, we would have developed along our own line.
Yeah, okay. It's a nasty.
Interrupted the whole show.
Thank you, Mr. James. It's a nasty read, but for the sake of Righteous Man and Oviedo, I'm going to have to read it again. Just ignore the messenger, which is Lord Lugard, who I always blame for joining human beings to cows. He's describing us, Nigerians, what they meant in his journal, and this is what he wrote down. In character and temperament, wrote Lord Lugard, the typical Nigerian of this race type, or he didn't say Nigerian, he said African, of this race type is a happy, thriftless, excitable person, lacking in self-control, discipline, and foresight, naturally courageous and naturally courteous and polite, full of personal vanity, with little sense of veracity, fond of music, and loving weapons as oriental jewelries. His thoughts are concentrated on the events and feelings of the moment, and he suffers little from the apprehension for the future or grief for the past. His mind is far nearer to the animal world than that of the European or Asiatic, and exhibits something of the animal plasticity and want of desire to rise beyond the state he has reached. Through the ages, the African in this area appears to have evolved no organized religious creed, and though some tribes appear to believe in a deity, the religious seldom rises above pantheistic animalism and seems more often to take the form of a vague dread of the supernatural. He lacks the power of organization and is conspicuously deficient in the management and control alike of men or business. He loves the display of power, but fails to realize its responsibility. He will work hard with a less incentive than most races. He has the courage of the fighting animal, an instinct rather than a moral virtue. In brief, the virtues and defeats of this race type are those of attractive children, whose confidence, when it's won, is given ungrudgingly as to an older and wiser superior, and without envy, perhaps. The true trait which has impressed me as those most characteristic of the African native are his lack of apprehension and his ability to visualize the future. Page 70 of the Droit Mandate by F.D. Lugard, 1926. Back to you guys. Who's next? Is that Righteous Man? Go ahead, Righteous Man. Are you there? Did you hear that? That's a very sobering reading. I feel bad reading that.
You can skip me and let the next person. I will take after the next person.
Okay. Did that reading affect you that much?
It did. It did.
I'm sorry. Okay, who's next? I think it's Ovie. Ovie, is there any truth to that, what that man put down about the description of a Nigerian? After that, I'm going to go into how we describe ourselves. I have another slide for that, not what that colonialist described us as. Okay, let's go on. Ovie, your turn.
The important thing to note, you said that was written in 1920.
1926. Yeah.
If you didn't say that, if I didn't know what I know now, I would say that is what somebody will write in 2026 about us. Now, I don't think the Mungo Park or whatever I was trying to be funny is giving you.
It's Lord Lugard. Lord Lugard.
Lord Lugard is giving you the vivid reality of what they succeeded in achieving, turning our people to. Because I'm saying this because this is account of after 100 years of systematically, carefully dismantle anyone that actually stand or go against them. We should count ourselves lucky that we still have opportunity. Now, what do I say this? We are not special. The question I want everybody to go to ask or to go and find out about the people who were in the space called the America. Harry, you live in America.
Yes.
Yeah, people we hear they call them Native America. You come across them here and there. Go to their, what do they call where they live? How they call? Reservation.
Yeah, reservation. Yeah, they call
literally, I swear to God. Righteous man. Now, description on here. Now, he did disorganized. I swear to God, if you actually just go there, I don't know. I don't know how to describe them. I don't know. I just, so we should count ourselves lucky that we are still, because that is an account of 100 years of them carefully taking care of us. So it's not giving the accounts, right? Fast forward to 100 years now. Say that was in 1926. How are we behaving? Mr. James said something very profound. And my brother from Canada, so the film is talking about technology. We are here again. That was what 100 years ago. We are here again. The technology that will make our future generation useless, quote unquote. That's what they are fighting for right now. As we speak, we have no idea. We are busy, with the flex. That's exactly the description of us right now. I don't even know those people right now. It fits our description. And exactly what is going around the world. The technology will therefore make our future generation useless, right? You'll be educated, you'll be healthy, but you can't do nothing. You are useless to yourself, to your society, because there are other technology that will do what me and you are using for today. You can argue that may not touch everybody. Guess what? Billions of people too don't even know what today technology is. I mean, yesterday technology, not talk of tomorrow technology. So it is a description of us today, whether we like it or not. Because, tell me what's our future.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Ovie, but you're saying that if we take his name out, And if we take all the racist statements embedded in that speech out, what that man is describing will fit us perfectly today.
Exactly.
My God.
That's where we, again, go back to Kwame Nkrumah's speech of 1963 in Addis Ababa. He's speaking about today. We are going to be worse off. He said it. Just imagine now when they say job no day, job go day, no be you go do one. It's here. That's what they are fighting for.
We're not capable of thinking about the future. That's deep.
When I started using our brother from the American land as an example,
American Indians, yes.
We were talking about China today. What if the 100 years of humiliation is all about, or centuries of hell? What do you think it's about? If they actually describe them, that's exactly how they will describe. We'll go into that. But those are the people that 200 years ago, China is the leading economy in the world, just like as it is today. So we are not special. That's why I say we still have a chance. But price has to be paid. People who actually accept, people who are selfless, people who don't care about themselves no more. That is what we should be looking out for. People who are staying beyond 50 years. People who don't care about what today, what they are giving us today, all this rubbish. That's exactly the description of today Nigeria. And guess what? They carefully make us do, as I said, they were 100. They are here 100 years with us before this letter was written. Again, it's almost 100 years. So they carefully. Somebody said they left. Yes, they left, but institution and agents are being recruited every day to maintain us the way we are behaving. You understand? The agent, that's exactly the same thing. I keep saying it. The educational system. This is not who we are. So it's just a clear description. So Longupak, whatever they call him, is writing a vivid what is. Remember, just as Mr. James said, before they born them, life don't they exist. That part of the world. But most importantly, if you read Dele Ogun's book, right, The Fatherless People, he gives a vivid description how they conquered from one tribe to another. This is in the 1800s, not in the 1900s. That letter was written in 1900. This is in the 1800s. Mr. James was talking about how we are technology and power with them. That was 14, 15, 16, 1700. That is our history. So we are far from who we think we are. We are behaving exactly what they want us. I mean, if you say this is in 1926, this is 2024.
Wow.
The same thing.
Olumide, if you're still there, if you're not driving.
This is not about blaming. It's not about blaming. It's the reality now. And as I said, the day when you go visit reservation, you know, go feel sure. You go say, come. So, and again, I'm sorry to put the Biafra perspective here. There's one or two voices in the Biafra that actually are scared of this. That maybe 200 years from now, they will not be existing. Now, maybe even the Fulanis that we are worried about, they'll come and wipe us out. And they tell my people from my village also, they are worrying about king, this one, this. I say, come. 50 years from now, who tell you say now your language that goes for this land?
You have a question for me, Alaba?
Yeah, I was wondering what Ovie was saying and said, if you take away the name Lugard and you take away the racist comments embedded in that speech, that the man was describing, if he had written that today, that would exactly describe us also. But when somebody in the comment section is saying that we are not thriftless, personally, I don't know the meaning of the word thriftless.
So what I am saying, Alaba, again.
Before that, I want you to comment on that before I call on Righteous Man. Sorry, Righteous Man, I'm not ignoring you.
So what I am saying is that what Lugard, or regardless of whoever said is wrong, because they are the ones that created this chaos that we are currently in. Go to Congo, go to Kenya, go to wherever they colonize. go to Miami, go to. So I don't know what Ovie is talking. Ovie is talking
Okay,
trash.
before I agree with you.
Sorry. Let me
Ovie,
explain what I
Ovie is
mean.
talking trash.
Let me explain. You said they are the one responsible for all this chaos.
That's right.
That is what happened in the 1800s, leading to 1926. The systematic this thing that they are doing to us, that's what they did to our people between 1800 to 1926. Draw just forget argument. For God's sake, it's not about argument.
I am saying that what Lugard said at that point in time in 1926 was nothing to have described us in that fashion when he came and landed on our soil.
No, I'm a moderator. I'm not
You
supposed
are
to be
not.
talking
Hold on.
I am
Sorry.
saying that that remark is a
Hold
racist remark.
on. You
To
are
say that
getting
we
it
were
wrong.
not organized, to say
Olumide,
that we
hold
didn't have
on.
a form of
Olumide,
civility.
please. Hold on. Lord Lugard is describing what he saw in 1926, not what he might have seen
I
in
am saying that
1826.
he is
Hold on.
wrong.
Oh God.
He
Can
is
you please
wrong.
hold? Oh
Olumide,
my
can we
God.
just agree to
Can
disagree?
you hold on,
You're
please?
saying
Can
it's
you hold
wrong,
on?
agree.
It is not argument. This is not that wrong and right. You are just missing let's say the date here now. Lord Lugard is describing what he saw, what he met in 1926. Mr. James talked about technology. That was in 1615, 17, 1800. Now, what Lugard described, it is the aftermath of them being decimating up 100 years, which is what you can describe it today. So what he is describing, it's not who we are, but it is who they made us to be over the period of 100 years.
Hold on, Ovie. Somebody just put the meaning of trifles on the chat comment. Thank you, Trotosas. He said spending money in an extravagant and wasteful way. Oh boy, we still do that now. You not see the video
Listen, that's
already.
what I'm saying. What Olumide is not wrong, right? But what Olumide is saying is that we were not like that. Yeah, we were not like that before 1900s, right? But that was written after them, at least over 100 years of them doing what they are doing to us now.
Ferreira.
Yes.
You know what? If you are agreeing with Lugard in that regard when he made that statement, then
Yes.
you understand?
Yes.
What? So you are agreeing with Lugard that you people couldn't have used your resources to your own benefits anyway. So we are right by coming and use it for you people by taking over it.
It's
That's
not a
what you are
question,
agreeing
Olumide.
to.
Let me clarify.
Now, just relate us to today. Relate that what you just talk now. Bring us to describe us, we that are living today in that space, Nigeria. We just you will see what you just said in us.
Listen,
Because
Olumide.
Whatever we are today, Ovie, it is the seed
Yes,
that they have sowed.
I agree with you.
It is the seed they have sown.
exactly.
But I
What
don't agree with
Lugard is
Lugard's
saying.
statements at that time.
I
No,
agree. So listen.
what Lugard is
If Lugard's
describing
statement
is
reflects what we are today, it is because they have sowed that seed. But at that time,
exactly.
they
You
came to
agree.
disrupt our society. I don't in any way
Then
agree with what he has said at that time.
no. See, just change the date. If you are to describe us in 2026, how will you describe us? Exactly
Olumide,
the way Lugard. So yes, you are right.
No, in
Then hold
1926,
hold on now.
we were an evolving
Ah,
society. They were
hold
more
on.
technologically advanced,
Let me
but we
agree
were an
with you
evolving
now. Okay,
society.
let me agree with
listen.
you for the sake of understanding. Let me agree with you. You
Well,
understand?
maybe I can't speak for your community, but I
No.
can speak for my Yoruba community that we were
Can you
advanced, we were
can you just
organized,
hold on for a
we were
minute?
civilized, we had our own
Can you
religion.
can you feel on? Don't they
So
say you
so
don't they
I
go?
can't speak for
Can you
you. I
just
can't
hold on?
speak for your community over here.
Olumide, okay,
Let me just hold on
okay.
for a minute. Hold on. You understand? Let me agree with you. What Lugard is describing, it is not what we are. It is what they made us to be. That is
Can
why
we
I
agree on
put
that?
they.
Olumide, can we agree on that?
It,
What they made us to be. Can we agree on that?
That's right. What we are today is they are responsible for it.
Oh,
That's right.
I agree. Is that not
so,
what
so,
Fela
so,
was
so what's
calling?
the argument?
Listen,
So what are you arguing about?
listen.
It's not
Is
what I'm
that
arguing about.
Olumide, Ovie, can you be Ovie 1 minute?
But what
Well,
I am
Olumide,
saying is that ab initio, when Lugard landed on that soil and described us that way, that was Bukom.
No, they've already bastardized us to that point. Before it's again. The fact that just look your last statement that even though you narrate to the Yoruba people are already advanced, that's exactly what Mr. James said. That yes, our technology up to par. What you cannot factor in is the date, the period. Lugard is describing what he met after hundred of years of them systematically making us to their own expectation. So that's why it's easy for him to describe. He's giving an
you have to stop now because I can't have you on driving. But while we are on this topic, Olumide, I just want to tell you, I'm going to move you to the backstage where you can hear me. Olumide, now, I just believe that
if the ambassador of Britain, if the ambassador of Britain to America, or whatever those that were people with their mother, they should write the same comprehension about us today. I swear to God, are the same thing. It will not be different.
No, the words he used are correct. He said we are thriftless. We spend money extravagantly. He said we don't care about the future. That is true.
What my brother, what my friend is hold on. What my friend is trying to
hold on. What I wanted to tell Olumide was that is that not what Fela was talking about? That they don't release you now, but you never release it yourself. Is that not? You're right.
Exactly.
That's what Fela was talking about.
Yeah, exactly. What Olumide
you have to stop talking because righteous man has to speak, and I think Mr. James has a comment.
Let me just make this statement if you don't mind.
Make that statement, and then we go to Mr. James. 1 minute, righteous man.
What Olumide is finding hard to understand here is that the way they behave so is still systematically orchestrated. So if any of the ambassadors want to write about us, now the same thing he will write. He is not seeing that part. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. James, 1 minute. I think you're raising up your hand before I call on righteous man.
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, but what's your view on Ovie's comments to that? That if you take the name out and take the racism out, it's those words will still describe a typical Nigerian.
Well, I think to some extent, not totally, to some extent is correct for one reason.
To some extent.
I remember reading one Charles Dickens book. Unfortunately, I can't remember the title. He said that African kings are very cheap because just giving them a bottle of gin, they are ready to give away their inheritance. I can't remember the title of the book. Anyway, but you see, one thing is that they were assessing us by their own standard of, let me say, morality.
That's right.
Yes, they are using their own standard to judge us. And up till now, they don't want to acknowledge how we have our own way of doing our things before their arrival. That is one thing we must take into account. It's just like the Bible. Those who wrote the Bible, they were very close to the Jews or the Jews themselves. So when they are writing about themselves, they only write good things about themselves. Anybody, let's say the Egyptians, who were not on good terms with them, they will never see anything good about them.
Mr. James, let me borrow your wisdom and ask you a question along what you are saying now, right? I think to say the man is wrong totally, we should go and look for a book that is written about us, either by anybody in the 17 or 1600. It would describe us in a very fantastic way that you guys say, yes, we are. But that was before their arrival. No, Lugard is giving the account of after their arrival. If I carry a group of cows pass your land, I can't make a write about how your crop they grow. What do you want me to write? I go write exactly what you understand. But if they say make a write about your land before my cow pass, what would it be? It's a different story. So Lugard is always giving an account of what his people that came before them have succeeded in achieving. You understand? It's different account. This is not for me and you to consume. It's reporting to the Queen, as Randy said it. Queen, this is where the people that came before me, this is their success, right? By the year 2026, right? The commissioner, the ambassador to Nigeria from Britain, if he wants to give accounts to Queen Charles, what do you think he's going to write? He will write the account of what? From independence now, from 1960 to 1926. If you see how he just did his own report, how is he going to describe what? Of course, for their own understanding. That understanding is what they've invested in doing. Hold on. Invested, as you said, now gone, they use this method. That was an investment. What is the success of that gun? That's what that letter is all about. The success of the gun revolution, if you want to use it that way. To summarize, Mr. James, the success of that, the invasion of God, is what that man wrote. You understand? We are not only killing, but it also conditions us to behave certain ways. So I agree with that. This is not who we are. This is what it made us to be. But at the same time, the people that those people wrote about, it is what they made them to be. If you want to have a counter argument, find a book that talks about who we are before the arrivals of what? Your God's visitors.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Righteous Man is in Nigeria. Let's hear his view on that. That nasty. I keep calling it nasty reading, but there's some truth in it.
It's not nasty.
So, Righteous Man, your turn. If you take away the man's name, Lugard, and you take away the racism embedded in that speech, is what he's describing true?
Yeah. Good evening to every one of you there. It's a soured description. A soured description. It is the least description you will give to any race on the planet Earth. In fact, it's too sour that when you were reading it, it's like I should turn off from the platform, you know. But however, it is what it is. The writer Lugard did not talk about the philosophy of a black man or a Nigerian or an African in that write-up. And you know, before the advent of the colonization of the black race, the Arab did worse than the Europeans did. The Arab invaded Africa with religion. And that religion is still playing a very dirty part in our life today, in everything that have to do with us. And when the Europeans discovered that religion was a tool, because they introduced Islam to Africa before Christianity was brought to Africa as a tool of colonization. Now, the weapons they used in conquering Africa or conquering Nigeria was not actually gone. They used religion to disarm the black man. Because when they were fighting with Nigerians, remember we had no gun, but we were buying the white people. We were bringing them down. What were we using? What was the technology behind bringing them down? The technology was our traditional African culture. That thing they call juju. Remember when Nigeria hosted the African Cup, what do you call it? This form of Olympics in Abuja during Obasanjo time. What do they call it? All African Games. You remember they introduced one Yoruba guy who lightened the, what do they call that thing? Ovieka is an athlete, so he's supposed to, that thing they normally light to, to announce the commencement of the game.
Touch.
Yeah, the touch. Do you know that Yoruba guy that represents Shango use his mouth at the center of the field and lighting that thing, and that thing catch up with fire and was burning? That torch, without necessarily holding any physical object, without climbing to the stadium, he was at the center of the field to lighten that thing. That was the technology Africa was moving with, and that technology was disarmed, because it is in that technology that was hidden some secret revelations that's supposed to launch us into today's civilization to catch up with the rest of the world. Now, let me give you an example of what I'm saying. My dad told me that his dad does not go to any meeting by trekking. What he does, there's a certain leaf at the back of their house. Then my granddad will cut that leaf, step on it, and make some incantation, and he will appear at the venue of that meeting. Okay? That was a kind of science that Africans were known for. But when they introduced Islam and Christianity, they told them that those practices were evil, that they were not good. They disarmed us, and even the black people that were around then that, were practicing this thing, were killed. And the moment the black race was disarmed with religion as a weapon, we became flat. So we were living on the basis of the information they give to us. And up to today, the slavery still continues. You discover that most of the best brains in the land, let me end it in Nigeria, as Nigeria was the vocal point there. The best brains, let me say most of the best brains, let me not say the best brain, most of the best brains in Nigeria are today migrating to this Western world to continue to engender their growth and civilization, while Africa is left to rot. So the colonization is still on, the slavery is still on, but this time they are not putting chains on your necks and your hands and your nose and the rest of it. This time they use visa. Visa is that chain. The moment you go now, it's a civilized way of enslaving you. You have to obtain visa. That visa is the chain of the slavery chain that you must use in order to come to their land. And they subject you now to do the works they want you to do. And then you know,
righteous man, I think you're right. The visa thing, and they are taking the best among us. They're taking the best out to develop their own land. I think that's
but wait, I have a question. Now I trained them before. Now I trained them.
Now we train them.
Yeah.
No, yeah, the good question, Ovie. Now them train also.
They give you curriculum, they give you everything that you are studying, and then give you. So where you go fit in? You study computer, where you want to go? So then I then train you. We are more Americans. Let's get narrow it than the American than any other part of the African continent. And that's when now you discover chemistry as it is today. Now you tailor it the way that they study for Nigeria. The medicine and everything. Is it your own? No.
Ovie. Medicine.
Let righteous man finish.
The medicine that is being practiced today started from Africa. The medicine, this even arithmetic, this physics, arithmetic, science, it started from Africa.
They modernize it to their standard.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yes, they modernize it, and that is life. Life must not be stagnant. There should be space for life to grow. So from one generation to another generation, civilization, it is a continuous thing. It doesn't end with one generation. Okay, the clash of civilization that the white had with Africa kept Africa where we are today. I don't want to, you see, describing Nigeria with that kind of letter is describing the entire black race.
You're right.
You understand? Right. The cradle of civilization started in Africa. So when you describe Nigeria with that kind of lettered, soured words, it simply means you don't have respect for blacks. And like Ovie, I want to concur with Ovie in one aspect. Fine, that description fits in what we are today. Because what they introduced to us is a projection of what we are going to be after in the next 100 years. And we stupidly fall into that trap. What that they described that time was not what we were. But we are what it was described 100 years ago. We are right now in that description. We fulfill that description. That's just it. And which way out? Until there is balkanization of African states by Africans, we can't make a headway. I may repeat myself again. Like Europe balkanized Europe according to their culture and tradition. That is why a country called Lisbon in Europe is less than 2 million people, but they are a nation. They have the military, they have everything. Their GDP, their economy is very strong. It's one of the strongest economy in Europe. But they are less than 2 million people, and yet they are called a nation because of their culture, because of their tradition. Okay, coming to Nigeria, now look at what is happening here. They are playing.
You have 1 more minute so that Wale can talk.
Okay. Okay.
Let Righteous Man finish first. Go ahead, Righteous
Okay,
Man.
coming to Nigeria. If the British had allowed the Nigerian state to function like the Great Britain, UK, United Kingdom, where you have the North Island, you have the West, you have the English people, and I think the Scottish. If they had allowed us to be a confederate state in Nigeria, I am telling you, Africa would have been let loose. How can you? I mean, look at it. That as at that 1960 something, 1950 something, that the eastern zone of Nigeria was the best economy, the fastest growing economy in the whole world, in the whole wide world.
Thank you.
If you have let that confederation to continue like that way, you think that we wouldn't have developed to the extent of going to the space without the help of the Europeans? Yeah, well, I rest my case, but that letter is a soured letter.
Wale, I hope I don't have to read that nasty letter again. I hope you heard it. That thing was, but there would have been argument that there are truth in it. If you take away the man and you take away the racist comment, if you put that letter in today's world, it fits us perfectly. I just learned a new word today, thriftless. We spend like crazy. We are thriftless. With the way they describe us, we don't care about the future. It just go. Did you hear me read it? I put the link up there too for anybody who wants to go check it out.
Yeah, without even dwelling. Thank you, Mr. Alaba. Without even dwelling too much on the letters and everything, it boils in me to see 100. Well, after more than or less than 100 years, we are still. Even if someone call you idiots, it's entirely up to you to accept that, okay, yes, I'm an idiot. Or you go back and look at what you are doing for them to call you idiot and correct it. They can call us anything they want to call us. They can even do whatever they want to do to us. Now, let's move forward. Who are we today? What do we really want?
That's like my next topic. Wale, don't mean to cut you off. How do we describe ourselves is the next slide I will read, and then how do we? That's my next question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So looking at what Lugard or whatever they are said, I mean, someone mentioned earlier on that we have the power in those days, and what do we do with the power? Do we really know the value? Do we really know what this power is for? Okay. Before we even go into that, I know we all read books, watch movie or something, and I could say one thing from what has been happening. Let's say my father or my grandfather, they choose to follow what their slave masters did to them by exchanging their power for a mirror or whatever. Now we have new generation coming up, and sorry, I'm not trying to advertise here. I watched a movie on Netflix a few days ago. Anybody can go on there and watch it. When I look at it critically, I could see what new generation, how they've been brutalized and what they have in them. But there are some people on the ground that are ready to suppress them, give one mumu out of us, power or money to kind of continue to suppress the rest of us. So indirectly, Lugard and his, ally. Up to now, they might not be alive, but trust me, they've made their own grandchildren to continue to enslave the blacks. Now, are we actually waking up? Maybe not. So when we look at what is happening with the letters and everything, they've already thought of 100 years ahead of us. We have what it takes to liberate ourselves, but do we? So, Mr. Laba, honestly, if I tell you I know the solution, yes, I do. But if I tell you that are we ready to follow that solution, maybe not.
Thank
Let
you
me leave
so
it so
much.
that we move on to the next
Okay,
one.
before we move on to the next one will be a more happier note. How a Nigerian described us. Or does anybody? I'm not sure whether Mr. James is raising up his hand, or I don't want to bypass you.
No, okay, no. Actually, there's
No, I
something.
think
Kindly
Well, yeah.
let me.
Before we round up that topic, anybody want to add or leave?
Yeah,
1 minute. One more
kindly,
yeah,
minute.
I okay, go after Mr. Adjun.
thank you. I very much appreciate it. Since the white man colonized the Africans, till this very day, the Africans have not known peace. We've already, how do I put it? We've already acknowledged, we know exactly what went wrong. And whenever we have any reasonable African leader who wants to address this problem, that African leader certainly will not know peace. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana was overthrown. He was lucky he would have been killed by General Ankara and his people. Robert Mugabe did not know peace. Murtala Mohammed of Nigeria, February 13, 1976, the day he was killed. Sukabuka Dimka was at the British High Commission in Lagos that morning
Gaddafi.
before they went to, waylay the man and killed him. Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso never knew peace. Mengistu Haile Mariam of Ethiopia did not know peace. Muammar Gaddafi, what offense did that guy commit? Absolutely nothing. Even here where I reside, Yahya Jammeh of the Gambia did not know peace. He was a very lucky man. They would have cut off his head before he relocated into exile in Equatorial Guinea, where he is at the moment. The white man need to, somehow, somewhere along the line, we need to call the white man to order, because we just cannot continue like this. It is only when we have useless African leaders that they parley with them, like this man in Kenya right now, who has caused the mayhem in the country. Imagine him going to the United States to see Biden. You have Kenya Airways, a national carrier. I think they also have a presidential jet. But the jet that took him to the United States to see Biden was hired for $1 million US. How can we rationalize that? These are the kind of people the white men are embracing. So we just have to do something about that situation.
Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you. Ovie, you'll be the last on this, I guess, and then we can move on.
Yeah,
1 minute. 1 minute.
in line of solution, in line of looking forward, I think there's a reason I use the Chinese and the Native Americans as an example, because whether we like it or not, the future awaits us light between these two faiths, right? Except that we continue arguing and disagreeing with what Lugard said about us, whether it reflect of us, not reflect of us, whether we begin to, we are not special. Or we go back to the way Chinese did it. As I said before, 200 years ago, China has the world's biggest economy. Between that time and between 18th century to 1911, that's what they call the century of humiliation. They went through the same thing that we are going through. Their leaders were assassinated. Go and read about human. Yeah, everything that we are going through, all this speaking in talk, blah, blah, blah. There are millions of Nigerians that have followers who are not. We are not special. But are we ready to say, okay, admit, just like the Chinese admitted, they come. This is the year of humiliation, but guess what? We know who we were, where we were, who we are. And they start systematically, right? The way forward for me, shortest way line between that strategy. We have to go back to the days that Mr. James is talking about, whatever those sanctuaries were, in the years that Olumide is bragging about that the Yorubas are on top, whatever those years back, you have to go back and bring what made those times successful and start teaching your younger generation. Because it's
Thank
not
you.
you are gone. Start
Thank
teaching
you.
them so that our faith will not be the other way around. So that's what is at stake here.
Thank you, Ovie. Okay, we're going to more happier things. In fact, there's been a battle raging all over Africa lately, and most of you have been involved in it. Some of you don't even know you were fighting it. But one way or another, the battle keeps raging on. We're going to a better, lighter mode. What I'm doing next is to show us a slide of how a Nigerian described us. It's more positive than what you guys said. Before I run away, does Forefather has an opinion on Lugard? Oh my God. Let's hear Forefather.
Man, I must say, Ovie, that stuff you said about 18th century is something that maybe we want to go back to and, go through that again. Because, you see, I've not read a lot about, you sent the link there, but the ones I've seen, some things he got them, let's face it, he got some of the aspects right. Obviously, that's not the entire aspects of that's our own culture of our people, but just the first paragraph alone, I'm beginning to doubt whether he is the one that wrote it. We have to confirm from the book itself. Because if it's him, he seems to be grasped with some of the features or traits of what our people demonstrate.
No, he's an Forefather. The guy was an intelligence officer for the US, for the British people.
Sorry, the date is very important.
Fatherless people, Dele Ogun, people like him are intelligence officers that were sent to all these countries to do intelligence job for the British. They're not just ordinary people.
Sunanja, factoring the time, this is in the 19th century. It's not talking about the people they met before that time. It's talking about the people they met, destroy, colonize, whatever. So it's describing the outcome of the success of that, them being with us. So the date is very important, because if you now go and read what the first people that landed and then in that part in early 17th century,
that wasn't the description of us. It's just done in a modern way.
You understand? So the description of the people they met is not the same. They describe exactly what you expect. How advanced we are. You understand? But they successfully destroy us over the years. So Lugard now speaking, just like I said now, the Peking, somebody who's coming to write the history of Nigeria. Let's narrow it to Nigeria. Sorry. If you are to write the history of Nigerian Gen Z, the way you will describe them, is that the replica of those that came before Gen Z, our generation, or those that came before us? But you were able to focus on what you see and met at that time, which is the Gen Z period. That's the only thing. That is what you will give. That doesn't mean you don't know the other part of it. No, you are giving a vivid account of what, as I said, what your people have succeeded in doing to us over 100 years. You are not giving account.
Okay.
So I'm not I'm not talking in historical consideration. I'm not saying sorry.
Thank you. Let Forefather give it so that I can move on to something else. Yeah, thank you, Forefather.
Some of the things I don't know, maybe I may be biased because he's highlighting some of the features that even I criticize amongst our own people when I said our threat assessment antenna has broken, that we don't see threat coming. And he literally describes it here. He says, thoughts are concentrated on the events and feelings of the moment.
That's true.
And he says we suffer little from apprehension of the future.
That's true.
He didn't write it to. I read the same.
That's true. He said we are thriftless. I didn't even know the meaning of the word thriftless until one of the commenters gave me.
But I explained a lot. Was I not the one confessing here that? Was I not the one confessing here the other day that even I have that problem? That I asked myself, why do I spend when we don't have anything?
Yes, we are thriftless. That's true.
That is scary. It's scary because I'm complaining about these things myself, and somebody else has already seen it in us.
You know why I brought this thing up? Because if we are going somewhere, you have to know where you're coming from. That's why I brought you to. If you want to go somewhere, before you start defining where you're going, you need to know where you are and where you're coming from. If those 2 points are missing, you're just going to be in circles, and we've been in circles for years. Anyway, Forefather, are you finished so I can move on to the...
I just want to deal with that paragraph because it's one of the worst problems we have. We cannot, it says we suffer little from apprehensions of the future. In other words, that's basically saying we can't analyze threats. Apprehensions of the future, something you should fear in the future, we don't understand it. And I've used that stuff about 2 years ago. I said, our people our threat assessment is completely broken. We don't know who our enemy is. And on this panel, we see here people telling us that we don't have enemies. On this panel.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Because all our elites, from the street leaders to religious leaders to traditional leaders to our governance, anytime we threat happen to them, what they do, they move. We train our psyche to all that. Anytime we and you fit trade, that's why we end up where we are now. It's because we fit trade back home. That's why we run. So what are you talking about?
Sorry, the panelists. Let me just quickly summarize this. Honestly, everything we've discussed here now, I could see how the Gen Z kind of look at it. What is the future? And I'll quickly summarize this movie I was telling you. Honestly, exactly what is happening to us. They just make it in a way to kind of let us know. Today. Yeah. So what happened? There is a power in us. And somebody see that power. But because we don't know how to make use of this power, people will saw it like, wow, this is really great. Okay, what can we do to make sure that Ovie is the owner of this power? Okay, let's arrest him. We have the power. And everyone that has the same power or who are very similar to what he can do, let's keep arresting them. Honestly, watch that movie with a critical eye and you will see what our problem is, what the future holds. Now, let me quickly summarize it. Ovie, Forefathers, Ferreira, you all are the one who can rescue the future. Only Forefathers could see that if you can get Ferreira, you can get Ovie, you can get Righteous Man, you can get about 4 of us. But Ovie is like, no, I don't want to be part of this. You people are mad. He's angry. But without the 4 of us, there's no unity, there's no future. How are you, Forefathers, going to get Ovie to reason with you? How are you going to get Ferreira to say, look, we can only win these people if we all come together. But these people are so powerful that they are ready to kill you. What are you going to do? That is how this movie portrayed it. Honestly, watch it, you will see where the black man's power is. It was acted. For anybody who has been in London, look at Peckham. You will see black kids stabbing each other, killing each other, doing some kind of gang. You just look at who caused us. What is our problem? Where does it come from? So when I look at how we discuss things with the old generation, then I'm thinking, the children we are giving birth to, this new Gen Z we call them, are we going to continue to allow their life to be wasted? But you'll be surprised that there are genius among them. What are they going to do? How are they teaching others who cannot see? You will see some girls that somebody mentioned yesterday that when this girl TikTok on Kenya issue, that this is essential, this is not essential. And someone said, our own girls in Nigeria, they only think of BBL. Not all of them think straight, use the power of social media they have. Rather, they want to be on Big Brother Niger, how they will show their bomb and their... Not all of them, but majority. Now you see, what can we do to educate these people and wake them up? I say, look, you've got the power, you've got the potential to make the future better. But what are you doing?
Okay,
what
thank you,
doing?
guys.
I think, sorry, I'm not. I think this actually tailor, seamlessly into the conversation we want to have. How can we make Nigeria do Nigeria that we want, right? So I think but it's already to make an introduction so that I can continue to. He has a question. What are we doing? What can we do? I think it's all factual the conversation that we're going to have, if I'm not mistaken. But I just want to put that in.
Who has a question?
Oh, no,
No,
not the question.
do we continue the conversation or you
Oh,
want to?
no. I want to
I
move
just want
us
to say
on.
something.
I want to move us
Yeah, so
on now.
that's
Thank you. I don't know we're ready for me.
I will get back to this on a different
Yeah, we'll get back to
because
it.
it's quite broad.
It
I
is
don't
broad.
think I think it bled into the conversation. Now, your question of the day is that how can we Nigerian build Nigeria that we want, right?
Yeah, it led into today's
Everything
topic.
is
It does. It
everything we're
does.
talking about so far is just exactly how my brother on the screen finished right now. That's he put it.
Yeah,
I
it
mean, he
led
make it
into
personal in
today's
terms of
topic.
question, but exactly
Yeah.
that's what I was saying.
Okay,
So do we just continue the conversation, or you have something to introduce?
I have
So
something
before
more.
we
Let me take us into something we've all been talking about lately, which is very interesting. In the African scenario, it's about the issue of very serious issue in Africa is the issue of this thing. Let's hear it out. Hold on. No.
Come on. I don't know what everybody else is doing. Not only do I co-sign, I would go above and beyond. If there were more words he hadn't already said, I would say more words. I would say that I would not be surprised if the hands of my Savior himself cooked this rice.
No shock at all.
And look,
that rice is spirit-filled.
Debate ended. And the way he was reacting, I thought he was overreacting. It was incredible.
Yeah.
Here we have it.
Okay. So at least we know we are winning the jollof rice race. I just wanted to be a little bit comical on that one. But on the Nigerian situation, here is how a Nigerian describe us, our character profile, and it's very positive. And I want to review it, not just let us leave with just Lord Lugard, because I have a follow-up question to that person's description of who we are as a matter of fact. Let me put that in there. I'm doing better today on this technology thing. Oh, let me add Blackstone. Sorry.
Alaba, I think I would rather have that body judge or this one, do moderation than the way you are doing it.
Okay, at least I just had Blackstone. Thank you, Blackstone, for joining us. And let me add Olumide.
Thank you for bringing me in.
Yeah, thank you, Olumide, for joining us.
Even Mr. James is losing patience with your technology ability. Come on.
my technological ability is a disaster.
It's like that our Nigerian elite ability for them to lead us. Your technological ability they are the same level.
Okay, this Nigerian. Let me read the name. This person rightly described us in a positive way, and I think it's fair to put that out there. You know, let's do that. Let's share screen so I can read it. Understanding Nigerians, he said, a mini character profile. Please, as I read what this man, I don't know if you all can see it clearly, but I will read it on my part here. Please focus on the positive, because it will affect our next question on how can we use this positive, you understand, to help build our nation. So let me start the reading. The person's name is Mary Olonye. I pronounced that pretty bad. Mary Olonye. Understanding Nigerians, a mini character profile. Mary Olonye. The person is a writer and editor and the co-owner of Selma Travels and Tour. Okay. He said, Nigeria is so often misunderstood due to lopsided coverage of the country and its people by Western media, and by the fact that a relative minority of thugs, corrupt criminals, and terrorists have hijacked the reputation and perception of Nigeria and Nigerians. Did you hear that? That's interesting. To understand a country is to understand its people. So let's start there. There are no people anywhere in the world quite like Nigerians, and here are some of the reasons why. Nigerians are proud, confident African people. This confidence is often misconstrued as brashness or arrogance, but it is not. But that's not it all. Nigerians are simply supremely confident and do not require nor seek any outside validation or approval of who and what they are as Nigerians and Africans. Nigerians are proud of their culture and tradition and love to share them with anyone who is interested. They would extend invitation to Nigerians and non-Nigerians alike to join in the festivities and celebration. If you ever observe or attended a Nigerian event, you know that you will be treated to Nigerian music, dance, food, speeches, and all around good time. All the while, you will be made to feel welcome and valued. Nigerians are highly educated. In the United States, Africans are the most highly educated immigrant group, and among them, Nigerians in particular have attained the highest level of education. Education is highly valued in Nigeria, beginning with childhood and continue to adulthood. Family. Well, for Nigerians, there's nothing more important than family. Family is not limited to the immediate family, not by any means. Family includes the entire extended family, from the nuclear family to the neighborhoods, to the village, to the hometown. Family means grandparents and a host of aunts, uncles, cousins, and more cousins, nieces and nephews. Family duties, obligation is expected, and family help each other out financially, emotionally, physically, and in any other way that help is needed. According to a World Bank blog article, Nigerians in the diaspora sent home 25 billion in 2018. A lot of it was sent to help support family and friends back home. What else does this person have about us? Nigerians are exuberant. When a group of Nigerians are gathered together discussing an event or topic, sound loud and argumentative. This is because a Nigerian will defend his or her position boisterously, and it can even sound like the participants may come to blows, but it's mostly playful bravado and will blow over. You don't have to worry that one of the participants will take it all too personally. Go home and and come back to, I'll skip that one if they disagree. Nigerians are very hospitable. It is rare thing for you to visit a Nigerian house, whether in Nigeria or in some other country, and not be welcomed with meal, snack, or a drink at the very least. Closely related to Nigerian hospitality is the Nigerian generosity. If a Nigerian something and you admire it, they may just offer it to you. Hey, take it. It's no big deal. It's not given to you right then. The next time you visit, you may be presented with that gift. Community is very important. Nigerians help each other out in times of crisis, loss, or illness, no matter where they are in the world. Nigerian community and organizations help each other. A call goes out that someone needs help, and Nigerians, if they are able, will send money to help, even when they don't know the person. All that matters is that a fellow Nigerian needs help. This organization provides space for Nigerians to connect while living abroad. When it comes to entrepreneurship and creativity, Nigerians are the aim. This seen in child investors working on projects in schools, roadside, or whatever materials are available. You recognize it in the accomplishment of numerous Nigerian immigrants who contribute to the success, innovation, cooperation, and organization in the fields of technology, medicine, education, literature, finance, science, and so much more. All of course, there is Nollywood, Nigeria, movie and entertainment industry. Nigerians have the ability to laugh at themselves and not take everything so serious. There's something to laugh about. In Nigeria, we surely find one thing. Even during challenging and bleak times, Nigerians remain keenly optimistic and hopeful. They are confident that given time, they will find a way and all will be well. And one last thing, Nigerians are convinced they make the best jollof rice. Okay, that is it. My question, based on that episode, is...
Someone mic is on.
Hold on, let me get remove so that we can get the screen members. My question, based on that episode of who we are as Nigerians, the positive part of us is this. Considering, hold on, let me get the right question so that I don't ask you guys the wrong question. The right question here is that, considering the...
Sorry, Alaba.
Yeah, go ahead.
On.
Go ahead.
Someone mic is on.
Somebody's mic is on. Can you please help me turn off your mic so that I can, if not, I'll check it myself here. Okay, please help me turn off your mic. Okay.
It's okay now.
Okay, perfect. Now, this is the question I have prepared for us on this positive aspects of Nigeria. What are the major positive characters or attributes you think we Nigerians have? And what are the negative characters or attributes we have as Nigerians? And also, which of the positive attitude can we use to develop our nation? Please let us stay on the question. It's going to be 3 minutes, not too long time. List our positive, bam, bam, bam. List the negative, bam, bam, bam. Any way we can use any of the positive to help develop our nation. This is our question. Please, panelists, let us stay focused on the question and not derail so that this can flow and we can move on to the next one after reading that positive. The mere fact that we still win the jollof rice battle is just impressive. I can tell you that right now. Okay, who wants to go first? Should I go according to the screen? Oh,
Wait, I feel, hold on, my question, please. I feel smoke while I did talk.
That's a no. I think our opposition will against that.
Okay. No, the reason why I asked, because what you just read. I'll go last.
Yeah.
I'll go last. I know. I just can't bear it. I'll come back.
Just go last.
You think it's an exaggeration or what? You don't think they're factual?
What is the difference between this and what you read about Lugard? Isn't that the same thing?
Okay, go.
I need to know that.
I think the panel wants you to go and smoke so that you can smoke and come back. I think the panel think that
I felt torture listening to you. I felt torture listening to that. I felt torture.
I think the panel wants you to go and smoke. You need to smoke on that one. Okay, Wale, I'll go with Wale. I'll start from down low there with Wale. I was just checking the backstage to make sure
I think someone is before me. Sorry, Mr. There's someone before me.
Okay. Mr. James, go ahead. Mr. James. Sorry, I wanted. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Wale. I'm sure you can hear me. Good.
We are trying to.
Good. Now, the problem is this. Good and bad are relative. If you are talking about good qualities of a Nigerian or bad qualities, what is good from my perspective might not be good from your perspective. For example, if I'm a spendthrift, entertaining people lavishly, while I've not been able to take care of my family at home, people will be clapping for me. From your point of view, it is something good. But from my wife's point of view, I'm an irresponsible man. So nothing is good and nothing is bad. It depends on how we see things. And another thing is that you see, those qualities you read about what somebody wrote about Nigeria, there's no African country you go and tell a citizen, tell us what you think about your people, that will not repeat the same thing about their people. So I think we should concentrate more on what Lord Lugard said. I think it's far more important than what these are just.
You're saying we tend to exaggerate our position slightly.
Well, something like that, because if we have those qualities this lady is talking about, why is the country so bastardized?
Interesting.
The country is upside down with all the good qualities the lady or the fellow, enumerated.
Mr. James, but doesn't that sound too pessimistic?
Yes, I'm pessimistic because of what I've gone through in life in Nigeria. There's no need for me to be optimistic. I've suffered unquantifiable hardship because of my nationality. So why should I be talking about optimism? So if things are bad, I just have to say that they are bad. The country is bad. The country is upside down. Actually, I was telling somebody not long ago that I'm a Nigerian by birth, not by choice. My mother gave birth to me as a Nigerian. It is the white man, Lord Lugard, who made me a Nigerian. If Lugard had not come, I would have been an African, but not a Nigerian. So my Africanness is of more value to me than being a Nigerian.
Okay, so you and Ovia on the point that we should just stick with what Lugard said and not what Okay, your point has been noted. Let's move on to who's next. Olumide, your take. You Wale want to go next? Okay, Wale.
Yeah.
Let's go, Wale.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Don't forget the question: positive, negative,
Yeah,
and how do we harness the positive?
definitely. Thank you, Mr. James, for the wisdom. As an elderly person, so you've nailed it. Now, looking at the positive, it's not a bad thing to have those positive, right? But the problem is, I would say it for those who might understand the proverbial aspect of it. How would you be living in the ocean and you still be washing your hand with saliva? Does it correlate? Does it go with each other?
The salt water if you burn your hand. I'm just
Yeah,
being
so
sarcastic.
wash your hand with saliva, whereas
you
in the ocean. Does it make sense? Like Mr. James rightly said, how would you be so lavish out there, flying a private jet, using 1 million to hire a plane, but your people cannot even afford a better food? Your wife cannot go, your children cannot go to a better school. Your wife is complaining, but you are showing lavishness out there. It doesn't make sense. So yes, if that is what we are in a positive way, are we actually putting that in the home front, or we're just showing the world that, oh, we're very good at this, we're very good at this, but whereas at home you are living in abundance, but you are still you are a butcher, you are a son of a butcher, but all you can eat is bone. Does it make sense?
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense. Yeah, we could dwell on that positivity, those positivities, but is it in actual sense? There is enough for every single one of us in that country to eat and to live peacefully. But because we have been part of those who think, oh, there is enough, I can oppress Mr. James, I can oppress Mr. Alaba, I have more than enough, everything should belong to me. I don't care if you don't have or anything. That is the mentality, the selfishness in us. Until we take it out, that is where everybody will live, comfortably. But if you want to, I'm not saying all fingers are equal. Some people are still going to be taller than the rest, but everybody have their own usefulness. Even the little thumb that is shorter has its own usefulness. But if the taller one is making the rest of the fingers feel inferior, then what are they going to do? I will keep it that way. If we are living in the ocean, we are still washing our hands with saliva. Does it make sense?
Okay, thank you, Wale. But I want to highlight one of the comments from Todd Osas, and I said, my positive for Nigeria is that Nigerians love good education. However, our leaders are denying us. I think, that's my view, that education is a positive. We love it. If we were not being miseducated, if we get the right form of education, that's a powerful tool to change our country. That's just my view. So I'm agreeing with Osas right there. That's one positive. So before I go on, go ahead, Wale.
Sorry, quickly, Mr. Mr. Blackstone, please just give me 1 minute. Yes, we are educated, but don't forget we have educated illiterate.
I know. That's why I said the right form of education. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, when we talk of our leaders made us this, who are these leaders? They are my uncle. They are your brothers.
That's right.
They are your mothers. At what point do we allow them, despite the fact that we know that they are worst of us, we still allow them to carry on? So it's our fault, it's my fault to allow my brother, who I know is very corrupt, is a thief, to allow him to be there. And I fold my hands, I did nothing. So I'm part of that problem. Yeah. That is what I have to say. Even if I or whatever, I'm still part of that problem.
Okay, I want to go to Righteous Man. I hope I'm not jumping anybody because he's in Nigeria. We have to always give him preference. Let me not start.
He has money to buy data. Please let me talk. He has money to buy data. Don't worry.
So, Righteous Man, I want to go to you. So, what have you? I read that long list of our positive by Nigeria. So, what are our positive? What is our negative? And how do we harness the positive in our people? You have 3 minutes, Righteous Man. Are you there? If Righteous Man is not there, let's go straight to Mr. I can see the names now. Beside Wale, Mr. Blackstone.
Yeah,
Since Righteous Man is not there.
Yeah, remove this comment. Then remove this comment from the screen. You need to see the name.
Oh, yeah, okay. I got to remove that comment. That's true. That's why I don't see the name. So
yeah, thank you.
Okay, since
Thank you
Righteous
so
Man
much.
is not there, let's go to Mr. Blackstone.
So
Go ahead,
thank you,
Mr.
Alaba.
Blackstone. Yeah.
I think sometimes we are misunderstanding the point of that lady article actually, right? Every country have its own positive and negative side, negative attitude or negative things and positive things, right? Like you said, is how do we harness the positive things that our positivity will speak much more better than much more louder than the negativities, right? Nigeria is a great nation and we are a great people. Sometimes I do ask myself, where do we get it wrong? Right? Where do we get it wrong? And I think we have to go back and examine where we got it wrong. Then we cannot be able to move forward because we have to understand where this problem started from and how then can we mitigate these issues. Yeah, Nigerians are people who love education. There are people who love life. There are people who love enjoyment. They love to have the best things, right? And that is one of the reasons that have brought a more negative aspect into our society. And one of those negative aspects, which is not supposed to be negative, but the way we have embraced it had made it negative. That is the issue of money, right? Money is not bad on its own, right? But the money that the love of the money that's we're supposed to use to build our nation, right? We have turned it to a means of corruption, whereby a single person can take billions of dollars out of the economy of Nigeria, and nobody will do. He said he will stand strong. He will stand strong, stand firm, and he will defend himself or herself that he or she is doing right. And the common people who are suffering, who are lavishing in poverty out of this heart of the corrupt people, are also the ones also praising them. So when we can be able to understand that the officials, the politicians are supposed to serve the people, to serve the nations. They're not supposed to go there and become lords and boss or leaders that has no compassion for the people, no compassion for the nation. That is where the negativity of everything came from, because we believe that since you are rich, since we worship money, we respect money. So anybody that is rich and has money, nobody cares how you got the money. As long as it's rich, it's riding on big cars and everything, he's now a big guy in society, and the common people worship him, right? That have done resulted to everyone having that idea that I want to be strong, I want to be big, I want to be rich. You can be rich is good, but be rich in a genuine way. Be rich by not impoverishing, by not creating problem or making other people, by not taking the commonwealth of the people. Don't steal the commonwealth. Don't use your position, your office, right, to impoverish the common people. You're supposed to serve these people. Is that you have been appointed or elected to serve these people, and at the end of the day, you are turning around to be a different thing, and now the people that are supposed to serve and rather not serving you, right? So this is where the negativity comes in. So we have to go back and see how can we be able to fight against this attitude of Nigerians that once you have money, you are a boss. Once you have money, you are a king. Once you have money, you are anything that is above the nation, right? So that's where the negativity comes in. That is where the issue of corruption comes in. Okay. And that's why we have this so-called bad reputation all over the world.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much, Blackstone. You see, I highlighted on the screen there by how you make it. What sometimes we misinterpret what education is. And we have this education by fire or force we have, which is not real education, which is not critical thinking form of education. That's what the person is saying. The education by fire or force does not create critical thinking or refinement needed to change a bad condition. And you're right, Blackstone. How do we view success? Yes, we might use our positive, we like education, but our mentality has been warped. We've been upbringing has trained us to believe that money is everything. And if money is all you have, you are still poor. Before we go on, I have to do what Forefather does best, which is talk more about the page. Please click the like buttons, and I will take a 1 minute break and to advertise this page, and then I will continue with Olumide when we get back. So let me do that. Okay.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, let's back to business. Please click the like button, subscribe, and do the needful. We are discovering intelligent discussion on how to rescue our nation. And I think someone just joined. Let me add them. John, is that John?
Yeah.
Welcome. Oh, someone has already added you for me. Thank you, John, for joining us. I appreciate that. Hope you've been following us. We will catch you up with where we are. But Olumide is about to speak. I just read an episode of written by a Nigerian on how all our positives. So I want him to tell us what are our positives, what are negative, how do we harness the positive to build a nation. Olumide, the floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you. So we do have a lot of positives, that can be harnessed. We have our cultures, our different cultures, rich cultures. We have Nigerians are dogged, we are brilliant, But I think the major challenge that we have, where I would tend to align with Pa James, in the sense that, see, no matter how good these qualities are, every country has very good positive aspects that can be attributed to it, But the ones that resonate to the world, are the ones that the institutions of governance that represent the country portray to the world. You understand? There's the reason why we say, people like me will say, oh, that society is a shido. That society is a no-go area. Because the very institutions that should protect governance have not done their job properly. What was I going to say again there? So what I'm saying now is the fact that a large majority of Nigerians want change. Where I differ from Blackstone is the fact that I believe that a large majority of Nigerians want change. They want the right things to be done. You understand? Every day. Why do I say that? The evidence for me, the clear evidence for me, was the last general election. They wanted a change for the better, where a majority of Nigerians voted a certain candidate, but a minor few. Unfortunately, the institutions of governance in Nigeria that should work and portray these positive images to the whole world has been taken over by criminal few. By a few people who don't want to do the right thing, who are not thinking of the general populace, but only their own pockets, their own personal benefits. So when you now tell the ordinary Nigerian to imbibe positive attitude, to do the right thing, when the very institution of governance that should portray it is not doing such, it's like a waste of time. It's like a waste of. It's like you're just like you are like a speck of sand in a large, you're like a speck of pebble in a large ocean. Because that institution of governance is a representative of the people. When your police force has no integrity, the police force that should fight crime are the ones perpetrating crime, framing people up for crimes they never committed, trying to make themselves look good to the public that they were solving crimes when they were accusing the wrong person, where they never did any investigation. When the justices that should uphold the law and interpret the law,
you have 1 minute left.
Take bribe to look the other way. And more importantly, where the vote of the very people is what should bring accountability to the person who has not done his job properly according to the people who have voted. That is the only way they are hold these politicians accountable. But when that is perverted, then I mean there's no place for change.
Thank you, Olumide. So let's stay focused on the question so we can have direction. I think
what did I do now? What crime have I committed? And
I'm say you don't finish smoking. We're coming to you now.
Please,
Mr. Blackstone, get one thing, one say.
Yes, let me my name. So let me try to answer him. I never said that Nigerians Nigerians are not doing doesn't like good things. I never said so, right? What I was saying is that I never mentioned it in good. I said that we have to understand where the issue started from, how we change, how we begin to be lovers of money and begin to praise those that has money and not doing the right thing. Right? That people go to the government, they make money, people start still praising them instead of us shaming them. That's what I was saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to Ovie, and after Ovie, I'm going to come back to Mr. John. Thanks for joining.
No. Let John go. Let John go.
John, is this your first time of joining us? You seem to have a scarf over your head.
Let John speak. Let him speak.
Okay, it's okay, John.
On a serious note, let him speak. Let John speak.
You understand the question? Have you been following us from beginning? Go ahead. What are our positive? What are negative? How do we harness the positive? You have 4 minutes.
Okay, so thanks for having me on your platform, and I'm here to add my 50 cents to the topic today. So in terms of our positive, Nigeria is a country that has like bright minds, hardworking people, and we have a young country compared to other countries in the world. But we have more like negatives than the positive, right? The negative about us is lack of being futuristic, making the ultimate sacrifice for the future generation, our greed, our shortcuts to achieving things. So we have lots of problems, and if we start mentioning those problems, we are not going to be done here. But I think the most critical problem starts from the creation of Nigeria itself. Because when you look at countries or current countries in Europe, they were in USSR, right? They were one massive country, but they broke out and they are doing better today. But when you look at the Nigerian story, everything about us is foreign, from our religious belief system to our educational system, and even our country itself was never a country where you and I or our fathers sat down and agreed to form a country. So the subject matter, which says, how do we build a nation? The question I would like to ask everyone here is, do we think Nigeria is our nation or Nigeria belongs to us? I don't think so, because if Nigeria belonged to us, and if we had a nation, the nation will care for us. Nigeria doesn't care about Nigerians, and that's the fact. We don't give our children the education they need to be innovative. We don't take good care of the resources we have in our land. So the more we still try to fix something we cannot fix, we're just like, I don't know, we are just wasting our time. I feel the solution for us is to go back to either regional government, or we go back before 1914 when Lugard, the slave master, created Nigeria. We have to always add that piece of information, because that's the root cause of our problem. So we should start thinking about how we can peacefully dissolve that country called
You have
Nigeria.
1 more minute.
Yeah. So we have to start thinking in line of breaking away from the entity called Nigeria, because it's clearly not working. And if it was working, by now we should have been seeing signs that the country was going to work. And if we say Nigeria is going to work, the question is, when is it going to work? So that's my 10 cents.
Thank you so much, Mr. John. You made very valid point, but you deviated a little bit from our main topic. But it's okay. You're still within the umbrella topic, which is good. Who's next to talk before I move on to the next topic? I think it's okay. Righteous man. Okay, let's write. Oh, you want to go before righteous man?
No. Let him go.
Righteous man, are you there? It's so dark. I don't even know when he's there. Is either I can't see
It's not
him,
there.
there's no
there.
left.
No, it's not there.
It's not there.
Okay,
Let me go.
okay, go.
I will start off with the breaking news that just coming in. Hopefully, we'll learn one. I'm able to, draw our attention to people and let's see from there. Macron is gone. Macron just lost. The massive turnout in 40 years history. The way people turn out to vote in this election is over 40 years record break. So Macron is gone. Some people were saying progressive, they meant the part for the one that have been a high people down that. Anyway, now, why am I starting from that standpoint of view? It also goes back to what Wale said in his conclusion when we were rounding up the first topic that we picked up, when he said, what is the solution? Where do we go from there? And that informed why I said there's no difference between whatever that person wrote, what he's saying, and what describing of who we are as at that time. Now, this is a clear description of who we think we are. But let's look at it critically. For the past 3 years now, I started looking for solutions from the standpoint of generation and class. It's no longer individual anymore. And Wally was tempted to go as far to say, oh, the youth, big brother, and all that. Those are individual stuff. If we look at it from the class and generational point of view, you will understand that in order for us to actually achieve any change going forward, we have to understand. When I mean we, especially we on the screen, people who are informed, educated, travel, the people who are classified as middle class, however you want to classify yourself, we are the problem. Why do I say that? We are the only one that can stand up in the international community and say, oh, we are the most educated. we are educated. And I would say, what do you have to show for it? Say, I'm a Nigerian. Like, I do ask myself, are we living on the same planet? There's war going on in Russia and between Russia and Ukraine. Guess what? The whole West is intense. West is intense. West is the Western Empire is crumbling. Few of us get access to education. We say we are educated. I have a coach, a Greek man, that said if one of the athletes no perform, every other person fail. How many of us are educated in Nigeria? Then show me. Well, thank God, our education, that is what it can produce. Like what? That's why the idea of revolution will never be successful, because the group who have the energy, they are already there. They are waiting for us, because it is us, the middle class, who have resources, who are financially buoyant and more experienced, that can organize and finance those young energy that will take war to the top. But you know why that cannot happen? We know why the educated order are so out of sight that we cannot make it happen. You know why? Also falling to what Shewori said. We are more inspired to become PA, essays. We are just eager to go there. That knowing that the only way to get there fast and solidly is to actually sit down with those who are immiserated with poverty. That me and you have forgotten because we are educated. We say, oh, Nigeria is educated. That is what we have to show for it. We are the problem. By the time we're beginning to see it from that perspective, we will have inching a step closer to actually get the country we want. The Gen Z, they've shown us they're ready 2020. That is what any generation at that level will do across the globe. But you know why we are having argument if it's successful or not? Because we fail. We fail to mobilize resources that will sustain that energy. Because we are not organized, because we are selfish. America, they'll quick to tell us in America, Nigerians are the most noted immigrants. We don't even have a community to talk for it. I don't see any Nigerian billionaires. It only tells me that even we, the educated one, we don't understand how the world works. We are the bottom of the food chain. You say you are educated. Who cares? Now only 2 countries there, whoa, the whole West is in panic. So yes, let's agree the whole freaking Nigeria is educated. But somebody make point of the black race, the whole continent is a shithole, whether you want to admit it or not. That is what our education can produce. So it is not about me and new education. It is beyond what do we have to show with our education.
Round up. Thank you.
So if we fail to use our education to actually organize the energy that is at play right now, we will have another 25 years to wrestle with.
Okay.
By that time, we don't get power.
Thank you, Ovie. Before I go to forefather, I want to read this comment from one of the commenters on the comment section. If one of the wheels is not performing, the whole movement is compromised. So we must identify the faulty wheel, fix or replace or remove it. My next topic, which would be to highlight the 4 types of people in Nigeria, would be attempting to do this so that make it one of the wheels. We've got to see there are different wheels in that country, and it's all about numbers. After forefathers make his own submission on our positive and negative and how we can use it, I would go to that topic. I will first of all highlight it for you all to see, and then I would throw to you the question that follows it. It is directing us gradually to how to fix the problem, but that's the direction. But let's hear from forefather, and then I would highlight the wheels that drives us and which one would need replacement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ferreira. The positives I see in Nigerians is that Nigerians are the most alive people that I know on earth, and they are most ambitious people, hardworking, driven, fearless, actually. Individually, they are fearless, they are daring, and they are very, very creative. And these are features that any African can tell you that Nigerians have. And very smart. They always say that Nigerians are very smart. You can't keep up with them individually. And you can see that within our culture. Now, we do also have a very respectful culture for our elders. I'm not sure there is any culture where you have the kind of difference that they give to the elders as you have in the Southwest, in the world, really. So Nigerians have a lot of positives from that point of view. A Nigerian can show up in London today, nothing phases that Nigerian. It will be the same. He doesn't care about changing himself or herself to something else. They will try to maintain. And it just comes naturally to them. And you can see that in the description that Lugard gave too. So from that point of view, those are the positives I say Nigerians.
Okay, you done?
On
Okay.
the positives, yeah.
Yeah, no. Is there a way we can harness it?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go
those
ahead.
Characteristic, to Nigeria, those characteristics you just highlighted is what built a nation. A nation that we are all running to. That's what built it. So how come we don't have it?
Those are the questions we're going to answer from the next slide.
Hold on. Is that we are deceiving ourselves or we are all blind? That's what it is.
Because
no. I disagree with you, Ovie. That's why we are doing this presentation. That's why
no. He it's a statement. Like if we say we have all this character, how come we don't? What is the product? What is the outcome of the character? Because if you come to America, you see the outcome of their character. If you anywhere you go, you see the outcome of our character. So if what we have right there is the outcome of our character, and that we are satisfied with, that's good.
I disagree with you. Anyway,
we're going there. Before we start agreeing and disagreeing, let's focus on this slide on the screen. Before we start agreeing and disagreeing, this is where we're going. We're trying to figure out which of the wheels are not performing and why we're not having movement. Let's stay focused. I don't want us to do a tit-tat personality, and we don't get nowhere. Let's take it one by one. That's why I've structured this presentation gradually as I have, starting from Lugard's comments to a positive Nigerian, and when we're moving on to the next. People make up a country, my people. Any country is filled with people. We have 200 million. So, and every game of, you call it politics, I don't call it politics. What we practice is sabotage, not politics. But let's leave that. That's not today's topic. Now, every game of who runs or rules resources depends on who is in charge of those resources and the numbers. Numbers play a very vital role in control on who control your resources.
I think Ovie's mic is still on. Sorry.
Okay, let me close it. Ovie mic still on. Can you, Ovie? Let me do that myself. Where's Ovie's mic? It's off now. Okay, now
or someone else. Sorry.
Let me check. Father, can you help me with that? I don't want you to help me today. I think I'm doing a great job.
That's a good one.
I think it's AY. Yes, let me bring AY in also. AY, thank you for joining us. Add AY to the stage. So as I'm going into the next topic, please, this is very, very important. And the question that will follow is important. We're made up of people. Have we looked at the people that makes us? That's what I attempt to do in this next level of slide. And then put a number to it and said, just like that statement on the screen, you have 4 wheels in a car. If one of the wheels is not performing, there's no movement. In this case, we might have more than one wheel that's not performing. My attempt now is to see if we can identify that faulty wheel and suggest possible way to fix, replace, or remove it. That's where we're going. I love how you make it, Mr. This thing you put out, because that's the bridge I need to the next topic. So you all heard about Dr. Charles Apoki was the first person that brought this to my attention when he talked about Cipollini's theory of stupidity. And so I went back and reviewed it further. Let me go to my technological page and had the page on the screen. Let's go to First of all, get rid of that one, and then go to, okay, are we still on? Good. Then go to, you're doing good, Ferreira. Don't let them scare you. Let me go to present, and then I want to bring that thing on share screen, and then go to Windows, and then boom, bring it up, and then share, boom. Okay, this is where I want. There's this guy called Cipolla. He identified two major factors among human beings when exploring human behavior. Are you with me, guys? Let me try and be on that page. He says human beings interact with one another and their environment in two forms. One, benefits and losses that individuals cause to themselves. That's one. Two, benefits and losses that individuals cause to others. He was talking about human character. So I went back and reviewed the Nigerian situation and said, yes, like that wheel concept of a car. We actually have 4 types of human beings in Nigeria, our entire 200 million. We can statistically group them into 4. Let's call that the 4 wheels of the car. On the upper, and he puts it in a graph form, the upper echelon of the graph on the right section would have intelligent people. That one, in my own perspective, you guys could correct me if I'm wrong, I would say we have about 1%. And then on the other upper echelon on the left, we have helpless people. I would say those are about 45%. You see, those are the people. Then on the lower section, you have the criminals or the bandits or criminals. From my own perspective, I would say those one will be about 9%. And then on the lower left, we have people who are just basically don't know jack, just slow, stupid, or, you know, not stupid in the abusive sense, but stupid in the terms of cognitive recognizance of themselves and their environment. Now, these are the 4 types of Nigerians that exist. It's important to highlight that every country has these 4 types of people. Let nobody fool you. Then don't let anybody fool you. Now, what now makes a difference between a country that is been successful and one that has failed is the fact that in countries that have moved forward or moved close to progress, is that the percentage differ from country to country. Let's first of all address that. The countries that has moved forward in this world have been those who have been able to use their intelligent people and harness the helpless people. You understand? They harness the helpless people and then they harness the stupid people. So it makes 3 groups against the criminals and bandits in their community. While countries that are not moving forward, like the African countries, are countries who have not been able to harness their, even though they have intelligent people, but their intelligent people have not been able to harness, when I say harness, I mean drag them into your group, into yourself, join them together, harness their helpless people. And therefore, in those countries, you would notice that it's the criminals or the bandits that are usually in charge, and the criminals and the bandits always have the stupid people with them. So it is left for the intelligent people to be able to harness the helpless people in order to convince the stupid people, though they can be 75 against the criminal people. That's the difference between countries that are moving forward and countries that are not. I'm assessing that in the Nigerian situation, we could group 45% as stupid, the number could fluctuate, 45 as helpless, 1 as intelligent, and 9 as criminal. But currently, my view is that the criminal bandits are in charge. They totally have all the stupid people behind them, no doubt. And they also have the helpless, but the helpless are not participating. They just, I'm focused on my life. All those your Nigerian problem doesn't concern me. You guys deal with it. I'll go raise my own family. I'll travel abroad. I'll go get my job. I'll do my thing. Don't even call me. I'm done with your Nigerian nonsense. Those are the helpless people. They don't partake. So the criminals and the stupid are together against the intelligence, and they run the country. Now, Helpless people contribute to society but are taken advantage of by it. Intelligent people contribute to society and they leverage their contribution into personal benefit. And stupid people, on the other hand, are counterproductive to both their society and to themselves. While bandits, on the other hand, are solely for their own self-interest. They don't care about society, even if they always possess a net detriment to society's welfare. You know, so they contribute. Additionally, this category contributes to ineffectual people either exist in its own right or can be considered to be in the center of the graph. Now, there's one thing you need to know, 5 things you need to know about those who are in the stupid category. People always underestimate them. Everybody underestimates the number of stupid people in circulation in a society because they think they are stupid, but they don't understand the damage they can do if they are not properly channeled to have a scalar quantity. No, a vector quantity. That means to have direction. Don't just make them scalar. You have to direct them. Now, the probability that a certain person will be stupid is independent of whether they have a PhD or they are a pastor or they are a lawyer or it's independent of that kind of, they might be the most educated person, but they can still be in that stupid category. So they can be the chief judge of the country, they can be the chief justice, they can even be president, they can be commanding officer of a military battalion, they can be anything. That ain't got nothing to do with that effect on self and society thing we're talking about. On the third rule about these people is that a stupid person who causes losses to another person or a group of persons, while he himself is not gaining anything, or even possibly is even losing, a stupid person will do that. Now, the problem we have that concerns Nigeria is the fact that the non-stupid people, they are always underestimating the damage and the power of stupid individuals. They don't understand it. And they are very powerful in the ball game. In particular, non-stupid people constantly forget that at all times and places and under any circumstances, to deal or associated with stupid people always turns out to be costly mistake. And the last one is that a stupid person in that category is the most dangerous type of person, because a stupid person is more dangerous than the criminal, the pillager. So based on these 4 groups, my people, an analysis, I'll put up the graph there. My question is this, please think about this question carefully as we go on, is that based on these 4 groups, as Nigerian, what group will you identify yourself with? And what group will you put your political idol? That's number 1. Number 2, name what group is your political opponent in? And lastly, supporters of Nigerian political parties, APC, PDP, LP, Showere's party, how would you group them based on these groupings by Cipolla? That's the question for discussion. And I think I budgeted a lot of time for this discussion, close to 8 minutes or 10 minutes per person. So for me, I think we begin to look, that's the mirror I'm talking about, putting before ourselves, our country, our people, and saying, okay, there's 4 wheels on a car, my people. Which wheel are faulty? Which wheel do we change? So let's start with ourselves. I'll still put up that question. Let me go back to that graph, to that thing, so you can see the graph. I don't know if I'm clear in explanation, if I need to explain further. Do I need to explain further, or you guys got it? It's good, we're good to move.
I think we got it. I think we got it.
Okay. So let's just go straight to the question part, right? I'll leave on the screen the graph so that as people talk, should I do that? Should I? Maybe not. We want to see people's face as they're talking. Okay, let's go to answering the question. Let me take this off so that we can go back to the discussion, and we can hit the question. Stop screen. Yeah. Okay, guys, who we got? Righteous Man is back with us. Who wants to start on this? Should we do it? I'll call Forefather, help me out.
Thank you for the
Start
lecture.
with new people that just join us, or start as the screening. So we have 10 minutes. This is a big one. Please, guys, let's stay focused on the question. Let us not interject. If we have any comment or addition, let's put it on the private comment section so I can address it. Let's have a very mature conversation based on this. Remember the question: which group do you belong to? Which group does your political?
New people.
Huh? How do we set it up as we are on the screen? Mr. James is raising up his hand. I'm begging he wants to go first.
Yeah, we should do it.
Go with him.
Let's follow the screen.
Let's follow the screen, starting with forefather or starting with AY.
No, with forefathers, Ovie,
Okay, let's go along the screen. We start forefather. You got the microphone. Do you want me to read the question one more time?
I think it's okay. I got the question about where do you belong.
Identify yourself. What group will you put yourself? What group would you put your political idol? That means somebody you love. Then name and what group is your political enemy? And lastly,
I'm with the new voice.
You have 8 to 10 minutes. Let's go.
Personally, those groups are as a result of other factors. So I find it hard to place myself in any of them. Because if I say I'm a stupid group, it's going to look like someone will say, no, you belong to the other group. So it's hard for me. It's up to people to judge where I belong in that group. And I can't even objectively say I know what I'm doing. 5 years ago, I would say I've changed. So all I can say is that when we are talking about the entire the concept behind what you stated, those groups exist in every society.
That's correct.
They exist in every society. The factors that affect why they become functional is what we discussed some weeks ago about collective intelligence. This aspect of collective intelligence, if we don't know how to harness it amongst our population, it's a totally different thing. It's not IQ. You can have the most intelligent people in the country, like all of them, above average IQ. You still not perform very well. You just have to have that collective intelligence to make the difference. If you have very highly intelligent people and you have high collective intelligence, then the results will be through the roof. But if you have low intelligence people, but you have high collective intelligence, the results will still be very, very high. The individual ants are not very intelligent, aren't they? But they accomplish so much. They can build whole structures and all the rest of it. They can build bridges and all the rest because they have high collective intelligence. And that is an aspect that we don't necessarily study about. And that's what, in a way, what's his name? Lugard was trying to highlight when he says we don't know how to visualize and our lack of fear, apprehension of the future. And that aspect, I think, but in terms of placing myself, I think it would be hubris for me to start saying I belong to this group or the other group. I just think that the issue that you highlighted there is present in other societies. The question is why do they function and why do we not function?
Yeah, I just told you in that analysis. What about your idol, your political idols or foe? What group do they belong?
Idol,
I mean somebody you cherish. I don't know who you are.
Okay, I would say they belong in. I don't know. They don't belong in that group. They are not. I'm sorry. They are not belonging in any of the group because they are not stupid. They are not the most. They may not be the most intelligent people, and they may not be They are intellectual. I think there was intellectual in the middle somewhere. They will be more. Not. Oh my God. Okay. You are trying to force me to choose one side.
You don't have to. Just but to counter what you just said, they are in other countries. Yes, they are in other countries, but the success of the other countries depends on if the intelligent people can harness the helpless people and then further harness the stupid people. That's the only way they defeat the criminal group. That's what's been happening in other countries. But in Nigeria, is the reverse. It's the criminal group that is harnessing the stupid people, and now the helpless people just throw in the towel, and the country is free flow for criminals.
You see, this is why our societies are affected by events that occur to us and our environment. I don't know whether you've seen that documentary of Gun, Steel, and something. That guy that made that documentary, he basically found from his own findings that most civilization that we call civilization is just based on the materials that are around them. That's what gave them the ability to become civilization. It's not because they are just special people that are very intelligent. It tells you that there are a lot of other factors that determine whether you emerge or whether you don't emerge. It's for your people to know what you lack and try to harness it in such a way that it kind of elevates their own people. That's like in the context of Nigeria, based on our history, there's something debilitating us. We have to know how to harness that to our own benefit. That is the way I look at it. And if you ask me to pick somebody that is a hero in the context of Africa, I would say I would choose Queen Amaryllis, and that's going way back. Queen Amaryllis is the last true great hero on the entire continent that I know that did something that even the English powerful people couldn't do. The Cleopatra couldn't do. Cleopatra couldn't do what she did. Mansa Musa was totally irresponsible. And because Mansa Musa sounds like the kind of people Lugard is describing. Thriftless. They spend without, they don't know what value of anything is. They have position, they don't realize what the responsibility is. Mansa Musa emblemizes exactly what Lugard was talking about. And that is what is killing us. So I would say Queen Amaryllis is the only one I would call out on the continent that stood her ground and succeeded.
You got 1 more minute. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I don't have to.
Okay. Yeah, we go to the next person. Please, guys, let's stay focused on the question. You have 10 minutes. Everybody has 8 to 10 minutes. Okay, let's focus to the question. I've highlighted those 4 groups by Sepola. You know, assess it in the Nigerian context. Which one do you belong to? Which one does your political idol belong to? Which one do your political opponent belong to? And how do you feel political parties regarding to those groups in Nigeria? Those are the questions. Please, let's stay focused on the line of question. That way we can go around. 10 minutes, here go, Ovie, your turn.
It's like me listening to slaves arguing or having a conversation in the 1822 in South Alabama. He goes, nigga, man, I can put in 2 hours. He said, hell no, man, 2 hours, I can do 4 hours, man. I work harder than you, nigga, man. That's exactly what I'm hearing. You are forcing me to group my people. Stupid, lazy. Those are elitist language at this point. You say, make I tell you to Nigeria, that's where I am today. There's no how forget Chipota, forget theory. The situation we have in Nigeria right now, we have a group of class of people cut across the country who believe power, they will keep it as long as they can. Then we have those up and coming ones who are doing everything they can to get into that angle. Then every one of us. Then now you asking me to the group one of us. At every stage, you see there are stupid people, there are intelligent people, there are smart people. That's not where our solution is going to come from. You cannot tell the helpless Nigeria right now. Now only hunger, and every Nigeria right now is ready to go hunger. But how do me and you, who we claim to be intelligent, how do we organize that stupidity? Because guess what? When the elite, the so people who are in control wants to get power, everything is on the table. If you think a lie, they lie. There's a guy called a Miloko. Everyone is on standby. Bishops, militants, everyone is on standby. If no way say no, now only my kind are going to win already the election. So in as far me and you who claim to know 1 or 2 to understand that there are some people who are stupid, and we fail to understand that that stupidity is very lucrative, especially in Nigeria today. There's a reason why majority of us are, to use your language, are stupid. It is because it is very lucrative to those guys who are on top. So no, I am not going to fall into categorizing like that. Yes, the stupid people are stupid. There are 45 people.
But the point of that categorization of I don't mean to cut you off.
No, I know. Okay, I get it. So we, those ones that say we are, as I said, are three things you need. We need voice, we need platform, and we need resources. We need the energy, the raw one. Guess what? The answers have shown us that they are ready to go. And guess what? The elite seeds, they came through Obi and they actually tried to use the energy to go to power. So it is our fault. It is those ones who actually have the economic power. That is what I'm saying. At this point, the only thing we should be asking the Nigerian diaspora for is nothing but their money. But we have to find a way to organize that money to actually support those energy. And guess what? With the experience of those who want to actually, who are already financially viable, who want just to come there with their organizational skill, they were up there. That's just where we are. Yes, we are stupid. Stupidity is useful. Now, me and you know just this year. They even use that campaign. If you tell me say Bruno be stupidity, tell me another thing, but and it works. So how do we handle that stupidity? That's why it take me to the church, the religious group. At this point, instead of condemning them 100%, we should go in. How do we make sure that those people that are already organized, how do we take the debate conversation to the common? Yes, I know these people, they allow you the chop now because you know they pay tax and anything. Times are coming whereby you don't get a choice. But it is up to us. As I said, it is up to me and you who claim to be enlightened and know one or two things. Our privileges, because you understand, especially the way we categorize those people in Nigeria. We're quick to forget that we are once there, and while we are there, those who are abroad see us like that. And that is because majority of what is responsible for how they say those who are stupid is just survival instinct. They want to survive. That's where we are. That's why when they say we are intelligent, we are smart, we are scientists. America is so stupid, but we are here. We can see what their stupidity has brought them to. The West world are so stupid, the Chinese are so stupid, but look what their stupidity is giving them. Our intelligence, what is it giving us? So that's why I say when we say we are intelligent, what is the product? What is the outcome? But in as far we begin to see it like that, we don't miss out. We are not intelligent until we can stand in the committee of what and say, come on, you go space, I don't go. This is what you are working on, this is what you are working on. We are talking about the technology of tomorrow that are already enslaving us. We're talking about AI, biotechnology, meeting AI and every other thing. That's where the world is. So if we that understand a little bit of this fail to organize that raw energy that we term as stupidity and use it to actually change the man out of the, as Bamal will say, change the body out of the world. If we don't do that, if we start not looking at towards that direction, Buru said it's not going to work. As I said, we are not special. The Chinese people today, we are joining, went through the same process. I submit my.
Okay, thank you, Ovie. While thank you very much, Ovie. While Ovie totally evaded the question, he made a very valid point. He totally evaded the question because I was trying to play a game of numbers. You know, how many are these? How many are that? How many do we need to convince? How many do we get into the intelligent forum? Or what do we need to do? Particularly those of us abroad. But Ovie made a very, very valid point, which I've written down, and by God's grace will be a point of discussion in future. Ovie made a point that we need three things: a voice, a platform, and resources. I've noted that down, and thank you very much, Ovie, for your contribution. And I'm going to go next to Wale. I'm going to be rotating people because if there's any other person on the background that wants to come on, they can partake in this conversation. Thank you very much. Wale, your turn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Laba. Well, I won't call myself stupid. And well, this is myself. But with my own categorization, I think I would rather go with idiot tribesmen and citizens. Let me say, partly I'm idiot. And I'll tell you reason why I say that. If I know definitely that something is not right and it's not going to benefit me, even though it's wrong, but I'm going to benefit from it, or it doesn't really concern me, and I look away, not thinking that it's going to bite me well, it's going to bite any of my relative or even my close friend in the future. But I looked away. I'm an idiot. That's why I said I am. But what can I do to make sure that my idiotism, or whatever we can call it, is not taking the best of me any longer? It's for me to lend my voice, like Ovie said. Okay, I know this thing is not good. My Igbo brother or Hausa brother has not been treated fairly because they are within the Yoruba region. And I keep quiet because, it's like when this flood happened in Lagos and an Hausa man tried to rescue someone and the water was about to take him and people said, oh, maybe Aboki ni Abegi. Is Aboki not human being? That is me looking at that man, about to be flooded away. And I do nothing because he's not a Yoruba man. I'm an idiot. A tribesman, well, that goes with the tribesman because it doesn't really concern me. Either anybody wants to, do whatever they want to do. In as much I'm benefiting from it, I'm an idiot. Now, coming to tribesmen, it links to the first one where it says, oh, he's an Aboki man. What does Aboki man know or whatever? Let him get carried away by the flood. If it's a Yoruba man, will I do that? If I could rescue a Yoruba man in the same situation, that means I'm a tribes person. So I'm not helping the country. The last one, which is a citizenship, which is a citizen, it's okay, irrespective of who is going to benefit or who is going to be there. Am I contributing or lending my voice? Am I getting into that platform to make sure that, yes, do what you have to do to make sure the country you are in or your country is better for everyone? Then if I'm able to think that way, yes, every single one of us as human beings, we will have some level of selfishness in us. No matter how we try to be perfect, we cannot be perfect. But the level of selfishness and tribesmen in some people, it's so high that they can't even see anything beyond that. So if we can all reflect and say, wait a minute, what am I doing that is actually leading to the downfall of this country that I call my country? What is my own impact? We are able to reflect. Then that will make us to think, you know what? I need to change my orientation. I need to change the way I think. I need to change the way I see people. Okay, we are all in developed countries. I'm very, very sure every single one of us will work in our profession. What is one thing they will drum into your ears? If you are in a car manufacturing company and you go for interview, they will ask you, what is it that you really, really want to bring to this company? Or what do you want to achieve? The question they are looking for is safety. Because if you make that car and you can't be bothered because you are looking for money, you wouldn't never know when that car will even be what will kill your relative. But if you think of safety first, regardless of whoever is buying it, you know that brake that you are a mechanic that you're supposed to fix properly. You fix it properly, it's working okay. That road is well fixed. The light is all well lit. Then people will be able to live life without thinking that, okay, if I could sell that car for $5,000 or $25,000, I'll make more profit. If I could buy an inferior brake to fix on that car, who is going to die? Do you know who is going to be in that car? If someone is going to build a house and you build an inferior you use inferior materials and the building collapse, do you know which of your relatives is going to be there? So that is what I said. The idiot part of us, it's in every single one of us until we look back and say, you know what, I'm not going to compromise quality over quantity. Until we reflect, is in us, is inbuilt. Every single one of us will have little children. Ask them not to touch a cake. Go away and look from far. You will see how they will be tempted. Maybe they will pick little. Oh, one of them will say, Daddy said we shouldn't touch it. it's just a matter of time before all of them will start, devouring that cake. It's inbuilt, it's in our DNA. But how do we make sure that we are not falling into this? Number one, accountability, either for your action or your inaction. If you do anything wrong, are you ready to face the consequence? If everybody is rising and say, oh, this thing is not good, and because you are benefiting from it, you keep quiet, it's just a matter of time. But if we are going to build a country, we'll call a country, then it doesn't really matter if Alaba is my uncle or is my brother. If we does the damage, it should be ready to face the consequence without my mother interfering and say, oh, are you going to jail your brother because he did it because of a country? Fela said it. Nobody won't die. I won't build house. I get mama. I won't get Peking. I won't buy this. I won't buy that. That is what is killing. Thank you. I know I haven't talked about idol. Probably maybe I don't have a political idol. My political opponent, everything is in every single one of us. With Nigerians, they are helpless. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not in the habit of paraphrasing people, but I just want to pick out key points that Wale did make, and they are very important. That's why I'm picking them out. Rather than those 4 categories I highlighted, he highlighted his own 3: idiots, tribesmen, and citizens. Very valid points, and all the valid points he made. But I just want to come back a little bit on citizenship, because I'm of the opinion that we don't have leaders and we don't have followership. Therefore, when someone was trying to compare Kenya to Nigeria, somebody wrote in a comment section and said the highest office in any land is the office of the citizen. In Nigeria, we don't have citizenship yet. This is a fact. We don't have visionary leaders. We are ruled by people in the absence of vision. We have no purpose. Our purpose has been corrupted. This is coming from daily environment to me. Therefore, the result is the absence of purpose and vision. We have people who are getting richer while the society gets poorer. We don't have citizenship, so we lack leaders. So Wale was able to say that even him and me, we still fall into this stupid category of people we are trying to absorb or change, whether we like it or not, because one way or another, our actions have also contributed to where
Alaba, I
we
have
are.
a question. I have a question along
Who
with
is
you
that?
said
Who is
about
that?
the
Before I
way.
start entertaining questions, I don't want to derail our topic.
Sorry.
Who is that?
No, you
Who is
said
that?
something about the ultimate submission, that we are not
Yes.
citizens. And my
Yes.
response or question to him is that who will give you citizenship?
We have to fight for it. That's what we are trying to do here. That's the
Now
point
you
of
go
our
give
conversation.
yourself. Nobody will give you. I don't want
Nobody
anybody
will
to give
give
me. I
you.
want to give
I agree
you.
with
Give
you,
yourself.
Ovie. Yeah. So moving on, let's go on to the next person, and that would be, oh Jesus, this man and his glasses. I better buy me new glasses. Oh, I'm trying to see the next name of the screen. Okay, remove that. That would be John, according to no, sorry, Olumide. Which one? Olumide go be mad now. Olumide. According to this, we're going like this, right?
I
Now
thought we're going
Olumide.
back.
Yeah.
So, Alaga, can you throw the questions again?
Yeah, let me throw the question again. So based on those 4 formulas of 4 categories of people that exist, right? The intelligent ones, the helpless one, the stupid ones, and the criminal ones, right? Intelligent, I say 1%, criminal 9%, stupid 45, helpless people 45. The question is this: based on these 4 groups, as a Nigerian, what group will you identify yourself with? And what group will you put your political idol? Then name them, and what group is your political foe? Name them also. Lastly, supporters of Nigerian political parties, how would you group them based on these 4 groupings by Shipola?
So,
Go ahead.
my political idol, without belonging to any specific political party in question, is Awolowo. Because Awolowo was ideological. He had manifestos, he had programs that was distinct from any other political party of his time, and he implemented them to the letter. And Awolowo was uncompromising. Awolowo will not accept any corrupt person or any tainted person in the party for the sake of for the sake of, I mean, what they do currently in Nigeria, where they jump political parties, where they say, oh, come with your baggage and your sins are forgiven, like Oshemole did. In today's politics in Nigeria, they practically lack ideology. There's no distinction between APC, PDP, or any other person, or any other party out there. And for me, the only party out there today that has been very principled, they've not been opportune to be elected into any office, maybe by I won't say by default, on purpose. The AAC, led by Showore is principled. He has refused to identify with corrupt individuals or corrupt parties. Reason why he has refused to form any so-called coalition with any other party that he feels is not aligned with ideologically. So for me, I think the primary problem, it's difficult for me to kind of categorize people into this or that. I mean, even the Labour Party itself, you can see what is happening today to them. I mean, everything happening to them has just shown that they don't have. I have to touch the phone. Okay. They're not principled. They're not principled. So I would say the same for the obedient movement, because this is a group of people who wanted to, their hope and their intention was to take the country back and put it back on the right path to what a true country and nation should be. I think the primary challenge facing us, Ovie, I think I see the point Farotimi was making. See, you yourself will define your citizenship, but I agree with you partly. But with Farotimi, I agree completely that the institutions of governance is very important to defining citizenship. You're being in America an example there. You see the way the institutions work there. No individual will disagree with the government or criticize somebody in power, and then the next day they are sending the very institutions that should protect the people against that very person. It doesn't happen in America. You will have your say, you will have your, you may not have your way, but you will have your say. And then our vote, the moment your votes don't count, where you cannot bring your elected leaders to account, that is the very basis for democracy. That when that elected leader has not done what is expected of him as a leader, to make the institutions of governance that we have created to serve us the way it should serve us, then they must be brought to account during that time period when that electioneering comes. But when a very set of people begin to rig themselves, corrupt our institution, then the essence of citizenship is of no use, it's void. I think that is what Dele Farotimi is talking about. You exist in a country, but you don't have any benefits of a citizen. Most of us were not born in the countries that we are in today. But we can talk about the very benefits that we've enjoyed from the very moment we landed in this country.
Ovie, I can't let you interject. So you've had your chance of it. You gotta have to hold on a little bit.
Okay, I will give him that few minutes. That few minutes I have left to ask that question.
Thank you. You didn't even ask me my political leader, be whatever you
I
asked.
I did. You skipped it. That's why I said you evaded my question. That's why I've only picked
one.
No.
See, okay, now we'll go with that. And I will also answer. No, Olumide, I totally agree with Dele Farutimi. I'm not disagreeing with him. And you too, now, because you are in the spirit of argument, you go for see my point. I'm saying, yes, we are not citizens. But the idea that we are going to wait for them to give us citizenship, now we are going to wait for notice. That's why I said, who is going to give? But now we will go define and take our citizenship from those people where they destroy, as you said, our institution. So we are the same. I'm just proposing a way forward, right? I agree with him, just as you agree with him. I'm proposing a way forward. But yes, you cannot resonate with me, and which is you can is somebody who is fortunate to be among the was educated and he was educated along the feudal laws where the British were creating in the northern state at that time, the northern before the amalgamators. So he refused to actually agree to join those kind of feudal kind of things, and he decided to actually side with the Talakawas. By so doing, they deny him any kind of leadership position at all. Even when his colleagues are becoming governors and all that, they deny him, and he has to go and form his own political movement, right? Again, that's why I agree with Olumide's submission of including Showori. Showori also possesses the same characteristic. He has the opportunity to actually just go with this animal that we have now in charge of us, but he said no. But instead, also he decided to go and form his own political party. So there's a parallel there, and that I think we need more people like that. Who I say, you know what? Yeah, I know that place is rosy, but guess what? I'd rather go with the people who are down, and with them, power lies. So that's where I stand.
You had a question. I saw you raising your hand. You had a question.
Yeah. Not for you, Olumide, but of counter, not counter. First of all, I want to thank Equity, Fairness, and Justice. That person been throwing some. I don't know. It's as if our minds are aligned. Been throwing some.
Sorry, Ferreira, can you help me call out crushing you? If you have
no, we're not going to do that, Olumide. We're not going to get distraction. No, we're not doing personality thing. No, I won't call them out. They're free to express their mind. No. We're not getting into rougher fights. No.
I agree, Ferreira.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that if he has a
just keep it to yourself. No, let me praise this person first. And with regard to what they're saying.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, Equity, Fairness, and Justice. Thank you very much. You've been throwing out a lot of very positive and progressive position. When Wale threw out the issue of the cake and the children, you follow up with this. And it connects with what Olumide and Ovie are saying. The problem is not the problem, but our elite, the political elite. Look at what Equity, Fairness, and Justice wrote. That positive peer pressure is what is lacking among the elite. They are all alike. That's why they're jumping from one party to another. That's why the Obasanjo is now, after supporting Obi, is now wearing this. You see, they are all alike. They are overspending.
Sorry to jump in.
Ovie, one moment.
Let me finish, guys. Please don't interrupt, please, guys.
I'm sorry, Ovie, Ferreira.
Let me finish.
Perhaps one thing.
Let me finish, Olumide, please. You said they are all alike, overspending thieves that constantly need to keep stealing. Equity, Fairness, I wish you could come on this panel. Man, you're just throwing it out there. Okay, 1 minute for Olumide, 1 minute for Ovie, and then we go to
Ovie, Ferreira, fellow panelists, I think the one thing we are also missing is the fact that, even the very elite that we are depending on to come out and take the forefront, they don't have the guts, or they
That's
are
what
also
this person is saying.
Or they are also in cahoots.
They are the same
with the system.
They are the same.
So the very people who want change and have formed the vehicle for change, we may not belong to his political party, but he does want change, and he has chosen the right path. Sure, as the political
Some people will
vehicle.
disagree with you because sometimes change requires more strategic thinking than what Sowore is doing. But let's agree to disagree on that one.
No. I'm
Ovie,
saying
well,
that
your 1 minute. Olumide, you've had yours. Ovie, your 1 minute, please, before I go to Righteous
he
Man.
has taken a step.
Olumide, no. You've had yours.
Okay.
Ovie, 1 minute, quickly, before I go to
I
Righteous
think
Man.
I think I can't agree more with equity, fairness, and justice when he said, even though there's nothing like equity, fairness, and justice, but I agree with him that passive peer pressure is what it's like. And the sole reason is because their whole source of survival is based on one thing.
The government. The government.
Oh yeah.
More
Leave
money.
government affairs. Oh yeah, everybody is tied to that. Oh yeah, there is no competition that is coming from anybody. No, wait. Now, let me give you a reason on that. All the changes. Let's use the American Civil War for example. It is because the West that is constituted in the Western Africa is just too much. But as soon as the people from the North begin to generate billionaires from industries and all that, that's where that competition comes. So there's no competition. Unlike back in the regional government of those days, Cocoa people, they don't send you where they farm for North with your guy. Those was no, so that competition is there. But this one, make them look at that. Go see everybody, even pastors say go be, you don't let us scatter.
Yeah, thank you
Everybody
very much.
Up and down.
Thank you very much, Ovie. Now I'm going to go to Righteous Man. Thank you, Ovie, for that submission. I appreciate you. Righteous Man, your turn, please. Thank you.
Can you go back to the questions you asked?
Question again. I will do that. I want to post the link for those who want to join us while I'm going back to the question. Control V. Okay. The question again was that based on those 4 categories that are highlighted by Cipolla, one, hold on, I'm coming to the question. Based on those 4 categories, groups, what as a Nigerian, what group will you identify yourself as, if any? And what group will you put your political idol, if you have any? Again, what is your political opponent? What group out of these 4 do they belong? And lastly, all those that participate in Nigerian political parties, APC, PDP, LP, how would you group them into these 4 categories? Do you group them as intelligent, stupid, helpless, or bad criminals? So that's the question, Righteous Man.
Okay, Olumide, are you the one that sketched this structure?
Which structure? It's me.
The group, you.
Oh, no. It's a professor, somebody called Professor Cipolla. I don't know him in details, but he did his analysis about human beings and their interaction with themselves and their environment. And he came up with 4 groups based on benefits and loss they cause each other.
Okay, why I asked that question is...
Go ahead.
Why I asked the question... Yeah, why I asked the question is simple. That sketch can only function in an organized society. That is the only way you'll be able to categorize individuals, groups, or what have you.
Yeah,
but
I don't mean to cut you off, right? I'm saying that in organized society, the reason they are moving forward is that their intelligent people are able to harness the helpless people and then convert the stupid people so that their criminal element don't have its upper hand. But in our own society, the criminal elements are in cahoots with the stupid people. Therefore, the helpless people and the intelligent people are the ones now suffering it. So they have this group in every society, not just us. It's just how they relate with each other is what produces outcome. Go ahead, Righteous Man.
Yeah, what you define as intelligent people is subjective.
That's
okay.
True.
Yeah, and it makes the question you ask to be somehow technical.
Okay.
But I will submit to say I have an idol, not because he's my tribal man,
okay,
not because he fought for his people. He's my idol because I have read his books. I've read history about him, and I've been able to sit down to kind of align him with the Nigerians of today, that by divine intervention, they find themselves in one Western country or the other, and they are doing well. And because of the situation of things in Nigeria, they wouldn't want to come back. Now, this is a man that the father was the first African billionaire. This is a man that was one of the first privileged Africans to go to Oxford University. This is a man that had everything going well for him. He needed not to go into the military to become a military personnel, but he had a vision, and that vision was to liberate the black man from colonization. The love you guys that are in the Western world, the love in your heart today is what is making some of you to come out to make such submissions you're making. For example, Lamide, if you're not thinking well for the black man and for Nigeria, I don't think you will take your time to sketch, even if you are the one coordinating this program today. You won't take your time to go academica in the aspect you have gone so far. Now, it is that love that is propelling you to do what you are doing. Now, my idol, the man I recognize as my hero is late Chief Chukwuemeka Ojukwu. I've listed the reason. Now, if you go back, I watched recently the Aburi Accord, because I'm trying to look at where he went, where he made mistake. What was his vision? What was he aiming at? Why Biafran war? Why the civil war? It took me back to watch a documentary. That documentary was anchored by a young man, you know, giving the historical facts of the pre-war time and post-war time in Nigeria. And I discovered that actually it wasn't that Ojukwu wanted to separate from Nigeria, but Ojukwu wanted a state, an organized state that will function, that will become an example, a nation, a functioning nation to other African countries. And those who felt that it is going to reduce the power that at the center is having, gave the man at the center, that is General Gowon, they gave him a bad advice in cahoots with the British government to reject the Aburi Accord that was already agreed upon, and all of them returned back to Nigeria being happy. If that Aburi Accord was implemented, because the aim was not disintegration, the aim is to have a confederacy that we develop according to what each of the region or the confederate unit are able to put in place. But when advice was given to Gowon, he relented on what he had already agreed upon. And then he was advised to balkanize the eastern region. That balkanization of the eastern region led to balkanization of other regions in Nigeria. But the aim of that balkanization was to reduce the strength of the Igbos economically, numerically, and politically, to make them a minority tribe in Nigeria. And that aim now defeated the dream of building a united Nigeria. Now I want to cite example. In that 3 years war, the Igbos were able to manufacture Ogbunigwe. And after the war, instead of the Nigerian state to integrate the scientists that manufactured that Ogbunigwe and make Nigeria an arm-producing country, they allowed those people to West, and most of them, let me say 98% of them must have died. And today, we're going to Pakistan, to India, to Iran, to go and buy our weapons, to Turkey. When this Eastern region produced that Ogbunigwe, mass destructive weapon, these countries I mentioned now were not even producing mass destruction weapon as they have today. But they refuse to improve on it. So the Nigerian state is a state that have no direction, no destination. When you are fortunate, you join the clique, the syndicate that captured the Nigerian state. You loot, you make your money, you live in affluence, you travel abroad, you buy houses in abroad, your children and your wives and concubines goes there, you have party, the armies and the police will watch over you and secure your environment. And then when you die, you are given a state burial. So we are a nation that have no destination. We are like a train that is on motion, but we have no final destination. And that is what is happening. And it will be very difficult for me to categorize myself to belong to a group in a nation that have no dream, no vision. We don't know where we're going to. So I would just want to end it that Nigeria needs a total surgical operation. And that surgical operation will come as a result of revolution. It could be a political revolution which the obedient group was aiming at achieving, but the INEC deprived us that revolution. Outside it, I don't think we have a destiny. Thank you
very much, righteous man. The last person that will talk on this topic is Mr. John. But Mr. John, before you go on that, I wanted to prep us for our next discussion. It's about the way we consume information in Nigeria. I am of the view that there are some certain type of information that should not be in the public view. Some people should not be allowed to hold the microphone. I will play you an Arise video clip. You would have your comment on it, and then we will say, should we allow all form of negative, well, don't say negative, sedative conversations in our community that is continually perpetrating our problem? The movies and entertainment we watch, are they contributing to our problem? But that's the next one. But let Mr. John answer the last question, and then we'll get on that one. You'll be the last one for that one. Thank you, John. You got the question right? I don't need to repeat it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a very interesting question. Unfortunately, it's a kind of complex question because there are more than 4 groups from the top of my head, right? They have the courageous people and the cowardly driven people, right? So, but to make it easy, we have to go with the 4, right? So, where I belong to, I will say I belong to all categories, right? Both the criminal, both the stupid, both the intelligent, and the 4th one, right? And the reason is we first need to understand how we define stupidity, intelligence, and other categories, right? For me, a stupid person is a person who doesn't make value or use of his resources and time. An intelligent person make the best use or efficient use of his time and resources, right? Same thing with the criminal and the I keep on forgetting the 4th one. You called the 4th one okay, but you know the 4th one, right? Yeah. But the bigger question I'm going to ask is every Nigerian belongs to several groups, right? But the bigger problem is the system is being designed. Now, when you look at countries that are working, right? That we have this same quadrant of problems, right? Of people, right? You will notice that that system was drawn or designed by the intelligent people. When you have a system designed by either the criminals or the stupid people, then that is a mega problem. And that's the kind of problem we are facing in Nigeria, where the pilot of the plane is the stupid, he has more stupid tendency compared to a system that is functional, right? And the when the intelligent folks design a functional system, right? Um, the system tends to get the best out of every categories of people because the intelligent folks know that the criminals will still be in the system. You can't take them away, right? But you're going to design a system that will discourage criminality. This is where justice and equity comes in place. A functional system will discourage criminality, but a dysfunctional system like Nigeria encourages criminality. You can see that from the way we conduct elections, the way we bribe our way to pass examinations. That was the point we got it wrong as a nation, right? When I needed my son to pass, I'm just going to the old school way, right? I know my child is not as intelligent. Instead of me to encourage my child to study more or work harder, I will meet the teacher and say, Teacher, help me, let my son pass. And I will bribe the teacher. That was the point we started to destroy our country because the sad reality is those children that we pushed them to let them just climb the ladder are the ones ruling us today. So when it comes to the political leaders, right, the elites, I don't have anyone. I've not seen anyone Nigeria has produced so far, right? I'm going to place them in the. They are more like criminals because they just want to like exploit the system and exploit the people, right? A true system would advocate for fairness, equity, justice, and equality. The true system would allow us make use of our resources. Unfortunately, our system is being designed. We've always allowed a foreign person to design our system, and it will never work. Because what are we expecting? The person who designed the system would not design it to compete with his own system. This is the reason why black people have to design their own system that works for them. If this current democracy we are practicing is not functional for us or it's not working, right? Then we design something that works for us, that is natural. I've seen videos where somebody will carry broom, they use it to detect thief. I don't know how true that is. But if that's the system we feel works for us, I would rather we go back to those systems that works for us than to use artificial systems that are not working for us. So like I said, this is a very important point. It's not as easy as just placing yourself and say, I belong to this system. But the tendency, or from my experience, we all belong to certain areas of the puzzle, of the charts, based on certain areas, certain things we do in life. That sometimes we make stupid decisions, right? It doesn't really mean you're a stupid person, right? But it's just that that stupidity will always have or a price or a consequence. So I think,
Thank,
yeah.
that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. John. You really made a very intelligent submission, and I thank you for that. That was very good. Okay, I want to go on to the next one. The next one is about the type of information within our Nigerian sphere that we consume. I'm not talking about just the news. I'm talking about our entertainment, music, our Nollywood, the plays, the rights. Does it reinforce our criminal situation, or does it change it? I have two videos I want to show you. One is if that of the video wedding thing, and that's been all over the news. And then another one is one of an APC chieftain, you know, talking about the positive results of their government. So I want us to review review the type of information we consume. I used to have a lecturer, Dr. Lawal, who used to say, you are what you eat. That means if you eat meat, you'll be meat. If you eat vegetable, you'll be vegetable. The same thing with information. Are we what we consume informational-wise? Is that what has turned us to be like this? But first, let me go to those videos and play a little of them, and then we will take it from there. Okay. Okay. Okay, share. Hold on, I'm not getting the voice out.
Be back here. I'm so happy you're back. And we're starting today on a very happy note. Let's begin what's trending with the biggest story in Nigeria, and of course, that's the wedding of Nigerian musician David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, who tied the knot with his longtime partner Chioma Rowland, fondly known as Chef Chi, in a grand ceremony in Lagos on Tuesday. The creme de la creme of Nigerian society gathered at Harbour Point in Victoria Island to witness the union of the beloved couple. The star-studded event boasted an impressive guest list, including former President Olusegun Obasanjo, the Oni of Ife, Oba Enitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II, and several state governors, senators, and celebrities. The hashtag Chivido2024 took social media by storm, captivating fans worldwide. Let's take a look.
Shake it. Say one okay, she don't give me something. Roja over. I don't even tell you govern like she do me karajika. Make I no feel liver. Me way be John Cena. I say I swear you mine, die. Baby girl, now you be God design. My life, as your face they show, now show your shoe design. Now you gonna be my wife. You got to be my wife. Call you up, pay the price. Yeah. Oh Gigi, okay, coming up on my Lulu fair, I need your life for my. I'm from the Yaki, Obi Mohimani Maka. Plenty killing from my life, now you I choose. I don't wonder if everything approves. If I do you wrong, my baby, oh, I'm sorry. You say I get too many girls that on a story. But now you dey my mind, I swear, say now you dey my mind. I swear I know the lie, I dream about you all the time. Cause girl, you blow my mind, and I know 59. Girl, you do me bad. Yeah.
I mean, what a truly amazing event. I was so excited seeing the acts there. Olamide was there. I saw Nato C there. We also had the creme de la creme. I think it's so beautiful to see such a display of love. Particularly, you can tell his family was welcoming his bride in. Chioma, you could tell that she is a member of their family, the Adeleke family. I think it's lovely to see them happy. They are a couple that has been through a lot, particularly in the public eye. But I think yesterday's event was absolutely wonderful and lavish, and that she is receiving a new car, I'm sure, with a lot of gifts. I'm sure they got a lot of gifts yesterday. What do you think?
President Olusegun Obasanjo was there, former governor of Akwa Ibom State. I just saw him there as well. Also, we saw Sheyi Tinubu, the first son of Nigeria. So many, star-studded, and so congratulations, Chivido 2024. I have to say that everyone loves a beautiful love story, and obviously there are mixed reactions, but I'll concentrate on the positive people on social media. Definitely perhaps one of the number one trending topic yesterday.
Definitely.
Even if you didn't want to attend as an online guest, you were flooded by pictures if you visited social media. So you just had to be a part of that ceremony. Davido, Grammy Award nominated, so he had to do it big, he had to do it large. And then he comes from a big family of superstars. His uncle is the governor of Osun State, Governor Adeleke, and it was beautiful to see both of them just connect. People were saying, this is the real father of Davido.
Yes, they vibe together so well. So well.
I commented to someone yesterday about family values. I just really enjoy watching the Adelekes and the way that, at least to us in the public eye, their family dynamics work.
Yes.
I love how they seem to be respectful, honoring, and pushing one another, supportive of one another. We saw that pair with B from B-Red to Nico's leaving. All of them turned out and were really, really supportive of Davido. Now, Chioma was a resplendent bride. And by the way, it was the FAR events. Funke Bokno Bruce is the FAR events that produced this event. And it was, the beautiful outfits and the culture on display.
Definitely.
The wedding industry in Nigeria has gone beyond celebrations. It's also an opportunity for talents to be showcased, not just to the Nigerian audience, but to the African and international audience. Tubu Bereni did a lot of her outfits. Kuto Vaitabik as well did her first, this red one that she's wearing here. Ugomoye did Davido's outfits. It's an opportunity because if you look at or listen to other parts of Africa, how they watch our weddings.
Yes,
and
even
get
the makeup,
ideas.
Banks DM
Fantastic work. An opportunity for a showcase of vendors, not just for the bride herself or the groom, but also for her wedding guests as well. So all in all, I know a lot of people smile to the bank in terms of probably making the food, the decor.
I know Kewa's Kitchen did a lot of the food.
Salt Lagos was also part of the dessert. So it was the creme de la creme of the event industry.
Definitely.
And they put a great show up. I wish them all the best. I hope that, all the things they face in the public eye, it's now time for marriage. They say wedding is one day. The marriage itself is the real work. But beautiful show and display on there. Congratulations to the Adeleke and Roland family.
Definitely. Rufai, are you one of the online in-laws of Davido?
Yes. I'm so happy, because he's been through a lot. We don't want to rehash the very sad memories, but it's been through a lot. And it's not also easy when you're in the public eye, So he's had to learn. He's had to grow. He's had to go through a lot, There's no one size fits all of how you'll be a judge of the public eye.
Definitely.
Some people love you, some people hate you. It's just incumbent to you to keep doing what you are doing. And that.
Okay.
Alaba, are you hating on why?
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
want to stop it. Yeah. Okay. Before I go on, the topic is the things we view as entertainment. Is it contributing to our problem? I've got another video regarding the things we view. That one is from a APC chieftain making comment about how the government has progressed. I want you to view that too, along with this the video wedding thing, and I've answered the question: are these things contributing? Who is that? Mary background noise. So I want to read Equity and Fairness Justice. This man is becoming very radical, man, and I like his views. He said, when I saw this headline that Arise covered this, I just shook my head. I refuse to watch the waste of resources amidst extreme suffering. Arise is not a very serious platform. Really? That's interesting. So our movies, our Nollywood movies, do they reinforce the big man concept, big manism concept, the haves and the have-nots? Does it perpetrate our problem? Before we start answering that, let's look at this second video of this man that's a Tinubu supporter coming to talk on Arise, and we'll play a few minutes of him, and then we'll start talking after that. Okay, let me add that to the screen. Yeah. Okay. Share screen. Okay. Share.
He said that his renewed hope policies have been, they seem to be hitting the right mark, hitting the right spot. But Would you say that you envisioned a Nigeria where we have high inflation rates, higher than when he came into office? The value of the naira in terms of the exchange rate in disarray since he came into office, and a few other policies, the removal of fuel subsidy and the attendant effect on Nigerians since he came into office. In fact, I believe it was a former chieftain of the APC who had said that the only way that he would win an election in 2027 would be if he rigged the election. What's your take on these things before we look ahead to 2027?
Okay, so let's get something very simple straight here. President Tinubu did Nigerians a favor by telling Nigerians the truth that there is not going to be more subsidy. But who removed subsidy? It was President Buhari. I mean, respectfully, an elder statesman, but I think he did not do the country well. My question is, 2 years to his second tenure, why didn't he remove the subsidy? Because there was no budget. Okay, there was no budget. There was no money meant for subsidy. So we get this thing wrong. You know, when President came in and said, no more subsidy, he was telling us the truth. He told us, he did us a favor so that we don't have high expectation. There was no money for it. So when we say that, you know, so look, the president, okay, is giving his best, looking at what the former president left behind. And I look at this being mean because I feel that the former administration did not look into this very well. I want to be careful the way I use my words because President Buhari is a very respectful person. But I want to say the truth. He didn't mean well for the country, because you see, a new president is coming in. Things were so very bad. The economy had crumbled. Let's say the truth. Why didn't he prepare the country, provide things that could give succor, could make life easy for the common people before not budgeting for subsidy? That's one. So I want to correct that impression. And talking about the currency, talking about inflation, all of that. I mean, the President Buhari's tenure, the country we were under recession every day, every week. So you have a president has come in with a country that was shattered and broken, night and day, doing his best to be able to put it together.
Okay.
And let's not forget.
Okay, Mr. Teso.
Thank you.
Let's set the facts straight because it's a public television and the facts reign supreme. Mr. Teso, the first statement you made that was not correct. Very well. God bless you. That was factually incorrect. You said when the president came in, there was no budget for subsidy. That's not true. According to the 19th of August 2022, FG said they were to end subsidy at the end of June 2023. The president came in May 29th. There was still about a month more based on the budget for subsidy. Secondly, you said under Buhari's regime, we had a recession every week. That's not also factually incorrect. We had recessions, yes, but it was not every week. Thirdly, I'd like to ask, do we still have...
I exaggerated that.
No, okay, good you clarified that was an exaggeration.
Don't do now.
Thirdly, President Tinubu said he had pulled out subsidy, but as we speak today, we're still paying subsidy. Because when you look at the prevailing price on the West African coast, it's over 1,000 for a liter of petrol, and we're still paying about 700. Recently, the government released a document called the Reset Document, where they put in themselves that over 5 trillion was a mark for subsidy payments. But they had to withdraw that document, but subsidy payment is still been going on. Many government parastatals, the Minister of Finance recently was asked about subsidy payment. He tried to wriggle his way around it. At a ministerial program, the Minister of Oil and Gas did say, officially, we are paying subsidy. So subsidy is still being paid. As we speak today, what has President Tinubu given Nigerians as regards this renewed hope campaign?
He has added 11% inflation to our country as we speak today. Inflation is at an all-time high. Can you respond to all of those things?
Oh, yeah, sure. He has given a lot to us. Look, I can tell you that the level of insecurity has reduced drastically because of the rusty house we had before he came in as president. You might or we might not see the effect immediately, but trust me, he's doing a lot, and a lot has been done. So let me give you an example. There was an incident recently in Abuja where a brigadier general was killed, and kudos to the CP FCT. Within 2 days, those bad people were caught. Okay, I do not want to, and the president is not living in denial that things are difficult. Yes, things are. Okay, there are challenges. But the question is this, is he trying his best? Is he doing his best? Is he giving his best? Yes. We might not see, we might not see the effect immediately, okay? But things have been done. And then this brings me back to if someone tells me that
I just want to touch on
is so expensive, yes,
yam
is expensive. Cooking material, I mean, foods is expensive.
Oh, let's stop.
What are the governors doing?
I just wanted to talk.
Only you talk and say you should not eat everything. Why you can't?
I just wanted to touch on that small. Say, okay, I'm talking about the type of information we consume. First was that Davido wedding, and then a guy like this on national TV, and I'm like, our Nollywood movies. Do all these things contribute to our demise or detriment or whatever word? That's the question. So you all have time.
I think. Can you hear me?
I'm listening here. Go ahead, Ovie.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Ovie, go on. I can't hear you, Ovie. Okay,
I say now you be like it's not. I know how do I pray? First of all, yeah, I don't know why you are hating on the video. Me, self, I do the same thing. I do my community donation. I do my own wedding. I should do the same there. So I can't hate. See, I will go with. I go with. I hope you get my point. I go with what's the middle fight? Well, allow the poor boy has been through a lot. Okay, he's been through a lot. Let him live his life. I don't have anything against the video wedding. It's from now billionaire, but it's not if he's making money from us alone with the news and the plan, that's a different case. This guy is from money. It is rich living their life. But most importantly, and this is where I want to start from. The first letter you read, Lugard.
Yes. Yeah. Lugard.
And the second one you read, and the second one.
Yes.
So can you see it now? Yeah.
It's like words and opposite.
So can you see everything at play at the same time?
Yeah.
So that's why I tell you, it's not about argument. It's there. It's right there. Either we good, we no good, or we they see. So it's funny. It's funny when they see on our face. Just because in Lugard na describe una say no be true. This is exactly in display. But I think you are trying to blame the other man that come to talk. Why do you blame him? You ask a question. The information will consume. So what is at center stage here is the entity called Arise, the likes of Rufai. Now them say after 1 year. And that subsidy is something deal. Nigerians have feel the impact. When I see come, you see it, you wake up, mature man, wake up, wear 3-piece suits. What's it that? So you don't go blame him, he's doing what he knows to do best. But the most important thing, who owns that platform. That's the platform I'm talking about, right? Who owns the platform? What is the difference between the current man in power and the guy who owns the platform? So whatever they display to us is oscillating trickling down. But most importantly, we don't control the who we be. Americans. Americans don't control the information they consume. Who you be? How you want to control the information you hear? If you go church, they go tell you say Jesus Christ is the patient, God go do it for you. You go your office, your guy they tell you say, "God, you need to step up or go for." But like, so what do you mean you control the information you hear? No, it's a system. That's why when I talk, when people don't say, "Oh, we are the most educated," who is telling us that in the first place? Who is telling us? So yes, we are not in control. We are not incapable. We can't afford to control the information that we consume. We cannot afford it. It is expensive. You live in America. If you want to control the information that you cannot afford it. Plain truth, you can't. If you really want, so if you cannot afford something, if you are not in control of information in a way, I mean, no, we are not there. We can't. We cannot. We can't. We don't have one. As I said, we cannot afford it. It's not in a. It's ridiculous that we are having. But Davido is not the issue here. Davido, they live his best life. I will do the same thing. You will do the same thing, right?
That's right.
How do you expect him to live? Now you will decide to consume that because you talk from the beginning. What you eat.
What about what about our Nollywood movies? Do they confirm the slave master relationship?
It's all the same now. As I say, I talk about information. That's not part of your channel. That's why I use church as example. Every form of information, they are not now. Who provides the money? So it is not even the music that we consume today. If you sit down with an elderly person, you go to say we are the most unfortunate generation when it comes to music. So we don't control the music we hear today. The Burna Boy, the Davido, they are gone. Even themselves, they don't control what they put out. So no, as I said, forget Nollywood. They are not in a position. It's not. It is sad. Nah. So it's supposed to be. It's just that we are deceiving ourselves.
We are deceiving ourselves.
There's I should say, if I want to go with the analogy that Chipotle put, right? Among all these groups that they put forward, one is at working one. That's pretty much what it is. That's why I said, if you come to Nigerian level, whether you hate the political class, you like it or not, there's one thing they know how to do best. They know how to come around for that goal. They will make sacrifice. They go out there, whatever, but they don't. It doesn't matter where you come from at that point. Because guess what? It's better make I get small than make I don't get anything at all. So we have to learn that from them. The guy with the shout Biafra, the guy with the shout Dudu, whatever, we agree. But let's for us to get there, for you to get your freedom, that is the talk. We need to take that talk. So that there we need to. So who is at working who? And as far as I'm concerned, the Gen Z, they have nothing to lose. They have proved their worth. We now will be the top life generation. We know how to flex. We know how to enjoy, even in the midst of nothing. Those that came before us gave us the democracy they are seeing now. The Tunubus, we believe them, we like them. They focus on one thing. They needed the change of power from military to civilian, and they did everything they could within they were assassinated, they ran out to everything. I mean, the story is unfolding now in Bola Tinubu presidency. Right? You cannot hate those generations. You feel no matter how you want to see them, they are reaping what they say they worked for. So in 20 years from now, 40 years from now, if the Gen Z enter power, they begin to agree say we fought the dead. We this is what we did. We deserve to be here. You will not actually do. Everybody is doing his part, but our own we the middle. What is our sacrifice? What is our bragging rights? You understand? Now chop life, we just the chop life. We just live life. So it's everything that we've been talking so far is in between that first letter you read about Lugard and the other one you read from LinkedIn. It's right there. So I don't feel they do and Choma. I mean, I'm with them. As I said, I use community contribution, do my own small wedding too. But you know here about time because guess what? I don't have what it takes to put it on channels. Channels don't care about ordinary people like me. you see how I say Rupa start. He has been through a lot. He's been through a lot. Which one has he been through? What did he been through? Eh? Poverty in Nigeria, they go through that in the middle of subsidies. Imagine, they're arguing about subsidy, the effects of subsidy. He was so passionate about it. But he said, baby, don't leave man, he enjoy. I agree with her. Leave that young man. He's a hard-working man. he deserves to shut everywhere down. He deserves one. So
I'm on mute. Sorry.
Now they
So
arise. Now they arise their problem, not me.
There are some
Now they
poisonous
arise with the
food
problem.
that we consume every day that is desensitizing our people and just perpetrating the problem.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yes.
Olumide, are you there to go on
even within themselves, they don't trust that medium of information. That's why Bola Tinubu decided to build his own. He understands the power of the medium of information. The guy he understand. He go build his own. When the election call, he say, "Go, I know they come on now." You understand? That is because he can afford. So when are we going to build our own platform, right? It doesn't have to be news all this, but it's very important. I mean, Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example, right?
Yeah.
He has a medium. That's the power of who controls the information that you consume. So Tinubu understand that, he make it work for him. So in that Lagos, if we actually believe that we can do that, it's possible.
It's
So
not
man, leave
here
the
before I go on to John, Mr. John. Olumide, I don't see you. So, Mr. John, so what do you have to say? Information we consume, is it adding to our problem? You saw the Davido wedding, nice, it glorifies us. Then you saw it also shows our negative spending. You saw the other man that was, I don't even know what to call that man, that you all guys felt torture just hearing him talk.
Yeah.
So, and then our Nollywood, does those things compound our problem, or are they helping us? So that's my question.
I agree 100% with Ovie. And you see, the media affects every one of us because information is very important. And this brain that God gave us, right, is very important. We absorb vital information, right? Because when we absorb vital information, right, it's going to unlock our creativity and our innovative spirit, right? I will use Nollywood as an example, and I'll compare it with Hollywood, or maybe use a country like China, right? If you look the content in Nollywood versus the content you can watch in Chinese movies or American movies, right? You will notice one key ingredient. In Nollywood, if I have a problem, if I'm facing any problem in life, all I need to do is I need to look for a pastor. They will pray that spirit. When they pray, you will see one bulb will leave my head, piang, and the solution, the problem has gone away. But when you watch an American movie, although they have various type of American movies, but there are some movies like I can recommend, maybe Gifted Hands, right? It's about Ben Carson.
Mm-hmm.
So he was struggling in school, right? And he had that moment where, like, he started going to the library, reading. He became a world-class doctor, or surgeon. When you watch movies like that, right, it can act like a reference point to unlock your own creativity. But when the kind of media that's coming out from our airspace, from Nigeria, is, you see, that spiritual, it's mostly spiritual. Everything is spiritual problem. You have spiritual problem. The people absorbing that information will always think the solution to their problems would always be spiritual, when the solution to the problem could be creativity, because creativity solves problems. That's the reason why God blessed us with that. If we are not using our creativity to solve our problems, they will always be there and they will get worse. So, God blessed us with that. If we are not using so for Davido's wedding, well, I wish him a successful and blessed marriage. He's a celebrity. If Taylor Swift was having such a wedding, right, you expect fans to be there. But it's more about the priority. of our,
Holy
what do we
shit.
prioritize as a people, right? Do we prioritize knowledge? Do we value things like that? That shows you where we are as a people. And that's why when you bring us back to that question, when you said intelligence, right? Intelligence is it varies. What's the point of intelligence if we are not using it? So our media, when they change the kind of content they air out, it's going to make a massive change. But the oppressors won't let that happen. Notice when we had Fela, the kind of songs that were coming out from Fela, it was always criticizing the government. Now notice the kind of songs we sing today from our Nigerian musicians. They don't criticize the government. They just sing about getting money, sparing it in the club, and it's reflecting. That's how the youth want to live. They feel success is when I can go to the club and I spray money. That makes me successful. But an intelligent person can say, no, success is when I can build something like maybe Twitter that makes an impact to people's lives. So this is my 10 cents. Yeah. Hello?
Hello, Wale. Okay, I don't know if Olumide is there, but let's go with you, Wale. What we consume wise, I mean, I just showed you the video wedding, and then I showed the torture of a man speaking, and everybody on the leave. Like, can you please stop this video?
Okay.
And our Nollywood. So, what's your view? Are they contributing to our demise, our detriment, our problem, our situation? What's your view?
Okay, like my previous speaker said, when you look at that country and you see the kind of people that will come on air and spook something that, you just like, really? Like, I mean, you can tell. You can tell when they speak. Like, in a country where you are not blind, you can see a lot of people suffering. And you haven't even, I mean, you are supporting a man who hasn't even done half of his tenure. Now you are thinking of 2027. What benefit? What is one thing that the government that see? Sometimes when I look at that country, my conclusion would be: you're trying to save a slave, and the slave doesn't even believe that they're slaves, or they don't even believe they are suffering. So what are you going to tell them that, hey guys, you are suffering, but they don't believe that they are suffering? So they look at you like, okay, if you think we are suffering, you give us whatever you have, and you keep giving and giving and giving, and they never make anything out of it. And then you have people like that man that came on Arise TV to spook all sort of lies and something that doesn't even make sense, and they blow grammar. And you look at, okay, would my grandmother, who cannot even speak English, come on here without consulting her brain, think first, open her eyes and see what is going on before opening her mouth to say things like that? Then we
Wale,
have.
do you think the media has a responsibility to censor him, or they should just let him speak?
In a way, I'll look at it in two ways. The medias are there to make their money, to fuel, to buy petrol or diesel into their generator. They have to bring someone else into the air. But it's up to you. Like, say, for example, now, if they invite someone like me to come and talk, to come and say something, is it that I refuse, or I go there with my brain, or I look at what I'm going to say? But the problem is, he is not the first person. Have we not heard about Asha you, Asha you, Asha you? What did they get from that Asha you? When they may feel it, they lock all the cash machine and they can't get money, their own money from the bank. What do they do? So then you look at the people in this situation and be like, what they're supposed to fight for? They will just give them some kind of propaganda, and they will talk and talk about it. The next week, they will give them something else. They will move on. What has happened to Bettergate? What has happened to Yaya Bello? What has happened to the national anthem? See, these people, they just move on as if nothing happened.
Wale, what about our Nollywood?
Okay, the Nollywood.
The contribution.
Nollywood, in terms of culture, I would say maybe they are trying, but when it comes to innovation and moving forward and what could be the solution to the country's problem.
Yeah. You think they are constrained by law, or it's just a lack of talent in production?
It's marketing. It if you say, for example, I don't know if you watch this man TK Tunde Kelani's Shaworoide and Agogo that kind of movie.
Yes,
you will see what is happening now. But how many people do you think will watch that kind of movie when they are not showing bomb, they are not showing nakedness, they are not, drinking and say, oh, you have to get more money? People wouldn't, when it comes to marketing, you want to make a movie that you'll be able to recap your money from it, but what sense is it giving the community? That's why you wouldn't see someone like TK making movie like Pure Water. They will come up with something. They are not. When you look at the man, he's not. He will wear his dashiki kind of clothes and his cap. He's not into affluent. He's thinking of what he can bring. That movie Shaworode or Agogo, I think it's been more than 20 years. Is it not fitting into the Nigerian system now? Those are the kind of things. But how many of them do we have? They are producing movies just like Pure Water that doesn't even make sense. Maybe because they want to buy G-Wagon, they want to be on the red carpet, all those sort of nonsense. So from marketing point of view, you wouldn't blame them because everybody is just looking for money to be rich. And when you look at our religious sectors as well, everybody is just making, come and pay money, let me be rich, I can buy private jet. So the people themselves, they are not ready to be liberated. That is my problem. If I think someone said, I can't remember it, like I rescued 100 slaves. I would have rescued more if only they know that they are slaves.
Okay.
But people who don't even know. If you go to Nigeria, okay, you see that wedding, everybody just flood there. Even the people that have to go and borrow money to buy or rent a car to go there, simply because they just want to show that they're there. Look at how many people. Are you trying to tell me that those people, when they drive past the road to that venue, they didn't see a lack of infrastructure? They didn't see people who are suffering. I'm sure maybe a mile or 500 meters away from that venue, you will see a lot of beggars. If you have been to Nigerian party, before the venue, you will see a lot of people that are begging. Maybe the security guy just blocked them from infiltrating into that venue. Are they not seeing that? How many parties have you come to in developed country and you see someone begging you for food? For food.
Yeah,
I'm not talking of the
it is sad. Thank you, Wale.
Let me ask one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Those people who speak for those weddings, like let's say they are celebrating and all that. The question, waiting there they think, right? Maybe waiting me and you and Wale they think. Waiting there they think is that this is Davido. Davido na trend maker. Davido has what? How many million followers, right?
Yeah.
So they will calculate Nigeria standard now. By the time I spend maybe 2 million, right? I will able to get it. If I'm lucky enough, I'll be so close to Davido that if I will fit into the trend. At least from there, about what? 20, 30, 40 million people will see me, right? This is how they think. So the idea is one person they suffer whatever, man, no, that's not your problem. How am I going to go viral, right? How did the whole world get to see me? Say I did this because, of course, we are talking about it. It's still trending. It's going to be trending for another couple of weeks. So that's the world we are in today. It's not about.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Before I go to Olumide, one man went to Moga. You put on your camera, and then I only have Olumide and one man to more on this topic before I go to my next topic, which is about the rapid development of China within the last 40 years. The video is actually long, but I'm going to find a way to cut it into tiny little pieces so that I don't bore people. How they were innovative in utilizing education, number one, education, then regionalization. I'm using regionalization because even though China is communist, from that video, they were able to put power in the local setting. And then that was what resulted in this mass economic progress that they have within the last 30 or 40 years. One was education. Second was the regionalization or localization. And the third one was implementation. So that's the next topic we're going on. But let's, one man went to Mo and Olumide make their comment. Olumide is not on the screen, so I'm going to go straight to one man went to Mo on Nigeria consumption of information. That's what we are talking about. One man went to Mo. Do you think I showed two videos, one of the Videos party and the other one of an APC man?
No. Don't worry about all that, Alaba. Okay. Are you attempting at an esoteric conversation? Is that what you're trying?
I don't know what esoteric means. My English is not that strong.
Esoteric. You don't know what esoteric means?
Yeah, can you tell me?
Okay, can I just show you something? Because
absolutely not. Can you tell me what esoteric is?
Esoteric.
Yeah, just tell me, and then we move on.
You are attempting at a narrow niche conversation that doesn't quite seem to bite with.
That's your opinion, and you're very much entitled to it. Next.
Well, what do you mean next? Look,
I mean, what next you got on your criticism?
All I'm saying to you is that you need an infusion of there's a Seun Okinbaloye interview with Obono Obla. That is
no. I don't consider him.
So you want to talk about China and filial piety? Do you even know anything
my next
about
topic after
piety?
we conclude this one?
What does filial piety mean? Tell me, what does filial piety mean?
We got to stay on. You said I'm scripted.
No, hold on. I'm asking you a question.
Can I
ask you a question?
The last time I hosted, you said I'm a scripted person. I like to stay on my script.
Yeah. So
I have a script for today. My last video will be the China one, and we are right now on.
Do you know what filial piety means?
Wait, let me finish. Yes. I'll let you speak. Now we are on the type of information we consume, either from our Nollywood or from our media. Has it contributed to the?
You want to talk about the video?
Nigeria is. If you don't feel like talking about it, we've had other interesting topics earlier.
Hold on.
About Lugard.
Guy, settle down. Now,
the interview you're talking about.
Sorry. Yeah. Is that not a more engaging thing than? I'm asking you.
You won't be the one to tell us what is engaging. You have your own.
Sorry,
if it's not engaging,
they need to now.
You said it's engaging. If it's
not
engaging,
are you sermonizing or conversating?
I have a script and I have to stay by my script. I don't want to
stick by your script. You said you are going to China, and I'm asking you if you know what filial piety means.
And I told you when I don't know Igbo words, I need you to tell me. Because I don't want to be like Istoko Yibo passing.
I tell you what filial piety means.
Can you please tell me? We are wasting time.
Do you know who Confucius is? Do you know who Confucius is?
Are you an English teacher?
Do you know who Confucius is? You want to talk about China?
Igbo where you talk, come on, man, if you understand.
You don't know who Confucius is. You don't know what filial piety means, and you want to talk about China.
Can you tell me, Mr. No?
I should tell you.
What we know is a drop. What we don't know
is let me leave it. I just thought maybe you wanted to pivot to something more engaging.
I have a script. I'm following my script.
All right, stick with your script. All right, stick with it.
If it's that important, take it up on your channel. Thank you. Can we go on, please? Olumide.
Yes, because that whole interview is propaganda, right?
I know. It's a distraction.
They're taking us back to Buhari days. What's the difference between Buhari and these people? Are they not the same? So whether they come in, so the whole interview is propaganda. I'm happy that he shut it down. That is what they want us to call on. How they group testimony. Nobody help their testimony. Are you guys not feeling now? So we see that is all border to the information you are talking about. Exactly what you are talking about. We don't control what we hear. See, now they are trying to force us to talk about Buhari and Teti. The same thing, how good not Teti, how Obasanjo Teti. We go talk about that most, this ambition will go finish. So propaganda. So it boils down to the center of what we are talking about. Do we control what we consume?
You know,
That
we
is
don't.
is
Listen,
all bunker.
wait, look, that was a distraction. They want to change the
It is a
topic that I have
distraction.
scripted, and I'm not going to allow that. Let me tell you something about them. These people, I have them on my level 4. My level 4 says nowadays, this type of people don't defend what is right. They defend who they like or benefit from. They're smart, intelligent people, but only use their intelligence for negative against society, maybe for their own selfish interest or reason. Example is one man went to the moon and Kulata. To think that some are actually paid to explain and justify the evils that have overtaken this country called Nigeria, and that paid, supposedly educated, and fighting to preserve and promote Nigeria's sickening status quo. Integrity without knowledge is weak and useless, but knowledge without integrity is dangerous and dreadful. Let them go dine on that one. That's how I describe them. And they're not going to hijack my moderation today. They will not.
Sorry, I appreciate what you just talked to, because now see the same thing with the poor people. Now you go on that podcast, they confess. What do you want us poor people to do? If not the fact that you like our misery, you just want to torture us. You are telling us they steal our money. Your people, they power. Go there and arrest them. We are powerless. But they just want to boo us. They tell us that Buhari will take it. No, what can we do about it?
If I have entertained that rubbish, that would have taken us off for another 2 or 3 hours, and we would be attacking
the goal of the whole interview. Yeah, that was the goal of your interview. Don't tell us. Go and tell the security people. If you're so
we
sure
might
of what
not
you are
be
talking
much
about.
on this medium, but we are having intelligent, productive talk. And if that is making them sick, let them go to where they can be entertained. You understand? That's simple. Olumide, you'll be the last on this topic of information before we move on to the China issue. Olumide is not, can't hear me. Olumide, your turn.
Yes, Alaba.
Yeah, your turn on this issue of the type of information we consume. I showed the video, and I showed that man that was a torture to listen to. And then one man went to Mo, attempted to hijack my moderation. After that, my last topic would be on what we can learn from China to develop our country. So go ahead, Olumide, your comment on the Davido and the Nollywood and everything we consume as information. Thank you. And if anybody wants to, after Olumide, if you have any other additional to say before we move on, just
please
feel free.
be careful before they send you to hell.
You say what? What did you say, Wale?
I say be careful before they tell you to go to hell.
I know. I'm building a lot of enemies because I'm trying to toe the right road. They can't succeed.
So with regards to Davido issue, I mean, I want to extend my own congratulations to him on his wedding with the love of his life, and that's all I can say. And whatever he has done, or whatever amount of money he has spent, as some people are alluding to, is his money. I mean, the money that he made through his vocation that he does for a living. So I don't have anything against it. So Nollywood, see, I don't have anything with people consuming Nollywood or people watching it, and I mean, they've made a success of the industry. I think that every other institution in Nigeria should take a cue from Nollywood. Seriously, I'm serious. Nollywood as an institution, the music industry as an institution, they've been able to assert themselves independently. They're self-regulating. They set their own standard, and they've been able to sell what they make, and been able to make. So for me, I think they've done a good job for themselves. And when I say that every other institution, I'm talking about I'm talking about the health industry. I'm talking about the law enforcement agents, institutions in Nigeria. I'm talking about government agencies, the ministries, departments, and every other institutions that should work for the people. Take a cue from Nollywood. They've shown themselves to be competent. You understand? They've been able to use their talent to that potential that they've been able to make a living from it without stealing from one another, without, they've been able to package themselves and sell it and make money from it. You understand? They've built integrity for themselves. That is what every other institution should be doing. You understand? Every government agency, as the police agency, as the military, you should protect the people. You should show yourself competent. Don't wait for the commander-in-chief to give you orders before you do the right thing that the law has empowered you to do. The law has constitutionally directed you to do. Don't accept kickbacks. Don't try to, you understand? So if every institution show themselves to be able to work independently and competently, you understand, to do the right thing, then we begin to see the changes, the kind of changes we want in our society. INEC, don't rig elections, stop rigging elections, let the candidate that win prevail. When that candidate doesn't perform for the next, if there are any mechanism to remove that candidate in the course of his or her duty or for the time that the candidate is there, like electricity we mentioned, recall. If recall is not possible, the next election cycle is there, let's have a free and fair election, let it count. That way, when everybody knows that we have this, that is what they call rule of law. You don't rig yourself and steal power. Use the institution of government to steal power. What happens is that you have a rudderless society. You have a society that is typically what you call a shithole society. Nothing works. They bend the rules. You understand? They bend the rules. The government will appropriate money and spend money without recourse to the law, without recourse to the institutions that you oversee, you have oversight over them, the National Assembly. When people are elected into the assembly through a rigged election, when they come there, they don't do the job of the people. They do the job of themselves. All they want is money, the constituency allowance that they will get maybe every quarter up to a year for 4 years and appropriate that to themselves. By the time they leave governance, they are millionaires, when they should be making laws that should change the lives of the people. So this is I don't have anything against Nollywood.
Yeah, do you think Nollywood can influence them by their production and script?
They can, but the problem, yeah, they can. I think they can, but the true situation of the fact is, well, if they begin to do that, will they, like we have in the West here, will they go after them? But they can't use their talent to enlighten the people rather than be part of them. Because the only
so are they part of them now, or they are using it?
Yeah, the challenge I have is that some of them, majority of these artists, maybe because of the money involved, they don't care if who they align with is against societal ethics, societal
values.
You understand?
So they want the money, they want the fame. He has something he wants to interject you on. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we should look at the Nollywood and even Hollywood from a power perspective. The question we should ask that: what power that institution possess in a society? They possess the power of persuasion. You can say they are there to educate, to inform another, but the most important thing is to persuade the people to whatever story they want you to believe. So if you see it from that perspective, you now ask your question: did Nollywood pass in that direction? You did take all the story that Nollywood that is manifested from Nollywood. Is it the story that actually make our society better in any standard you can measure it, right? Or we could have the direction we are headed. Because as far as I'm concerned, in Nollywood never told our real history. They just refer the history of what Ferrari, again back to the first letter you wrote. You understand the story or the Nollywood that you told, or the story of how the conquerors were here, what they did, the churches, and so I'm not saying 100%. Maybe if we dig into all those that Yoruba, all those tribal Nollywood movies, they tell story about before the white people come. Kudos to just other guy too. I think he lives in Canada. One Yoruba guy who did something about Oktoberfest, right? Shout out to people like Chimamanda Adichie who did Half of a Yellow Page. Those stories will actually take us back to in some sense. So in that direction, it Nollywood pass or fail, right? Because I don't meet people, especially the way they me out now Nollywood at the leg. So that's how important they are. You understand? So they are they possess that power of persuasion, telling stories.
Ovie, is it a failure of those who know to go recruit them? Because sometimes so you might need to.
It's about everything. It's about the money. Like where the money coming from? Who pays the papa? They pay the tone. That's why I say, do we control the information we hear? You understand? Information is so important today that Elon Musk pay for the $4 billion.
I don't think we let Olumide conclude, and he's off the camera now.
Yeah. So all the information whatever for social Nigeria, how many billion you want? So that's how important information today is. In order for you to actually control what you hear, to avoid misinformation, that's what 44 billion of Twitter was all about. So Nollywood, who was financing Nollywood? That's where the story emanates from. So the same thing with Nollywood. Now, if you now want to use Nollywood out of America, you will see how their story was. Now you can say they are biased, right? But it will enhance their own civilization. Today, the Western civilization, one of the great, thanks to Hollywood, has a role to play, right? The Nigerian today, in a way, right? The Nollywood played a part. That's what I'm asking, right? People who are talking about Nigeria via Hollywood, what are they talking about? The Caribbean, the other African countries who are talking about Nigeria because they watch Nollywood stories. What are they talking about? You understand? So that's how powerful.
Do you have an idea of what they're talking about in the Caribbean about us? Those that watch Nollywood stories, what do they say about us? Do you have any idea?
You know, of course, the prominent one is Juju, and it's still the how what me and you that we wake up the watch now. Talk about how Juju they how what rich people, the Nigerians are rich. You know, the same the Nollywood focus on what the Arise are doing. Just the story, the news attend the story of the what, the powerful, the rich. That's what they are telling about. They talk about stock exchange. They talk about wedding. They talk about news of how Shehu come to now. How one person they do corrupt money. That's their life. That's the same thing really was centered around that. They're telling the story of the rich and the evil that really our religion of Christianity portray. Right? A lot of us know say Lesson, he did the same because of the wood. A lot of us like say, okay, the missionaries that came did a wonderful thing in our society, they are Nollywood. So that's the aspect I expect us to just see from. The power they possess, that enormous power, how were they able to use it to actually enhance our
Olumide conclude so that I can move on to the next topic on this China thing. That I don't even know how I'm going to do that video, but I'm going to skip a few.
Sure, that's fine. I mean, I don't. I mean,
so that we can see what China did and what can be lessons for us. And that's the last video that I have in my.
I mean, the most successful industry in Nigeria today, apart from the oil industry, is the entertainment industry. They've been able to self-regulate and make something for themselves, and You understand? Even though a lot could still be done. Apart from that, I don't see any other institution in Nigeria that is functioning and really serving the people.
Yeah. Okay.
What can we, sorry, along that line, what can we say about our tech self? We don't talk much about, I mean, we don't get tech industry for Nigeria. We don't get tech industry. We don't get that.
Well, maybe we do, but the challenge there is that do they have that environment to thrive? Do they have that environment to?
They produce a minister. Let's give it to them. They are doing well. No, Nollywood never produce minister.
No, that's what I'm saying. Nollywood doesn't have government money funding them, but they are that's what I'm saying, they are self-regulating. They made a success of it. They don't have government money invested in them. They've been able to use private investment. That's why I'm saying, apart from oil, they've been able to make the oil.
But they were not able to use that success to achieve power. They are struggling to do that now. I mean, you can give it to this guy in Lagos. What is his name? Our brother in Lagos, this is President Sule. So they are not able to translate that.
That one is a disgrace. That one is a disgrace.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. Redeem as an organization, their success due to producing the vice president, right? The small tech industry, they produce minister of at least for history, minister of whatever IT and whatever. Nice, that young guy, Olubon or what Olubuku is, the young guy that they pick as minister. Now that industry. What I'm saying is that in terms of power, yes, no doubt, economically and whatever you want to put in, Hollywood is a very successful industry. There's no doubt about that. But don't you think the inability for them to translate that success to power, either produce one of the, that's where I'm going. Honestly, they lack that. They were
see, Ovie, not everybody, me, for instance, I'm not interested in politics. You understand?
No, not individual. Not individual. Don't make it individual. Don't make it individual because listen, you know what's not make it individual? Because Okonkwo, a politician, he want power. The guy I was using as an example in Surulere in Lagos, Desmond, he want power. So don't make it don't put it in the general context.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that not everybody is interested in politics, but we are interested in our society functioning normally, functioning the way it should function to serve the people. I don't have to go into politics.
In that direction, what is the contribution of Nollywood in that point you just made in general society? What is their contribution?
Okay, let's leave this Nollywood question so we can see this China thing before my own time expires, and then we can have a say. I mean, is there any lesson we could learn and any implementation? It's not like those that are ruling us, it's not like they are listening, but at least on our part, we would educate ourselves. So let me start with the China video, and then you guys can comment. I'm okay. Share screen. Okay.
Change China's direction. Deng had a vision, and it was that China should become more prosperous. He shared Mao Zedong's concept that the only way for China to become more prosperous was to have stability, and he believed, as did Mao, that the only way you could have stability was through one-party rule by a communist party that kept all of the power in its own hands. But Mao's concept was not really stability. It was permanent revolution. And Deng didn't accept that. So when Deng came back after Mao died, his vision was that to get rich is glorious and that you do it in the most efficient way.
But to achieve that, Deng first needed to outflank the hardline conservatives in the party leadership. And when he came back, he asked first to be put in charge of education.
而现代化就需要人才，这个时候国家最缺的就是人才。所以邓小平恢复工作之后，他首先提出要分管教育和科技工作。
The first step was to undo the damage caused by Mao's war on the middle class.
66, when the Cultural Revolution broke out, they closed down universities. They closed down all the examinations. There were a few people who received party recommendations to go to school, but schools were not operating the way they should.
When I finished my high school, I went to a factory in Shanghai. I did not have any hope to enter university.
A whole generation of China's youth had been sent to the countryside for what was called re-education, through hard manual labor to learn what it was like to be a peasant.
I was the probably last cohort of people from high school that didn't have to go to the countryside to receive re-education. I was thinking of my life was just, I'm stay there for my lifetime. Just going to be in that village.
And then in summer 1977, Deng called a conference in Beijing on the future of education.
Higher Education Department, Professor Liu Daoyu, he told me, you are invited by the Deng Xiaoping tomorrow in the Great Hall, in Beijing. I go to the People Great Wall. But no people speak. Because at that time, that after Cultural Revolution, they are very fair,
People were scared to
yeah,
speak out.
Scared, yeah.
Yeah.
Then the Deng Xiaoping say, you can take any opinion freely, comfortably.
And did you speak?
I propose to the Deng Xiaoping, I have an opinion. I propose 16 words for the enter of the university.
Those 16 words would change modern China. Exams should start again as soon as possible. They should be free, fair, and open to all, not just the party. Deng agreed, and the first exams took place that December of 1977.
When the news announced that actually we can take the examination to get into college.
He spent almost 6 years in France as a part work, part study student. So this kind of international outlook helped him.
In Japan, Deng understood the extent of China's backwardness.
新干线列车当年是210公里的时速，而中国的列车时速是60公里，反差如此之大，可想而知邓小平受到了什么样的刺激。
He saw modern robots in the factory making cars. He saw the most modern steel plant in the world at that time. He talked to Matsushita, who the great electronics man, and he could see the extraordinary technology. And he was excited like a little kid in seeing all those things.
Deng wanted the Chinese people to see for themselves how others lived.
He asked specifically the Central Television crew to film people's life. He said, please focus on how ordinary people in Japan lived, in Singapore lived. It's an eye-opening for Chinese at that time. When the Chinese saw through the television, Japanese workers have refrigerators at home, It's awakening, it's a shock.
Sensing the mood in the nation that autumn, Deng Xiaoping convened a conference about labor in Beijing.
A big grey building on the corner is the Jinxi Hotel.
Roy was there.
Our relations with China for 20 years were frozen in a pattern of total hostility. During those 20 years, the relations between China and the Soviet Union deteriorated, and we couldn't take advantage of that. And that's what the secret negotiation.
Engagement had a number of goals, some of which were self-serving on our part, some of which had to do with changing China, at which the West has been extraordinarily successful. There's no question about where the lion's share of influence has flowed. And much of the energy of engagement, and I'm not talking here about government to government, but the institutions, universities, in some cases, cities, counties, churches that were involved in engagement.
A short drive into the Pearl River Delta, you could look straight across to Hong Kong, then still under British rule. 40 years ago, this was a vision of the promised land. This strait was the gateway to a better life for thousands of poor Chinese whose dreams of wealth often ended in bitter disappointment and even tragedy.
700,000 people, mainly young men, had attempted to cross over to Hong Kong, but many of them swimming directly across. 140,000 made it. Most were turned back, but many drowned. One of the coves here became known as the Cove of Corpses. The reasons for the migration, of course, were economic. You could earn over there 100 times the daily wage of a laborer here in Guangzhou.
To change that, Deng Xiaoping found an ally in the new boss in Guangdong, an old revolutionary comrade who shared his views on reform. Xi Zhongxun, the father of today's President Xi Jinping.
这小组讨论的发言里面，习仲勋就说，广东那么困难，经济那么落后，主要还是上面捅得太死了，中央捅得太死了。如果广东中央给点权，广东放开一点，不要捅得那么死，独立的国家啊，让我自己来弄，没有人干预我的，我几年就可以把它搞上去。邓小平就肯定习仲勋。 就是要撒出一条血路来，叫他要撒出一条血路来。
So Xi Zhongxun was now free to broker huge deals for local industry, unleashing the potential of the new economic reforms. Here in Shenzhen, then just a rocky peninsula opposite Hong Kong, a local entrepreneur proposed a business plan involving foreign investment, a no-go since 1949.
He had a plan to create a breaker's yard here, where old Chinese merchant vessels, and there were lots of them, would be broken to pieces and sold as scrap metal to Hong Kong merchants the other side of the water to feed the construction boom over there. Now, of course, there was no space for such an enterprise, but there was here. So on the 31st of January 1979, barely a month since the plenum meeting in the Jinxi Hotel in Beijing, the deal was signed. The first foreign investment contract in the history of the People's Republic of China.
Deng had warned Xi that central government had no money to give him, but they devised a plan to try to free the economy through local enterprise. They called it a special economic zone.
This was totally typical of Deng Xiaoping's approach. They set up these 4 experimental zones near Hong Kong and Macau. And they permitted market forces to operate in those zones, but not elsewhere in the country. And when the zones were wildly successful, in large measure because Hong Kong took advantage of the cheap labor available on the mainland and moved their production facilities into these special zones. And this then became the model for the entire country.
In a system stifled by bureaucracy and ideology, Deng's idea was to give more freedom to local initiative.
I think this is really the key. Test something at the local level, see if it works. If it works, expand it on a regional level. If there's pushback, pull it back and retool it and expand it again.
Thousands of small businesses were now allowed to spring up everywhere across China. The first on the coast of Zhejiang at Wenzhou, which had always been less controlled by Beijing because of its location.
You can see how Wenzhou's been shaped by geography. Hemmed in by the mountains, cut off from the interior, it's always been an outward-looking place. From the Sung dynasty onwards, its merchants have sailed down the river, up the coast to the Yangtze Delta cities, down to the Pearl River and on to Vietnam. So when the great opening up happened 40 years ago, this city, with its clan-based businesses, was ideally situated to take advantage of the new opportunities. And Wenzhou was the first city in China to establish a system of small private enterprise.
Wenzhou would be the birthplace of China's private economy. 130,000 small businesses, from noodle bars to China's first private airline. And the first private business certificate in 1979 was issued to a young woman selling knitting in the street. She's still here.
那时候我们已经把小小摊在自己家门口摆了嘛，他们就过来告诉我们，就是说我们现在可以，国家有新的政策了，你们也许就是可以做生意了领取一个营业执照，个体的营业执照，拿到执照以后，我真的很高兴有了这张证，有了保证一样对我们个体来说呢，是一个保证。
So, how did you get into buttons then? How did the button story come?
客人呢来问你家有没有衣服上的纽扣有没有？后来我就一想呢，去上海，那么就去上海呢，城隍庙那边那边看了一下纽扣特漂亮，我就拿个几十个过来，拿到我们温州这个小摊子大家都很喜欢后来嘛，从那时候80年以后，从那时候呢，我就是拿几百个，拿几千个
3 more minutes, guys, and I will
小
stop
批
you.
量生意了，是
3
这
more
样的。
minutes.
So China embarked on an economic and social experiment, mixing the communist command economy with the energy of capitalist enterprise.
Deng Xiaoping took a position of absolute pragmatism. And the view was it doesn't matter if it's socialism or market as long as it works. And this idea of combining both at that time was something that international economists, Western economists, IMF, World Bank did not accept. But that's what they did.
The Communist Party could push through big construction projects quickly, providing the infrastructure for growth. But they also needed to liberate talents lower down the chain of command. As Deng Xiaoping put it, to democratize economic production.
The big thing that we realized is that they had to somehow release sort of pent-up productive forces. And since the biggest component of productive forces is the human capital element, they spent a lot of effort on this. So they changed from one-man rule into collective leadership. No longer could decisions just be made up at the top. So they gave people downstream the responsibility and the authority to make decisions.
Let me repeat that part. That's the most important part of
So
the
China
video.
embarked on an economic and social experiment, mixing the communist command economy with the energy of capitalist enterprise.
Deng Xiaoping took a position of absolute pragmatism. And the view was it doesn't matter if it's socialism or market as long as it works. And this idea of combining both at that time was something that international economists, Western economists, IMF, World Bank did not accept. But that's what they did.
The Communist Party could push through big construction
They didn't
projects
follow
quickly,
IMF instruction
providing
or
the
anything. They
infrastructure for
tried their
growth.
own.
But they also needed to liberate talents lower down the chain of command. As Deng Xiaoping put it, to democratize economic production.
So basically, they democratized
The big thing
economic
that we realized
production.
is that they had to somehow release sort of pent-up productive forces. And since the biggest component of productive forces is the human capital element, they spent a lot of effort on
And
this.
they focused on human
So
capital.
they
Let me
changed
stop there. So
from
that
one-man rule into
John, we
collective
could start.
leadership. No longer
You can
could
see-
decisions just be made up at the
You can see the difference in Nigeria, whereby as people are clamoring for regionalism or localization of things, they keep opposing it. You see what China did, even with their communists. First, They ignored IMF and all their nonsensical talk. Totally ignored them. Secondly, they focused on their human capital, their people, education, reform their education. Thirdly, they could democratize economic production. They localize it and then regionalize it, as against the speculations of economics and IMF. The same thing. That's why we're saying in Nigeria, let people be themselves. If they want localization, let them have it. If they want regionalization, let them have it. All this centralized nonsense that is holding the people back, and then invest in the people. You see those 3 steps: education, localization or regionalization, and democratizing economic production. That's what took China, and this only occurred within the span of 30 to 40 years. As at 1976 or 1979, there were some towns in China that don't have a TV. Imagine when we've had a TV in Nigeria since the 60s.
You know, to add to what you've said, right?
Yeah. So there's a lot we could learn from them if we have people with brains in government. Instead of this opposing, you can't go local, everything has to be centralized. Look at what China did. They're communists. First of all, there was reformation. They retrained the middle class. Everybody can go to school. Everybody, old, young, just go take exams.
Exams as well.
Just go take exams. Go to school. Then they were sending their people out to America, to Europe, to go learn. Just go learn. Just go. And they asked the man, isn't it bad as you're sending this? We said, look, if we send 10 people out and 1 person comes back, it will be gain for us. So why can't we learn from this? It took them 30 to 40 years. As at 1976, China had nothing. We are so rich. Look at them today.
Yeah.
Just 40 years. Massive transformation. Even the US is bowing at their knees. Father, you want to have a comment to that?
Yeah, there is one part that is left out of that equation. China was a strong country before that. China became a nuclear power in 1965.
Yeah, but they were the highest in poverty level.
Yes, it doesn't matter. You see, when you have built your security level to that point, America had to intervene in China so that China doesn't work with the Soviet Union. And they cannot force China. They cannot sabotage China. China is very strong. Even if they are poor, they are still very strong.
That's because they see money in their population. The same way there's money in our population. That was why the US didn't resist their effort.
If you go and ask the reason why Nixon did what he did, he didn't care about money. They can make money from Mexico, Brazil, and all.
No, they do. They do. America is capitalist. They care where their products are going to, who's going to buy it. They do, Father. Let's not minimize those points. I didn't show the whole video; it's too long. But if you watch that video in its entirety, all these points.
Think about it now. Think about it. Is it not cheaper when the goods are coming from just around southern Africa? Because it's not the entire Chinese.
Father, let's be specific here. So
it's cheaper for the Americans. It's cheaper for the Americans. Because it's not the entire country of China that is just working for only America.
China wasn't working for. I don't want us to derail conversation. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Father. China wasn't working for them. China was concerned about its own interest, how to take its own people out of poverty.
Yeah,
that was what they focused on. Because the poverty was massive.
I hear what you are saying. The point I was trying to address is that if we, from our point of view, think that America just did it for economic reason to just
America didn't really help them, Father. They ignored America. They ignored the IMF. They ignored everybody. Father, watch this thing in full.
No, I hear what you are saying. Didn't you hear what I said?
Everybody was telling them it was not going to work.
You see, the funny thing is that when all these people say these things, you listen to them. But when I told you that I don't care about religion, politics. You don't care about what works. That is exactly what they said. You heard what they said Xi Jinping did. He didn't care about which system that they are using. He cared about what actually works, as long as it's benefiting his people. Because these rules are just for human beings.
And in addition to that, I want to highlight this by Stan. While they were doing that, China had a zero tolerance for corruption, unlike Nigeria. You have to put that in place. If we are serious, we need to be at that stage.
Yeah, and then your thing is, you are not listening. This is exactly what Lugard said. You are not building for the future. You want to build a church, you want to build wealth when you don't have any way of protecting it. China built their security first. I keep saying this to people, they don't listen.
I disagree with you. I think their security became stronger after they became an economic power, because they could not match Japan militarily in 1976. We could look it up. We could look it up for clarity. On future conversation, we could check that up. Their military was weak in the 60s and 70s after the Second World War. They were colonized by Japanese.
That was earlier. That was, I think, in the 50s.
They never had a powerful military as you are ascribing now.
But that's my point. China was a bigger country, but a small country like Japan that was technologically more advanced. Japan was even building its nuclear weapon when they went to war with China. And that was in the 40s. And they defeated China by and large. They caused a lot of havoc in China. Then when the Chinese, when they left, the Chinese learned their lesson then. One Chinese official told, I've said it before, one Chinese official told a Japanese official, "Thank you for waking us up." And once the Japanese left, because the Japanese went on to lose the war, the Chinese never looked back. They went to the Russians and said, "You have to give us this technology." The Russians refused to give them when Stalin was alive. Then Khrushchev gave it to them. And they went on to build even when America wanted to make peace with Russia, America wanted to make peace with the Soviet Union, and the Chinese said, no, I'm not going to be part of that peace deal you are talking about with America. We are going to go ahead to build our own nuclear technology. And they went ahead to do it. 1965 was when they tested their first nuclear weapon. In 1970 something, guess what? America is there, coming there to beg them, come and do business with us. Come and do business with us.
One year did you say they test their nuclear weapon? China was not militarily strong in the 60s and 70s.
You want me to send you the link so you can play it for yourself? So
they were not militarily strong.
I can show you I can send the link.
As at 1976, they don't have TV in most of China's cities. How can they have nuclear weapon? Come on,
I can send the link to you so you can share the history here. No, so you can share, so you can see what I'm talking, so you understand.
It took that guy, he had to say, go and video the life of the Japanese, show it to the Chinese people for him to start to change mind.
See, I can send
you
the
I have
link.
A question.
The link is in backstage, so you can watch it for yourself and see
I put the
what
link
they had, the sacrifice they had to
somebody in
make.
the chat comment was asking for it. For the
It's
documentary,
in the
you can
back.
watch it in full. So there won't be this back and forth. Go ahead, John. What's your contribution to this? Are there things we could learn? Is there? But I noticed one thing. There was a zero tolerance from the start. You can say they have a stable political system, communism, but communism wasn't working for them. You understand? As at 1976, based on this documentary, communism was sending their people into abject poverty. Before this guy came in with this idea of re-education, the decentralization and localization, that was what did it for them. We could argue all we want, but
I think that we should be careful about jumping to conclusion. Please, John.
We shouldn't, but why are we resisting that point? It's in the documentary.
So it's
Go ahead, John.
It's a nice documentary to watch, and I believe that's a good summary or overview on China's developments over the years, right? But one thing I learned from that documentary shows you the step China took, right, towards their greatness, comparing that to the mistakes we've made as a country. You see, China paid attention to the key things, to the key pillars that makes a system to work. First of all, your educational sector is not a sector you joke with. Compare the educational sector. Now,
John, please, I want to be typing it down because you're making good point. I want to write it down. Sorry about that.
The educational sector is not a sector you joke with, because this is a sector that produces engineers, doctors, lawyers, the best minds, right, into the society. But how did we treat or what's the budget for our educational sector? What were we building after the independence? I will tell you the fact. In Africa, we were building more religious homes than schools and hospitals. And that's a fact. When a nation has poor priority, we don't prioritize what we're supposed to prioritize, there is a problem. You see, China was also colonized by the foreign I don't want to make it. I think Britain. Yeah, they were colonized by Britain.
The Japanese first, then after World War, the Americans took over or whatever.
And I believe, knowing the British people, right, they would have tried the same thing they tried on Nigeria, on China. They would have, because they would not want to build a country that will compete with theirs, and that's a fact. But look at the things China accepted and what they rejected and what they maintained. They maintained their religion. China did not trade what they were worshiping or their own religion for something foreign, but they took the science, right? They took the science. But what did we do? We embraced everything foreign and we destroyed what makes us original as a people. So the bigger question is it too late for us to go back? Because I believe the strength of any country is based on the collective the collective strength or the collective mindsets of its citizens, of
its people. Yeah.
So if we don't, as a people, have these strong mindsets, we are going to fold and we are going to be easily conquered.
Let me share this link so that you see what I mean, because I don't know. I can do it from here. Let me see. So you see what I mean when what I was saying. It wasn't. Look at what Mao Zedong said about the invasion of China.
Thank you for joining us, John Abba.
Yeah, thank you. He says on 25th of September 1972, Mao Zedong said, "We have to thank Japan. Without Japan's invasion of China, we will not have been able to achieve the cooperation between the Communist Party of China. We would not have been able to develop and eventually gain power." It's good thing I never. This was in 1972.
How does that relate to the fact that as at 1976 they were very poor? Then somebody came in and said we need to focus on the people. Started re-educating them, even sending them out. How does that relate to them changing their rules from centralization to regionalization and creating production? Democratizing production.
Not the point I am making.
I don't want us to derail.
You are doing that thing that Lugard himself is warning us about. You are not listening.
Let's do it. It's a debate. It's intellectual. Don't be threatened by it.
Okay, good.
It's a debate.
Look at that.
It's intellectual. Don't be threatened. Come on, say your part. I say my part.
Okay, and then this is 1972. This is 1972 when Mao Zedong said it. Then he said it because I remember when I was watching the documentary when he said it. I never forgot that. Why would he thank anybody for attacking his country? That is, it goes back to that collective intelligence that I'm talking about. He says,
no, we too should thank the British for colonizing us and use it to our advantage.
But it's not the same because the British won. Let me explain now. You are just, are you here to learn?
I'm here to learn intellectually, not deflectively. No.
But it's not deflective.
Colonization, Japan was China was colonized. Nigeria was colonized. That's
yes, they were colonized, but the outcomes were different.
Because that's why we're talking about the because.
Let me know. The reason why the Chinese, when they were colonized, they freed themselves a lot earlier before Africa won, and then the Japanese invaded them, and the Japanese lost. You have to have lost that war because those people that won the war, I've told you before, if they win
when
the war,
Japan lose, forefather, don't spread wrong information. During the Second World War, China was a colony of Japan.
Yeah, but Japan lost the Second World War now. Japan lost the Second World War. It's a historical fact.
Then America took over the colonies of Japan. That's how it works in war.
But not China. They couldn't take over China.
The British did. Don't forget they were allied forces. I'm tired. John Abba, you have something to say? Go ahead.
The British didn't take over China. I don't know why you are acting as if the British didn't take over China. China
it doesn't
was
matter.
free.
You're derailing. What I showed the video
but you're not
for,
letting me share information.
You're sharing wrong information. What I showed the video for is what can we learn for the 30 to 40 years accurate. Of China rising from a poor country to a rich country.
But
that's the video. I wasn't sharing nuclear weapon. I wasn't sharing war. I wasn't sharing gun. You're derailing my topic, and I don't like that.
But you are doing exactly what you are saying.
As at 1976, by 1980, 2024, they are the richest country in the world. That's all I'm showing, not derailing.
Yeah, but you are not saying. But you are you see, that's what I consider misleading people.
It's not misleading. It's when you do
because your country hasn't done the initial stuff that China did. Your country hasn't done it. You are telling them to go and start developing an economy that will never develop.
Name one thing that China did that we haven't done. Then we're having a conversation.
Okay, let me read it again. We have to thank China we have to thank Japan. Without Japan's invasion, China, hear what he says here, would not have been able to achieve the cooperation. Did you hear the word? Cooperation between the Communist Party of China. We would not have been able to develop. Remember what he said? Develop, not before this. Develop and eventually gain power.
The communists gained power.
That is the leader. That's Mao Zedong.
Communists did not provide wealth. That's what the video showed. The communists failed in terms of provision of wealth. I don't know why we're arguing.
Power, forget wealth. Without power, forget wealth.
Oh,
you will not get wealth without power.
The video said as at 1976. They were as poor as a church rat.
Yeah, that's of course. That's a Western thing now. That a Western person will tell you
anyway,
that.
Let other people speak. John and John Abba are here.
Yeah, sorry, I want to ask forefathers. So who do we thank in our case?
Who do we thank?
Yeah,
we don't thank anybody. All our leaders were completely useless. They never fought the British. The British handed over to them, so they didn't have that force to bind them together. You see, this is the problem. As a matter of fact, Lugard himself deliberately kept Nigeria apart. It was his policy to make sure he divided Nigerians. And then when he left them separated, and they don't have any incentive to come together. This is the difference that the Chinese is actually making clear, that without that war, they wouldn't have been binded together. Because when you fight for your survival, you tend to be bonded together.
I have a question for you. Define together. The Communist Party control, but there were oppositions in the Communist Party. What did they do to those opposition? They deployed them to the local areas or send them in exile. This guy that transformed China was one of the opposition. If you watch the video carefully, so they were not together as you're trying to make us believe. They have sections even among themselves.
They had division, but you see what he said. You are not listening. He said to gain power, you have to cooperate. Enough people have to come together with that strong will because they've experienced what it's like to be weak from the Japanese. So now they have to cooperate with a strong will to achieve what they needed to achieve. The problem with our forefathers is that they didn't experience what the Chinese experienced.
It's not about military might. This is about economic transformation. I keep telling you.
Don't you
keep bringing military into it.
Without military might or without security might, you don't have economic might. You can't.
Okay, that's your view. Let other people speak. I'm still moderating at least.
I know you are still moderating.
John Abba, go ahead.
Can I be allowed to just share the video so that people saw?
No, John Abba, go ahead.
Okay. Wow, you've ended
I'll
up
be gone in a few minutes. You can share your video.
You've ended up where Lugard is complaining about.
You know, like watch a show or something.
Good evening, Ferrari.
Good evening,
forefathers and John. How are you? I just registered myself here. Been watching from the YouTube from the beginning, but just for my commitment to say thank you guys for a good debate. Even though we could have other view, but Ferrari dressed in a traditional Yoruba tie that represents the core value of a Yoruba man in Nigeria space. And I saw the Lugard message, although you made it clear that he's just playing the devil's advocate, just to have something to start with. And I've watched quite of everything, but it's my commitment that whenever I have a moment, regardless of most of my disagreement with you, I know you may mean well. We all have a different view of things sometimes, but just like you also talk about, I read from that about Nigeria and what we agree on and who we are as a people, that we can be passionate, just like what you and forefathers are going through right now. But end of the day is that is who we are. We are passionate about things and we express it. But also, as I round up my submission, in your measuring all the heroes of Nigeria, I don't know whether I was a deliberate act because of your own view or your own understanding of sorry, but I'm not saying in a wrong way, but I believe that he was measuring his name based the fact that he's an activist. There's no, in our current Nigeria is one of those that, for whatever reason, he may not even make it to the presidency, but he said, and we have seen how he pushed back. So I would have loved hear you mention him among your own heroes. And if it is not your hero and you choose for your own ideology reason why you didn't mention him, but sometimes it's just to carry everybody along in this space. There are many people I disagree with, but doesn't mean that I have any bad blood towards them. I just don't do that. But other than that, it's a good conversation so far, and we hope to improve and define who we are as a people. In the economical aspect of it is what we are lacking. I think we are Black people enough. We are a decent people on the surface of the earth. You can't count Nigerian out, but I hope one day we find a common or a leader that can do more than just we are educated, we are this, we are that, so that at least there will be fairness. But in the summary of my submission, there's no elite. Elite everywhere in the world are the same, and poor people everywhere in the world think alike. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, John Naba. Thank you for that elderly contribution. And I'll start and be behaving more. I'm giving you more your respect more as we go forward. I apologize. But forefather, this question on the screen is for you. You keep pushing your military might in over economy. North Korea is relatively strong, but no economic prosperity. How does forefather explain that? That's one of the commenters asking you that. 1 minute on that, then I can go back to John.
That is a serious mistake, and it's part of the brainwashing that somehow the education we've gotten and the West has given us.
How is that brainwashing?
North Korea, let me explain now. Okay. North Korea is far more successful than Nigeria. Russia is going to North Korea to ask them for help.
He's not comparing it to Nigeria. He's saying has no economic prosperity. Stay with the question.
You can worry about economic prosperity, but give me security prosperity. I will ensure your future generation will survive and survive and survive into the future.
Saudi Arabia is very rich. Do you think they are what's the word? They are militarily strong to withstand?
Yes, stronger than Nigeria.
Without the dependence on US.
They control
without the dependence on the US.
They have the money to buy at the US.
Well, if they are able to also buy the security. They survive it with their money.
Because they can buy the security.
If they are at war with US, would they survive it with their oil money?
Saudi Arabia can build a nuclear weapon within 6 months.
I doubt
that.
But let's agree.
You doubt that now because you don't know that they have.
Let's agree to disagree. Already. Money doesn't necessarily mean you can build weapons.
I'm not saying so. I'm saying that Saudi Arabia, in terms of security awareness, they are far more aware. Remember, these people fought wars. They were not really colonized. They fought wars to get
Saudi
themselves to where they
Arabia
got
too
to.
was. I don't know about that. Let me leave what I don't know. Okay, go on for
So
father. Finish
the
up so
point
that
I'm
John
making
can
about
comment.
North Korea, the point I'm making about North Korea is that North Korea, Russia went recently to go and ask them for help. Russia went recently to go and sign a mutual defense pact with them. Now, anybody attacks North Korea, they attack me. Why? Did you see them coming to do that with Nigeria? Because they know Nigerians are losers. We are not anywhere near where North Korea is. North Korea is sending this is satellites into space, testing ballistic missiles, testing nuclear weapons and all the rest. And you want to compare yourself to them? I don't understand. Is when you get
Father, before I go to John, I want to ask you from this China video that I showed of this education, then regionalization or localization and democratization of production. What can we learn in our present situation? What can we pick from China? I would say number one, they were strict on corruption. That's something to learn from them. Because look, whether we argue here all day, China is not going to come build Nigeria. It's me and you that has to build it. Whether we'll argue about North Korea is not going to build us. Whether we agree or disagree, all those things are not going to come here and help us. It is for us to come up with intellectual suggestions and learn from what other people have done and build our own home. So all this debate for the sake of debating is not getting us anywhere. The question is, and that was why the video was shown, what can we learn from what China did from 1976
don't allow yourself to be too tunnel vision that you don't see the flaw in your argument. Nigeria,
I'm not arguing, I'm asking a question.
Okay, good. Nigeria has had an autonomous zone, if I'm not mistaken. They've created areas where people can do business without necessarily worrying about tax. Do you see the results as the same as that of China? No, it's not. Because the Chinese, a long time before that, have already set the economy up. This is 1972 that Mao Zedong was making that statement. He considered himself developed because they were advanced enough.
Because he calls himself developed, does that mean he's developed? Let me highlight what one of the commentators said. Some of your supporters, this is what they said. Hold on. I'll continue with your statement. I'll highlight it now.
My point is that if you don't put, I'm not disagreeing with what you are saying, that it's a good thing, but you have to found the foundation is on security. If you found your security,
the foundation is dealing with corruption like China did.
Haven't you heard when the so-called father of political science, Machiavelli, said, without good security, you don't have good laws. You can't do that.
And I cited North Korea situation. Why are they still poor? They've got the biggest nuclear weapon in the world.
You just think they are poor because the West told you they are poor. They are not poor.
This is what somebody highlighted. The question is not North Korea versus Nigeria. The question is, what can we learn from what China did from 1976 till now that made them the richest country in the world, elevate poverty for their people? I'm concerned about my people. I don't know what you're concerned about. I don't want to build a North Korea where everyone in my country is carrying a gun and yet they are hungry. I don't want that.
You see, your thing is what you are doing. You are condemning your people to servitude.
Let me be the referee. Let me be the referee between the two great men. So I think I understand Forefather's point, and I understand your point as well. What Forefather is trying to say is the war or the genocide that happened in China kind of united the country, right? So they kind of learned from that, and they knew the common enemy, right? And that's where we've lacked as a people. Yes, I also get the point, the corruption, but for this formula to work, we need to consider all variables. So it's not just security alone. You still need the educational sector. You still need to fight corruption. I would tell you that the people who made China great, we also had those people as well in Nigeria. But are you sure they were not like bribed or they fell for the tricks? Maybe when they had this goal or desire, they were just told, okay, we'll give you 10 million naira or 20 million naira, and they took the money over the long-term goal of saying no, right? So all factors, we have to consider all factors and learn from all factors. The security is important. Nigeria is passing through a huge security crisis today, So that's important.
Just to address that point.
I just want to
there's
read
no
what
money. There's
Can
no money in
I make a
Chinese
submission?
official.
I didn't work. I won't go. Can I make a
15
submission?
seconds.
I will
15
leave.
Let me
15
read what
seconds.
Kulata said.
15 seconds.
China
Okay,
started
I will leave 1
reform
minute,
in the
please.
70s and saw results in 2000. Niger wants Niger to leapfrog the people that created gunpowder.
You see
Anyway,
what
I
he's
don't know what
doing.
that
You
means.
see what
Can I say
he-
something? Can I say something? Can I say something?
15
I think you
seconds
guys
of
are. I
you
think
can talk
you
for
guys are
30
getting
minutes.
to Nigeria wrong. You guys are getting to
Okay,
Nigeria
let
wrong.
him go ahead since he agrees with me. What's the point?
What I'm talking about, just why you to talk over you. No, but on a more serious note, you guys are making the same question, right? I think dates and times are very important. See, that's where everybody, this one, they disagree. There is no way you are saying America to carry their two left leg, go China, go negotiate. It is because that is the only way. And it's the only way because, just as soon as I just said, they don't get nuclear weapon. You have to negotiate. On a good day, they don't have to negotiate with you. They take whatever they want. If you do anyhow, you see anyhow. That's how the world works, right? And that is where that humiliation, talking about economic prospect, they have experience. As I said, 200 years ago, they were the richest in the world. And again, from the beginning of that, the documentary you play, the work has already been done. And I think that's where Tuna just emphasizing on. But again, where Alaba, why Alaba is not agreeing with him is that is where John comes into the conversation, right? Which is a question before to Nigeria. To build a nuclear weapon, you need the knowledge, know-how base. Now you can argue that you can buy the knowledge, but the question before you go there, ask yourself this question: our refineries they can't build down for us. Alpha. Everything that we are actually added to come and build for us, what happened? We refuse to build a knowledge base. And to build that knowledge base, you need invest a lot in education, which is where John is talking about. But for you to invest in education, you also need some level of prosperity. This is where Alaba is coming from, the economic prosperity. So in a way, all goes hand in hand. It just depends on the situation you find yourself. As far as a total is concerned, which I agree with, we never reach that situation where we say we would make deal. We don't have to make.
Oh,
His
sad.
audio
We
is
lost
gone.
him. He'll be back. He'll be back. John, go. Go. Who else is done? John, go ahead.
Sorry, guys. Let me just handle. Sorry, let me just handle. So, on what foundation are we? If which agreement we get? If they come today, say our refinery will negotiate them 95% to 95%, can we say no? We don't have anything. They go take them by force, and that's where to Nigeria is saying we are not there yet. We need to go back before the deals. What Maxidon did, clear the house, which Alaba agree. You have to clear the house. When you clear the house. Now that's coming together that two Nigeria is a passing on it. Just like in Nigeria today, let's say we go into war with any of the neighboring countries. Guess what? All the party, even the show that is example of fear, I don't want to follow them. We have no choice. That's say, come on, we are in a damn business. We have to come down as one and face our threats. But we don't have anything to face our threat. And that's exactly what is happening in America today. They are looking for that thing that will unite them. What they always work. So in a way, we need all of them, but which one do we need most? We don't get power. We need nuclear weapon. Let's not forget about. If any country get nuclear arms for Africa, I swear that is the beginning of our freedom.
I thought
Not by economy alone.
I thought South Africa had nuclear
weapons.
No,
they discourage them. They discourage them to forget it.
They dismantled it, everything.
You understand? If anybody, if we buy it, we can buy it. Just as you say, Saudi Arabia will build around other 5-6 months because they have the resources to actually invite the knowledge base. So if any country in Africa gets small hands of nuclear weapons, that is the beginning of our freedom. Not good as a good example. Yes, economically they are nowhere. But the mighty, the fourth economic nation in the world today, Russia, go they beg them for assistance in case they attack us. So we need your help. Who won't come meet us for help? Niger don't go come because for help. Niger. Even for economy or even for weapon or nothing, we are not there. So we need bragging rights.
Not gonna come and beg us for the That's how bad.
So now we are saying the same thing, just that we need to sit down and say, okay, which one do we need for? If you get economy, you don't get weapon to sustain that they're going to take them from you. Which is our oil? We get resources. They are coming to steal it every. I mean, sheep they go up every day for Niger Delta. We can't even secure that. That's economy.
The power they have
So,
over us, they've taught us that economy comes first. That's the mistake. It's always you have if you don't have security, everything you build, anybody, the person that has security will take it.
Okay, let's see what this commenter on the comment section said. Security cannot be achieved without money or economic power. The Q being which comes first, but I believe in reality they come together. The splitting of air is unnecessary. Start one and two would follow. And then a comeback from Kulata. Let me highlight that. Alaba, China has been capable of advanced civilization in the past. So have we. That's my point. And they had 4 decades of reform to get where they are. We have 6 decades to decline. So I don't know what point was being made there.
The point he's making is that we had economy too, but we didn't do the necessary like the Chinese did. As a matter of fact, the Chinese didn't even have economy. They were living on rations. If you had watched the video, you would know. They were living on rations during the time when they built their nuclear technology. We think we are hard done by. And John said something that could those people have been bribed? You see, that is the truth. They probably accepted it. Do you know why they accepted it? It's not their fault. They don't know what it's like not to have security. They've not lived through what the Chinese have lived through. If you had bribed a Chinese man any money then, they would never accept it. After they lived through what the Japanese did to them, nobody needs to tell them. You don't need to convince them. They know. They saw it.
This
then
is what
why they have cooperate to do what they needed to do.
It looks like Kulata keep throwing it out against you, forefather. He said Nigeria is always on your side. What did you do to him today? He said Nigeria has not demonstrated the capability of advanced civilization, and yet Nigeria wants to leapfrog the reform timeline.
The Chinese leapfrog too. They didn't
answer your brother to Nigeria.
Yes, the Chinese leapfrog too. They didn't have it. It was the Soviet Union that gave it to them, and that's how Israel got it too. That's how South Africa. You have to leapfrog certain things, but you just have to show the skill to do these things. You can face difficulty because if you put off the difficulty, it's gonna come. Believe you me, you are becoming weaker and weaker and weaker. The others, while you are becoming weaker, the others are getting stronger. They will come for you. They will come to take the rest of the things you got eventually.
Anyway, the point of that video was to show the importance of education, let's not call it education, because what China did was re-education. Remember, they were all stuck in Mao, whatever theory of eliminating middle class. Then they got re-educated. Then they decentralized. They started allowing locals to be entrepreneurs. And then after that, they democratize production. That's what we need to do as Nigerians. And of course, while all that was going on, it was a zero tolerance for corruption. We cannot have our cake and eat it at the same time. We have to take a zero tolerance level on corruption.
No, I agree with you on that corruption.
Possible reforms that these people took. Who else wants to join in this conversation? Because I'm slowly rounding up. That was my last.
Seconds. I just want to add on 30 seconds. You can go for 2 minutes or 3 minutes. See, Vietnam recently convicted somebody that stole billions from their country to debt. So, and this is why we have to bring capital punishment for people that steal from public office. They really need to start punishing them seriously. And in the context of this, I just found out, I didn't even know. Vietnam is a communist state. I didn't know. And they condemned somebody to death for corruption. Please go ahead.
Yeah, that's like I said, this platform is a very educative platform. I've learned 1 or 2 things today that I never knew in the past. And my question now goes to, like, I'm looking at from Nigeria's perspective, what can we do, right? Do you think with the level of poverty facing Nigeria, because the way I see Nigeria today, the poverty is not going to be resolved anytime soon, especially with the policies we have in place. Do you think with the level of poverty, we are ever going to get to that point as Black people where we can re-educate ourselves? And I want you to digest this question very well, because you will know why I'm asking this question. I'm looking at the influence of the oppressors, right? They would not allow this re-education. So how are we going to bypass that?
Before anybody answers that, can I take that on briefly?
I already told, it was a long time ago. I came on here. I think that was around the time me and forefather first met. And I said it took apartheid 50 years or more for them to destroy apartheid. And I said that the way I view Nigerian problem is that our problem is like apartheid, but it is worse than apartheid. I said that apartheid had a visible, seeable problem, black and white. You can see it. It's easier to fight something you can see than something you can't see. Nigeria has a problem you can't see because it's in blood, it's in the family, it's in everybody you know, it's in your village, it's in your king. I said, for us, it will take more than that 50 years to fight it. But before we even start fighting it, we have to make that problem visible. That's the stage we are in now. Our problem, even though there's hardship, has not crystallized. If you did the chemistry, has not crystallized yet into something visible to convince my neighbor that that thing will kill you. Don't touch it. It's like you're trying to fight the Night King and you don't even know the Night King exists if you ever watch Game of Thrones. That's the way I see Nigeria. So it's going to take more than 50 years, but a lot of people attack me. You want us to wait for 50 years? Okay, we're not going to wait for 50 years. Of course, I summarize that all this political garbage we're partaking in, it's all fool's errands. They're not going to lead us anywhere because they lack ideology and they have no future perspective, just as Lord Lugard letter described. So what are we to do? What we need to start doing is those who know, and I'm not saying I'm one of them, I might not know. What I know is just the drop. The ocean is still there unknown. What I know is just a drop. Let's be honest about that. Those who know, the thinkers among us, like Dele, like Nnamdi Kanu, like Mayegun, the prophet, the thinkers among us, we are not coordinated enough. We are not utilizing the current level of technology available to crystallize our problem to the visibility of my neighbor. So the common man out there would know how dangerous following a Tinubu is. Right now, the APC and the PDP and Labour are like the Nazi party. And in 1934, every German, almost 99% of Germans, were in full support of the Nazi party. But the future direction the Nazi party was taking the German people was total destruction, which eventually came out in 1945, by the end of 1945. You understand? The same thing here. So Fela's been shouting this to us. 40 years ago, nobody was listening. It's no concern us. It never reach us. You can have any problem. So people have been saying it. But now that luckily it's beginning to come out in little form, we are wasting away a revolution. And that's why I partake in this show. I don't have time like this. I swear to God. If I can just educate one person and see that the Night King is coming. The Night King is dead. And I'm not talking about death for me. I'm talking about death for my children. And how do we need, right now, somebody like me is like that guy in the Game of Thrones who is in the library studying what they need to kill the Night King. You understand? And I can't do it alone. I need others. I need soldiers. I'm not saying, so the visualization of the issue is so deep. For the mind of me, I don't understand why the likes of Dele, the likes of Mayegun, they are not going to the prison to visit Nnamdi Kanu. They are not on this medium and going from one medium to the other. They are not trying to recruit pastors to be talking about this thing. They're not recruiting artists, musicians to be talking about this thing, that the Night King is coming. Winter is coming. Nobody gets it. We're so busy.
I don't understand why you said why they are not going to the prison.
Because they know they know things that we don't know. They know. So the people that know, it's just like in that Game of Thrones, the people that know were the one. It was so bad for Jon Snow. He had to form an alliance with Cersei Lannister. That's how serious the problem was.
What do you think was going on there? Collective intelligence was rising because they faced a common threat.
No, because
we as a people, we don't seem to understand that.
Remember, they have to take
the dead man to Tessie, to convince Tessie that these people exist. Even then, Tessie
Yes,
still wants to use it to her
but
advantage.
did they not come together because of that common threat? They came together. That is what
Eventually, they
we
did.
lacked. We don't have enough incentive.
We're not here.
to
You're
come
right.
together.
They did. We're not here to win an argument. We're here to educate. They did come together. But look at our problem. The people in charge now, the status quo, see how they divide us. See how they put people on the comment chart, people on this thing to distract us. Instead of us talking of important things like the topics that we have raised today.
Exactly.
We keep fighting each other. We keep doing this so that we can never get to that point where we can connect that the Night King is coming. There's only one enemy, and that enemy is death. And it's the death of our people. It's a genocide. They're going to wipe us out. Our language will disappear. Our children will, we're already losing. Those of us that have children abroad, they're not coming back. They will never learn Yoruba. They will never speak that language again. That's a wipeout going on there. And our people are not waking up. And we have these fools ruling us who think everything is money and to do a one-day party. And there's nobody educating them. We need each other. As much as we might hate each other, we need each other. And that is the truth.
That's a fact right there.
Let me make my comment. I think we have the wrong understanding of how our society transforms. In a society where there is no consequences for action, it's a human nature. China, America, any of those developed countries, they hold their people accountable. When the leader comes to power and have a clear vision, they know the obstacles, and it's the people. Oftentimes we think elite and the politicians responsible. You can say that, but then we have not found someone that change or create an ideology and make law of the land as strong, enforced, and hold people accountable. Whatever is happening in Nigeria, it happened elsewhere. But the difference is that when they see a new sheriff in town, they know that they can't get away with it. There is nothing peculiar to what is happening in Nigeria than any other country. Then they know, even the China we are talking about, you can't mess around. So if we find such person with a clear vision and with ideology that you do not have to die to face the consequences. It's not raining of curses, whether you gather in the church. Rather, if you break the law, or if you go against this common ideology to promote our diversity, to promote the well-being of the people and the sovereignty, if we get that kind of a person, trust me, Nigeria will be heaven on earth. Is the change of those things will create awareness and fear in the heart of the people. You don't mess around in China. Even in America here, it doesn't matter how powerful you are. If they mean you, they will get you. And if you cross the line, you will get it. And any other country. But I believe in Nigeria, we have not had a leader in such capacity. And we all understand that in as much as we have other good leaders in Nigeria or in Africa, and there are foreign intervention that remove them in one way or the other, yes, if we really get someone that can push back and do not have any alliance with them, it's easy to take Nigeria to the next level. They have to, they talk about education. I think we have also stated in this platform that Nigerians are the most educated immigrant in many countries. countries around the world, including America. So it's not education that is holding us back. It's just that we lack a strong leader and create. When I say create an ideology, meaning that you have to take away the way we believe, our belief system, whether it's Christianity or Islam. Yesterday, I heard Brother Alaba says when they were talking about the God, the this and that, and so the other God of Sango and the rest are very instant. If we have such instant, it may not go through that process again. But if we have instant justice in Nigeria, that people are held accountable, that we don't have to be that barbaric or very brutal, we can sit right. Because the soul of human everywhere in the world is the same. Anywhere any human being want to find a corner, even the elite we are talking about is about taking advantage of others. That's what get them there. And if any other person have that opportunity, they don't gonna apologize to you for doing it. It's the world in general is about interest and fight for survival. And when people come to your area and take advantage of you, they don't come with a motive of coming to build you. They come to rob you of your resources. And that's what we have experienced in many African countries, even till today. It's about taking the resources, and in most cases, the people that are strong, the people that follow them also are not happy because of lack of a collective vision. So I think it's more than just get educated, if we get everything you are looking for, if you don't get the right leader, it's still going to go through the roof. Thank you.
Sorry, can I add to what?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's a beautiful point you raised. But my problem with that point is, so if I get it correctly, the Messiah will most likely be like a leader that will take Nigeria to the promised land, right? But the problem is, should that Messiah arise, would INEC allow that Messiah in? Because INEC is a blocker. It's not taking or allowing the will of the people to rule. It's rather taking the appointed leader, which is a problem.
I don't think what you are saying is
Jonaba,
that,
before you answer him, let me put it to John like this. The issue is that we have a car that has no tires, or one or two tires are missing, or the engine is gone, and we are struggling and fighting about who we drive it. Jonaba, you can now respond to him. That's the way I want you to look at it.
Deep.
We have a car, either the engine is gone or the 2-3 tires are gone, but we are struggling with INEC or 2027 on who will drive it. Which one would you fix first? Or which one should you be focused on fixing? Jonaba, you can respond to him.
INEC is not a big problem, except you are looking at 8 years problem. We are talking about, I don't know how to put it on this platform here right now, but when we are talking about this ideology, it's not running for president for 4 years, or then maybe 4 years, or if you rerun and you are 8 years. That will not change a thing in Nigeria. When we talk about that, we're talking about a strong movement. When that comes and that person breaks through, whether it's through military, if it's not military, whether it's through, people use loophole now. Loophole is that maybe you say, okay, Nigeria, for instance, have signed with agreement or treaty with the UN that, okay, they're now going to practice democracy. And for that reason, if you attempt a coup, it's not going to be accepted and all of that. But we are talking about a brutal leader that cross, whether if you win. I personally, if you win and if he's doing the will of the people, I don't care whether it's 4 years or whether it's, it cannot be 4 years, it cannot be 8 years. It has to be something very, very, very
spontaneous.
Yes, but the level you say 8 years because somebody run for election 8 years, and that's not what Nigerian is decayed more than such, and the mentality of the people right now is difficult. But if you have a man that have that and rove above the phrase, well, the INEC cannot do that much. If that person come and the people say this is the people we are going for, you see, ask those people in those power, and they will tell you there's a pressure. You are not here is a pressure on them. So the awareness of the people by cultivating this in the mind of the people, and somebody think that you are ready. There are many leaders, but they think the people are not ready, because a leader alone that have a vision with how the readiness of the people, you will not go that far. And I don't think 4 years or 8 years of any leader in Nigeria right now, because you vote and you become a president, or even any foundation you lay right now for 8 years without changing the mentality. And when I say ideology, what is there? Are there Christian in China? Are there Christian in Japan? So I'm meaning changing the whole system of our belief system completely, and that is beyond 8 years. And I've not seen that in these people that run for president, not Tinubu, not any of them for now. Thank you.
I want to also add a point, if I allowed. Right. So very good response and recommendations. To also link the video we watched earlier, one missing component that I know is lacking in Nigeria today is love. You see, love is very powerful, right? A nation that lacks love would only lead to destruction, right? And the things going on today in Nigeria shows that this love, I don't know if we ever had it, but I believe we had it, because we've not seen Nigeria at this polarized level it is today, right? So for China's or the Chinese strategy to work, they needed love, right? Love and common interest. That was the formula they needed to make every other area to work. But our case in Nigeria, right? Do we love ourselves? Whereby if it's the solution or the right time comes for us to wake up or revolt, are we going to be united? So I feel we should. So I just read the comments. What is love? So, but love is very important. We need love to solve our problems. We need to love each other. That's a fact. If we lack love, we are just going to destroy ourselves, and we will not agree to see the common enemy. And the oppressors will always sell division. If you look how we're led into the civil war, right? This was even the
John, I want to ask you one thing. We say they always sell division. Are they doing it because they don't know, or because they know but it favors them for now to just meet their own need? I just want to push you there a little bit.
So ask the question again. Sorry.
You said they would like to sell the vision and continue what is they're doing. Yeah. Are they doing it because they don't know of this future danger we're talking about, or they just don't care? They just want to get their own now and survive. Father can weigh in on that too.
I think they are doing it 2 reasons, right? The first one is for their own interest. The best way to conquer you, they know, is to divide and conquer. That's the strategy that works for them, and they tried that in China. It didn't work. If I can divide you, I will conquer you, right? But when the country is united, right, the value system increases, and everybody will say no. Love first over money. Look at today. Youth can go do rituals. If you have love for your neighbor, like genuine love, you won't do that to your brother. So this is the decline in our society. There's absence of love. The love is dying. We are more tribal than ever. This version of Nigeria, we've never seen it.
Is that not, when you say love, are you not just settling sentimentally because you feel the problem is insurmountable? I'm trying to play the devil's
advocate. I feel love is an important ingredient. We should not neglect. See, love is power.
I agree. I'm not against you, but I'm just saying, sometimes we Nigerians like to settle in the sentimental comfort zone rather
and I
than
believe in
put the
religion of
problem
love,
headlong.
because if religion, we say, I'm not bashing any religion. If there's a religion called love, if we really love each other, right, we would be each other's brother's keeper. That's the fact. We'll be united naturally. So if
I think
can
for
we
that,
advertise the station for a while before we continue?
Okay.
I'm getting close to my sign out time. I still have to maintain a marriage. Okay, but it's been very interesting conversation. A lot of things came out. One that would be for future conversation, I don't know if Forefather is taking note, would be, Ovie believed that going forward we will need a stronger voice, platform, more platform like this, or a platform that is coalesced into one, and more resources. So while we're talking of resources, Forefather, you want to do the jingle thing for Dr. Rudolph?
Let's see. Yeah, let's do that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, Olumide just popping in before he starts interrupting people. Does he want to comment on the China video? Well, I will slowly be begging God Forefather to take over. His supporters, the Pulatas, the one Nigeria and co have been saying, get Alaba out of that seat. Put
Alaba, so China is one example. You understand? But we don't necessarily. There are other examples. See, the reason why I love my country, where I stay, Canada, is because we borrow from every proven successful method and embrace it in every area of our lives. You understand? Have you looked at Norway? Have you looked at Sweden? Have you looked at these are countries where they've never had any interruption in their civilization whatsoever.
You know why I brought up China? Because of the decentralization issue and how those who are in current status quo are so against this decentralization issue as if it's going to hurt us.
And you know what? China, and you know what? One thing people miss is that China is largely more than 85% of their ethnicity
is homogeneous.
Is one ethnic, the rest are minority. So it's easy for them to implement whatsoever they want to implement. We are unique. We are multi-ethnic. And then when forefathers is saying security, okay, for instance, if for the sake of argument, like you always like to ask people hypothetical question, let me ask you your own hypothetical question. If today we become a secure nation militarily, what is the purpose? What do you want to use it for? Tell me, as a Nigerian.
Nollywood, Afrobeats, selling cars.
Those institutions are already successful on their own, Mr. Man. What do you want to use a military for? What do you want to use nuclear weapon for?
Ask for answer now. If I don't give you the answer, so you can use it to start marketing your own goods all over the world, creating whatever you want, shaping your own society the way you want. Nobody telling you what to do. In terms of prosperity, you can be far more prosperous. You can invent things and defend it. You can create wealth and control it. In this world, if you don't have it...
But who has stopped us now? Who has stopped us?
The people that have it, everybody that have it is stopping us.
I disagree with you, Forefather. I think we are stopping ourselves. But that's a debate for another day.
Okay. But we are deciding that, you can say we are stopping ourselves because we never did that hard work to secure ourselves. You know, when you are in a house, you might be very rich, but if the armed robber comes to the gun, you hand over everything, don't you? Why do you think that is? Because the truth is that power is power. You have to give way to power. And that's what's been happening in our country. And we think we're ever going to succeed. We will never succeed. If we don't take care of that, you're going to keep having problems. The examples are all over the place. Even Lee Kuan Yew, when he took over Singapore, small country, tiny country that didn't have any power. What was the security policy? He called it a poison shrimp policy. A policy that if you come after them, you are going to suffer too. You might beat them, but by the time you are done, you will not be normal again. And that's the same policy North Korea followed. These people never back down, and they are successful today. Look at Singapore, one of the richest countries in the world today. If you don't take your security seriously, you can't build anything. And I would have thought this was like obvious to anybody.
But for further, see, the reason why I kind of find your idea very grandiose or grandiose, whatever to pronounce it, is because look at where we are. The people you want to go and compete against. Look at the amount of ocean, rivers that separate you from the European continent, Asian continent. What have we done in that West African sub-region? Have we dominated that sub-region?
That's what I'm saying. You don't need to trouble anybody. You just need to say, you know what, I want to be free. I want to secure myself. I want to make sure West Africa is safe. After all, they are my brothers too. And because if West Africa is safe, that's a good market for Nigeria. Nigeria will manufacture stuff and sell it to them, and we get the value added return back. All this is all people are doing to us. We can do it the same way. We make more wealth, create more wealth for them. They create more wealth for us. We'll prosper. We have our own space program. We have our own genetic engineering program. We have everything we want as a normal civilization should, as we should.
Okay, Prophet, I like your dreams. Yeah, let's keep dreaming. So, Alaba.
Yeah.
In line with what John said, see, John, I honestly, I don't want us to drop the ball. Believe you me, I'm a Yoruba Nation advocate too. But if you people are speaking in light of Nigerians loving one another and being one, see, at no time in Nigeria's history has this ever been demonstrated, apart from the election, Abiola MKO election that was annulled, and this very one that happened in February. At no time was it ever demonstrated that we truly love one another when there was a coalition called the Obedient Coalition that came together and piloted a movement that chose that man to lead the country before a minority. See, the people dividing us are a minority few, but they are having their way over the rest of us who are the majority and not allowing the country to come together. There's no how do I put it now? There's no iota of, there's no I mean, it's so clear that with that election, Nigerians, the majority of the people are not racist. Whether from the north, whether from southwest, or from they selected somebody, they chose that one man, but the minority few, for whatever reason that we are all clear to today, decided not to follow the will of the people. My own big question now is, in 2027, is this trend going to continue, which is not going to augur well for the country, because there's no way all of these lofty ideas and dreams that we all have, forefathers is talking about security and everything, we will never achieve all of these things if these people keep subverting the will of the people from the local government level to the national level.
Let me stop you there. I know you've concluded your statement. Before you drag in the likes of Kulata, who are ready to drag this into the tribal.
You mean the Agbado?
Don't call them that. Okay, I learned something today. Listen, Olumide, I learned something today from Ovie. He called me today before the program started. We should all desist from, they are Agbadorians, but we should desist from calling them Agbadorians or APC or this or that, because the moment we call them that, they get into their defensive mood. They don't want to talk. I don't know. But anyway, it's been a good presentation. That's all I got on my plate. I don't know if Forefather got more. His boys, his army has been urging to push me out. You have low turnout. You are a disaster. And I'm disappointed in Pastor Ovo too, joining the Kulata group to attack me. It is only me that have right to attack Forefather. Nobody else has right to attack me. But
everybody, that's what they do to everybody. You don't
yeah,
know.
I know.
It's only KJ
I'm not
that they
taking
love.
it serious. I'm not taking it like that. But it's been a great show, very, very, very enriching, and we should keep it up. If new topics come up from this conversation, please jot it down. Let's share ideas and keep pushing ourselves beyond the limits. Solution will come. We got to keep doing. We don't need activists, guys. All of us need to be active in whatever role or capacity that you can. If it's just talking.
Okay, Alaba, I'm taking over from you now. So
Okay.
AB. There's always been love among the people, but what I'm saying is that a minority few, the cabal in Nigeria, are the ones that is preventing the will of the people to prevail. There has always been love between the Hausa, the Igbo, and the Yoruba. There might be a few racists among all ethnic groups who are racist in nature or ethnocentric in nature, but in America, in US, in Canada, in Britain, they are supremacists, they are racists, they are far-right extremists. But when election time comes, they don't. I'm sure the large majority of people who love who love the country will vote. They never have their way. They never win. Not in this current time and present time that we are in. They never win. So
okay, Forefather, take over mentorship. I'll be here still with you guys until they come and drag me.
Thank you. Thank you. The topic is quite interesting, and the topic you went through is quite interesting, and it's worth further examining some of the features that was described by Lugard. And he is a racist, and he is I think they call him ultimate imperialist, and he is against educated Nigerians. He was very, very, pernicious against them. He goes after them and try to separate them from office. He elevated the emirs and all the other people. So he has his own agenda when he says some of the things he's saying. It's just that some of the things he's saying also rings a bell, even amongst us. We know that some of those things he says rings a bell. And normally people will say, oh, he's just correct. But what he fails to include was the environment that Nigeria exists in. The way Nigerians respond to threats cannot be the same the way he expects us to behave, because we are not facing the kind of threat that, let's say, China and all the others are facing. There's a reason why no black African country has been bombed and bring F-16, come and bomb them. They don't do that. They are very clever people. They know if they do that, 1.4 billion people will wake up in the world. One evidence of this is when the president Tinubu threatened to invade Niger. When I went to one other American channel that is hosted by an American, I'm a Nigerian. I'm against the invasion. I hate the policy Tinubu was trying to do to go and invade Niger. But the way they came after me, you would think I'm Tinubu's brother. These are Americans. They are not Nigerians. So they are Americans. They are not Nigerians. They were attacking me. They were like, we see you are a disgrace. You are rubbish. No wonder South Africans are coming after you. They were attacking me. I was like, but I am against the policy, and most Nigerians are against it. Why are you attacking us as if it's our decision? This is an imperialist leader that doesn't listen to the people. But what that tells you is that that will wake up the entire black race in the world. If people perceive that the West is attacking the black or any black African country, and black people don't seem to understand it until that event occurs, they will not understand what it means. And that is why you've not seen it, because they know full well that if they come and start bombing like Ghana or Nigeria or Cameroon, many black African people will go there to start fighting on the side of the Cameroonians against the French or against the British or against the Americans. That's what's going to happen, and that's going to galvanize that thing that the Chinese are thanking the Japanese for is going to happen to Africans. It's going to force us to come together and say, you know what, we have one common enemy, and we need to deal with them. And that will elevate our cooperation, and it will elevate, and it will kind of remove the cloak in our people's eyes. Because right now they will take money to sell their brother out. I believe so. If you, no matter how much a dream you paint for in Nigeria right now, chances are that they will take money. Because they don't understand. How can they? They've never lived through it. They've never lived through seeing a foreign invader come in, decimate your whole town. Everything gone. Your family, your chiefs, everything gone. No questions asked. They never lived through that. That is what the Chinese lived through. That's what the Japanese lived through. That's what the North Koreans lived through. That's what the Vietnamese lived through. And look at where they all are today.
Fact.
Look at where they all are today. How is it that these countries, Japan was nuked twice? Like they nuked them once. They thought, no, let's do it again just for the sake of it. Nuke them again. And look at how developed they are. That shouldn't happen. It's not right. We are not even on our sanction. We were not nuked. And look at how poor we are. So it tells you that something else is in charge. That ability of our people to unite without even having to convince them. That love you're talking about, you don't have to tell them. What love? I don't care about love. I don't want to die. My family just will kill all my family. I'm going to make sure they pay. That is where people will live. People prepare that. What is love? What I will fight. I will do everything. Those people that did that, what they pay for what they've done. This is why North Korea hates America so much. You don't know. See, I think when you hear, when you see terrorists, they'll say death to America, death to America. They'll be telling them. When I saw a North Korean female general's face, when she was talking about America, the hatred I saw in her eyes, I just couldn't understand that kind of hatred. Because America to me then was the darling now. America, hip hop, hooray. But the hatred this woman had for America, I couldn't understand it. It was so deep. It's stronger than anything you see on any jihadist. And until I found out that, you know what, and that wasn't that long ago, because then I saw the video a long time ago, about 2 to 3 years ago, I found out that, you know what, America destroyed 80% of North Korea. All the structures of North Korea, America destroyed 80% of it. It means many of the towns, almost 100% of the structures destroyed. Can you imagine Nigeria? You go to Nnewi, everything flattened. You go to Onitsha, everything flattened. That is how it was for the North Koreans. Everything destroyed. You wonder why when those people grow up and rebuild their country, they are going to hate America. They hate America with a venom. And within 3 years, after America did what they did to them, 3 years it took them. They built in their capital, they built an underground train line, 100 meters underground. Within 3 years, North Korea.
North Korea.
Within 3 years, they have a metro line underground in their capital. Within 3 years, they built that 100 meters underground with a population like a tenth of what Nigeria has got to be. That's what happens when the people really mean business. Nigerians are not awake. If Nigerians wake up, you'll be surprised the progress you're going to see. It's going to be like miracle.
That'll be the greatest miracle.
I'm telling you, it's going to be like miracle. When people mean to do the right thing, refinery is nothing. Power supply is not. Those things are easy things. Our leaders have made us conditioned to believe that it's such a big thing. You know, when they started generating power in the world, that is since more than 100 years ago. You know, there are refinery. The first refinery that was built in the world is still active today. It's still active today. So that tells you that there's something wrong with our country. That is not normal at all. It's not a normal country. Look at how the president went and changed the national anthem. He didn't ask Nigerians. He didn't even ask Nigerians. Just like, yeah, you know what? I like the national anthem. Let's go back to the one the colonizer wrote. Because why? Because they don't want to engage the Nigerian people. When you tell Nigerians, you know what, come together, write a national anthem that unites us and that says a prayer, because it also includes the prayer for Nigeria. Do that. You know what that does? That increases our collective intelligence. But no, why do that? You don't do that.
No,
you don't want to do that. Because whenever you come together, it's beginning to increase your collective intelligence. That's how collective intelligence works. You mean cooperation between the people. That's how collective intelligence starts building up. So, but our leaders never do that. Don't do that. If you increase your collective intelligence tomorrow, now you're going to be asking for a strong military. Nobody needs that drama. Stop. Let's go and give this to the former British woman. That one is fine. It's fine for us. This is what our leaders do, and our people are not picking up on it. That these people are betraying them every day. What Lugard did is what our leaders are doing.
Yeah.
Lugard deliberately kept us apart, and our leaders are deliberately keeping us there. Don't improve it. Keep it like that, so that when they are ready to come back, they can come back and take over again. Like Mumu, like apprentices that refuse to become masters.
That's a fact.
That's our leaders. That's our leaders. That's what we have right now. Whether they know, sometimes I feel like they don't know. That's my thing. Sometimes I actually feel like they don't know.
They know, because if you look at the foundations of Nigeria, right, this is a country that has participated actively in slavery, right? Selling people for wine, umbrella, which shows the value system of the black man has been broken for a long time, right? So when we emphasize on the love, obviously we know it's not going to be like overnight, and it's not saying we can't still divide as a people. Like, we can't have different countries within Nigeria, right? That's not what I'm saying, because even if we have those countries split today, right, you still need to love the country. Or maybe I'm using the wrong term. Maybe patriotic was the most appropriate term I should have used, right? So if we don't get to that stage, nothing is going to work, because we have a situation where the West or the IMF, the Western people or whatever, they just install leaders.
John, it's hard to love a country that has not done anything for you.
Exactly. That's the point.
It's really hard.
No. See, my point is, people are not getting it. As Nigeria is today, Olumide said he's pro Oduduwa. I am also pro Biafra, right? I am also pro Biafra, right? But love, it's a very important ingredient.
That's why I'm saying that it's not that those things are bad. We have to just try. China decentralized. They don't allow local people to go producing. They stopped it, and look at where it got them. They need to stop fighting ideas in Nigeria. They have to try ideas. Then if it doesn't work, they withdraw it. Then that's what China did. It didn't work.
But you notice that China had a strong central government first before they decentralized. The problem with Nigeria is that right now, if you just knock one side a little bit, the entire thing falls apart. Because our nation has become so weak.
You're right about our central government is strong and united in corruption. That's the problem. which is they're strong and united in that one, but not strong in I don't know. Make I leave I want to go chop and drink my Guinness. I know if you drink them for here.
That's what I need to find out.
They hold me back.
Hey, nice one. We need to find out how much they are spending for how much they are stealing. I've been trying to find the precise amount. We can start guessing from where our leaders are stealing money.
I have a document. Hold on. I have a hold on. I don't have a current one, but where are the books? I have a document that stated it in. Where are my books? Hold on. Okay, I'm going to cover the person that wrote it so that you all don't say I'm trying to promote. This is the book, Savagery in Politics, right?
Yeah.
It quoted the numbers on page of how much we've lost through corruption. But this book was produced a long time ago. Let me see if I can find it. This is an old book. This book was produced in 2006 by my uncle, Dr. Alaba Ferreira. But it quoted precise number of how much that has been stolen from Nigeria from 19 something to something. I gotta go back in the book and show you. Anyway, when I find it, I'll read it out. At least you have an idea of some certain. I don't know the current years, but as at 26.
Yeah, there was some document that was shared earlier on in the week about some of the spending of the government. I want to know because there are some things we know the government has to spend on, like servicing international debt. They can't steal that one. Otherwise, everybody will know they are not paying their debts. Like paying employees, they can't steal that one. Otherwise, we all know the employees, federal employees who come out and complain. We know they are paying that one. How much do they spend on the secretariats and all those things? Realistically, we can do an estimate to say, okay, given how many buildings the Nigerian government has, power supply and all those things, they definitely would have. So you want to start eliminating all the essential things we know they must spend money on, otherwise the nation is going to fall apart. So then when you eliminate that, what if that calculation shows that at least 80% of the national budget is going into all these things? That tells you that the remaining 20% is the dark area where they could steal from. Then we now go into those areas and start finding out what they manipulated there, how they shifted things, so that we are objective about saying they are stealing money.
It also has all the languages and dialects they speak in Nigeria. I've never really read it. I don't read though. That's bad. I'm trying to look for the money parts if I can find it. I know I read it one time.
Because my fear is that all this stuff we say sometimes, I ask myself, why is it that whenever people get there, they start doing the same thing again? Is it because they discover something that we don't know?
This way it's structured. Let me give you a Yoruba proverb. Eru wo latoke, eni kilode teru wo wo sale. A crippled man is carrying load, and the load is bent. And you're saying, why is the load bent? You're looking at the top, you're not looking at the bottom, because he's crippled. That's a Yoruba proverb.
Yeah, that his leg is bent.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it's from the base.
Repeat the proverb again. I want to check that proverb out.
For example, why would you have a 1999 constitution that creates impunity? Impunity is license for corruption. It gives governors impunity. What kind of nonsense is that? Which country does that? You understand? There's so many other details, but let's just leave it at that for now.
The thing about governments is that, you know how Xi Jinping or something, when he said he didn't care about systems, for me, what I find is that he's correct.
They were pragmatic.
China was lucky to have him at that particular time, because he understood what power in the end is about power and what gives your people wealth. Who cares about the system? It doesn't matter what system you're running.
Yeah, they were communists. They
went with the capitalists. Because remember, the capitalists have access to wealth. It's not because it's capitalism that made them rich. They have access to wealth. They had empires.
Even the capitalists are welfare state. Let America survive.
Okay, now you are speaking.
Without its welfare check, let America stand. The whole of New York, the whole cities would be dabaru. Let them stop their welfare check or Section 8 or all the help they're giving. Because both of them, they mix it together. It's what works.
Let me share this information that I saw.
But one thing I noticed in all those systems, whether it's communist, capitalist, or what, there's rule of law. That's what's missing in Nigeria. Rule of law. What we have is rule of man. And we're not going to get anywhere with the rule of man until we start having the rule of law, irrespective of what system we adopt.
Yes. It's definitely like that. If you look at Israel, they don't even have a constitution today. UK doesn't have a constitution. Many countries out there operate like they just make it up as they go along. And they have issues, but they are doing way better than we are doing. It tells you that, for me, I've always said it, if you don't fix your security, everything else you do, you're going to keep failing. Because all the other countries, even if they have bigger flaws than we do, they don't even write their constitution. Britain, the Great Britain didn't have a constitution when they conquered the whole world. They were just going everywhere. They're like, oh, what do we do here? Let's do a direct rule here. When they go here, let's rule directly. When they go to some other place, they say, you know what? Let's take over the whole place and live there. They were just making it up as they went along. There is no pattern to it. And that organic approach to gaining something, because the true idea is let them gain wealth. That's all they care about. They don't care about your systems. They don't care about anything else. Anything that gives them wealth is what they care about. And it worked for them for a very, very long time. And they've gone on to spread all over the world. As a matter of fact, they spread more than any empire in the world.
Yeah, they were the strongest empire, to be fair.
By far. They did that with an unwritten constitution in a country that is divided. Scotland didn't like English. English didn't like Irish. They all hated each other, and they did that anyway. What that told me was that, you know what? All these things we elevate so highly is not responsible for why nations do well. There is something else missing in our own society. And when I looked at it, I just said the only thing I see that is missing in our society is not that we are not educated. It's not that we don't have economy. We had a good economy. Nigeria was the largest economy in Africa just last year. But the only thing we didn't have was security. We never fixed that part. Since we lost power in the colonization wars, that is one thing we never bothered to fix. In the 70s, we were very rich. What did that do for us? In the 80s, we started falling. We started falling till today. We are still falling. So, let the wise learn from history. So you see the number I'm talking about. This is why I'm trying to get to the bottom of the Nigerian spending. You see, like this is income from oil, if I'm not mistaken. These are incomes, and they show how it is rising. And then they talked about expenditure, recurrent non-debt expenditure. So this is where something like salaries should be. But this is not 100%. So where is all the other money? Where is all the other money? I don't know. Is it all the money? I don't know. Maybe that's the money. I don't know. Let me see. Budget deficit 9 this thing. Okay, 9.8 trillion. So how much did you spend? Okay, this is the total expenditure, aggregate expenditure 27.5 trillion. And I think it was more than that, was it not?
This from PwC, right?
Pardon? PwC, yes. Yeah, from PwC. So I want to know how much goes to salaries completely. And some things that we are sure, I wish somebody that knows about government is here. Some things we are sure the government definitely has to spend, that we are sure they will spend, so that we know where this theft is coming from. Because this accusation that people just keep accusing, they are stealing all the money, we don't know for sure. We're just making a lot of assumptions. We don't know for sure. Without a terrorist type of leader, Nigeria is going nowhere. We will be going around in circles. It's possible. He might be right. I think he's more right than he's wrong. The reason why I say that is because there is a chance. There is just that slim chance that it could happen in a different way, where it results from uprising from the street, and then the street forces the political class to change. Because to an extent, it happened like that in South Korea to an extent. But they had a dictatorship leader, let's face it too. Even if he was elected as a president, he was a dictator for quite a long time. And he made all the changes. He created Samsung and made sure Samsung became a big company. You have to have strong leadership at the center. And South Korea, guess what? They too went through hell. So it was easy for them to unite to solve a problem. For us, we don't have the incentive. We don't have the incentive to unite. If I make a plan with you now, somebody comes and offers you $1 billion, you will take it.
Sorry for interjecting, Father. I need a bit of clarification, please. Did you block Tokpeo, or was it Ferrari that blocked Tokpeo?
No, nobody blocked anybody.
I never block anybody.
Yeah. Because she's unable to comment. She's
double
unable
check
to get into the comment section. If I find out, listen. If I find out that she was blocked, or you, Ferrari, blocked her, there's going to be war on this platform.
There's no need for war. I'm going to win the war, but there was no blocking. Everybody should welcome.
If I find out that you blocked
don't waste
her,
time
Ferrari,
on that. There is no blocking.
Rudolph.
Nobody blocked anybody.
Okay. I suspect that even if he did, it probably was by accident. Maybe I don't know.
Nobody blocked anybody. There's no blocking.
Find out that Ferrari, you block her.
You're not going to win that
one. Let's take it easy. If it's by accident, it's possible, because sometimes when you're commenting, you go to that right hand side, you go and press something you don't expect.
You see reports block, so we probably.
Yeah, I don't see that. I never block anybody. I don't care for blocking. Me, they abuse me all the time, man. When I'm on stage, it doesn't matter. You see, I don't think they mean it. I like to think that they don't mean it. They will be abusing me heavily. I'll be like, oh no, I'm one of the people that is hosting a channel, and the people in the comment section are busy attacking the host, constantly attacking the host. It's like ridiculous, man. I was like, this is not funny at all. But I get over it, and they too are getting over it, because if they find that you're not as angry as they are, then they too start taking it easy. So that's how it is. I don't know how anybody will block anybody. But that said, anyway, I wanted to do the numbers for our this thing Sunday, and even last week I did ask about Nigerians about how much they are willing to pay to restore security in the country. You know, there was a wedding that was bombed in Borno recently. 18 people lost their life in Nigeria again, and there's so many people injured again. And what our president going to do is we are going to take action against them, and we repeat again. This is the thing. They don't do anything. They stand their people down. You know, common Egypt that is half our population, has 1.3 million soldiers, and their police numbers I don't even know, because it looks like every house there's a police officer there in Egypt, because they used to have terrorist problem too, and they made sure they've wiped it out. But Nigerian people, what are they doing? For how many years we've been bombed? They refuse to recruit. They refuse to recruit into their security forces to prevent all these things from happening. That wedding where that stuff is happening, there should have been policemen around there. They should be living around there. They should be part of the environment. You have, I don't know, there are so many places in Nigeria where there is no security presence in Nigeria. We don't know that before. We didn't know that before. Now, with all this is going on, we are beginning to see it. There are many areas in Nigeria, there's no security presence at all. And how can you run a country like that? Pardon?
I mean, even the apparatus as well. Because if you look at developed countries, you have CCTV cameras everywhere, you know. China going into using AI to study people's behavior. So they are going to the stage where they will start tracking criminals just based on predictive analysis. And like the world is advancing, and we are just stuck where we are, you know.
What Nigerians tend to do is let's get technology, let's get synergy, let's get clean energy. Maybe that's going to help us secure our country. And now the new one is let's get GMO. That's going to help us feed. It's like they don't really do even simple things. Have you even tried proper industrial farming before you start talking about GMO? They've not even tried that. They are talking about GMO already. GMO, do you control the technology? GMO is a technology. If you go and start doing technology that Oyibo people control, then you are putting our children's future in their hand again. Exactly. As if we've not done that before. The kind of mumu thinking that comes from Nigeria sometimes, it scares me. These are highly educated people. They will be talking about, oh, let's go GMO. No, they are not normal people. Most of these people are compromised. They are really compromised when they come and start selling you all these things. They are selling it so you can accept it. Farm your country. Secure the farmers so that they can go and farm. Nigeria, Ghanaians are exporting yam. Let me show a video what Ghanaians are doing. Because here in the UK, the yam we eat is Ghana.
Yeah.
And I know Nigeria has better and sweeter and more yam. And yet we keep this in bringing yam from Ghana. That's how ridiculous our situation is. Where is that video again? Let me see if I can find it here. Because I just find that really strange that we can't even figure out how to do yam. Let's see. Look at Ghanaians. They are the ones making all the yams that we eat in the UK and America probably. They're exporting it.
Paul Fathers.
Yeah.
It's okay for Ghana to export yam and we don't do. With our population, the reason for exporting some of those things is to bring in money and to our economy. With even our crude oil, if you look at other developed countries like Russia, there are things that they export like gas and all of those things. But with when it comes to food items, I don't have a problem with Nigeria based on our population that we don't export it. But there are more other mineral resources that even they come to take from our land that we are not even in charge of it. So those are even more vital and are more important and can generate more fund for our economical growth more than anything else. And also the strength of the youth that is not even activated in Nigeria. We have youth graduated from school for many years in their 40s, even some people even in their 50s are still living with their parents. If they are so, or live with their uncle, and everybody just stuck with each other like Chicago Journey, because we have not have that a way of inspiring ourselves to be better. In as much as I believe that we need a stronger government to regulate our and enforce the rule of law, I also believe that the citizens are lag behind in many ways. And like my step is to encourage my younger ones. For the past many years, many of them, they are graduates. And today, they raise a lot of money from farm, not just they can feed themselves, but they also, they have a pig, they have cows, they have chicken. They now, so I believe that, and in those days, they tell me to be like, if you're a farmer, you are a local person. And that mentality, our people need to be reoriented and be decolonized, that these are very vital things that save life of people. And it's a common thing. If you can go up to be able to sustain yourself in terms of feeding yourself, or let's say the whole nation can feed themselves, I think our problem will be reduced, if not more than 50%. And of course, we talk about other issue, the decay infrastructures, because in order to be well effective on that, you have to move goods from one place to another, and even human being to be safe. So we have other issues, but also I believe that the society must rise up. In Nigeria right now, somebody can confidently ask you to give them 1 million naira, and the purpose of it, some of them, is to even buy a wig for their hair. Put a wig of 1 million naira while they don't have, or want to use iPhone. And that orientation, we have to change it. Where those money goes, what is the need for that money, instead of being creative? And also, if you can afford it, you shouldn't use it. But why do you even want somebody to pay for that when you have other bigger issue, and how to even activate yourself, how to push back, and all of those things is going on in our society. So I think we have a long way to go, because of the uh, uh, the colonial mentality we have in terms of believing that things have to be done for you as a nation, or other people have to help. I believe that we have a poor negotiators in our society, or they are clueless how to exchange for what they have, or how to negotiate, or how to get connect, or how to get cut up with the movement of the 21st century. I think our people and I'm talking about the leadership in general. And then when it comes to ordinary Nigerians, they look for what is not in the market, or even when it's in the market, they don't need it. They go for it for the sake of trying to, and I think that is also was mentioned in that comment or that statement read earlier, that Nigerians, we buy what we don't need. The real people, they are rich. Wealth is investing in long-lasting things. Why should you buy a wig of 1 million naira when you are even jobless in the first place? So I think our priority is not
you want to start trouble today, if you tell them not to
no,
be
it's
wearing
not.
1
It's
million
about
naira wig.
telling the reality of our mentality. I'm talk to the issue of our mentality, that we do not have a set of priority and we are here and there and there and there and there. How can you have now what make you think that way? And people will say, oh, they're doing it to please the men. I think a real African man, when you look in the African natural way, I think to me, and as far as you're a clean person, you are more attractive to me, since I know for a fact that that does not add any value to your life. I strongly believe. So it may attract other men, it may not, but it's not for me. And I don't think that when you are not working to even ask somebody to buy you an iPhone of 1 million or 2 million, I don't think that's, I think they need to rise there to think about their life and what to do with trying to live a life or looking for what is not in the market. And even if it's in the market, it's not for you at that moment.
It's sad, really. Look at, let me just show some of the content, the items he shared. He stated, one of the things he stated, it says, the typical African of this race type is happy, thriftless. Thriftless is spending without control, excitable person, lacking in self-control, discipline, and foresight. That foresight one is the one that scares me the most. Some of the, and he says this thing because they probably know that they are able to come into our societies, divide us, and fight each other. That is the kind of stuff he displayed. That's why he has to see it that way. He saw it that if he can come in and unite and work with one other black man to destroy another black man, and we can't even pick up on that. And then what are we doing with that? We trade with them for money. They give us umbrellas and we spend it, show off wealth. It's like some of the things they were describing. It was describing them like children. This guy, somebody's unmuted. He was describing us like children. Let me see, because the way he saw us behave, which is how we are behaving, and in a way, I don't know what I would blame our people at that time, because that time was different. We had different paradigm going on. You know, we had the slavery culture. We have all kinds of different things. So for us to change from that to respond to this humongous threat that just showed up, yes, it's true. It must have been hard for us to readjust. But we know you can readjust. And now we have not still done that. That is the part that really bothers me, that how can we all see now? Before we didn't see the whole world. Now we can see China, we can see India. We've seen everything that's happened. We still haven't readjusted. You know, what is our excuse now? Well, I'll leave it at that anyway. This brings me to one topic that I wanted to discuss today. This topic is about free will. Whether we do have them in this life. Some people will argue that, you know, everything that happens to you is your fault, that you have free will to decide your fate. And they will argue that there is no way you couldn't have known why you did what you did. And while others will be like, you know what? You don't have that free will, because in reality, if they check it, if they go back in time, everything you do is affected by the events that has occurred to you throughout your life. That is not an excuse for you to say, you know, just because somebody did something, that person is guilty. It's because their life experience has made them that way. Like sometimes a husband, a wife can kill a husband, or a woman can kill her boyfriend, saying that the boyfriend has been, you know, mean to her, beating her up and all that, abusing her, in other words. Then one day they snapped and attacked the boyfriend back, resulting in the loss of life of the husband or the boyfriend. The law will tend to excuse that and say, you know what, because of her experience, she is not necessarily liable, criminally liable for it, that she didn't have much of a choice. So that is a choice at the same time. Some people go through those things, some people will run away, but yeah, that woman didn't run away. The woman decided to do what she did. So you can see what I mean by when I ask, are we free to think whatever we like? Because if we are free, we all know now, why is the country not fixed? We all know that it's good to get power supply. Why are we not getting it done? We all know that it's not good for people to be corrupt. Why are we not doing those things? What is preventing us from doing those things? Is it free? Do we truly have free will? Because we can know something, but we still fall for it. Some husbands know that it's not a good idea to cheat on your wife, especially in a system like in a way you believe in monogamy. You're not supposed to cheat on your wife, but they still do it anyway. So why do you think they do all these things? So AY, thank you for joining us today. What do you think? Do you think we have free will?
Hey.
Don't start now. Don't start.
Don't. Good evening from here, Mr. John Number. Where is Ferreira?
Ferreira has gone in hiding.
I was here earlier, so I thought it was going to be like a panel discussion. I didn't know he wanted to just lecture people.
We did talk.
Was it a panel? I thought it was just a lecture.
No, it was a small panel, but we did have a conversation about it.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Free will. I think we have free will, actually. It depends on the aspect you are coming from, right? I think man have free will. So even when you look at it from religious angle, man has free will. So the question is, what do you do with your free will? If man does not have free will, you will not be able to take a gun and go kill somebody, right? So it's either you go in the positive direction or you go in the negative direction. Yeah, when you go deeper into, if you take it from the religious angle, religious people could tell you like man has free will, but it's somehow what God has written. I don't know why you want to go into this topic. It's a very deep topic, right? It's just like each when it comes to issue of destiny. If you get into all this topic, you can even get lost and even think God does not exist.
Maybe because if religion tells you that there is free will, but God has already ordained it, is that not a contradiction then? Because you can't have free will when it has already been ordained that you are going to carry those actions out. Is that not a contradiction?
That is what I'm telling you. So if you want to go deeper, you will get confused, because it's just like, if you want to go like philosophically, somebody could tell you, for example, why are some people suffering? Some people are just born suffering. Some people are just born with everything. The philosopher could ask you, if there is God, that means God is not fair. Do you get it?
Yes.
So why does God allow evil to happen to anyone? So you got to, even worshippers, say for example, you see Muslim gathering where something will happen, people will die. You see Christian gathering where something will happen, people will die. It's just like, good example, what is happening in Gaza today. Why does God allow the killing of children? So if you want to look at it from religious aspect, if you are not well grounded, you can get lost very fast. You will be confused and depressed with the problem going on, right? That's what I was telling you. But if you look at it from, say for example, from Islamic perspective, for example, Muslims have that faith, have that belief that when something like that happens, God has actually written it for a reason. You know?
Okay.
Yeah, why you have to try your best. So here, here is the understanding, right? So it's just like you have an exam. You have an exam to write. You got to prepare for that exam, right? You got to study. That is your part of the thing. Some of you say you have to do, right?
Yes.
To make sure you pass.
Yeah.
When you not study, say you study all night, study all day, but you go into the exam hall, you did perform the way you wanted. Let's say you thinking, oh, I'm gonna make A this course. You come with a B or a C, then the faith will come in. You accept your faith because you've done your due diligence. that you can accept faith. Then the other party, somebody will not even study and think, oh, God will do it for me, and believe that, oh, if God said I will have it, I will have it anyway. Why should I study? Do you see the two? So that one is your whole problem. That's not God's problem. I strongly believe like God gave us the ability to pursue what you want to pursue. You want to build a company. God gave you the knowledge, the energy, the skills, the ability. So you got to pursue. What does it take for me to build this company? What is involved? How do I achieve all this stuff to put this? So God gave us that ability to think, to get something out.
So what if God brings you into the world blind and crippled? What are the odds you're going to end up rich? Has he decided that you're going to be poor forever?
Those are issue of destiny. That's why I don't get power for that. It's a deeper discussion.
What is Jollof laughing about?
That one, it's only Pastor Jollof can answer that one. I mean, it's a topic that is very deep. Trust me. But Jollof will tell you like. Maybe it can come in. It's very, very deep. A lot of people are watching. If you are not careful, don't confuse the people. Just understand it and just keep quiet the way you understand.
Because it has its uses so that we know how to punish people accordingly in society and take into account what people are truly responsible for and understand what we can accept, the lines we can accept, and things we cannot accept.
People have to be punished. People, it's just like what we discussed, for example. I heard there are some topic I wanted to comment on. It's just like what we discussed, for example. I remember one day we were having a discussion how a minister, for example, let's say minister of health, will steal billions of dollars of naira, for example, instead of you to build an hospital, you are not doing it because we are not seeing the direct physical impact of the people you are killing. People don't understand it, right? You will see an armed robber as the bad guy. Armed robber is even better than that. Probably armed robber during his lifetime probably kill 20 people. That minister will kill generation.
It's official. It's official. AY says an armed robber is better than the minister. It's all right. It's official. let's call that and post it. AY says an armed robber is better than ministers. But it's true. What you are saying is true. If you look at the casualties.
Because the country that understand it, they will not spare you, right? They will take you out. You can't mess around in some country with that, right? Even issue of drugs. That's why I don't have pity for when government put policy, eliminate anybody with some volume of drug. Because what did they do in society is very devastating. It actually damaged people completely. Like, you might not see it like in terms of somebody taking a gun and just shooting somebody to death, right? But what they are doing is very bad, right? So,
but some of these people believe what they are doing is the right thing by their standard. This is the thing, because when we look at society, sometimes we look at it from the point of view of the majority that says, okay, this is how you should live and this is how you should not live. But if you look at that majority that decide those things, they too have a lot of issues that, that's a little bit shady. Like, if you look at the North, now the majority believes in this in Sharia. But some of them, they will go and kill somebody for blasphemy, even if the Quran didn't put that there. So you can see
So let me tell you this. The rules for operating a Sharia is more difficult than even the normal civilian rule we have. Because Sharia the rules are more difficult. Let's say, for example, if you as a woman, you say somebody rape you, the evidence you're gonna bring, it's so hard to even meet it. Very difficult. You see, people act based on their emotions. It doesn't equate to Sharia law. It doesn't equate to law. They are
so are you saying
disobedient.
Are you saying overall, so that we are how John about to come in. Are you saying overall we have free will, or we don't have free will, like God determines everything that is going to happen, or
we have free will? I believe man have free will.
Man has free will
to do bad or good. But if you are not into religion, then consciousness of God will come in. Okay, I'm doing bad. I know God is going to punish me for this. If somebody does not believe in God, even I have seen people. That's why I take humanity also serious. If you believe in humanity, you also know that what I'm doing is bad. I should not do this, even if you don't believe in God. But if somebody does not believe in humanity, does not believe in God, he does not care, they don't have limits. They will keep doing their evil. That's why you hear, like, for example, it's a serial killer. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He doesn't even think. He doesn't have that capacity to say, I'm doing bad. They are just there. So, but every human being, how God described it, right? Every human being, what I know, the day you commit the first sin, let's say you are a serial killer, the very first day, no matter who you are, you're gonna feel it for days, if not months, if not years. Until so the description is like a black dot. You do one evil like that, a black dot is just gonna hit on you. Then you do another one, it's like a cover. You keep doing it, you are not used to it. You don't care how many people would go down.
So, but you see, okay, now look, now you see what you said was about the serial killer. Bad, isn't it? Killing people recklessly and all that. But if that same serial killer is part of a security apparatus that is designed to maintain law and order, that security officer's ability to kill the
So who are
criminals,
you killing? That's the question.
Exactly. Who are you killing matters
If
now.
you are doing it legally, then probably it's okay. Like, for example, you defended your country.
So human beings are determining what is good or bad.
Huh?
So human beings determine what is good or bad, not necessarily whether.
We know what is good or bad. Yeah, human being could also determine. It's okay. Let's say, for example, you kill a soul. If you are killed, why should you? That is just justice.
Kill a soul, if you kill a terrorist, it's okay.
If you if you kill somebody, a terrorist that want to kill people, you kill the person. That's fine. So that's evil, right? He's coming to do evil. You have evidence. Oh, this guy is coming to blow people and kill people here, and you kill. You are doing your job. So I don't see anything wrong with that.
I guess when you look at it from that point of view, it can be seen as a form of self-defense. So
yeah, exactly. It's still a self-defense.
So that lady that attacks her boyfriend or her husband is justified.
No, that's a different topic.
I see. Hey,
so hold on. Let me ask you. Why are you attacking him or her?
Because he might lose her
like
life.
He want to shoot you? No. That's the thing, right? So let's say, for example, somebody is coming with you with a knife. He want to like stab you to death. You can defend yourself. If he or she died, you are not really guilty as long as you are not the aggressor. You did come to kill the person. If you come to my house with a gun, I see a gun with you, you want to shoot me, I'm able to pull out my gun and shoot first. That's a self-defense.
Yes, but this one, okay, so the lady now that is being beaten day in, day out, that doesn't see anything else other than the fact that this man is going to kill her one day.
You leave the house, you leave the marriage, you leave there.
Okay, so she's not
you
allowed
leave the relationship.
What did she?
Yeah, you don't have to be violent.
What did she try to leave? And he went and found her and brought her back, and she forgave him because he's her husband. And then one thing led to another. One day he got heated. He's slapping her left and right, and she decided to react angrily and attack and result in death. You condemn the woman.
Well, some of these cases you will leave there for God, right? Because, but to me, like, let the law take its course, right? But I don't think any human being, as long as the person is not trying to harm you, I don't think you have the right to kill or to do anything evil to them. If it's just like abusing you You leave. You just abandon the person.
I think it's a fair point you're making. If the person is not threatening life, you shouldn't necessarily take their life.
It means you are also a violent person. If you say somebody is just talking to you like you take a knife, you kill the person, or you poison the person, or you shoot the person, you are a violent person. Nothing more.
What is their culture? Let's say you have a culture like Boko Haram. They say nobody should read. Then they want people to stop reading and they want to take it their own way. Somebody is saying them to stop. You are not allowed to do that. It results in a fight. And then the person killing the Boko Haram people, is that person evil for trying to stop Boko Haram for doing his thing?
Boko Haram are violent people. It's not even reading. What they are doing is more than reading. They are violent people. If to me, as long as Boko Haram is, the person is an established Boko Haram member, you shoot, you kill the person.
I thought they started from non-violence. Then it resulted in killing.
People could make that
And
argument.
that is not the definition of Boko Haram, by the way, forefathers.
I thought it was against Western education.
Yeah, but they didn't say don't read. They say we should learn in our own way. That's all.
Okay, so and yet people are killing them for that, and they are fighting back. So if they fight back,
it is above that stage now. To be honest, it's above that.
If it is a selling ideology of why can't we learn in our own space and Western education is not welcome? Okay, what are they offering in the alternative? So that can be questioned about their motive, apart from the slums or the slogan of Western education is not welcome. Which education is welcome? Where is that your own that you are giving to us? Then we can go into all of that and talk about it. But they do not say don't read, because that's not the practical definition of Boko Haram. Boko Haram means Boko Haram, meaning Western education is not welcome. Fine. Which one are you offering instead of that?
Islamic one.
Where is that Islamic one?
So that's it. Again,
keep reading the Quran. That's the education.
No, that one. What, for example, even Western education is a sin. It's not allowed. There is nothing like that in Islam, for example, right? Because even the Prophet said, he said, knowledge is the lost property of the Muslims. Anywhere you see, you grab it. In this, there is no limit to that knowledge. If that Western, either Islamic, either any knowledge at all.
The sophisticated weapon they are using, is that not a Western product?
Exactly. Why are they using God to kill people? Why are they using the Western God? Can you see it now? All the stuff they use it to kill people. Where are they getting? Why are they not making their own?
And the channel they are
AK-47,
using
where
for
they
their
got
propaganda. How are they passing out their propaganda?
Exactly. The Western media.
Even they created a channel that is of their own make, that is organic. I don't know. I think sometimes. Let's go back to your will or no will, if you want to.
Well, freedom of the freedom of will. Do we have our freedom to decide what we want to do? Because the truth is that
how do you get to this channel today? Somebody brought you and put a gun on your head, or you can...
one thing led to the other. Now, if you calculate it well enough, you will see how I ended up here today. So the point is that if you want to see that. One of the arguments they make is that if you are born in Saudi Arabia, the odds are that you're going to end up a Muslim. So does that appear as a will, or something else is controlling your will?
It's a geographical location, and you are a product of that environment. And in most cases, people still change, and they can still change. The majority of
they remain Muslims.
No, there are some people change from Muslims, some people change from Christianity. So, it's not okay. Now, let's go to the fundamental question you are asking. Is there anything like the will? I was just being from the beginning. Yes, personally, I believe everything that happened under the earth here, men decided. Period. I don't want to go into anything more than that, because the reason why I say I don't want to go into it is because I'm a man that of faith. So when anything I say here, anybody can say it and get away with it. It may cost me more, not because I trying to mislead anybody. It is because it may not have enough of material to defend what I will say, and some people are not ready to hear what I will say. So, but in the simple and the summary of my saying here right now is that men decide whatever happen on earth. That's all I can say.
We decided, okay.
Yeah, I agree.
So if we are the ones that decide everything that happens on earth,
sorry,
yes.
there is I can't remember a philosopher. There is one philosopher. The reason why his argument was God does not exist. He said, I forgot the name of the philosopher. One of them. He said, man is free. That if man is not free, would have believed God exists. He said the simple reason that man is free, man can do whatever they want, and God will not do anything instantly, that he doesn't believe God exists. So I believe man has free will.
But that is an interesting thing to say, because if I design a video game, that the video game is meant to be allowed to see whatever they do and do whatever they like. From the point of view of that video game characters, they think they are free to do whatever they like, but there are limitations that we also know that we do have. Like when we talk about geographical location, where you are born in Saudi Arabia, you have to be a Muslim. You are born in the Vatican City, you have to be a Christian. It means that your location affects your thoughts and your process around you. So that is not necessarily a choice now. You don't have too much of a choice. You become that where you are born. So it's almost as if there is a layer that you are free to do, but that freedom is limited to an extent. So there is
no. Let me explain it. So the thing is, you are still free. Like, let's say, for example, even in Nigeria, for example, you see like some Muslim home or some Christian home, like the way we grow up. Most of our homes in back home is you got to practice your religion. Every Sunday go to church, every Friday go to mosque, other days go to mosque. They just like, without the child really understanding why they are practicing the religion, they force you into it. So I've talked to people. That's why you see some people, by the time they have their freedom, they are not with their parents. They don't care. They just look like, you were just forcing me to do all this stuff. I don't. It's not in me. This is not what I believe. So that is to tell you, man is still free. So because you can be conditioned to, like, back home, like, of course, your parents are paying your tuition, they feeding you. Where are you gonna go? It's not like America where, hey, I'm leaving the house, I'll get a job somewhere and be taking care of myself. I don't care about you. I can collect loan and go to school. So,
but does the trend not still show that by and large, even if there are in statisticians' point of view, there are outliers where you have people that can think outside the box. Let's say they are raised Christian, they become Muslims, or vice versa. You can have outliers, but most of them, like let's say out of 1,000, it's only maybe 20, 100 that might switch from one side to the other.
Some people have the understanding, right? For me, for example, I'm not going to tell you I'm not a Muslim because my parents are Muslim. If it's something I'm convinced, I study it, I'm convinced. It's just like a Christian too. You see a Christian that your number will tell you is convinced about what he believes. Do you understand it? Some people still believe it. Some people get frustrated, asking a lot of questions. Why is this? I don't believe it. I don't care, right? So,
Jago, what are you doing? I'm putting the together, I can see. Sorry, why?
Okay, no wala. So
you should be apologizing to me, my friend.
No, I think we are doing the same thing. That's why I think the spirit is.
That is you guys' plan today, right?
Jalaba, I don't trust you too. Now you are smiling. How you
So, Father, from what I was saying, right, it's not like people will be divided. Some people, even through their parents, they will have conviction about what they are doing. Some people will question a lot of things. I don't think this is correct. Why is this? What I have talked to people like from all religion. We have this.
Yeah, but the point is that they still end up the same way. Like for me, the way the stuff is appearing, like it's like water in a stream running down a track, a trail. The thing is, most of the water is flowing in the same direction. It doesn't mean that some of them don't get caught up on the edges of the stream and the banks of the stream. They get caught. Some of them may even change a little bit of direction, but by and large, they flow in a certain direction. And you see that pattern within societies where certain beliefs hold while others don't hold. In other societies, others hold. So what that points to is that at least to an extent, there are some things that are conditioned by your environment. You are not dictated, because if you don't know about Muslim, you can, and you are raised a Christian, you can't convert to Islam. It's what you are aware of.
What you are saying is right. Even if not only religion, even tribe. It's just like some people believe their tribe is the best in the whole world, right? Some people believe their mother's food is the best in the whole world, because some people don't have that ability to be open and learn from what is different from them. So, like me, for example, when I was growing up in Nigeria, especially when I was working, I used to travel a lot around in Nigeria, every part of Nigeria. Like, I go to some places, I taste this food. For example, when I was working in Warri, that's when I got used to starch and banga soup. Oh, this is so beautiful. Like, if I see it now, I will spend any money to buy it, right? If I go to the north, I might see a tool. There are tools I don't like. There are some I really like. You have to be open to learn this stuff. I love amala very well. Some people, they will tell you, oh, this is too black. Like, I don't care. They just believe what they believe from their tribe, from their culture. They don't see anything wrong with that culture. You should be able to criticize even your culture, even your tribe, everything you are doing. So that's the way I see it. It's just that some people can't think outside the box. They are just dogmatic with what they know.
Yeah, but for the purpose of the discussion, is that not still an element of lack of will? Your will is controlled by your environment. Because if everybody has a will, everybody can believe randomly. Like from Saudi Arabia, a lot of people will be Christians, a lot of people will be Jewish, a lot of people will be Muslims. But it tells you that the society controls wills to an extent.
Can I interrupt? Can I say this, guys?
Okay, let Jago.
Thank you. AY, thank you. Greetings, everybody. I've been listening actually today. I've got a big question mark on proceedings, but let's delve into this subject. When it comes to free will, I think, Forefather, it's a good subject you have raised, to be frank, and it is esoteric and it is deep. It's not simple. This is a deep subject. When we speak about free will, I think once something is free, it almost tells us it's offered from somewhere. So, I heard what John Abbott said, and I know he doesn't want to be contested as to what he said. However, I do find what he said pretty plain, basic, not really into the negotiation of what free will is. When you are entering into what is free will as a human being, you have received this free will from somewhere, where you may question. But in it being free, it is an offer. Now, it is up to you whether or not you imbibe this free will or not as a human being. As a human being, as you said, there are barriers to us operating in the fullness of our free will. We go through childhood, we go through education, we go through processes of influence, we go through culture. And in all this, it is environmental, and it does speak of it does speak of barriers to using your free will at its ultimate level. Now, when you understand free will, I think a lot goes into it from that learning as to who it is that I am. And once you understand who it is that I am, which is a lifetime's work, don't get me wrong, it's a lifetime's work. But once you can understand who it is that I am, your free will and how you use it within the experience that you've gathered could go further or could be limited. It is strictly up to you how you're using it. I, for one, have come to an understanding of will in itself, willpower. And I've looked at myself and I've had to take stock of the level of willpower that I am exuding in order to move forward. And at times, man, I've got strong willpower. And at times my willpower is so weak, is so frivolous, is so nonsensical. And I engage between these will levels and I compare it to the will I see that other people use and may misuse. And then within this, we know that we are in a constant negotiation for the presence of self and for the dignity and understanding of what it is to be a man. Because your will could end where somebody else's will comes in that way. Just like your rights, as they say. Your rights, yes, everybody has a human right, but it may end when your arm has stretched out to hit somebody's face. That is, you're spending your rights too far, as you can spend your will too far. So I would just like to premise this level of discussion on these fundamentals.
I think it's quite a deep analysis you try to give there, I must say, because this stuff is while you were talking, my mind was going to different places. Jonaba, I wanted to say something. You know, Jonaba is a pastor, and he has to be careful before he gets into trouble with his parish.
Yeah, while I do not go into a deeper conversation, of course, I've summarized this in my belief that whatever happened on earth here and happened to you and happened, the scripture said that for as man thinketh in his heart, so he is. So if as you think, so you are, so tell you that apart from the geographical location where you were born, which you have no control over such situations, as a human being, nobody have control over that. The only control you have over it, like if you get married and you decided to have children, it's your decision between you and your spouse, and that child coming between you guys based on that decision you make. And now that child also have no control because that child do not bring him or herself to this world. Because it was a decision by an adult to bring that child to this world. But it also get to a point that that child also make the same decision whether to reprobate or not to do so. So in the summary of a free will, of course, I believe that men have a free will, and everything that happens on earth here is decided by human beings. It's not the only one. You also don't have control over it. I always say before these questions that there's 99%.
Can I ask you, Pastor John Abba? There's two things that you said that are very interesting to me. First, the quote from the Bible when you said,
"For as man thinketh in his heart, so he
for
is."
as man thinking in his heart,
so he
now
is.
We have to ask ourselves, why did they use the word thinking for heart? As we all know, as men, we think with our brain. I would just want you to reflect on that supposition as man is thinking in his heart. They didn't say his brain. Do you know the depth of that? Now, I'll go on to ask you about the position where you wanted to explain free will in terms of childbirth and two parents coming together and giving birth to their child and their family. And within their family, there are maybe one or two people who didn't produce children. Now, is that the will of that person, or was that circumstances that led to the point where children were not bared from this child? I'm being very serious with this subject. It's not a joke subject.
It could be a decision made by the spouse not to bring a child, and it can be a condition that prevented them from not having a child.
So
exactly,
if we go further back enough, Jonaba, so human beings, we will take it that human beings were born into this world. They get hungry, they need to eat. They have to kill something and eat. Okay, that is inherent in our creation. I'm not sure we created ourselves to be hungry. I'm sure you agree we didn't create ourselves to be hungry. So if that is the case, and we probably didn't create ourselves to reproduce, to have children. So that those parents that go on to have children, they didn't have much of a choice to do that, given that they themselves came into this world without their own, at least conscious, explicit permission to be in this world. So if that is true, that they didn't have a choice and they too have to do what they have to do that they saw in the world, can one argue that we have a free will, given that that's what we see?
When you say free will, I thought you were referring to a free will of we controlling what happened around us and what we can do about what happens and the circumstances we find ourselves and the choices we make in any circumstances. As far as human race on earth is concerned, I believe that all that happened around this world is a creation of human being, whether it's bad or it's good.
Okay, that's a fair point. Okay, if you believe that, that is fair. I don't know how it will be.
No, I think that can be said. That what John Abba has just said can be said, but I find it very fundamental, especially if we're coming from the understanding that there are other things that may engage with our own free will, be it to purpose it or to have it as nil. There are other things that are engaged. And what are these other things? We can't cancel them out like they don't happen, like we haven't lived through experiences like this. We can't do that. I think that is to pay into the scientific understanding of how life works and leave that scientific understanding very cold. Alternately, we understand the life that we live as human beings is such that it is not everything that is planned by human beings that actually takes place in that particular way. Certain mistakes are such that we realize that, oh, this mistake is actually the right thing. And we claim onto that because it actually works out. But it wasn't the design. That was not the particular design. We were designing in another direction. But hey presto, we made certain errors, and these errors led us into the right answer. These things happen. These things happen. If we have to cancel it, if we have to cancel them, we're to pretend of our own lives. And I don't think that's fair for any audience to listen to.
I think you have a point, because what is Jonaba, what you're saying is that somebody intervenes and reveals things and keeps us in a different direction. And the thing is, it appears we have free will, but it's to a point. Some things you don't have a choice. You have to do. You can't say you're not going to eat. You go die. If you can't say you would suffer from hunger, your body will torture you, and then you will die. And once that food is available, 99.9% of human beings would go for that food. That is no choice. on one side of a room, or like you're outside, you see lion on one side and you see an empty space to escape, you're not going to walk towards the lion, although you have the choice.
Yeah.
You do have the free choice. but the choice has been made for you somewhere.
Can I give this example about free will and how it works with the flesh? You see, the flesh is a funny thing. You understand? And I will put it to you like this: in a deeper level, imagine Christ. As the story goes, I don't know the complication of your own methodology, but as the story goes, Christ asked God to take this cup away from me, which suggests that knowing what he was going to go through, he will, by his flesh, he preferred not to go through this thing. Maybe his spirit could do it, but leave my flesh alone, as it were. And you see, this gives you the dilemma of what free will produces just in our very being, that we are made of flesh, we are made of spirit, we are made of mind. And you see, when you have these three different functionalities of being, and you believe that you're not negotiating with this all of the time to come out with any level of free will, I ask.
So, in your quotation of Jesus cried out of the pain of the flesh, that if it is your will, let this cross or this pain or whatever the agony should be taken. He also concluded, nevertheless, it's not my will, and let your will be done. Now,
indeed,
yeah.
But you see, there was the one I'm saying to you
Yeah,
is that there was a negotiation.
I got
okay.
you. Yeah, I'm with you. The point is that on
have the will to contribute.
When you wake up from your coma.
After Junaba, you can have your free will.
You see, we can put this thing in many categories.
Where are you like this? Where are you? Man, you it seems are you inside the bush?
So when we talk about human intellect, are we hearing of?
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Okay. When we talk about issues, the free will, I was relating to human intellectual and whatever happened on earth here. When you are talking about the free, that is a will. The other aspect of life that you can consider spiritual or uncontrolled circumstances beyond your free will, it's a different side of life that you too, end of the day, you have no control because you cannot contribute anything intellectual that make any difference in that circumstance.
Okay, but hold on. What do you consider areas that we don't have control over, that we still have to participate in?
Okay. Now, when you have a nightmare, right? Yes. When you have a nightmare, there are many things that transpired uncontrollable to you. That is not with a sense of being awakened to make any decision of your own.
Okay.
It just, yes. So in that aspect of life, or as we all age as a human being, no matter how much you want to look, or how much you want to live, or how much what you want to exploit, whether to live longer or not to die at all, we have found out since the human race that is impossible. So there are things, those things can be put into other category. When I say free will on earth, on intellectual based on what we see, what we touch, what we eat, decision we make with how as a human being, or the economical decision, infrastructure, science, and all of those things that happen on earth is with a human conscience is determined by a human being. When then, like I said, when it becomes, whether you want to call it spirituality, when you want to call it unknown, or whatever you want to relate to those things, it is to another category.
So when somebody gets invaded in their property and then, like say, criminals in there trying to rob them, this person doesn't want to kill anybody. He doesn't want to be violent, but because the criminal is there now, they have to act. So they could decide not to act, but they have to act to protect their own life and everything else. So because they have been put in that position, they don't have it. Do they have a choice to just die?
Oh, what are you talking about? If a criminal invade your house today?
Yes, and then they want to kill you in the process. Do you have a choice to say, you know what, let me just let them kill me, or I defend myself?
Are you talking about whether your choice to make to defend yourself or to let go?
Yes, either you say you fight back to protect your life, or you say kill me. Which one is it? Do you have a choice in that equation?
Of course,
you have to act.
If there are some you have it. If it's called criminal for a reason, because it's a crime act of someone that come to hurt you, harm you, possibly take your life. If you have the position, like say you come to access any weapon, it's a decision you make. Like, so can I kill the person, shoot the person in the leg to defend myself? It's a decision. I say, you know what, he come to kill me and I'm not going to let him go free. It's your decision you make. I personally, if I have the chance, I'll not think it. I'll blow through your head. 1 minute.
Okay, you see, now what you've done there, they didn't give you a choice. You had to, but you are not going to go outside and kill somebody. That person came and took that choice away from you. Yeah, but that person came and took the choice of you being free away from you, and now you have to kill.
Yeah, you didn't want to kill.
But you have to kill now.
Choice and free will are two different things.
Exactly.
They're two different things. I must underline.
I have no choice.
What is the difference, please? What is the difference?
Yeah. The difference.
Choice is it not dependent on free will?
No. Choice. You see, if somebody has a knife at your neck, and he doesn't know that you have a knife in your hand at his stomach, it is still your choice whether you kill him or you accept being killed. That is your choice.
99.9%.
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter how down and dirty it gets. You always have a choice. Always, as a human being.
Let me say this.
Yes.
Okay. Now, free will.
There's a jelly there. There's a jelly there.
No. We've understood what choice is. Free will now is you taking yourself up in order to commit an act, whether that be a good or a bad act. That is your free will. You're taking all your resonance and you've gone to do something. Understand?
But choice is also based on free will. Choice comes from free will.
I will say that free will is bigger. But what we are given is choice.
But that's what I mean. Now, choice comes from free will. Free will is bigger. You are correct.
Yes. But what there is, I'm saying that there are these differences, and we have to understand them.
When you say it from one point of view, that person with a knife on their neck, the chances are that 99% of people, if they have the option to do away with that threat around their neck, they will do away with it, won't they? So does that seem like a choice then?
No, that is a choice, because there are those.
Because all of them choose in one direction.
There are those who may not want the stain of killing someone on their account, that they will now prefer to be killed. that is a choice. That's another choice.
But yet 99% of them choose to go in one direction, which
No,
means
that doesn't matter. Everyone will take their own choice, and we can count the numbers.
But sorry, the point I'm making is that if you can predict the outcome, is that free? It means there is a restriction on your freedom.
Hold on, Father.
No. It's not like that, Father. Is that there is a threat? You know, there are people who are in danger, and they would run from that danger. Mm-hmm. And then there are people who are in danger, the same danger. They will stand there, and they will be there in that danger.
Yeah,
true.
This is the what I explained earlier about what it is that we're speaking about. It is that magnificent. It's that grand. We can't bring it down to these issues as though what we are dealing with is not a spiritual thing, which is why
sorry, AY. What I'm trying to express is that
I'm not AY.
No, I'm telling the real AY. Sorry, because I know he was supposed to talk. The reason why what I'm trying to express is that there are certain situations that appear as if you have a choice, but in reality, the choice has already been made. You don't have much of a choice. 99.9% of people will make that decision in one direction.
Does that suggest that the choice has been made?
Yes, because let's say now...
Man, you're dragging things. You're dragging it like one kind... This is not okra soup or bono. It doesn't stretch like that.
The point I'm trying to get us to see here is that, like now, we all going to get hungry and we go and seek food. How many of us are going to choose not to eat? You have a choice not to eat, don't you? The free will is there. You can have that free will not to eat, but all of us will go and eat. So do you have much of a choice on that? Really?
You can choose to starve to death.
It seems like it, you see, but in reality, you won't.
People do starve to death, even in
that is an outlier. There's always
no.
So they have to predict outcomes.
Yeah, people starve to death, whether in protest.
No, you see, you guys, you see, we can't have this conversation and understand each other without making the conversation wholesome. And what I mean by that is that at times you pick up the point of the flesh and you look at reasonably what the flesh would do. But then you want to go to what the mind might suggest. And then you want to express the depth of the spirit. These things are all combined. They're not separate. When you separate them, you're just going to make mistakes, I'm afraid.
Let other people
AY, please go ahead. Sorry about this.
Mazi Ovie is waiting too.
Yeah, Mazi Ovie. Okay, after you, Ovie, then.
Here, I'm not talking too much. Here is what I see, right?
Wow.
This topic we're discussing. Very
brilliant. Sorry about that. Sometimes you disappear from the screen, so we forget. Sorry.
But here is the confusion, right?
You guys are not practicing what you guys are preaching. I don't have free will to talk. That's exactly what it is.
Should we allow him, AY? So
let Obi go before.
Thank you, AY.
See,
Obi go. Free will, Obi.
We are begging for the free will to talk. Where's the free will? I think for me, I think what is missing in the conversation is the word itself. Free, then will. So in other words, you have to have the freedom first before that willingness or the choice that you talk about comes to place. And the world that we live in today, they say, even though they say money don't buy happiness, but money buys freedom. And as individual, you need money to buy freedom. As a country, according to Tunanja, which I agree with, we need nuclear weapon to be free. Then we can willingly produce, we can willingly innovate, we can willingly do whatever we want. Freedom first, and it's not free. It costs. I don't know. Maybe Nadiboas make me smoke. They talk like this, but that's what I understand about that word. Free.
You're making sense.
You need freedom first.
So basically, free will is an illusion.
So in this world, for you to be free, you need to buy. You have to pay for it, even to speak. Go and ask Elon Musk. There's a reason he dropped 44 billion for Twitter, so that ain't go feed the talk. So it's nothing free in any way. Anyway, if it's there, I don't know. But money buys freedom. Freedom give you the will to innovate, to cause, to fight, to be killed, not to be killed, to make decision, not to make decision. I'm not saying other ways are not possible. I think the world that me and you live in today, especially this, we that live in the urban area, it's all about the Benjamin. That's my own opinion.
That is quite
Yes.
I give it to you on that one.
So actually calling because of what I overheard our forefathers saying about free will and choice, right?
But to be fair, it's AY's turn. It's AY's turn. Let's be fair to him.
So what I was trying to say, right? I think we're getting this conversation mixed up. I think some of us, we mixing religion with just normal conversation. So when you bring religion in, it's going to restrict the conversation. If you want to focus on religion and discuss this topic, it's actually different from having that freedom to have it.
Did anyone talk about religion here?
Can you just hold on? Not behaving like
doesn't make sense. You're bringing religion. Nobody spoke about religion here.
So that's why when I started talking, I said, okay, if you are looking at it from religious perspective, from here. But one other important thing is, John Namba was saying something very important we did take note of. Despite some of us believe that man is free, there is still that limitation. So, for example, you can't determine when you're going to die. You can't determine when you are born. So it tells you there is that supernatural, I would call God, that control the affairs of man. There are some things we don't still have freedom over. Like, it's just like Janaba was saying also, like, you need food, right? You cannot decide to say, I'm not going to eat. So you're going to die. So some of this stuff, they are just, it tells you there is something super that is controlling everything. Despite we have our freedom, but there is still that limitation. I think that's an important point we need to note there.
Yeah. There are two, I think there are about different aspects of philosophy that deals with this. There is the one they call determinism, compatibility. I've forgotten the
I
right
don't
term.
forget those stuff. I used to know them a lot.
This is compatibilism. So that compatibilism is the one I tend to be more in tune with, because it seems to talk about dualism between both. Because you can't have free will when you're not even aware of that stuff. How can you have free will to fly on a plane if you are not aware of aircrafts? So your free will is limited by your knowledge. So from that point of view, it's determined.
Yes, that's the other thing. It could be limited by your knowledge as well. Yes. It's just like you have free will. You don't even know
that's
you
a natural phenomenon now. That's
So,
not something you can learn. The fact that you have the ability to learn obfuscates that.
Your camera is awful.
Sorry, I'm just doing something I shouldn't be. Apparently.
So basically, you believe in.
He's doing prayer. So let's. Okay.
You believe in predestination, like when something is predetermined, right? I overheard people talking about that
fate.
Most things are predetermined, right? Then basically you can't do anything to change it. But the same people, when you want to cross the road, maybe for example you want to cross the highway, you look both sides. You're very careful before you cross the road, right? So what are you trying to avoid? If everything is predetermined and you have no power to change it, why are you being careful then to preserve your life, right?
Yes.
You don't eat anything that comes your way. Sometimes you choose and pick what you eat to avoid falling sick, right? So you try to be cautious in life in order not to meet your maker before your predetermined time, right? So basically, we have every power to change things that comes our way. We'll try our best, the possible best that we could, to stay safe. Overheard my big brother talking about security, that you have to secure yourself if somebody invaded your house. Why not just leave the person to invade your house and deal with you the way he likes? But you have to protect yourself in order not to be sent to your maker as early as possible, right? So the same way, before I joined in, I commented on the comment section. So it is actually right for someone to protect himself, but it's not right for the people of the Eastern Nigeria to protect themselves from Fulani terrorist invaders. You see? So you see how people. So no. Hold on. You see how people. You see how people pick and choose. Hold on now. Make I finish.
to take us back there.
Now, you see how people. No, I'm not going to go there. I'm just touching it a little bit. You see how people pick and choose, right? You see how people pick and choose.
The clock and then.
Can we just have discussion
No, okay. I'm leaving that part now. Yeah,
No,
let me
no,
come back
go
to the
with
link.
that part. Go with
Yes.
it. That is the reason
So
to go.
you see how people pick and choose whatever that they think suits them. Now we're talking about free will. We're talking about free will and choice. And my brother here, Mazi Ovie, actually made a very good point here that you have to be free before you talk about the will. So you are not free, you can't have the will. So the freedom or the free will is just an illusion, right? You can't have a will without being free. And people always have this perceived notion that they choose what they want. I mean, their greatest pressure.
Tell me, my brother. Tell me who is not free in the example that you're giving, and I want to trade with you on this a little bit.
No human being on this earth that is free. Nobody's free. One way or the other.
Wait. Did the human race begin in that vein that they were not free at the very beginning, or anyone's very beginning? Were they ever free?
I would touch the religion, right? Let me use Christianity for example. In Christianity, according to Christianity, from the beginning, human beings are not free because human beings are conditioned. When they were created, according to Christianity, Adam and Eve were created in the garden of whatever, right? They were given conditions. Thou shalt not do this. Thou shalt not do this. Thou shalt abstain from this. It's conditioned. They don't have the free will. They don't have the freedom.
They only had one. They only had one law, which was not to eat from the tree of knowledge. They had no other law at that time.
No, that is the constraint.
No. But I just don't want. I want him to be accurate. You see, what we're speaking about needs accuracy. Yes. Otherwise, we're only speaking from a point of view of our own prediction. We're not speaking.
That's when you are right to that, right?
Yeah, we have to be accurate. Yeah,
they were restricted from doing a certain thing, right? Right. So I don't want to mention it, and I don't know if it is the apple or what. So they were given condition. So that is not freedom. It doesn't look like freedom.
It's not a freedom.
So is it?
Right?
Tell me this. Wait. I was just trading with him. Just a moment, please. Sorry, John Abba. I beg your pardon. I just want to put to you.
Yes, sir.
If your freedom of life is expressed upon averting danger, which is what you spoke of, and this particular lack of freedom, as you see it, is to stop you from dying. Is that a condition or is that love?
No. In the first instance, right, you have to know the real definition of freedom first.
Oh, bro,
freedom,
you're explaining. No, bro.
Hold on now. You asked me a question. Right? Yeah, let me answer it the way I know. You have to be free first. Regardless of what the outcome will be at the end of the day, it is your business, but have that freedom. You have the freedom to just close your eye, cross the road, and the semi will hit you to pieces. That is freedom. You have the freedom. But you cannot restrict me from choosing to die. And then you are saying that you're giving me freedom or you are saving me. That is different.
Right.
You are saving me from being harmed, but I don't have the freedom to kill myself.
To be harmed. Okay, I hear your point completely. Now, I still want to engage with you on this particular thing, whereby you come across saying, on one hand, no human being has ever been free.
Ever.
Okay. And you don't accept that the condition of freedom is to be alive. Life is what gives you that freedom. Life. So, in the life that you have been given, the choice of death is yours. It is yours. But there are warnings, as anyone who gives life would give a child and give mankind, is the way I see it. And if you have any Christianity in you, as you're speaking of Christianity, then you may see it in a very similar way. Now, as I say, I'm not coming from a Christian point of view. I'm coming from a point of view of there is God and there is man. And within us as human beings, we realize that we have different faculties that are with us constantly.
I love the fact that you stated that you are not coming from the Christian point of view, but you are coming through the idea that there is God.
Yes.
And if I should define God in my own understanding, God is supreme. He has power over you, right?
The creator,
So,
the creator.
the creator.
Let me finish where I'm going.
The creator. Yes. So and if you are not,
let me finish where I'm going, boss.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm trying to put to us that if we understand that we are of flesh, we are of mentality, mind, and we are of spirit. If we understand this and we are negotiating with ourselves as to what we are going to do with our life, you know, to do our own level of creation, to do our own level of administration, whatever it might be, we are now using our mind to envision what it is that we are going to do and where it is that we are going. And then we are going to, we are going to use our physicality. We are going to use our physicality. I need you guys to understand this. I really need you to understand this, because I think we're coming from a point of view of where we are today. And where we are today is a long time since the freedom that we're
freedom supposed to be absolute.
AY, can you come back? AY.
Is freedom supposed to be absolute?
Bruh, this is where I'm coming. We don't understand the word freedom, as you tried to explain it before. And we don't understand it because we are using modern and human terminologies to describe God-gifted levels. When we have something gifted to us, we can't now complain that I've been given a glass. Oh, this glass should have not been made out of actual glass. It should have been made out of tin. So when I drop it unknowingly, but within my mind, it doesn't break. Now, my brother, the glass is a glass. It has use. It's whether or not you are going to make use of it, as opposed to complaining that it's only a glass, which is where you're coming from.
If you can let me some time to really respond to you. I love the fact that you brought God into it, right? Have you also forgotten that the same God, in as much as hold on now. Let me respond now. Just a minute now. Why are you doing this? Just a minute.
Let Ovie talk.
Just a minute. Ovie will talk. Just a minute.
1 minute. Ovie, are you fine?
If you see what these guys
just as God gave us that freedom, right? Or that free will, right? He also, the same God also has a place kept for whomever that defaulted. So if you default on those rules or whatever the regulation that he gave you, hellfire is waiting for you. And I don't think that that is an absolute freedom. Absolute freedom, you don't attach punishment at the end of it. So you ask me, do with whatever I've given you, whatever you will. You have no punishment at the end of the day. And that is what I mean by we don't have absolute freedom. Our freedom has limitation.
To be fair, it's a fair point.
Paparas, let me address something.
Hold on, Jesus.
Let me address AY. Paparas, let me address something here.
You're not going to address anything.
Paparas, AY is stepping on my toes. No, Paparas.
You have already made your point. You have to control yourself. You know you have freedom. You have freedom.
Do you want to listen to
your freedom? Express your freedom.
Paparas, do you want to listen? Paparas, do you want to listen to me? Unless if you don't want me on the show.
Other people want to talk.
He's insulting me here.
No, he didn't insult
you. Can you understand that?
No, how did I insult you? What did I?
Each time I'm speaking, AY will be speaking over me. Can he stop that? He's not the moderator.
You are the one that speaks.
Can you ask him to stop that? This is not the first time.
AY, stay away.
This is not the first time. AY, stop that rubbish.
Let's leave it.
You are not the moderator.
See, let's be calm. Let's be calm.
No, I want you to talk to AY. He's not the moderator. Stop that rubbish.
It's not that serious. Let's just be calm
Is
about
that
it.
serious? This is not the first time for me to call him out. It means this is not the first time he has been doing that.
Because other people want to talk. He is highlighting
Other people are here. Why is he always trying to shut me down? What is his problem? Is he the moderator?
Because he believes
Stop
that
it.
other people
I'm
need to be
giving
able
you a
to
lot.
talk.
Stop it. I don't do that to you. Don't do that to me. Stop.
Okay, now let's go on to the point he made, which he made.
Respect yourself.
He's making
Don't be stupid.
Kenny, it's okay now.
Look at this stupid boy.
Can you leave it? Can you just stop degrading the conversation? You are degrading the conversation right now.
No, forefathers, you. No, you don't want to stop him from doing this. You are being compromised.
Behave yourself.
Don't unmute yourself again, Kenny. You're going to end up backstage.
I can just go.
All right. It's not by force. You don't have to be here. The issue, he was making a valid point regarding the idea that if there are rules placed on an environment, then there's not complete freedom. And if that rules exist there, who says that there is no other rules? Like I even highlighted the idea that if you don't have knowledge of anything, how can you express that freedom? Freedom is limited based on your knowledge for one, based on laws that societies have too, and some of them are actually based on natural laws. Like you have to feed, you have to self-preserve, you have to preserve yourself as a living entity, otherwise you wouldn't exist.
Absolutely.
So those are things that are placed on us, and even in heaven, you can't. Lucifer was shocked out because he decided that he was going to break some rules, and I often ask, I'm just going by the logic. I often ask, what if you go to heaven after Judgment Day? You go to heaven, you start singing, "Hey Lucifer, hey Lucifer." Are you going to be allowed to remain there? They'll probably kick you out again. So there's no real freedom from that point of view.
Can I speak?
Yeah, please, Ovie, go ahead.
I think I disagree with Kenneth. He said that no man is free, and when he followed by saying that because religions has law and all that, and I was like, okay, every man is born free, but the question is that how many of us know that we are free? We all talk about law, even the Bible and the Quran. Now we right now, a human being. In our law. So how many of us know that we are free? Because now the question where they always ask before now, we are the only animal on this planet Earth that is paying to live on it. Who would they pay? Would they pay ourselves? The animal where they forest they walk free say we no like I'll go catch and put them for zoo. They make money. So now some people say catch us. We will no say we dey free now. So then catch us, put up our plantation, they use us to make money. so we are all born free, but do you know you are free? It is because of what you are chasing that is enslaving you.
Well said there. Talk to them for goodness sake.
It's about what you are, that is, we enslave you. Again, to Nigeria, want to bring on to nationhood, right? We are enslaved because of what our leaders are chasing. That's why they cannot see what you are saying. So, man is born free, but how many of us know that we are free? Which is still when my brother from Canada, they ask you, what do you need nuclear for? I almost get accident and I was driving. I'm like, are you serious? You understand? So it's about what you are chasing. Now you go enslave yourself. You understand? Everywhere they ask me where are they? Are they inside bush? It don't be me carry myself go sit down for bush. No, and what's serious? No, for real though. Just like Professor Meshama was saying about how the international stage be, it's an anarchy. Now you go come to say, "Come, this thing must hold." Then back them up. If America say don't move, you move. What you can put to you, they'll back them up, right? So now you see, now jungle with day. So now we they enslave ourselves. If there's anything like that, all the laws we put in place, it is for us to enslave our place. The law of marriage, the law of food. Okay, sorry. One of my in-law one day, we go visit them. We talk about more go eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He said, "Look at these poor people. See, a poor man they think of paper. They say, I eat when I'm hungry. It doesn't matter if I'm hungry, not because I can afford it, right? So all those are laws. Everything we they do to ourselves now laws. If you know what we are sweet,
Okay, I have to ask you because
All
you
right.
know there's a lot of things that you said that I may agree with, especially when you're talking on the physical plane. And it seems strange to me that all of us really we seem to have clung on to the physical arena that we are in, which we can all agree upon. But when we're speaking about free will and choice, as I've explained before, this if something is free, it means it's given. Then we have to ask, given by who? And then if something is a will, and we understand what willpower is, then we have to understand how we have used our own will in this life, how we have used it to the good, how we have not been willful enough to get what we want or whatever it might be. So when you have these areas, arenas of the physicality that we're working with, what about the other areas like thought? What about the areas like the spirit that is giving you to drive you forward in making your dreams come true, whatever that might be? Why do we miss these elements out is what I'm quizzing. I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, you are. I think if I understand your question is that why are we so focused on the spirit and this physical, rather than also give more attention on the spiritual, which is pretty much give birth to the physical,
or even the
right?
mental. Yes, you are right.
Good. So I said that I think it's also falling in line with what I said by saying that what you are chasing is what will give you freedom and enslaved you, right? Now, I think if we want to that second aspect of what you said, why it's not so pronounced or why the physical aspect of the narrative is so out there for us to see is also speak to the people that came before us and we now. What do we have in focus? People will argue that during the days of hunter and gatherers, those people have time to actually sit down and focus on that you are talking about, the mental and the spiritual. And there's also an argument out there that the innovation that took place within the last 30 years, last 3 decades, supersede what has ever been. Now, again, if you look at it from that perspective, you now say, okay, people who came before us who have time to work on that mental and the spiritual, they gave us the world that we are living today. That today, the only thing that me and you can be scared of is also me and you. If I land in London today, I'm always scared of the British. If I land in Nigeria, I'm scared of Nigeria. If I come to America, I'm scared of Americans. We are our progress. So that's where now that confusion now come from. Why that physical aspect take prominence in our today's discussion is because of what we've decided to pay our attention to, or what we're trying to invest that our knowledge to, which is the physical thing that we can see, right? The more you they see around you, even more so, the more they see around you, the more people you have respect and all that kind of thing. So that's why. So your question is about, okay, what do we really want now? We that are here, right? The Chinese are making a very good argument that the Western civilization today are confused. They've reached their peak. It's our time they take over to the end of the world, right?
I have to come in quickly. I have to come in quickly before you run away. What I'm trying to put to you is, as you're saying, let's even before we get to the demographics of the world today, the aspect of using only the physical to recognize the will that we have is a big point of lack. If we are not using the mental in the correct way, and if we are not using the spirit in the correct way. Now, I say this to say this. The Europeans don't think for a second that they're not using some kind of spirit. I want Chinese and Indian don't think that they're not planning with the spirit. You understand? So when we as Africans, I'm quite surprised actually. As Africans here stood around the table, we even have a pastor saying that, boy, if it happens, it's happening on earth first. And I'm thinking, boy, from a pastor, that's a strange thing for me to hear. Then I'm listening more, and everyone's coming from a point of view of the physical, and we're speaking of will. when we're speaking of will, it is not something that we can always physically see. We can't always physically see will until it has transpired that is out of this individual's will that we are now able to produce pipe-borne water. It is out of his will. But we didn't see the will at the beginning. Now, what I'm saying is to say, look,
I understand you now clearly. I understand you clearly.
Let me entertain you. Let me entertain you a little. I'm just trying to put the aspect of, by the time we get to the Chinese, I'm wondering if we understood at all what they did to get where they were. And I'm not talking about the calamities that they've been through. Forget that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the mindset of individuals that spurred other individuals to glean that mindset. And then the plan that showed everyone that we've got forward thinking, which is the thing that we can't see today. We are going to envisage it for the future. And by what we're speaking about, when we're speaking about will in the physical terms in which we are using this word, we fail miserably on understanding what it takes to have will within the physical at all.
Okay, can I
I'm not very happy with it.
I understand what you are saying, but where again, where I put in demography is because of exactly what you are saying. Tomaso, if anybody familiar with Tomaso, write a book called The Intellectuals and Society. Right? I use demography because it is the infusion of those mind, those philosophical mind that actually produce the physical. That me and you, because of our geographical location, are carried away. So I was using the Chinese people because, yes, the Confucianism that we're talking about is about mind. Their mind behind everything we are talking about. If you are familiar with the book called Sapien by Noah Harari, the Jewish guy, right? He's working hand in hand with the Silicon Valley guys. If you go to Silicon Valley, you will see philosophers, you understand, who are actually bringing what you are saying. So here in the physical realm, that me and you, I'm not going to say me and you now, where we are coming from are carried away, right? We are quick to carry away, but how is it that Elon Musk is flying to Mars? But the spirit and the knowledge behind it, we are not curious about. How is it that we are having automatic vehicle? We want it, but we don't know the spirit and the spirit behind it. Am I in tune with your question?
I get it.
Let's allow AY. This is the Olumide coming. AY, see, hold on. Let me address some point. Olumide, sorry about that. See, I don't know what these chat people are saying that I'm being partial towards AY. The point is that if AY is saying something, let's say, yes, maybe he's interrupting or saying some things against Kenny, but he's not saying it in a disruptive way. He would just say, okay, Kenny should stop, allow other people to talk. That is different from Kenny blocking everybody from talking. Often he refused me, even me that is moderating it, he didn't allow me to talk. You can't allow people to behave like that.
Bring him in if he's around.
No, he's not backstage. He left. You know how he was in the huff.
Forefathers, let's be fair. He was trying to make a point. When he started, you were trying to interject and saying that you were trying to refer to his messaging as not being appropriate. You understand?
No, not at all.
Olumide, make your point. Our man has already spoken on this. Kenny can speak for it. Kenny is here now. He can speak for himself.
Don't come off your mic.
Let's settle this
Don't come
thing.
off your mic.
You had an opportunity to settle this thing. You didn't. Let's settle this thing.
No, what was settling, man? We're big people here.
Let me please keep quiet, man.
What's wrong with you? Why are we going to go around this?
Jago, just let people have their say. This is where
we're missing the point.
You come here,
allow people to have their say.
You want to drive the narrative all the time. What's wrong with you?
But what's the narrative we're going to drive now? Personality. You want to speak about personality?
Like this, people are going to end up backstage.
My foot.
Okay, finish what you are saying, then he is going to come back.
My regionalism, my foot. AY. So I'm trying to say that all you needed to do was just apologize. That we are all friends on this forum. He didn't like the way you were trying to interject him. You understand? Because you were trying to make his conversation look like he was going tribal when he was trying to mention that coming to the issue of freedom and religion. You understand? So he didn't
You don't
like
even
it.
know what happened then.
So
You don't even know what
sorry,
happened.
I
AY,
know. I
hold
was
on,
there.
hold
I
on.
was there. He
No,
didn't
let me
like
just
the
show.
position.
Let me show the
You understand?
inconsistency. Let me show the inconsistency of what you are saying just now. You had him not allowing other people to speak when it was their turn. When even me, the moderator, asked him to stop, he refused.
That's not true. That's
That's
not
not true.
true. That's not true.
You want me to play? I
That's
will
not
play the video
true.
back so
That's
you
not
see it.
true.
Yeah,
That
can I?
is
Let
not
him
true.
replay the
Okay.
video.
You
That's
want me to
very
play the
true.
video back?
Can
That's
I
okay.
speak?
Replay it from the beginning. Let's see it.
Can I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Father, I believe. Thank you, Olumide, for noting out this. We have some rules guiding, especially the panelists here, right? But AY has been going against these rules, and I've been observing you. Especially, he does this whenever you are moderating, and I've become his target for a very long time. I always point that out. This is not the first time I pointed it out. For me to actually speak up today, it's becoming unbearable. AY, it is okay not to agree with me politically. You have your own poll. I have mine. You don't shut me down because I don't agree with you. You don't do that. I have never spoken over you whenever you are pushing that your agenda that I don't agree with. But you often do that to me. And this is not the first time I've warned you to stop it. And today, what happened today for forefathers, you that they claim that you asked me to stop? No. AY has already started shutting me down. And I was trying to ask AY to stop it. And I even called your attention to stop. And then this is when you now started asking me to stop. I know what aiding and abetting is. I know when you are compromised, forefathers. And that was why I told you that you are compromised. You are aiding this boy to insult me anyhow. You don't talk over people. You behave like a child, AY. And you have to stop it. It is okay not to agree with me. It's okay to disagree. But you let people talk, right? You let people talk. I don't shut you down. You don't do that to me. I'm not your child.
Are you done?
You understand?
Let me, Fafana, give me 1 minute.
So,
let me reply to it.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So what happened? People that are talking, I know some of them, they're talking based on their emotions. Not today, not yesterday, not last week. You don't come on the panel. You talk more than the moderator most times. Today
are you the moderator?
Let me finish. You kept going. Olumide was with two people were waiting. I can't remember. That was why I said you need to stop. The first time what happened, you came on, we were having a genuine conversation. You raised the issue of tribe. I said we can't go this way. Jago was here, Jonaba was here, Mazi was here, all of them were. Why are you bringing issue of tribe? Must we have a discussion? Can't we have a discussion without referring to tribe and BT? You can't do that. The discussion we're having today, this is a very good opportunity for all of us to learn. We're discussing important things. That was why I initially stopped you. The second time,
Forefathers, you heard him, right? He stopped me.
Forefather was stopping you already.
As the moderator.
Yes, as the moderator. Forefather is the moderator. He was
No,
telling you.
you said you stopped me. So you are the moderator to stop me. Forefathers, you're hearing, right?
See, Forefather was talking to you already. The way you sound, right? You look at the way you were just talking. Now you're calling me a boy.
You a boy. On the comment section, you say that I was being childish. Look at this.
Hold on.
Look at this.
Hold on.
The video is here now. Let your
on the comment section, he said that I'm being childish. Look at these two people.
Let's just check the videos, and whoever is found wanting.
I don't know what.
Let's check the video. Whoever is found wanting will
and that is why I called you a stupid boy.
Don't keep coming off your mic. Let's check the video and confirm, because sometimes I don't know whether it's true. Maybe the viewers are seeing something we don't see. Let's see whether this thing Kene was offended.
We can't hear you, Forefather. You need to put volume.
Nothing's been sounded, bro. This could be a complete waste of time.
Yeah, I thought it was just me actually.
Father, nothing is playing out. So just stop it. Let's go back to the normal conversation.
Told you about these levels. Told you about these levels.
I don't think it's necessary. We just need to be patient with each other. That's just it.
I think that's fair enough. I think that's fair enough.
All you need to do is to accuse
What Olumide said is fair.
The commenters are not blind.
Hold on. I think you are seeing it. That he was interrupting me. He wasn't allowing me to moderate. He was telling me that he has
not true.
I asked you, okay, now let me play it.
You played that to yourself. You did not listen to it.
Hold on now. I'm listening to it. I don't know why people keep talking when we are playing videos.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. You're playing it to yourself alone.
Oh, sorry about that. I thought you were hearing. Okay, sorry about that. Let me, sorry. Let me play with sound now. Sorry about that.
Start from the beginning when I started talking, right? They were given conditions. Thou shalt not do this. Thou shalt not do this. Thou shalt abstain from this. It's conditioned. They don't have the free will. They don't have the freedom.
They only had one. They only had one. They had no other law. Otherwise, we're only speaking from a point of view of our own prediction.
They were restricted from doing a certain thing, right? Right. So I don't want to mention anything. I don't know if it's the apple or what. So right.
I just want to put freedom of the lack of
in the first freedom.
Bro.
Hold on now. You asked me a question. Right? Yeah. Let me answer it the way I know. You have to do your business, but road and you cannot. You are saving me freedom.
Now, all human you don't is what gives. But you're speaking. Hey, I'm not. That we.
I love the fact that idea that God is supreme.
Let me sure I'm going.
Go ahead.
We mind appreciate what
sorry.
Understand this of view of where we did
absolute.
You tried to explain it before, and we don't understand it because we are using modern and human terminologies to describe God gifted. Now complain that I've been given a glass. My brother, the glass is a glass. Opposed to complaining that.
Give me some time to really respond to you. I love the fact that you brought God into it, right? Have you also forgotten that the same God, in as much as hold on now. Let me respond now. Just a minute now. Why are you doing this? Just a minute.
Let Ovie talk.
Just a minute. Ovie will talk. Just a minute.
Are you fine?
If you see what these guys
just as God gave us that freedom, right? Or that free will, right? He also, the same God also has a place kept for whomever that defaulted. So if you default on those rules or whatever the regulation that he gave you, hellfire is waiting for you. And I don't think that is an absolute freedom. Absolute freedom, you don't attach punishment at the end of it. So you ask me, do with whatever I'm giving you, whatever you will. You have no punishment at the end of the day. And that is what I mean by we don't have absolute freedom. Yeah? Freedom has limitation.
Olumide,
I think to be fair,
let me address something.
Hold on, Jesus.
Let me address AY. Let me address something here.
You're not going to address anything.
AY is stepping on my toes. No,
you have already made your point.
Forefathers,
you have to control yourself. You have freedom.
You want to listen to
your freedom. Express your freedom.
Forefathers, do you want to listen? Forefathers, do you want to listen to me? Unless if you don't want me on this show,
other people want to talk.
He's insulting me here.
No, he didn't insult.
Can you understand that?
No,
no.
We have all seen. Hold on.
Yeah, did you hear that?
Hold on. There's no insult there. Not one insult. All he said was
somebody is not an insult.
Hold on. To say that other people should be allowed to talk.
No, that was what he said. That was what he said the first time.
What did he say that was an insult?
If you want to
it's a straight question. What did he say? I don't want you to go on the ground. Just tell me what he said.
forefathers.
Are you going
When
to
I
tell me
started
what he
talking,
said, or you going to tell me what you want to say?
can I speak?
Then you're not ready to talk. Then leave it.
Yeah, can I
My
talk?
point is, I don't want to go on this long thing. We
Can
have
I
a
talk?
discussion to have here.
Can I talk or
I'm not
not?
going to let you hijack this conversation. I asked you a
Can
straight
I
question.
talk or not? Do you want
What
us to
did
address
he
this
say?
issue or not?
What did he
Because
say?
I know how to interrupt people.
Okay, fine.
I
You're
know
not
how
ready
to do that.
I'm gonna see if you're not ready to talk. Fine, you can go
I
back.
asked you, can I talk?
want
You
to
said
make it.
no.
I asked you a straight question. What did he say that was the insult?
And that's what I want to say.
Then just say it.
When I was talking, and I said, I referenced John Abba. You caught that side. You know what you did. I referenced what John Abba said. And I said, people are talking about securing yourself, protecting yourself. Hold on now. But it is unacceptable for ESN to protect themselves, to protect the people of the Eastern region. AY jumped on me immediately. And followed by John Abba. Hold on. Because you guys will never allow me to speak the way I will have to speak. It must be the way you want it to go.
Tribalism into everything.
Again. What is tribalism there? What is tribalism
That
there?
is what you are bringing.
No, what is tribalism? Define tribalism. What is tribalism?
If you want to say that is offensive,
No, what is tribalism in what I was
we
saying?
have all offended you now.
What is tribalism in what I was saying? What is tribalism in
Let's
it?
not go wrong. Let's not go on about that. That is
What is tribalism in what I was saying?
If you don't like that, then
No, what is tribalism? Point the tribalism there.
No, I'm saying you should not bring tribe issues into it. Because you're talking about some people attacking you.
What is tribe? What is tribe that I mentioned in it?
Because you are talking about northerners.
I did not mention northerners.
You mentioned people.
I said Fulani terrorists attacking the people of the Eastern region.
Those are not northerners now. Can we move on now?
I mentioned so. Is that why? Even the video, even the one that you caught, even the one that you caught and played.
You talk over people all the time.
Did you hear him talking over me?
Hold on. You see, even Olumide is beginning to see what is happening. The people in the chat, hold on, Olumide, let me talk. The people in the chat, you need to watch yourselves.
So the people in the chat
can you just stop? The people in the chat, you need to stop what you are doing because you are encouraging bad behavior. This is a problem. You can't have people that hijack a conversation. They don't allow other people to talk, and you reward them for it.
Forefathers. See. I'll be honest with you. I don't like the way you have handled this tonight.
Of course, you
are taking sides. So
I take sides all the time.
Let him air his opinion. You understand? You can't hide the from the fact
I'm not
that
here for somebody to come and hijack a conversation. If you are going to do that, you get out of here too. And Ferrari, stop doing that. Stop highlighting people's comments from on the backstage. Stop doing that.
You are a stateless Nigerian. You are a stateless Nigerian. Me, I'm a Yoruba Nigerian. He is an Igbo Nigerian.
We are not having that conversation here. We are having a conversation about free will. Everything is not always about tribe or
you can never kill.
See, let me tell you something. If you are so stunted that you cannot have any other conversation in this life, then don't join the conversation. The conversation is about free will. If I go to a church, I don't go and start preaching to them about Islam. They are not there to hear about Islam. How is this so complicated for our people? You know, he's still talking there in the backstage. You know, you are not on stream, Kene. He's backstage and he's still talking. I don't know why people get upset over. I understand your passion.
Tell me why Tinubu don't need the private jet. Tell me why.
You see how they derail the whole conversation? They derailed the whole conversation. We are talking about free will. We ended up with all these conversations.
It's Jonathan's fault.
Honestly, I was enjoying the conversation. That's why the
conversation was going somewhere. And even Kene was making a valid submission. And then we went back to not letting people talk. As if you are the only one that has to have your say. If you want to have your say, Kene, you know you can host a show. Just in case you don't know, you can host a show, Kene.
I have a question. Should Kene no get free will to provoke again? He doesn't have free will to provoke.
But his argument was that there was nothing like free will. That was his argument. His argument was Adam and Eve was giving rules. Kene, you have to stay consistent, Kene. You have to follow rules. He's backstage. He's backstage.
How can you be an adult?
You are older than this thing that you're doing. Honestly,
it's okay. It's okay.
you are bigger than this thing that you're doing. You should be behaving better.
You have to follow your own rules.
Let me
You have to follow your own rules. You said Adam and Eve was giving rules.
For me to bring this up, I did not accuse Jago, neither did I accuse Jonathan or Ovie. But see this AY, and I speak the truth. They keep doing this to me all the time. And you ask me not to bring it up.
I understand what you are saying. I understand what you are saying. It can be annoying sometimes. But take it easy. It's not that serious.
And then you need to calm down.
So,
Life is not hard.
you see this your
On a very good day, AY, you don't have any business with your life. You behave like a chicken. I don't have any business with your life. On a very good day, you behave like a child. It is okay to disagree, but you don't target somebody because the person does not agree with you. That person shouldn't be your target.
You are the life program.
You see how he's smiling. He's not taking it that serious. You are taking it too serious, Kenny.
Because you know what he did.
Okay, we are talking about.
He didn't shout at you. He didn't like call you name.
You are not to talk over people.
You talk over people all the time. Even over me.
Don't worry, I'll begin to talk over people. Don't worry. On this platform, don't worry. Don't worry.
The funny thing is that you made a valid submission and then you took away from it with all this argument. Your argument was about our free will was often limited, even in the Garden of Eden. And I submitted that even in heaven, you can't go in heaven and sing Happy Lucifer birthday and all that. You all know. The idea that the free will doesn't exist.
Can I make my contribution?
There is nothing like free will.
It's okay, Papa. It's okay. Don't worry.
Not kidding. I was talking about Olumide. Olumide, enjoy your free will. Enjoy your free will while you last.
Okay, Papa that. So see, we want to change our country. When whatever we are talking about here, we want to relate it to what is happening in our society to make change, to make it a better society to live in. If there's no relation of what we talk about to our society, then all we are just doing is gisting. Is that why we're here just to gist about free will, gist about freedom?
Yes, actually, we are literally talking about
so
a
I'm
very
not here
important
to
subject.
gist about freedom or any free will. I want
No,
to
but you are the one that is here to join us. You are the one that joined the conversation where they are having a conversation about free will.
That's fine. I want to relate to my society. That's what I want to do.
Have you forgotten that when Jonathan was making his own presentation, he mentioned Christianity? AY himself mentioned Boko Haram, mentioned Sharia law, mentioned Islam. So why is my own bad for mentioning Fulani herdsmen and ESN? Why is it bad? Why is this
the difference is that when AY, that's fine.
If you don't want to accept the fact that what you just did this evening is wrong, no problem.
It's not wrong. It's not wrong because
I say I will retaliate. I will never let you see.
You can retaliate. You are free to retaliate.
Don't worry.
As long as you don't go about
will never stop. My own will never stop.
You can carry on. You see, as long as you don't go and start calling him names.
That was why I shouted.
Don't worry.
That was why I shouted in the beginning.
If you don't want to accept that issue, AY will never speak on this. But I will always intervene.
Is there a consequence of free will?
Let me talk. There are consequences. There are consequences. If you don't exercise your free will appropriately, according to even Kenny's rules, then you suffer the consequences of not applying it.
That is what I
So, at what point are we going to recognize that Kenny is expressing the free will? At what point?
Okay, can I?
He's expressing his free will, but it's not within the topic.
Can I
let me talk and then it's okay. Let me talk. For further, I get the permission to talk, please.
Please go ahead.
Okay. My brother Kenny, it's always a pleasure to have you. We are not a baby. We can decide to change the conversation. It's part of the free will. So, and we should be man enough to how we around to make it a part of the conversation. It is a conversation we engage here that I believe many are watching, and that is why sometimes good to put it in a perspective that people see it for what it is. So I don't want you guys to go up and down on this issue anymore. We are all still family, regardless. But sometimes you come across some words that is not supposed to, and we all take it on each other. But we should move past that. So that's all I can say about that. Having said that, I'm going to enjoy the family with BET Award. So they are, you can see now that they are calling me. So have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you for joining us, Janaba. We appreciate you. Janaba has to be careful with his opinions on this before he goes and insults people about things. So about his opinions here. See, the truth is that I believe there is a dualistic approach. There is a deterministic aspect that you can't control. If you don't know anything, you can't decide on that. That area is completely outside your control. The ones you know, even the ones you know, sometimes you even curtail yourself deliberately because you want to be part of a society. So your control of that is also limited. But at the same time, you still have some level of freedom to be able to do things that enable you to survive, like eating, choosing to follow the law, things like that. So this is why I believe in the compatibilistic approach to this instead of the deterministic one, because that one says that both things can be true and yet it's not inconsistent to being
so am I taking my turn?
Deterministic. That one is just a big grammar, really. It's a bit confusing. If you want to take your turn, please go ahead, talk about what it's got to do with free will, or whether we have free will, whether we don't. That's the discussion. Please go ahead.
Okay, we all have free will. I agree with Ekene in the sense that we have freedom as human beings, but that freedom is not absolute. Now, I want to relate it to our society, the country that we live in the sense that we are all free to practice. See, John, there's very two people, protagonists, who pushed that discussion to our society was John Abba and AY. And now, when other people came in to make their own contribution, they've disappeared. John Abba was talking about Christianity. AY was talking about Boko Haram. We were trying to relate it to our society. I was even trying to look at it in the sense that the reason why I agreed with Ekene was the fact that in a society where we all live together, we are free to practice whatever religion we want because of our different cultural differences, our ethnicity, Christianity, Islamic, and traditional religion. We all believe in some kind of spiritual being. You understand? And even as weird as it may sound, we have agnostic among us, we have atheists among us, those who don't believe in any kind of religion or any kind of being, spiritual being out there. So what I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, that freedom is not absolute in the sense that you are still bound by some kind of rules and regulation. Now, that rules and regulation that bind us or that curtails the kind of freedom that you think you have. Because if you say we have total freedom, is any man free to make up anything and call it a drug and begin to sell it to the public? That he can cure this, he can cure that. Is any man free to speak ill of their neighbor or slander their neighbor without any repercussion? That is why we have the courts to go to seek redress. You understand? So the same thing. So what are those rules that bind us, that restricts that freedom? Is it going to be your religious tenets? Or is it going to be the law of the land that is the ultimate decider that regulates that freedom, that doesn't make it absolute? So that is what I see. So in that sense, if somebody is saying don't go there, oh, that's the north. Then is that the kind of society we want for ourselves, where we can speak to issues, where somebody can criticize what happens in some other part of the country and say, oh, they are not behaving as they should behave as a citizen of the country, but some other people in that part of the country, because of their religion, you don't want to touch it. Is that a country? And that was what was trying to happen between Ekene and AY. And instead of being mature enough to come in and settle this issue, AY forefathers, you were trying to take sides and shut Ekene down. Is that the kind of society we want for ourselves? And you want me to talk about freedom? Just talk about freedom, just gist, without relating it to my society, where there's no real freedom there. So what law is guiding our society, guiding our freedom? Yep.
When Justice Trudeau decided to shut the farmers' rally down, seize all their donations, close all their bank account for months, what is that?
So I mean, the court has litigated on that issue. You understand? And the court said they didn't do anything wrong.
No, it's not about what the court say. I said that action alone. What is
that?
Was
he used the law? He used the law of the land. That's not what I'm talking about. He used the law of the land.
So you agree with what he did?
Sorry?
You agree with what he did?
So for me, I'm not gonna say yes.
No, you know why? Because we are quick to point Nigerian east out without actually emphasizing where we are coming from. That is the same. I ask you that question: is it the right thing to do for the president of a country to literally the same what they did to answers in Nigeria to them? Is that a right thing to do? I'm asking you.
So Ovie. So see, you are mixing apple and oranges here. If the government of Nigeria, listen, wait. Listen, you have asked me a question. Let me answer. If the government of Nigeria is going to shut down the NSAS protest by locking people's bank accounts, by using every means legally possible, you understand? To do that, maybe they went to the court. Justin Trudeau went to the court before he seized the account. He didn't do it by himself. So did they do that in Nigeria? I don't know. But the crux of the matter, listen, let me talk now. The crux of the matter,
maybe you don't understand my question.
The crux of the matter about the NSAS, the reason why we are holding the government accountable.
No, it's not about the NSAS. It's not about the NSAS.
Trudeau did not kill anybody in the farmers' protest. He didn't kill anybody in the farmers' protest. Nigerian government killed people. Over 1,000 people's dead bodies were unaccounted for. What are you talking about?
Hold on.
What are you talking about? Did Justice not kill anybody? Did he kill anybody? He used the law to shut down the farmer protest. In Nigeria, what did they do? They used drones. The army to protect the people, to kill the people. And you are here defending nonsense.
You know why you divest?
I'm not vexing. I'm just telling you facts. I'm not vexing. You are mixing apple and oranges. You understand? We are saying that the country is fractured. There's one rule for the people in the north. There's one rule for the people in the south. And you're talking about freedom. And when they get there, when we touch that matter, some people who are sympathetic to them in that region will say, no, don't talk about it. And you want a united country. What trash are you talking about? And you're talking about the NSAS people they killed. And you're talking about Justin Trudeau. How many people did Justin Trudeau kill? In the news we heard, how many people did he kill? Did he order the police to shoot? Huh?
Are you done?
As a matter of fact, I'm not done. I just started.
All right, go ahead. When you finish at that,
I just started. You understand? The Boko Haram people did you know that today, we didn't talk about it. In Borno, 18 people were killed by suicide bombing. 2 female suicide bombing. Despite the fact that they've been rehabilitated, they've been incorporated into the army, they've been incorporated into the police, what else do they want? They are killing our soldiers and our policemen every day, and you are treating them with kids' gloves. And you are sending jets to bomb IPOC, to bomb ESN. And somebody is talking about the discrepancy in justice. and you are here shutting him down. And you want to talk about freedom. Is that freedom? And you are here talking about Justin Trudeau.
You see what you're doing? Can you just stop with your sanctimonious stance? So inconsistency. You are the one. Hold on. Let me deal with it. Let me just deal with this hypocrite. I don't know where it comes from. Let me deal with him because you remember while he was ranting on all this while. Let me deal with him because this kind of nonsense. When you ask him to secure the country now, he will be the first to fight against it, and he would rather encourage people to be talking about tribalistic divisions. What is that going to do with tribalism? Somebody just went and blew people up. You are talking about tribalism. The people that they killed are not the other tribes. They are killing people in the north there amongst themselves. You are still talking about whether it's from the south and all the rest of it. Everybody in the country is suffering the same thing, and you're here talking about regional politics. It has nothing to do with regional politics. We're all suffering the same thing. The solution is right there. If you want to take it, you take it. If you don't want to take it, then just acknowledge the fact that you're just ranting for the sake of it, and you want to play the game that we have been accused of doing for centuries now, that we not want to get out of. You want to argue about tribalism constantly. I'm not interested in all this tribalistic talk.
We are not suffering the same thing in Nigeria. We are not all suffering the same thing in Nigeria. No. Let me tell you the reason why I say that we are not suffering the same thing. Right? Okay. Okay.
Nobody checks Olumide's all his claims. I make an invest like this. And the very first time I ask you one question.
What claim are you talking about? How many people Justin Trudeau kill? I ask you. How many people he killed?
Oh, wow. That's crazy, man.
The protest, whether they protest for U.S. campus, whether they protest against Palestine, how many people U.S. Army or the U.S. police don't kill for New York for the protest? How many people they don't kill? Nigeria, they kill your ancestors people, and you're using it as an example. Does it make sense to you, Ovie? Does it? Huh? What else? What else? What more do you want to talk to me about Canada? You want to talk about Canada? Tell me more. Tell me more of what you want to talk about Canada. Tell me more. Tell me more.
I'll let debate my equal. The rest I teach. Let me teach you. Nobody they checkmate you. Now only one question.
Checkmate what now? Why are you checkmating? Checkmate what?
I ask you one simple question, and this is ridiculous.
And I answered your question. I answered your question now. You answered your question. What else do you want to know? What else do you want to know?
You won't let him talk. You are saying you answered his question.
Huh?
Can you let him clarify whether you answered his question?
I don't know. Let the other party talk now. Did I answer his question or not? You asked me a question.
Don't teach me anything. I just want to point something out because we in
Ovie, if you have something to say it. We have to try to be organized here.
I have something to say regarding what we are discussing about because it's very easy to point out how. What to do in line with free will, in line with free speech. What you do that traded headline for almost 2 years. This guy never come here and make sure that one day. One freaking day. That is one of the most profound events of this century. If you want to write the history of this country, what you do did to those farmers will never be escaped. One day you never talk about. I just asked you a question.
See, I'm not here to talk about Justin Trudeau. You understand? I don't. If you have issues with Justin Trudeau, you can apply for visa and relocate to Canada. I'm here to talk about Nigeria, your shitty country. You understand? You want to talk about Justin Trudeau? There are so many issues happening in America. You understand? Like Justin Biden getting too old for the presidency is one issue there. Go and deal with that one first. Okay? Right now we're talking about Boko Haram. You understand? We're talking about that. Boko Haram should be dealt with as a terrorist organization. You don't treat them with kid gloves. You understand? They are killing our soldiers every day. These same soldiers that they send for Boko Haram, these same people who live.
He doesn't want to listen. Don't you know that they are being dealt with as criminals? Have you gone to the? Sorry, hold on. Sorry, let me 15 seconds. 15 seconds. 15 seconds is not going to take all your life. Jesus Christ! Can you just give me 15 seconds? If Olumide, if you just went to the military website in Twitter or X as they call it now, you will see continuous. I couldn't even watch it. Continuous amount of people that are getting killed in the name of terrorism that they are going after. The list you keep going down. You've not bothered to check. to see what is
and yet we still have people in internal displaced camps.
Yep.
Not able.
So yeah, please go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, can I come in? Please.
Let me say one thing. Let me say
one thing. Make your point clear and conclude so that we know where we are with your point.
You don't allow me to talk now. So if you keep it easy, I will never conclude. Make you allow me to talk. I kept quiet while he was talking. I just now one shot in I want to talk. Just because you live in abroad, you've been diaspora, it's not a criteria to come to public space and interact with people. It's not the qualification. Just get that. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay. So let me come. You see, when I was making my own contribution, I made a reference to what Ovie said. His emphasis on freedom before talking about free will. And I look around. My people from the southeast are not free. So we don't even have the free will. And remember, if you don't have that free will, you won't even be talking about free.
And by the way,
your right to make free choices.
Don't let them shut.
Yeah, they can never. You don't even make choices. So the freedom, you must have the free will before you can even talk about free choice. So my people don't have that, and nobody has the right to shut me down from speaking up. Now, forefathers, you said that we are all suffering same thing in Nigeria, and I said no, we are not suffering the same thing, because in that note that you mentioned, the indigenous people of the northern Nigeria, the real owners of the land, are being killed, annihilated, and sanctioned from their land by Fulani terrorists. That is the fact. Nobody is killing Fulani terrorists in Nigeria. Nobody is killing them. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Okay. Nobody is annihilating Fulani terrorists or sanctioning them from the land. Mind you, that most of these Boko Haram terrorists are foreigners. They are not even Nigerian citizens. So nobody is killing them. However, the Fulani leaders in Nigeria is aiding them, supporting them, and funding them to carry out these nefarious activities in that country. If you come to Southeast, the same Fulani herdsmen are killing our people in the Southeast. Thank God to the people to ESN and IPOB that have stood their ground to protect our people. If you come to Southwest, thank God to Sunday Igbohu and his boys that has stood their ground to save their people. Now you are now telling me that we are suffering dissenting in Nigeria. No, we are not suffering dissenting in Nigeria. Nigeria is a divided country, whether you like it or not. And I believe why most of us are here is to speak or call out those evils that are dividing us, so that we see if there will be
Fulani is just it's a distraction for bigger thing that is happening. Fulanis are not our problem.
No, hold on.
Fulanis are not our
Now,
problem.
no, hold on. To you, Fulani is not a problem. Fulani terrorists are not a problem.
No. We are not doing that. We are not talking about it. We are not going in that direction now.
Hold on.
This is about free will.
Yeah, can I finish? Yeah, can I finish? Can I finish?
Don't go about Fulani.
To
Just
me,
talk about free will.
Yeah, to me, is a problem, because you don't take lives that you cannot give. Is a problem for me. I have to stay alive before I can even talk about any other thing. If I don't stay alive, how will I be able to talk about how to fix the economy? Safety first. Now, we are talking about free will. A neurologist, I don't know if you have neurologists on the comment section, they can help us. Believe that the idea of free will is just a self-deception. It is just an illusion that you are having that you are free, when in actual sense, you are not free. They also believe that, yes, you might have some degree of free will, but it's not absolute. And therefore, there is nothing like absolute free will. There is no such thing. And I don't know if we can argue this further. Forefathers, you can pull up your Wikipedia as usual or ChatGPT and help us. Thank you.
I think that the argument is. Hold on, Kene. Let me just try to respond to that.
What is the idea of
listen, Maze. See, the thing is, I'm trying to go where he went. Regarding from your argument, there's nothing like free will. But at the same time, you went and made an argument that people in the Southeast are not given free will. Are you making an argument that? Are you saying that is normal? That because you acknowledge that there's nothing like free will.
That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that in actual sense, we are not all free. That doesn't mean that we should accept that idea of not being free. We have a certain degree of freedom or a certain degree of free will. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that we should just jettison the little that we have or not even try to have more. We can only fight to have as much as we could, but not absolutely having it completely.
So now let me ask. So that is true. So, and you one guy is, man, this guy, what's going on? People mute your mic. And one other thing I have to say is,
if you ask me further, I will say that.
Let me announce something, please. Because this is becoming a problem. Some people, they will leave their mic on and they will play audio in the background and it will come through and YouTube will flag it. So it's very, very important while you're not talking, you mute your mic. Because if your audio comes through when you're in the background and your mic is on, they will flag it on the video, and that is not fair on Dr. Damages. So, so the question I wanted to ask regarding the point is that if that is the case, you understand that there's an element of free will that some people enjoy. And we also understand that in Nigeria, some people can say, if you look at certain aspect, some people enjoy more free will than others. Obviously, rich people in every society enjoy more free will than poor people. And some groups of sects, religions enjoy more free will than others, depending on society that you live in. So from that point of view, people don't have equal will, free will. You can even argue that the Southern people have the least, right?
No.
Because they have, let me finish my point. Because they have so much resources being taken away from them, and their environment is being destroyed based on the resources they have. And if you count the development that they've got, they've lost at most in the country. So based on that, from point of view, you can say they too have lost more. But from the context of Nigeria, you can say based on the policy of Lugard deliberately impoverished the North. He probably didn't educate the North. And then they forced him not to join Nigeria. So you can argue that based on Nigeria, that the North was disenfranchised. They could have developed it, but he deliberately didn't develop the North.
Yeah, let me start from the last comment you made. Lugard did not deliberately impoverish the North. Lugard did not bring education in the South. He did not educate the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria embraced Christianity more. And the clergy, the missionaries that came, who were the part of this, the colonial masters or whatever they call themselves, they brought in education, Western education, interwoven with the Christianity, right? So Christians in the southern Nigeria embraced Christianity, and invariably they enjoyed Western education. However, in the North, they refused to embrace Christianity. They went for Islam. And what do they accept? What did they receive at the end of the day? Arabic studies. You see? So they have their own Arabic studies. We have our own Western education. And that is why today in the North, they say that Western education is haram, is forbidden. However, Islamic education is acceptable. And where did this Islamic education come from? From the Arabian country, right? When John Abba was making his essay, he made an error, which I was trying to correct him. He said that the Sharia law or whomever that is kicking against Western education believe in traditional education. No, they don't believe in traditional education. They believe in another Western, I don't know if Arab countries are Western countries, so they believe in Arabic studies or Arabic education. So now, you talk about freedom in the South-South. Yes, South-South. What is happening to the people of the South-South, which I don't like using because there is nothing like South-South, but people from that region, you understand what I mean? What happened to them is simply deliberate subjugation, stealing from them, and deliberately rendering them or impoverishing these people. That is not what the Constitution stated. So you have a Constitution for a reason. You have a Constitution so that you have a play like an horizontal level ground of freedom where everybody will have equal rights, equal justice, right? That is why you have Constitution. However, if you leave that Constitution and you are doing something else, what you are simply doing is impeding on other people's freedom. And that is what is happening to the people of the Southeast today. We have a constitution. Hold on, please. Let me finish now.
How long are
Let
you
me
going to talk?
finish now. You cannot even allow me to finish. Once I want to hit something,
you have to be reasonable now. You're on a panel with people.
Let me finish now.
What do you talk there?
Yeah, let me finish.
You can't go on for too long.
When you have the people of the Southeast being killed by the Boko Haram, being killed by the Fulani herdsmen, and the Constitution is not used against these perpetrators, that is where our freedom is being impeded. That is where we are being subjugated deliberately by the government. That is not what the Constitution stated, because the Constitution stated that you don't go and attack and kill people. If you do that, the Constitution will be used against you. And where the Constitution is not being used against you, that is where this one-sidedness comes from. And that is where that aiding and abetting from the federal government to the Boko Haram against the Southeastern people is coming from. And that is why I stated that, yes, we do not have absolute freedom. We are supposed to have that freedom according to the Constitution. Everybody should have that play like level ground for everyone in that country, but we are not having it, and that is not acceptable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the strategy that he used, which is what he was honored for it in the UK. He was knighted even, was to ensure that Nigeria remained disparately divided. Because when you conquer a territory, you could unite them, and you could even indoctrinate them not if you wanted to. He had the power to do that, but he didn't want to do that. He deliberately kept them apart. That is a strategy. This is something that's well known, and he also made sure the educated ones in the South are put down. He didn't want the educated ones to rise up the rank, including the British. Like if there are British people that sympathize with Nigerians, he sidelined them, and then the Nigerians that are educated in the South, he sidelined them. Then he went on to elevate the emirs and the chieftains positions in the north. Those are his strategy that he used to separate himself. And they even said that what he did still remains on the ground today, the foundation he laid. That is how effective the system he put was. And it's something that we have to pay attention to, because what he has done has led to the division that we have today. Because while he was in office, he could have changed it. He could have transformed the country to a more unified state. And if I'm not mistaken, there was something else he officially did to even keep them further apart. He deliberately kept them further apart from the South, to bringing them together. Because this was a landmass. Let's not make a mistake. Even if some of them have a bit of religion on the north, and some of them have they were a landmass of people. There was no real separation between them. And he deliberately forced that separation to ensure that he maintained control over the people. That said, it's about control. My point is that, and free will. If we as a people have free will, then you have already, to be fair, we are all on the same side in terms of fundamentally, when you say that there are rules that are put in place to curtail your freedoms. And it means that if your freedom are being curtailed, then you have a limited amount of free will. And my point is that the freedom that we have is also governed by other aspects. Most of the things we think is governed.
Are you asking about we Nigerian free will or as human? Because what are we talking about? Are we speaking Nigerian free will or as human?
It's human, actually, but because Kenny made it Nigerian.
What is the rules that we are talking about? Then the rules that we're talking about, who put them in place? That's the same human. So what do you mean? So what is the idea of freedom? We are free until we decide to put our in conditions. So what do you mean by we are not free? That's what I asked you. Do you know that it's about your awareness? You know that you are actually free. All these rules are put for me and you to follow. If you refuse to follow it, it's up to you. What are we talking about? That's why you're not to Nigeria. That's why hold on. That's why when Kenan was talking about Fulani, if you don't like I don't get it. I'm from the south side. I know my problem. My problem is not Fulani. My problem is the people who are empowering the Fulanis, and they cut across Nigeria. Yeah. That's my problem. These people who are in bed with the Western emperors. Them. I don't care about Fulani. Fulani cannot afford AK-47. Somebody bought AK-47 for him. And those people who bought those AK-47, they're everywhere. They're from south, east, west, and across the country. So the idea is Fulani. We are actually not doing ourselves a favor. There's no way we can solve the problem if everything is Fulani. What is Fulani? For God's sake, we're giving to Fulani. Or something. It's not Fulani.
Blaming Fulani is just a scapegoat thing. It's not Fulani that's a problem. It's not even Oyibo people that is our problem, really.
If we dare to complain to my children, for God's sake, let's take care of them. That's our problem. If they are actually our problem, let's go take care of them. But me and you is not our problem. They are not our problem. We are people who are embedding them, people who are supporting them. When you talk about the Constitution, the Constitution is guided heavily by North, South, East, and West. The Constitution we are complaining about. So let's say focus. Let us be our parents. No, that's what they complain about. They are still using it. We shouldn't use that. We are smarter than that. Unless we don't believe that we can change our situation before we die.
I agree with what you are saying, but my belief now is, now we are talking about free will, isn't it? I'm getting to a point whereby, because of the awareness or maybe fake news that I'm getting, or from weird conclusion that I'm reaching, which it seems to be verified by information that I'm gathering every day, is that the situation we are in is not necessarily of our making. In terms of, if you look at it from just 200 years ago, it's not of our making. It's something that is already baked into our world. We were not in the Middle East fighting them, knowing all the technologies that was going on. So they showed up. We were just vulnerable to them. So you can't blame a child when an adult shows up with the awareness that they have over you. That has happened to us. And now, when we got independent, the way it happened too also meant our freedom wasn't stridently obtained. It wasn't that strong within us. Is that our fault? Would anybody that somebody that is being colonized says, I want to give you freedom, would they reject it? Nobody will reject it. They will take it because they will think that's a good thing. But by doing that, you still end up in a situation where we end up now. So I'm beginning to feel like, are we even to be blamed? Is it just history playing out?
Forefather. The idea that freedom has to be given to you is wrong. That's where the problem is. Why would they accept freedom should be given to them? On what condition? No.
Yeah, because you have no choice. It's like your captor surrendering.
Hold on. What do you mean by that? You have no choice. What do you mean by that?
You don't have a choice now. Okay, look at it now. Somebody put you in jail. Hold on now. Let me ask you now. Somebody lock you in jail. Then they say, you know what?
Okay.
I'm tired of locking you in jail. I'm going to give you the key now. You are going to reject it?
Yes. No, the question is, why am I in jail? No. Hold on. Why am I in jail?
Because they beat you and throw you in jail?
If it is because of me and me alone, yes. But if it is because of the cause of my people, it is bigger than me. I am not going to enslave my generation unborn because I want freedom. Fuck it. They have a choice.
But you're not going to. Are you going to reject the end of colonization? I'm asking you a straight question. Are you going to reject the end of colonization when they hand it over to you?
What is the end? Who defines the end? Who defines the end?
See,
that's the problem. Hold on.
How it's supposed to happen. Let us understand how it's supposed to happen.
Exactly. See, that's what I'm saying. Anything that is given to you, it is because the person has power over you. I keep using the Biafra as an example. They are tired of being given. Let me be in charge of giving myself. That's what power is all about. What are you giving me? You keep using the Americans as an example. They take it. God take it. Nothing is given to you. If I want to go by Kenyan analogy, Tinubu will not be president. If he waited for the Fulani to hand over to him, he will not be president. He went there and took it. Your freedom should not be given to you. You say that all the time. That is because we did not fight our freedom. That's why we are. So why should they accept that? Hold on, they have a choice. Listen, they have a choice.
Take it.
Yes, people fought and died before the life of our came to receive whatever they received.
That is counterintuitive, though. You won't attack somebody that is saying everything you're asking for, I'm going to give it to you.
To Niger. If those people fight and they didn't succeed, that is not the end. That's why I should define the end. People die before their turn. Before 1960, they've been killing, they've been mending people who disagree with them. Those people have choice to agree immediately. The warriors that they talked about, they disagree because it's not about them. Over the course of 100 years, they've been killing people. So they accepted it. It's not because they don't have a choice. They do have a choice. Every fucking one of speaking a language, we don't have a choice. Exactly.
Our leaders accepted them.
They accepted. You just said it. We were given. It is in that language.
See,
you said it. We were given.
See, Ovie, let's have a conversation here. So,
yes,
if let's say because of the colonization wars that we lost, they went on to colonize us, and they had people that were working with them, interceding on their behalf with our local native population, which is us, and which means they created another elite class amongst the Nigerian group, and maybe even some of the old ones that they worked with. But there are some people amongst us that was fighting them that they were busy killing in that period. But those people that they were busy killing they didn't hand over to them. The people they handed over to, because those people were fighting for freedom, you see, it's true that they were fighting for freedom and they were killing them. But the people that went on later on, they were like, oh, in the 1960s, oh, now we are tired of ruling over you. We want to hand over freedom, but we are not going to hand over to that group that has been fighting us and we have been killing. We are going to hand over to the group that has been interceding on our behalf, that are basically collaborators. They handed over to them. Are we going to reject it? Are you going to say Nigerians should oppose that?
To Niger, and let me use you as an example. Let me quote you. You said it. Why we don't appreciate where we are today is because we did not fight for it. So I am surprised you are beating around what your conviction is, unless you are not convinced in that statement.
Nobody is consistent.
To Niger, you were given. England, you there. I said to you were given. The freedom we are having now, they give out. Anytime when they lie, they go take up. Anytime when they go take out with that. That's what it means. If we took it, it will be a different game. Let me give you an example. Within that time of 1960s, it is no longer a rumor that the Northern rejected what's coming together in the 50s, 4 years before 1960 in Lagos, which led to the caricature they make them and lead to the massacre, which you often refer to. Guess what? They had a choice. It is because they felt that the agreement that time, it is not in their favor. People went to Abure and make what? Agreement. And they came back, they said, no, what? Screw it. They had a choice not to follow. You always have a choice. That's why I ask you. If you imprison me,
the choice is to remain colonized. That's the problem.
No. Hold on. The choice is to remain colonized until when? It's not going to be forever. South Africa get that in 1994.
Ovie,
until you fight them and defeat the British.
You sound to me like an extremist.
Until you have to fight the British and defeat them.
Fight for you. Isn't that what you have been preaching for? Fight for it. Isn't that what preaching for?
Then they will just paint you. You know what they're going to do? They say, we want to give them freedom. The guy says he doesn't want it.
Hold on. You don't even believe. Hold on. You don't even believe in yourself. When you say we should fight, you don't even believe in that shit. Excuse my language.
I'm saying the practicality of what happened at that time.
Fight not to be given. Fight, take it. Fight. That's what everybody does. If you want freedom, go take it. Don't ask for it. You'll be given with a condition.
Okay, let's say you are right.
Hold on now. Our freedom was given to us with a condition. That's where we are. I'm quoting you. Unless you don't believe everything that you've been saying.
Hold on. I think you are misconstruing everything. Because the point I'm making is that you have to play it out how it happened. The people that were fighting didn't win. They didn't win.
Hold on.
The people that they handed over to were the collaborators.
To Niger. People fight 1800, they didn't win. 1900, they didn't win. 1950, they didn't win. Now, that doesn't mean it is over.
Yeah, they didn't continue fighting.
Hold on. You know why they did not agree? Because the agreements they are giving them to get freedom, it is not favorable to the generality of the people. It is not about those individuals. I understand what you are saying, but they have a choice to keep fighting until they die. That's our problem. If you really mean well for your people, I promise you, you are not going to see it. It is not about you.
My worry is that we are trying to paint history in a way that is almost impossible for it to play out.
No. I'm standing on your words. I am standing on Nigeria today. I'm not going to give up this because I'm standing on what you've been telling. Hold on. What you've been telling us, unless you've been lying to us. You say it is because we did not fight for our freedom. And now you are telling us when we are at the point of fighting, you say we should negotiate.
No. I'm not saying you should negotiate. I'm saying that
that's what they did.
You're not listening to what I said. I'm saying that you don't have a choice based on the trends of events. That's what I'm saying. Maybe you cannot even blame our people.
Our senior brother Jagu said it here. Even if God is your throat and one is on your other neck, you still have a choice. Don't tell me you don't have a choice. You just again. That's why we are mistaken.
You see, but we all know choice comes when you are aware of certain things. Like if you are being the ones that were fighting them, we're the ones. Hold on now. Let me finish the point. You're not following me. You're not following me.
Okay.
If you are being the ones that were fighting them in Nigeria, we're the ones that went and forced them to give independence, and they handed over to them. We will value it more. But the problem is that when the time for independence came, those ones that were fighting them were not even close to beating them. Then they decided amongst themselves to convert colonization to imperialism. In other words, it wasn't even freedom. It was an imperialistic system that they created. Sorry, hold on. Let me put it in place. That imperialistic system meant that they will keep our locals that have been collaborating with them all this while for 50, 60 years. They kept them in charge of the country. And it's very hard then for those people that were fighting them to go and tell the people that, go and fight these your leaders, that these people are against you. You can see how difficult it will be because the leaders will be telling them, you are getting freedom now. You people are going away. Why are you fighting me? You see the problem. It's very, very hard to fight when the people are leaving.
Okay, make a response to that. To Nigeria, I get out of mind that become president tomorrow. I will make you my defense minister. But right now, I no fit.
You don't have to.
I no fit because anything outside total freedom is unacceptable. Kill me. Guess what? I have believed that my 10th generation to come will get that total freedom. You understand? I am saying this because, again, I am standing on your conviction today. Unless everything that you've been saying, you don't believe in them, right? Now, earlier on, you are arguing about China. They were colonized people. How did they get their freedom? You talk about side from North Korea. At the expense of their people and their economy, they said, damn it, nothing on nuclear weapon. It is your selfish interest. That is what the leader we are talking about. It's not about you. You are leading people. You are leading generation to come 500 years down the road. That is what we are talking about. It has nothing to do with you. You are just fortunate and opportune to be in that position. If you fail to see it like that, then freedom will always be handed over to you. And anything that is handed over to you, it comes with what? With a price. A price that you the price that you don't want to pay. You understand? You don't for your people.
Good.
So, we use Aminu Kano and show where as an example earlier on. Aminu Kano was among those people that were educated by the Western people, the Northern elite. He was among the people. But guess what? He has his instinct that he is not going to key into the feudalism of the North. And you can draw that with Showore. Showore has every opportunity to join these people right now. I mean, we can have that debate, but he refused. You understand? That is conviction. The people who negotiate our freedom, I don't hold anything against them. I am just saying that with what you've been saying, that I believe in through Nigeria, that because we did not fight for our freedom, that's where we are. So the fact that you say we don't have a choice, I am scared to even put you in front of negotiation. Because we always have the choice.
Anyway, if you have better, you can always
you always have the choice as a human being. Don't forget that.
Maybe
your choice now.
Hold
Now
on
your
now.
selfish
Let me
interest.
say
Now your
something.
selfish
Let me get a
no,
word
no, no,
in
no. Hold on,
edgewise.
not you now, not you now. Now our selfish interest now the impact that choice, right? What am I ready to give? That goes on to Mandela again as a hero, right?
Well, you're not
What
letting
was
me
the
reply
negotiation?
though. You're not letting me
What was the
reply to your point.
what was the negotiation? Right?
Are
That
you
gave
worried
that.
that there are holes in your argument? Is that why you don't want me to reply?
No,
There
no,
are
go on.
holes in
Sorry,
your
sorry.
argument.
Hold on. Oh,
See,
go ahead.
like,
Sorry, I didn't
yeah,
know
because
that.
when you introduce the Asians in North Korea and all of them, the key aspect is that they fought and they survived. They won. They were standing. Even when they lost, they were still standing. The people that fought that war were standing. But the ones that fought our colonization were not standing by the time the colonizers left. They had chance to groom people, groom generation after generation that are used to collaborating with them. The people that they handed over to were their partners. They were being trained in the West. They were not enemies at all. There is a big difference there.
I agree.
If you fight your enemy and you survive it and they leave, you will see your attitude will be very, very different from when you guys just shook hands and they had time to completely
Hold on. I
brainwash
like
your
your
people.
analogy. I like your analogy because we are there right now, right? You said
That's
the
where we
people.
are.
Hold on. The people who wanted to actually fight for our freedom were killed. Then they groom who they will negotiate. We, me, and you are at that stage now, right? Because our conclusion here is that the people who are negotiating for us now are groomed by these people, so they cannot negotiate for us. So it is our time, and that's what we are doing now. That is the negotiation we are doing now, right? I am telling you, if I am fortunate to be at that point, at that front, it's not about me. It is my life you want. That's all you can take anyway. That's all I got. I ain't got shit. Take it, right? Good. My people might suffer for another 50 years. I'm talking about it. I'm speaking for my Biafran people now. They strive for the first time. They didn't succeed. They are still living. They are still living. Does that mean it's over? Does that mean they've lost? No. Now, existence now continue. Billions of people have came before us. If we go back to our history, there are people who fought these people. Yes, they don't win. There's a reason they don't win. As you said, they have to bring people that will agree to them. It is not going to continue. The Western world will lose power. If they lose power and we have to negotiate with China or Russia, is that what you are going to be saying? No, it's a total freedom.
No, I
Anything
think
outside that,
the
kill all of
context,
us if you
I'm
can.
trying to
People just
explain to
kill
you
it.
that the context is different. You have to understand how things played out. We never really won. We never really become free. That's why I said in 1960, we never
So
were
that's what,
free.
yeah, the fight
And
will continue. The fight
people,
will continue. Now it's our
let me
turn.
finish my point. When I said we were never free, when we thought we were free, we were never free. And when we thought things were good, things were never good. We never had a foundation. That foundation
Yes,
of bond
I
that
totally
is
agree.
involved in creating a nation never really happened. And they
I
just handed
agree.
power over to their collaborators. We were still under their full influence when
But
they left.
forget about yesterday. It is me and you turn now. We are here. We not be children. Now our turn now. What are we going to do with what? Hold on now. Hold on. What are we? How are we going to negotiate it for our unborn children? But that's the only thing we have to do.
No, I'm trying to bring it back to the free will argument. Where the free will argument came into this one was that based on the unfolding of events, we never really had the freedom to say, oh, we were free at that time, because that was a lie. We were never free. So
Who took our
the
freedom?
situation carried on. The freedom was taken in the colonization wars. It was taken a long time ago.
So I want it back.
Exactly.
Simple.
That's what we. That's what.
And I want total.
The area that you don't like me saying is that maybe our fate was always sealed, even when we thought we were free in the 1960s, because that made us lower our guard. We thought we were free, because when you think you are free, when you're in a jail and you don't realize you're in a jail, why would you want to break out? And that's a problem. So that awareness is not even there for a very long time for us.
Tunanja, let me disagree with you. If you read the biography of these individuals, go read the biography of Awolowo, of individuals. They are more aware than us. They are more conscious than us. They know they are not free. So they are not done. These are university dons, and All of them. And they are smart people. So what do you mean they don't know? I don't understand. Who
Okay,
don't
let me try
know?
to get myself into their head. You see, to them, even if they know they have the limitations of freedom, even Israelis, you can argue that they have their limitations too, because they still have to rely on
Yes,
Americans
I agree.
weapons
That's
and all
why we
that.
are still
So,
fighting. We are
but
fighting for that total
let
freedom.
me finish the point, because this point is quite important, because so that you can try to get into the head of these people that are ruling, because it's easy to just say they are devils, they don't know what they are doing. In their
They do
head,
know what they're doing.
they might be thinking that yes, we don't have freedom, but the compromise that I have to give is not consequential. Individually, they don't see it as being consequential. They don't see the accumulated consequences of individual actions amongst our group of people that believe that same thing, and they don't see over time the effects. And that is one of the things Lugard said, that we don't have foresight. We don't
I agree.
see the consequences of our actions now into the future.
And that is the danger. Again, you can make case for these people now, right? What they have been through, how long they fight and all that. And that's why I keep saying it is our time now. Me and you now are now 100% aware and agree that we are not free. And the reason why we are not free is also known to us. So we are at the point of negotiation now. What is our excuse that we should not be asking for total freedom? Now, these people in charge, I don't know what they are doing. If you don't know what you are doing, you cannot lead
So
a
over
country
here,
like Nigeria. Let's
you and
let's
who
let's
is
stop deceiving
negotiating?
ourselves.
Over here, you and who is negotiating?
We are having a very high level conversation, man. That's why you're asking that kind of question. What do you think about me? It's not about me and you. It's not about me and
Okay,
you, my brother.
let's allow
Oh
Amy
my
and
God.
others to come in. Let's allow Amy and others to come
Not
in.
about me and you. It's not about me and you.
Amy, come in with your this thing. Let's go, Amy.
Now wow, now wow.
Before I come in, forefathers, you are the moderator and the host of this show. Let conversations go around at least. Thank you. All right.
All these people, you are never happy. Were you not entertained? Didn't you learn something from that
You go give them
conversation?
time. You go give them time now. They go begin insult personality. Go, go, yeah, speak.
I learned something.
Speak. If you give only me the front now, you go begin insult personality. So, Mr. Enere, go. Let me buy you go. You go keep your points. Since
Thank
you don't vex.
you. No, I'm not having no versicle. But the thing is, as the moderator, you should anybody have the right to want to speak. You get the point. But you should just try and make sure that at least everybody the thing is balanced. That is one of his responsibility. Good evening. Yeah, on free will. Well, I think from my own experience and the way I've thought about it, and I try to read a little bit about it, I realized that based on my experience, I think it has to do with systems. You don't have an absolute free will. You have your free will is relative. And if it is relative on something. It is relative from a reference. For example, that the basic of will is to live or to die. You have the choice to live or to die. But once you are alive, once you pick that choice itself, there are rules of the game within that choice you have already picked that now determines whatever thing you do afterwards. So if one chooses to die, for example, the person is dead. To us who are alive, we don't know what laws govern that realm of death. But in that realm of death, there are laws that you just don't break. So automatically that already puts a constraint within your choices. For example, you can't die and say you want to come back to life, maybe because you've tasted the other side. And same thing goes to this side here that are alive. Except on some occasions when some people, due to the effects of life that they've seen from their actions, they choose to die. But the moment they choose to die, we don't know what happens again from there. But once they are alive, if you want to continue to be alive, you continue to follow a constraint, a rule of law to keep you alive. So as at that point in time, your absolute will has been taken, or let me say, you've submitted it in order to move on with that decision you've made. So that is the basic. Now, for you, if you're alive, you begin to exercise your will within that system. Okay, what is the limit to what I can do, to what I can execute, to my actions, to my decision within that frame of reference of being alive itself. And you begin to exercise and see, okay, if it means to hunt and kill the animals and eat and continue to be alive, or if it means to gather and continue to conserve and to subsist your existence by farming, or from there, if it means to modernize, and in all these decisions, there are also constraints. So, in my opinion, absolute free will is an illusion. There is always a constraint within your will. Once you make a particular will, once you decide, then you follow the rule of law that follows through.
So are you saying that we don't have free will?
Now, we have free will, but it is relative. It is not absolute.
Okay, so you believe in compatibilism, the kind of.
Absolutely, yes. I believe the two is just. I believe those two is just the side of the coin. It's the same coin, only that you have the head and the tail. So once you look at one side, you can still look at the other, but it's still the same thing. But nothing is absolute, in my opinion. Nothing. Maybe only God. That is it for those who even believe in that.
So how does that affect societies then, in terms of how to hold people responsible for their actions? And because that is the area that comes into play when to hold people guilty of something or not.
Let me ask you a question before you continue, right?
Okay.
So the other thing, I love the way you analyze it. So that's we don't like that was my conclusion too. We have free will, but it's limited. So do you think of a bigger power that have that control that have the full free will, that have control over us, like, okay, this is your limit, but the bigger power is up there, just like having a boss at work, right?
Yes. I think if it is my own belief with what I've been trained and also what the little thing I was at, I'll say yes. But that doesn't mean someone who thinks otherwise is wrong. You get the point? So in my own opinion, I think there are some journey you just have to walk through yourself to discover and make your own personal decision. But to me, I would say yes, because even my existence wasn't my own choice. And those who even made me to exist, it wasn't their choice to even exist. So if you continue to go back that line, there's definitely going to be an origin. Who created that beginning itself? Did it just happen by chance? Or was there a sense of intelligence within that creation that now led us to this journey that we are in now? So that is left for the individual mind to decide how that happened. Some people believe that it just happened by chance, but I think no. There's a sense of intelligence in this thing, and there's a high probability that somebody.
I have a question for you.
But can intelligence not? I wanted to go in that direction, but I don't want to go there.
I just have a question. Just a question. Along what AY asked too. It's along what you're talking about. That's for clarification. Right? You said that there's no absolute freedom. Again, I will ask: is it the context of a state or context of human as a human race, as humanity?
Human.
It's two different.
State, human, any place, anywhere you want to place will and free will, it's always relative.
What? And you said something again. You said once you are alive, once you make a choice, you have to stay alive or die. But once you stay alive, don't you think those rules that govern staying alive are there for survival? Which means that it depends on the choices that you willingly make in life that determine the kind of rules or laws that guide that life, that way of life that you choose.
Absolutely. But if you look at that as well, it's because you have now decided to stay alive. So if you want to play the life game, you must follow the life rule. You get the point? So So if you want to stay alive, then you must follow the life rule itself. And following the life rule, there are definitely constraint for you to live. You can't say I want to stay alive now and you go and drink poison. That is not a route to stay alive. So in my opinion, I think that
the
But
choice.
where do you think we came from? Is it through evolution or through creation? From
I
just to go
think
back to what
those
you are saying.
stories are also, I think those stories too are
Big
mixed
Bang.
together. I am a scientist, but I think if you use the Big Bang model to explain it or evolution, definitely you are not wrong. But the thing is that if you look at it from a kind of from a vantage position to look down in a wider view, you realize that your story will still gel with the story of those who believe there's a theology. I mean, there's a creator behind playing the game. The only thing is just that sometimes I feel like we are kind of myopic. We don't see too far. So to us, the little things we see are kind of far enough. But if in the grand scheme of things, it's not even a distant.
What do you think is the reason for that? What do you think we are short-sighted? What do you think is the reason for that? Let's take Nigeria as a case study. What do you have any big reason why you think we are short-sighted?
I think
anyone can answer that question.
If I'm being honest, okay,
Yes.
fine.
I think it goes to the free will. It goes to the idea of what Tunanja was actually saying. Do we actually know that we are free or we are not free? We are behaving as people who are not free. And the real sense of it, we are a conquered people. So that's why I agree with what he's saying, that however we are being, is it constrained, you understand, by some hidden power, either just like what I say, either hidden power in terms of spiritual realm or whatever, or physically, especially us in Nigeria, we are not free. We are still a conquered people. We have to come to that realization that we can now either work our way out or work our way back. So yes, in terms of with Nigeria, just like we're talking about what we consume type of information, we don't control it in Nigeria. We can't even afford it as it is today. So I don't know if it answers your question a little bit. We are not free. That's why we are behaving the way we are behaving.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I will go the opposite of Ovie, even though I believe in what he said. But on the other side, I would say that we are not conquered. We have been conquered, yes, but we can still decide not to remain conquered.
Have we made that decision? Yes, sorry.
Yeah, that is now, that is even where I want to go to answer his own question. Because the question he asks is, why are we, if I get the question rightly, that...
we're behaving the way we are behaving.
Yes, thank you. So the truth is that as a collective, greed has led those who we put in, those we have looked up to, the greed, and perhaps those two were also a reason of maybe they were kind of conquered in their mindset to be greedy. I don't know. But the thing is that after a while, you should come to the realization that this doesn't support the existence of my people, the benefit of my people, even in the longer run.
People, that's the word. I like that.
Yes. So as a result, you should be able to make decisions that will benefit the longer your people more than it benefits you. And the more, the moment you understand that, the more your people are emancipated to remain your people, even you continue to benefit from it. But once you don't want your people to be emancipated because of your greed, which is now myopic in nature itself, which is the myopism we are talking about, then you begin to decide, because those people have already given the power to make decisions on their behalf to you. You now begin to use that power against them, but they don't even know it.
Yep.
You begin to use that power against them to make myopic decisions. And from there, you continue to live like a conquered nation. Because these people that have come to conquer us, yes, it is not sin to be conquered. In fact, you lose. You sometimes, in fact, most of the time.
So, Emme, where I would disagree with you, what you said, we are not conquered now. Is that what you said? We are not conquered today.
I think I think I mistakenly said that. Maybe I would definitely go with Ovin that we are conquered, but we have the It's the same.
It's not over. It's not over. We have the opportunity to, that's why I said I walk out of it. either by walking out of it or tracing our way back. We are that's
Exactly.
actually Nigeria. Our turn now. Now our turn. We are not adults now. What do
Yeah,
we do with tomorrow? Pretty much,
absolutely.
which is our people.
We are
Yes.
not. We have been conquered in the past. It is a fight. If you lose the fight, doesn't mean you can't win the next day.
It depends on
Yesterday
how
I've
long you
lost.
want to stay. Yes, you're right.
Exactly. So but I have the choice now. With the parameters existing at this present world we operate, there is a choice to remain, to go out of that victimhood and become a conqueror itself.
Do you think? What do you think we are heading? What choice do you think we are making now? Since that we have,
Mazi,
do you think
if
we are working out? Do you think?
if I'm being
Go ahead.
sincere, if I'm being sincere in my heart, I would say, as a collective, we are heading towards victimhood graduates continually. And now the funny thing is that the people who should, when you have leaders who should make you conquerors, but they are now the ones victimizing you. That is even the worst kind of experience. It is even better for the foreigner to come and victimize you so that you can have a collective ideology and fight to be conquerors. But now, who do you fight? You begin to
That
fight.
hope that you see, that wanted to make you want to disagree me. Where does it lie within the Nigerian state now? Is it those who are in power, the middle? I mean, where do you think the solution, if we have a chance at all, where do you think the solution lies? Also, go out of contact.
If we are going to go out of it, we need all the three lines who are different. We need a group of elites who now look into that long-term view. Then we need the middle level, because the middle level are like the engine room. They are the ones who are intelligent, who are intellectual to drive ideologies. Then those people can convince
The
the
middle are not
mass.
actually intelligent, too.
No,
The middle
even
are
you
not
are part of
intelligent.
the middle. You are
No, the middle are.
anybody who can
So
read, who can explain, who can lead one or two persons. They are like the middle, in my opinion.
I get your point from political standpoint, right? Just like Aristotle actually classified man into three parts, right? When it comes to leadership, the intelligent, the strong, and the common man. He said the intelligent should lead. The strong should protect. The common man should obey until they become the strong and the intelligent, or the intelligent.
AY, what you just said actually speak to what you're saying. You said the intelligence should lead.
No, it was
And
referring to intelligence as the middle. That's why I was coming in.
the same thing now, because they are not leading, even though they're intelligent. That's why they use that word should. They are not leading.
Yeah,
There's a
they're
reason why they're
supposed to lead. Okay,
so that's the same thing at the top. Yeah, you guys are saying the same thing. So, but how do we?
Sorry. So when you look at that point, I think that's where we're missing it in Africa, in Nigeria, as a case study. In Nigeria, the intelligent are not allowed to lead. But if you see America, I remember my elder brother, the first time he came to America, he was telling me, he was shocked because the society of America, people are very ignorant. You would be shocked. Like you've lived in America for 50 years, you are still ignorant, you don't know what's going on. So you will see a lot of those. My brother was like, then how are they progressing? I said to him, what I found out in America, the intelligent are actually up there doing the work. Every other person is follow. So that is how they do. But in Nigeria, we don't have that. The intelligent are supposed to lead the way, think for the people that are just, but they are not there yet. So that's the struggle. Part of the struggle we have.
That's the solution is trying to provide. That's the solution is trying to provide.
Amen, go ahead.
So if we say the three have to work together, now in what dimension? Are you looking at the political party, union, or movement? Or what do you think is what do you think we are capable of doing? Let me use that us since we are here now. We are here now.
For me, in my little understanding, because I think I've not really understood the vast Nigerian space.
Oh yeah.
But one thing I've picked is that there is greed that permeates every part of the country.
Correct.
And that unifies the leaders at the top. at the top, because they are all greedy, so they are one. They have that unique language. They understand themselves. In fact, they are never angry to themselves. If you offend me, they know tomorrow we go settle again because
You are
you get the
spot
point.
on. You are spot
So
on.
that is a problem for me. Now that makes me to think, because like the paradigm that I gave, like you need the intelligence to rule, then the powerful to guide, and then the normal
Common
man
man, obey.
to continue
Come
to
on, don't
obey until.
they shout.
Only that in Nigeria and virtually every other part of the world, that there's this system that has it has now shifted. It is the powerful that even does the ruling, and most of the time, these powerful, they are like this divergent. They are powerful and intelligent, so they are utilizing, because they are powerful and intelligent. They understand the two
Some of them, I
two
don't think they are intelligent. I disagree
No,
with you. I don't think they're intelligent.
No, now you look at it collectively as a group.
Yes.
Since they are working together as a group, that's how you look at it. You understand?
Okay.
Group intelligence.
They are powerful and intelligent. That is why the intelligent alone can't get there. Because once they want to play the game of intelligence, they don't follow the rule. They use power. It's either to cut you short, to punish you, or to do something that will make the intelligence keep quiet eventually. So that is where it is happening right now in Nigeria. They are intelligent. Now the thing is, for me, the solution, as you asked, is that now we need it has to start from somewhere. It has to start from somewhere, and I think it has to start from a sense of that power at the top, that we gradually, just like a funnel, you have somebody that begins to brood down a particular ideology that favors the future, not just the myopic view again, that now changes the paradigm of the people. So if that person,
Do you see anybody in sights? Can
now,
you
in my own myopic view, I would say Obi was handed that opportunity.
Was handed that opportunity. That's a very, very, very way. It's a very corny way to put it. Was handed by who? By the people or by how? What do you mean by handed over?
Yeah, the thing is that he tried to gain the minds of a group of people, which I'll call the youth now. And the youth feel like, okay, if this person has this kind of mind that I think is different from the way we have seen so far, not that it's different, but now it's offering a different paradigm that we want to follow through. Perhaps we can use him as a source to now, like a springboard, drive on. And because since the youth are like the future, eventually the youth will begin to brood over, grow over, and eventually take over the space. You understand my point? Because
do you think they should give him a second chance?
No, it is not that they should give him a second chance. The thing now is that I have advised that if I'm part of his advisories now, for example, advisors, I'll put it that way, he should take himself off the picture of 2027. Because sorry, why?
I like that.
Just to paint a picture, not because he can't get the ticket in 2027, but take yourself out of that picture. That will make you think, okay, who else can do this? Not just who else alone, what system? We need to try and see how we can bring people of system. Let a good system continue to lead us. You get the point. And the only way that can happen is remove, because once you detach yourself, you will see better again. Now, it won't be because of greed or I want to be again or anything, not because you get the point. And of course, he has done fantastically well. But the only thing I would just say, okay, detach yourself and now begin to see how can I influence decisions. What steps do we have to build a system that can influence decisions now? That will now begin to make him meet with other persons of like minds, and they will grow a bit. Those people too will begin to influence, and it will not be a decision that it is made by a system. And that system must be a system that wants us to grow, not a wrong system again. Not a system with the wrong ideology. So by doing that, over time, it might take 10 years, it might take 15 years, but the mindset of a certain person will begin to shift gradually. And before you know, you have a critical mass of that unique mindset that sees nation as nation and not greed. And from there, at least on the average, we will grow. On the average, not that it's a perfect system. So, but on the
That's what
average, we will continue to grow. So that is my
you are
own submission.
describing the job of somebody. I think what you are describing, it will take somebody who is not in the political space as it is now to drive.
That is why I said, because he already has he has not just him now, even Showore can be that person. You get
right.
It is just a matter of detaching yourself from what you want to be, and people will realize that this guy is not doing this thing for himself. You get the point? And
Instead of
because
saying it.
Let me say
yeah,
this. Let me say this. Let me say this, right? This one, Fofather, is quiet. Hope we are not in trouble. Let me say this, right?
It's learning. It's learning.
So
it's learning. It's learning.
they were having discussion this afternoon. I really like the area MA is really going right now.
Yeah.
The level of greed of the so-called
Right.
Nigerian leaders,
Right.
it actually baffles me. The reason I'm saying that is, as a leader, let's take Putin, for example. You can still enjoy the benefits, enjoy the good life, and get the job done. I'm not saying they are sent, like they can still, but not at that level, but get the job done. I would have been less worried. But what you find in Africa, they don't want to get anything done. They just want to steal, they just want to loot. That is what that baffles me. Just like you said it now, if you are a leader that is thinking of tomorrow, they were having discussion this afternoon. I listened to a bit. Okay, for example, to build a nuclear power plant, to be honest, you can build a nuclear power plant in Africa at $10 billion. Then would they build a refinery for $20 billion, thereabout? You can build a refinery with capacity $10 billion. You wonder 20 years ago when we had money, many years ago when the president said they don't know what to do with money, you did build all this stuff. You are not thinking of more substation to give people light. You are not thinking of roads. You are not thinking of waterways. You are not thinking. What were you doing? Do you get it? So even if you had borrowed money to do all this investment, train system, population is blowing up, because if they were thinking 50 years ago, they were telling them, oh, by 2020, Nigeria population is going to be around 200 million. They were saying it. It's just like today. They were not thinking along that line. So I have been thinking about this, right? My conclusion was, I really discovered, what I discovered is, after I puzzle about this problem, we just simply have political leaders that are thinking of the next election. Just like right now, they're planning for 2027 already, but they are not planning in terms of the country, how to get the country developed by 2030.
No.
But they are thinking of election. In fact, I'm sure there are politicians that are targeting, okay, after Tinubu rule, the North will rule. If it comes to South, I will get prepared for it. They are having this thinking. Tinubu thinking to be a president did not just start in 2023, 2022. No. It started more than 20 years ago, I can tell you. So that is what baffles me. What will it take you to know this is about the country? I feel some of them, they just even think like, after all, I don't have 30 years to live. I'm not going to be here. Let me just do my thing. I just go. It's the stage, the greed, and you forgot that your grandchildren will be in this country. Your great-great-grandchildren will be in this country. The greed is just, I'm just, I don't know what to say. Sometimes when I think about it,
that is exactly, so that is the exact point you're making. Is why I said we need somebody who will just take himself off the picture. We need, because if you look, and funny thing is, that mindset, that thinking has been rewarded several times in Nigeria. That now it is like it is the working formula. That is the reason why there are psychophants all around. That is the reason why, when you, it is you will be seen as a foolish person to want to think like a normal leader that should lead this nation into prosperity in the next 30, 50 years. If I believe in the midst of these people, once they are discussing, you realize that they are not bothered about if Nigerians are eating or not. In my opinion, they don't care. All what they really care about is what is in it for me all the time. And now the mindset has been rewarded always. Now look at, how do you explain the rigging of a system, of a state? And it was clear to everybody that there is rigging here. There's nothing that anybody could do. In fact, not that nothing. The person who perpetuated it is being rewarded with good juicy positions. And this is the way mindset is made. For example, now, if you like graduate with first class and all those things, the average Nigerian youth now no send all those rubbish again. They simply just want to make money and flex. But we all know that that is not the real life. Because if you go out of Nigeria, that's when you realize that what we are like. I had to come to the conclusion that individually we are good people. But you see, as a collective, if they say humanity at the basest level, I wouldn't be surprised Nigeria is the humanity at the base level as a collective. Because you look at
hate ourselves.
Why is it that the basic things are not working? The basic things that make people think we are not working in Nigeria like that. I'm telling you, the things that are working is because some persons just want to eat. So they have to make certain things work. Look at even common, what do you call it? Sewage system. Look, when you go to other countries, you see that there's a thinking into the design of cities itself.
Oh yeah.
You look at underneath your house, you realize that there's a huge sewage system. Not that I will just build my land, build my house, I'll now dig 2 feet gutter. You get the point. There's a thinking, there's a planning into it. You know that maybe they just go to a bush, a forest, plan it out. This is where the sewage should pass through. They'll dig and do those. You can see almost a story building sewage system and it will just be covered with a small lead, and you know that it is that deep. That is what they call planning. And it is because those cities, they want them to work. Look, I want to say something. Those who we think have conquered us, they didn't hold the lead, like, oh, I've conquered and I must hold the lead so that you feel conquered. Otherwise, you question how did the Chinas and the Qatars, the Dubais, how have come they've grown.
Yeah.
Even these powerful people want to associate with prosperity. It is now left for you to utilize what you have, because basically what you have is more than enough to make your state a prosperous state, to make your nation a prosperous nation, despite what they've eaten already. So, but you see, funny, look how many people, look at the whites, they've gone to Dubai, bought houses. Before, those places, they will go there and conquer to get those properties. But no, they are going there economically now. They are bringing their fortune to own a piece of their cake there. If those Dubai people didn't create a system, do you think that would happen?
Who will go there?
That is the
Even
point.
our own people now.
Exactly. If Nigeria is developed, it doesn't matter the weather. These people will bring their fortune to come and stay on the land. And they didn't hold us not to develop our place like that. No. So basically, it is now we being conquered by our own people because of greed. And
I can't agree more.
That is my fear.
Yeah. I think we're still gonna be thinking of the way out, because
so it's either, that is why the most although it is crude and not too much of a deep thinking, is let us go our ways. Whenever I say that, it's not because I've not thought, like, I want an idea that works or something. We need a system that works. But when you begin to look at how long will it take, you not even have a step. Some people say, but it is working 29 years in democracy. What is 29 years in democracy that you can't point down to fingers to 2, 3, 4 persons that have embezzled money and they've been punished, irrespective of their tribe or religion?
I also support the regional team, to be honest. Because now I feel the work developing the country as a whole is gonna take more time. We don't have that time.
Yes.
We don't have that time.
Let those want to go maybe they want to develop. It's going to take them 10 years to do that. Let them go at their pace and the way they want to hold it. Let those who's going to take 20 years do that, and let those who's going to take 5 months. Because I can guarantee some places, some regions in Nigeria, if this regional system is done and they get it right, it might just take 5 months and things will change.
Things will change.
You get the point.
If you have to work day and night to develop, do it.
Exactly. Look at the bridge. I saw the Lagos Abeokuta. There's a particular bridge that has taken close to like 8 to 9 years to build. AY, Netherlands built a particular bridge in 2 days. Chinese, there's a place that earthquake, there's a sinkhole in the middle of the road. It took 48 hours to make corrections. AY, night and day working. Now, do you want to tell me that the children they born into those systems, they will be greedy? Even if they are greedy, by nature of the places they were born, they've imbibed a certain culture of work ethic. They know that it is. You can imagine a Chinese coming to Nigeria and seeing a bridge and they ask you, how long was it? You said 8 years. You say, come, what is happening here? That they've not seen. If you say you are building something 8 years, it must be that you are building the wallet as a Chinese person now. Because what they've done, you can imagine erecting 80-story buildings and yet you are putting road on those places as well.
Bro, if people that don't travel, if you travel a lot, if you see what is going on in country, you want to cry for your country. No joke.
You will cry.
Like you want to sincerely cry. I'm like, what is going on? Like, what? We got good land, we got good environment, I'm like, what is going on? Honestly, you'll be asking yourself, you want to cry? No joke. I'm not trying to exaggerate.
Look, there's nothing the whites want to eat here. I'm saying it today. If they like, they say they want to take like 20 wells of crude oil. If I give them, we have enough to still make our place better. Arable land, we shouldn't be the ones to be crying for food. And you get the point. This is system. Put system in place and things will work. And funny thing is that you have good people who want to work. You have intelligent people who can.
Did you just hear you say? Did I just hear you say give people whatever land they want?
No. Yes.
Oil well they want.
And what am I saying is this? Please understand the nuance in what I said. The nuance I'm trying to paint is that no matter what, we can still be sufficient. If we think some persons are holding us down in certain level, they are not stopping us totally. That's the point I'm trying to make. That they are not stopped. In fact, they want to also come and partake in our prosperity if we get it right. That is my point. Yes. Make Nigeria a good place. You'll be surprised the number of whites that will come and buy land in Nigeria.
I agree with that, but how does that tie into give them oil wells?
Now, why it ties to that is that, on the average, it is believed that there is a superior, and that is, there's a puppeteer that is managing the whole scenario like that is making it to continue to remain like this. On the average, there's a thought like you get. So that is my thinking. Okay, even if these people are trying to puppeteer the whole system to be like this, that they are not that omnipotent to make it like this. They are simply utilizing the system itself, the grid in the system, to benefit themselves. That if we have a good system, no matter whatever they want to do and their benefit, we still have more than enough to make our system good and become equals with them, that they don't have the problem with that mindset.
The thing is, part of the strategy is not only the fact that they need your oil, they also look at it from the point of view that if they don't take that oils, their enemies could take it. And if that enemy includes China, Russia, and yourself as a person might also take it and develop. So their calculation is quite broad in the way they define this thing. So what you are seeing now, if they could, with luxury, afford to allow us to do more, they would. They would. They can easily limit our leaders' ability to send money overseas and tell them behave yourselves. But what you have now is what they want to exist. That's that's my thinking anyway.
Forefathers, do you remember this story, this ideology that if you tie this experiment that you tie a horse, is it a horse now? I think so. A horse for a while.
To the water.
Yes. After a while, lose the leash on that horse. The horse will still think that it is tied. And still remain in that spot. Yes. Now, if you are the tire of that horse, you've already loosened the horse, you left, and you came back and you still made that horse in that same position. And naturally, you are a greedy person. What will you do?
You leave the horse. That's what you're saying. Yes, but yeah,
that is what is happening. It looks like we are tied. Yes,
but if you're tied, but your thing is that the objective of untying the horse is that you want the horse to go away. So if you are greedy, why would you untie the horse? It's contradicting personality.
No. Yes, and that is how the world runs most of the time. They run in contradicting personalities. They want you to feel like we are tying you. They want you to feel like, no, we don't have time. We've not tied you. It depends on the scenario. They play this game. It is not left for
but it is clear that, is it not clear that many African countries have been untied and they wanted to remain untied, but they came back, make sure the rope is tightened faster. So it's not necessarily the case that they just wanted you to just fly free and do whatever you like. That is not their objective.
But the thing is, how do you explain somebody embezzling 80 billion naira, for example, that could have created maybe that could have been used to develop maybe 6 world-class hospitals in that place, renovate all the educational system, improve it with that same amount? Yes, one person, and that one person is not a foreigner. It's part of you.
Yeah, it's part
and
of
you
us.
just don't have, and you just don't have that one person. You have like thousands of those set of mindset. Now, how do you explain such? Now realize that it is not the foreigners tying you again. It's now we doing ourselves. Because you can't say the foreigner hates you and they are not letting. Where are these remaining funds coming from? Those funds can still be sufficient to push a good narrative.
Even if the foreigner is in your country doing it, you can still say you are responsible for yourself and say that you did it to yourself. And you can, at the same time, two things, both can be true at the same time. It's not necessarily contradictory. There's always dualism in these things. The foreigner is also responsible for doing what they are doing. Like if you have a house, I always give this example. If somebody comes and burns your house down, does that mean that that person has no blame? The person has a blame to accept. But you as a owner of the house also have responsibility. You should have protected your house. So you see what I mean? So from that point of view, the foreigner, we are the ones sabotaging ourselves. But I'm not sure you should be going to as far as saying we should just give them the land since we can exist because we are not strong enough. Give them the oil that we can create our own system to exist separately away from our resources.
I might have been extreme in that statement, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say. That no matter what those people, I might have been extreme. You get the point in my submission there. But the truth is, they have power to take certain things, isn't it?
They have power until they don't, and it's either or.
No. But the truth, as at this moment,
oh yeah, they do,
and they are taking right. They are taking some things, but even with what is left, we can still be like the Dubais. You get the point. They are not stopping us to be like those people. That is my own issue.
There's no way we can be like the Dubais with what is left. What is left is pathetic. I'm one of those people that is saying openly that what we've got in Nigeria is what we are seeing. You can't get any better than what you are seeing in Nigeria now. The resources we have.
Look, it is because the mindset is already poor. You can't look, if one person embezzled 80-something billion naira, for example, one person, look at what that money could have done to the mindset of
It is
million
only
people
billion naira in the West is chicken change.
Forefathers, but it's doing something in your own land.
Yeah,
That
but,
is something that
but
can be. Wait.
Mhm.
For example, if it is invested in education, you might have 1,000 engineers, 1,000 medical doctors, 1,000 teachers, for example.
To what end?
1,000
them. We produce
Now,
them.
to
Your
what
wife
end?
is studying second degree. You are a graduate and everything. What other help Nigeria necessarily?
No, that's great. When that money is used to develop a system, not just I'm talking of now. You are using that money to raise a human capital. You are using that money to invest so that there is a place for them to go and work, at least to work and continue to look. When you have that mindset, people realize that we want to do good.
Mm-hmm.
If it is even agriculture, and people see the result of that thing and see what the proceeds of agriculture. For example, look at the Southwest. There was a time cocoa was their crude oil. With that cocoa, we use it to get free education even to the university level. We use it to build the roads that endure to today. We use it to develop a lot of industries in that Southwest alone. Now, assuming we've been anything that and putting the mindset that if not for the corruption that came up eventually, imagine that mind, people filling those positions, then we begin to expand. We would have had chocolate factories right now.
But do you notice that do you notice the secular aspect of the argument you just made? Because earlier on you said if we had this, we built all these things, we can go on to do better. But we built them before, and then you went on to say we built them and it failed.
No,
in other words, but then why does it not exist now?
Now, this is it. And that is why I clamor for a kind of regional system. Because eventually when military took over, what happened? Why did the military take over? There's greed begin. There's a reason. Did that fail 100%? No. In fact, the people benefited more in those regions, in those systems than what we are practicing now.
The system, not everybody benefited.
No, not it might not be every region, but certain regions decided they want to grow their
Not
way.
everybody benefited within the regions.
How? In the Southwest, for example, explain how.
See, within the regions,
yes,
like if you look at the South, which I knew about because I grew up there.
Yes.
The South, the people that benefited when there was a regional system, it was the Southeast, not the South. The South part, like Yenegua now, with the areas where they first discovered oil, they didn't have a petrol station till the 1990s. Well, not one. So you can see not everybody was benefiting, even in that system. So this is the kind of stuff that when people tell you all those things, that's why it failed. Because it was so good, human beings will hang on to it. And besides, it was always doomed to fail. Because we never really had a foundation. Let's face it.
Funny
We never
thing
had
is
a strong foundation.
Fathers, funny thing is that shouldn't have affected a Yoruba land, for example. That should have been the decision. That shouldn't have affected us. Because in our own side, our own story is that it paid us better. Why? People were eager to own farms. My grandfather held like 4-5 different farms in different villages. Cocoa farm. Wait,
but
understand
the
my point.
difference is that we didn't do things to protect those things we have been. You see, you can build on sand. You know it full well. If you build on sand, the next water that comes in will wash everything away. You can't have sustainable development if you don't have a security system that can protect it and make sure it remains. This is why we failed. Look at was it not Vietnam? We went and gave palm oil, palm plants.
Thailand.
Now they are planting it, they are flourishing. Thailand, isn't it? They are flourishing with it. Why we don't have anything to show for it? Because you have to have a solid base. Was it Malaysia?
It's Malaysia. It's Malaysia.
Okay. So they are all flourishing with it. Why we are still struggling to make ours work for us? If we had these things once, it failed.
But why is that? It still boils down to this leadership of everything we're talking for. Okay, now look. There was this palm oil you're talking about. There was a Michael Opara that had the vision and developed it to that level. That others could come and buy the ideology, the idea behind it, and the methodology, and and benefited even from it. look at the Southwest also. There was a cocoa growth that flourished. Yeah. If you look at the North, even the rice pyramid, I mean, the pyramids, the granite pyramids, and it's not even farm alone, even the textile industry. Look at, you can see that there was a growth in all those regions. Yes, it might not be a perfect system, especially if you look at the Southeast and the South-South. There's a dichotomy there or whatever. But the thing is, that event would have been managed within that Southeast and South-South region. But now, because the South-South want to free themselves up or whatever, they said, okay, it's better we should all be one so that everybody manage their thing. But now, is the South-South even managing their own resources right now? The answer is no.
We're never managing the resources. It was never ours to manage.
That's the point. And it's not even, have this present system solved the South-South issue?
The present system has not solved any region's issue. Don't you see that? No region's problem has been resolved. This thing seems to have frozen. Our issue has remained the same until we have the necessary sets of events wake us to this reality and galvanize us. We are not going to change anything. We are going to talk about it, which is a good thing to talk about these things. Because when the time comes, that is when the movement happens. Because I can say something, I'm ready to move. Is everybody else ready to move? No. Until most people, at least we have a threshold number that is ready to move to change this, you're not going to get that movement. And the job of these people is to make sure we remain in this state. Their job is to make sure we remain in this state where we don't move. They want to keep us unresponsive. And by and large, they've been successful at it. We have to give it to them. They've been successful at keeping us inactive in terms of being able to change the controls that they put on us. Our education system is keeping us docile. Even our cultural systems, the things we love. Like if you see Nigerians, they love foreign-made cars more than we do, than our own cars. They love foreign-made products than Nigerian-made products. Anything foreign, Nigerians are in for it.
Foreign toothpick.
Exactly. Anything foreign. As our women are using foreign people's hair, foreign women's hair than our own hair. So
let me tell you the word. Sorry to cut you. Even right now, right, in Abuja, right, it is a pride for you to have like white skin housemaid from Philippines and those countries. If I tell you, in fact, I have friends. Some of them, they pay them in dollars, up to $1,500, $2,000 a month. I'm telling you reality.
To do what again?
Yep.
To do what?
Like house help.
Okay.
Foreign house help. Filipinos. Wow. They are very common in Nigeria now, especially in Abuja.
Are you serious?
I swear to God, I'm telling you reality. If
Nigerians are getting foreign house helps.
Foreign house help. I'm not.
Oh my God!
Live program. Wow. This is common. It is a pride among some of the women, the big so-called women in Abuja. They come to your house. It's white skin that is taking care of your children. That is your house.
Wow.
Yeah. If master
although there is a little bit of a kind of flipping, the irony of seeing a white person take care of a black child. So because are we against that? Are we against that in the sense that we prefer the black person looking after the woman's child, white people's child? No, why are we against a white lady looking after a black person?
Look at it. I don't have any issue with color. I don't have any issue with color. Look at it. You have Nigerians that can get this job done, that are looking for the job.
That point, yes.
I know there is issue of, they are not doing the right job. I know Filipino, they are very dedicated with work. That I know. Especially they are women, they are the most hardworking women I've seen. They are very dedicated to work.
They are designed to serve. They've taken it to the level.
Yes, I know them, to be honest. But some of them, I feel like they like I don't think it's enough. I like if I was living in Nigeria, anywhere the goods Nigeria had to get them to do house help for me, I will look for them. I'm not gonna take foreign house help. Even if I have the money, I'm not gonna
definitely.
do that.
Definitely, it
I will
doesn't make
look for
sense.
the good Nigeria to get it
we,
done.
we are not in the space to start doing that. We that's that thing that even Lugard picked up on, that we live above our means. That's basically what he was saying. We're
Because it's
thriftless.
stealing now. It's part of these people. If you go study the people that are doing this stuff, it's those people that most of them, like, they steal a lot of money from the government. They have a lot. If you see Nigeria that have money to play with, you think money is water. You know how Humana chief priest will come. Money na water. Forefather. I have
Those
some
people are
friends.
quite irresponsible.
I
Many of
have
them.
some friends that their father were involved in government, in NFPC. If these people spend money, you say you won't get high blood pressure. Like, what is wrong with you, bro? How can a child of, just say a little somebody of 20-year-old will buy a wristwatch of $10,000? Let's say I'm telling you something of 10 years ago. Even right now, I can't buy. I have the money. I can't buy a wristwatch of $10,000. It's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna pay. I'm not gonna pay for it. Like, it's just insane. If you really want the money, I will think twice now before I will carry my $10,000 say wristwatch. The wristwatch will tell me when the world go end. If maybe later, but for now, bro.
But our people need to get to a place where they realize that, because in a way, this last time, the people, to an extent, they picked up on it. They didn't like the way the government bought foreign-made cars. But the people themselves, if you ask them on the street, like I played a video yesterday of a Nigerian going on the street asking Nigerians were saying they don't like Nigerian-made cars, and even in Nigerian-made car manufacturers, you have to say too, in that video, one of the conclusions they reached was that they don't advertise themselves. They don't want, it's like they are not making the Nigerians feel like this should be something you want. This should be something that is good. You have to make it a kind of, for want of a better word, sexy for Nigerians to feel like
I heard you were saying it yesterday. You can't say it better. That is what it is. They themselves, they need to do their homework. Like, it's not, you gotta be competitive, a kind of.
Yeah.
It's not soft. You gotta bring some kind of incentive, some kind of, for example, you say, hey, if a state can buy 250 cars from me, I will set a factory there, or like a service station in your state. Employ people from your state. You gotta look for a way. Even the people, you say, okay, let me give you an example. Who are we? If you know things about telecommunication, who are we? They are other dog to Eric C. Akate. Eric C. Akate, they are the big guys in telecommunication equipment. So, you know how Huawei got into Nigerian market? Eric, if you don't complete their money, they are not going to give you equipment. They don't care. Like, they don't care about you, right? When Huawei came in, right, they will go make Globacom and say, listen, our equipment are cheaper. We give you equipment. You pay us 10, 15 years on loan, on credit. Yeah, without interest. So that was how they got into the market, because initially Huawei used to be, how we in Nigeria we say, China product. You know what that means to in Nigeria. So they have to look for a way to break in. They were able to break into the market. Not that the equipment, they were not as good as Ericsson. But today, a lot of these companies are using Huawei. That's why when people are talking of fiber optics, Nigeria need to install fiber. I said, there was a day I was explaining to here. I said, Nigeria have fiber optics. Nigeria have, Adenuga installed fiber optic over 10,000 kilometers from Europe to Africa. He did it. He installed fiber optics within Nigeria. There is a fiber network moving from Lagos.
That is quite interesting, actually. How did he manage to do that? Because it's quite remarkable that people are able to do that all the way from.
Adenuga invested a lot in fiber optics in Nigeria. Quote me anywhere. I'm online. You see, the problem is the equipment. So fiber optics will carry data from you. Attenuation is reduced. MS exercise today, know what I'm talking about. Attenuation is reduced. You carry fiber, let's say for example, from Kaduna down to Port Harcourt. What the fiber optics cable will do for you is able to convey that data at a very high level, up to say signal loss will be very minimal compared to doing the same thing with cable. But now converting those stuff, the equipment, very important. If you don't have quality equipment, that's where the problem will come. A lot of noise will come from equipment. A lot of attenuation will still come in. You see, that's why you hear like what's it called? Cord drop and all kind of nonsense. The network is shaking. Oh, you said you are using fiber network. People just say no, it's the equipment. That's the problem, because you don't really blame them too much. Because if Globacom empty and they say, oh, all our installation are going to be like RHC, are you going to be able to pay for it? They'll not give you 1 minute for 10 naira. They will make it. Will you pay?
Everything is quite expensive. But the thing is, do you have any idea how much it costs to run fiber optic cables via the under? I think they use on the underground.
There is no fiber optic cable that is cheap. Let me even break the bubble for you.
I know, but do you have an idea the cost? Like from Europe to Nigeria.
I don't think we need that information, to be honest.
What kind of talk is that? I need information.
Let me just explain to you. Even in abroad, right? I work in projects where we use fiber to do communication, right? Most of them, they use single, double node fiber. Globacom, they used to use 96 core fiber optics cable. You know what that does? When you that 96 core, you transmit through only one of the cable. When there is a problem with that cable, I can even easily switch from 1 to 2. I would disconnect. Like all I do is just
it's scalable.
This station. Yeah, exactly. Like if this link, I said this link is not good, I can get rid of the link.
Yeah, you have redundancies.
I can dedicate a link to a company that are ready to pay for it. Like they will carry everything, like with full force. Say this link is for this, is for share. I will dedicate it for them. They have the money to buy it, to rent it.
And there are 96 of them in there.
96. You can't even finish everything. So you can leave that for years. If there is problem, you just go and switch it over. Switch to another link. Switch to another. Just switch from the starting point, the base station. Switch it over. That's it. You just switch easily like this.
But these fiber optic cables now, after they've been run from like those 96 as you were talking about, you give it. But is that not the one that is used for like total internet access in Nigeria? What are those ones made of? Is it more than 96? Is it multiple of 96 core fiber optic cables?
So the fiber you use for home, they are not those kind of fiber. These are different. So when you are transmitting data through a long distance, you use different.
That's the one I'm talking about.
The one you use at home, that's not the one you use at home.
I'm not interested in the one we use at home. I'm talking about the intercontinental ones. Like how many of, because you talked about 96 core ones. Are there multiple of 96 core ones, or just one humongous 10,000 core?
It's humongous, so it's even bigger than that. So the way fiber works, you got to look at it just like power generation. You transmit to a base station. You got to start doing distribution, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like when they tell you, oh, geometric power is the power plant is ready. No, that's not even the problem. The bigger problem is distributing that power. Do you even have facilities to distribute the power? It's actually a big problem. You can even generate power, you can't distribute it. Nigeria can generate 20,000 megawatts of electricity today.
Are you sure we can generate up to 22?
No, hold on. No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
If they do, they don't even have the
ability
to distribute to generate. You can transmit easily. Distribution is the biggest hurdles in power in energy.
I gather that the national grid can do only 7.7 gigawatts or something like 7.7 gigawatts. But go back to the fiber optic cables because I want to understand this a little bit. So, like across intercontinental ones, how big are they? What kind of cost are we talking about? What scale are we talking about here in terms of how many cores?
Of course, they are bigger. If for intercontinental, they can be 1,000 core because you don't have that flexibility of say repair of. You don't want to be doing all that. So even on land, why you use that they call it multi-mode fiber. Why you use that is for you not to be running around and be doing splicing. There is a cable cut you have to dig, especially we that use our cable pass on the ground. You have to dig and splice the cable. Company also lose money. If there is network is down, you are losing money. If network is down for 10 minutes, that's million you are wasting. So instead of them wasting that money,
just switch from one to the other.
Just do the right thing that will minimize that outage.
The loss.
The loss. So that's the idea. But it's very interesting. I didn't know he invested in telecom a lot.
But what is now the issue?
Huh?
What is it facing a challenge at the moment or what? Because
challenges will always come. This guy faces a lot of challenge. You know the end users, right? We can complain for this life. Even power alone, you know how much these guys are using for diesel. They spend a lot, to be honest. If I actually tell you, look at the costs, the running cost, I will tell you, man, these guys, they were nice to Nigeria to sell, to reduce the cost of coal. It's because we have the market too, because we have the population, right? You are able to make little profit and make it big, right? If a country that don't have the market, just like Canada and US, what you will buy in Canada for $10, you come to US, you buy it for $3 because of the market. So that's it. Right? Like just like flight. I can take flight within US for $100. In Canada, same flight, they pay you $700 because they don't have the population, they don't have the people. In America, it's different. They have the market. So that is what comes with that.
So how come the Nigerian government didn't do it themselves? Why is it that it's Lugard that is able to lay down
the Nigerian government? You are talking as if you don't know Nigerian government. The real thing, is what I go back to what Emma was saying, lack of planning. The real thing the government can do in some country, you can lay fiber across the whole Nigeria, you rent it out to the companies. So all you do, you rent it out, and they will even know the lane. You can take the as built. I said there is a cable network here. You do a construction. There is a cable. In fact, they will put a mark. There is a cable network here. You can't touch this place. It's for government. It's restricted area. That's what government can do. Even if you have other telecom company, you just send them. You just send them the link. I say, okay, you want to do this thing. All they will focus on is doing what is called fiber to home if they want to do internet. So they will just connect it from there and say, okay, now distribute to home. Fiber to home, the cable is also different. So, but Emma was saying that yesterday you were showing something in Witite, right? Yeah. A friend of mine just finished that program on Friday, one of their programs. Free. You know what Intel are doing because Intel want to compete with NVIDIA. Intel, they are building facility in Ohio. All the major schools in Ohio, they receive minimum of $10 million to train the next scientists, semiconductors that are going to be working in those factories. That factory is read it. Look online, read it. A friend of mine just finished that course on Friday. That is to tell you a country that is thinking, people that are thinking. They poppy in money. You look at $10 million is nothing. That money is money where they start. They will make it one day. So this is the thinking. This is what we don't have in Africa. We don't have plan. We don't know where we're going. We are just there. If you have government that have plan, even when they go borrow money, you will not even shout. You see what they're using the money to do. They're thinking of the future. They have a master plan. All that, the state and the federal government, we don't have it. Now, anywhere benefits, that is where we are. That's why we are stuck.
Where did you say that Onenuga got his own from? The cable from?
It's from Europe. It's from Europe.
Is
Europe
it possible? Europe is not next door to Nigeria, so they have to go through land then.
It's
How did
not.
that work?
It's through Atlantic Ocean.
So they have to go sideways.
You need to read that. You need to read that. Read about it.
That's a long way now. They have to go.
Read about it. It did actually. It did. Yeah.
Wow,
I
that's
think
interesting.
there's a graph now. There's a graph of the fiber of the cables, and worldwide you even see the way it's connected everywhere. Nigeria, I think in Africa,
People
Nigeria
do
and
stuff.
That's
what I mean. I know.
That's quite an accomplishment now for one man to lay
No,
that
you
all the way from Europe.
Adenuga is a silent achiever now. That guy. If the other person that is doing a lot of investment we don't know is Adeleke, Davido's father. Is the power station is building in Ondo now? It's 1,200 megawatts. He built 2 already. Each of them is around 300 megawatts. That's a lot. So this guy, even Femi Otedola, is the owner of Gerigo Power. They are investing. They do a lot of investment.
Is he Adenuga?
Eh?
Is he Adenuga?
No, Femi Otedola.
Femi Otedola.
They have power station. Yeah, they do a lot in power.
No, sorry, I'm talking about the fiber optic one first.
Mike Adenuga.
Adenuga, okay, yeah.
Mike Adenuga, yeah.
Find out about
He's
it.
the owner
Yeah,
of Globacom.
Wow.
People
he looks
are
young,
doing
though.
stuff.
He looks young.
He's not young, though. No, Adenuga is like it's like 80 years, right?
I'm seeing a young picture of his, I guess.
He's definitely more than 70. He's definitely more than 70. I know that. Yeah, the guy know they come. The guy now silent.
Now business call, nothing concerned with politics.
He's a calm man. Yeah. Even Banky or gas, he's everywhere, man. He got the money.
He's one that owns I think he has the largest share in Eco Bank now. I think
he used to host Telebank. Now you know he hosts Telebank before Equatorial Trust. Then before he changed to Oh yeah. Me, I know them now.
Oh, now waiting they come money.
That's why that's why I get the money now. I say Adeleke Davido's dad, the money that guy hold, he's so silent, humble. Like, they make noise.
I would like to think that multiple people have
people invest
the cables coming to Nigeria. It's not only probably him. But I would have thought the Nigerian government would have. Okay, so I think that you understand a little bit about in the internet structure itself. So when you run cable now, let's say from UK to Nigeria, you can also run from America to Nigeria and all the rest. So technically, internet is based in different continents. There are computers based in different continents, and what they call in data centers based in different continents. So Nigeria can have its own. In Nigeria, and like other African countries can have their own. So the question I wanted to ask was, what if they cut you off the fiber optic connection?
Of course, they can cut you off now.
Cable. So if they can, hold on now. The question is coming. If they cut you off from the undersea cables to have access to their own sites, but the sites that are based in Nigeria, in the data centers in Nigeria, would you still be able to use them normally?
You will not be able to use them now. So if I want to give you, Elon Musk, he's using satellite cable for his what's it called? His internet.
Yes.
That was the fear of countries. So the fear was Elon Musk is going to take over the world, like he's going to have control. That is a big control, not in terms of money, in terms of the real control, Starlink. So you can mess around. It can switch you off. It can switch you off with the trick of an eye, switch your country out of the internet. So that was the fear of major countries. Even I think he did that to Ukraine at a point when they wanted to misbehave. He just touched it. Oh yeah, you guys, no way. He can provide facility for any country, but he can also switch it off. So the only thing is when you allow people to have those power over you, it's also a kind of control. So we have to be careful not to be too dependent and rely on them.
No, the essential question I was asking is that if they cut that cable off and cut the one in America, because you already have data centers in your own country and some websites are based in your country, can you still access those websites just fine within your country?
You can't, except there is another cable, another source of internet that is coming from somewhere. If the whole country, for example, let's say NCC, solely depend on that, that's a problem. So your country will be off. There's nothing you can do.
So okay, because what is the core of the internet? Is it not the data centers?
Of course, data centers.
So, but if you have the data centers in Nigeria and the data is in Nigeria, why do you need the ones over there?
Do you have, how many data centers do you have in Nigeria though?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Now, what if you have the capacity to be able to win? Okay, let's say you don't have
it yet.
Hold on, I try to understand where I'm trying to get to here. I'm trying to get to a point whereby we get to a minimal critical level of internet infrastructure that can mean that we can be independent of. Because you don't want to be in a situation whereby somebody can tell you that, you know what, you're not being nice. I'm gonna switch off your internet access.
In my own little understanding, I think even how many Nigerian businesses, especially, are hosting their data within the Nigerian system itself. Even look at INEC. INEC is doing AWS.
No, AWS is new now. That's what most people are doing now. AWS is actually cheaper too.
But AWS is foreign.
Yeah, it's foreign. AWS is
very foreign.
Amazon Web Service.
Yeah. So it is cheap
and Google Azure. those are the big ones that you can really use for data.
So okay, let me ask this. Both of you, I don't know who knows about this more.
No, I think it's
so how many? What kind of data centers would you say we need in Nigeria that will say, okay, with this we can be able to run our own national database. We know where everybody is, our bank accounts, which they said by rules, our banking information is present in Nigeria, and government information, all those things. You now say all these things is sufficient for Nigeria to run a reasonable internet service, even if we are cut out from the world. What kind of data centers sizing?
Let me quickly bust your bubble. So first of all, we as a country, we don't understand what is data. We don't even understand it.
But we do. Both of us understand what it is. So let's don't worry about the country.
Let me tell you why I said we don't understand data. So we don't know the seriousness. It's just like today, I think you guys were discussing about security. I think you said we don't understand the threat. They don't even, we are not survival mode. We are not even there. Nigeria is
but we're asking questions now. Why are you bringing that issue up? It's not embarrassing us. We are trying to know now what we need to do in the area that you are aware of. Tell us what we need in Nigeria to say we can be able to sustain ourselves.
If you build 2 data centers, solid one in the north, one in the south, so you go survive now.
You see, but
we are not even there. We are not close.
Are you sure we don't have 2? We must have at least 2 in Nigeria. I know the banks do.
Go
and
you ChatGPT. And these are just server. They are not data center. What banks have? They just use server, man. Connect to abroad. Don't be deceived. Now server they get.
I don't know.
Some of them, I'm sure
they are required by AWS. They are required by local banking rules to have it in Nigeria, I think.
You know,
I don't think you even know the country you are from. I don't think you know.
No, I do. I know that our election listing information is overseas in the AWS.
Anywhere Bele face.
If you want to even have data centers in Nigeria, it is not that we should start with data center. Let us have convincing electricity infrastructure, for example, and road. Look, all this infrastructure are what give investors the confidence that, okay, we can have data centers there. A bank, I believe a bank, even their data, they duplicate or triplicate it, so that in case one fails, they get a
the way I'm coming from is that we have enough. No, I get your point. I get the point you are making, that we need to have all these basic, like electricity and all those things, so that we can now be able to. But where I'm coming from is you have to, because for you to have those things, you could face a situation whereby they'll tell you that, this idea of you just having 27 power electricity, now you start deciding that you don't want to do business, you want to do business with whoever you like. You have your freedom. Okay, fine. I will show you. I'm gonna turn your internet off. What I'm thinking is, you might need to be prepared for all that kind of eventuality. You don't want to have a situation whereby somebody has it over your head that they can turn your internet off from their end, and your whole economy will collapse. Literally, your whole economy will collapse.
Fathers, there's no economy, there's no nation that don't have such critical people. Even America has that kind of scare. It is everywhere, especially
what did you just say? I missed that. What did he say?
I said that scare you have, there's no nation right now that doesn't have it. The question is, how is it managed? That's the only
how is it managed?
There's no nation.
Even if you are independent, they can.
But America, you can't turn America off the internet. They will have internet. They don't have that threat.
You deceive yourself, sir.
The way we are now, right?
Say, what do you mean deceive myself? I don't understand. Why would America
say, for example,
that they will be shut out of the internet?
Or China hackers, they can decide to attack America critical infrastructure.
Oh no, that I understand. When you're talking about hacking and all that, but I'm talking about, they don't need to hack you. They will tell you to your face, because you are just misbehaving. Like the Russians are misbehaving. They are going to sanction you and cut you off this thing.
And that is why we have to grow. That is why we just have to improve ourselves before we can get that level of courage to say you can't do this. You get the point. If you can't even manage your electricity infrastructure, do you think they'll be looking at you and say, are you serious?
You have enough. The thing is, you have saying we have enough electricity to power a data center. That's my point. You need to get because if your argument is get the electricity everywhere before you can put a data center in place.
No,
you don't need that.
Look, when you have an infrastructure that people have confidence in, it's not. There is a perception there. There's a perception thing there. If people have the perception that yes, this thing is there, even though it is not 100% there, they will come and invest. They will come and do the network. But when people have, then the perception is that it is not there, even though you think you have it, even though you have it, it will still be that perception.
You are talking from the point of view of investment. I'm not talking from the point of view. I'm talking about from the point of view of control. Something we have control over. Because whenever I talk about all these other issues, one of the things that always at the back of my mind is that it's easy to say all this thing, but in reality, they could just say that, what would you think you're talking to? I mean, you're going to turn your internet off, and all your system goes down.
Forefather, you look at what Boom Ray said, right? That's the truth. He said, the sanction against Russia. If Russia did had their like a backup, an internal system, Russia would have been, that economy would have.
That's the point I'm trying to highlight. That we have. We have to start building this capabilities so that
we can't even eat. That's the
what is this guy talking about? What are you worrying about eating? You see, you are doing. You see, I need to go and read what Lugard said. You just did exactly what Lugard said. We just go after our belly momentarily.
I'm sorry, you guys are going to go to space tomorrow.
Whenever anybody says this, it says he loves to display power but fails to realize this thing. Let me see what he says. That was so damaging. He said something about us being thinking of the moment. We don't think about the future at all.
I get it. So that you see this discussion we're having with you and Ebena. That is why you see I'm always very critical when we're talking about the little things that are not necessary. We really need to think very fast and move very fast.
Yeah, but this is critical thinking, though. You have to be able to control your data to an extent, minimum amount, because you don't want a situation whereby you have an apocalypse just because somebody decided to cut a cable. That is crazy.
Let me quickly tell you this. There was a day we were talking about research here. You see, we had the professors. In fact, just make some of you see all these big universities, UI, they had old professors that can really think. OAU, Unilori, Uniben, ABU, Unizik. They have some old professors that Nigeria would have actually used. In fact, look for those kind of civil schools and make them research institutions purely their major focus is going to be research. They look for the best student across, top student, spend money on it. These issues, some of them are the problem needs to be domesticated and look for the solution domestically. There is nothing wrong. Even China, we are doing that. Chinese professor has said that to us, that China, they were really stealing information. They go, they see what you're doing, they go touch it, modify, get their result, tailor it to their solution. Those are the kind of things we fail to actually do. Even the issue of electricity is something we can resolve internally. You need to look for internal solutions. Look for the source material. Okay, what do we have? What do we have to give us light?
We can generate power in Nigeria by ourselves.
Yes,
we know that.
There was coal in. Hold on. There was coal in Enugu. There was excessive sun in Sokoto. Where is solar? We don't have solar. There is. What do you want? Look for. These are the thinking. Even today, this senator rep, you think they know what you are discussing here? If you discuss it, they will say, "Go, somebody see our time." They don't understand it. You have black people leading a country. All they think about is how they want to pocket the dollars. Finish.
That is it.
These issues are way more than this dollar. That is the pay. So when you pushing this issue, I said, forget about this little talk. Let's face reality. People will not understand it. They think these are the kind of issue we need to be hammering on. Even if we can reach our state governor, say, pass a message. Let me break the table for you again. Some of our state governors, they don't even have idea of what to do. They take the money, they put it in their pocket, they say, go to hell. They don't have idea. They can't even offer it. They don't even know what to do. They can't even employ people that know what to do and say, give them direction. Let's focus on this. That is the thing. But somebody that know, you think if I'm serious, I'm ready to work, I'm folding my sleeve, I'm going to take it on private jet. If we have private jet that is working, that's why I said, if Africa, Nigeria want to develop, I don't really think we need as of rep. Leave Senate, member of parliament. Take this money, start development, start building, start all over the country. Look for state, what do they have to develop? Development. You start making money. Build trail line.
Building is building. It has to be even built fast.
Infrastructural development. Aggressive. When I mean aggressive, start building new refineries. The one we have are not working. Dagote is thinking of getting to steel now. People are here. If you start building that now, nobody is getting in. They need to think. Agriculture, state. If a state is producing pepper and tomato for Nigeria, they will make money.
Money.
Do you know that
is it
what was doing in this thing? These are not rocket science. They are doable. You get results. They are not rocket
science. I agree with you on that. But I am quite interested in learning about the limits you have, because if you are talking about, like me, you know how I talk about security aspects. You don't want to be spewing stuff without necessarily knowing your limitations, because it's easy to just say, okay, you need to do this. What if they decide that, okay, yeah, you're doing that, okay, you want to recruit, okay, good luck with recruitment. We'll turn your internet off. Then you see how you can see why it's not so easy.
Forefathers, why are we scared of that? Look, let me tell you something.
Because you prepare for everything.
Before you answer, let me just say this. There is no nation that have those kind of leaders that we are talking about, that people, they don't have supporters. The people will support them. And secondly is that when I mean support, I'm not just talking about support like blind support. I'm talking about intellectual support. Look, do you know the number of Nigerian professionals that can, because of they see this kind of traits, they see this vision, they will come back to Nigeria and say, no, we have to contribute to this now, make it work.
If you don't have data centers, how are you going to have it? How can you support? How can you play them?
Look, you see these things that you're talking about. We have people who can build the data centers. It is normal that these foreign states we want to shut down. It is a normal thing. It is. I don't. It's even China experienced it. Russia experienced it. Did that crumble their system? You get the point. It is a matter of you have visions. We people with vision who will lead, and people will see that this is the vision that we are following. Even if this person that this vision continues.
You see, you have to ask this critical question, because if you are not aware, if I don't know something, I'll ask. I'm not pretending as if I know it all. I have to ask, and don't tell me.
No, it's good.
It's good to acquire this thing, because if you don't, you run a risk of missing something. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay, now for example, Nigeria is suffering right now. Why? Because Tinubu said he wants to unify the naira. That's a good thing. Normally, you get the point. That is a good thing, because we need it to be unified.
Yeah.
Now, but the question is, are they doing it the right way? That's it. I'm not trying to criticize this, but I'm just trying to let you know that now we are suffering for that right now. If they do it the right way, in the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 20 years, we are going to be better because of that.
Yep.
If we become better, it's not because of the unification that they did.
Wait.
You can unify a currency without going through this madness that we are going through now.
No. But the thing is this: people see it now that this is a good decision, and people are suffering from it. You cannot imagine if they do the right thing, people will suffer and make it good. That's my point. You understand? So, people can endure if we know that we are going in. What people are afraid of now is that we are enduring, but we know that we are not even going to the right way.
Suffering and smiling, and no improvement.
That is it. And if you look, you can't even use it to say, okay, with this crop of leaders, we are going to get it. We know that there's the probability to get it wrong is double that of getting it right. Everybody has that mindset right now. Because we know the kind of people we have, that even if you try to allocate money to do something right, that those monies will go into pockets rather than the projects.
That's true.
So these are the things that make people feel like, oh boy, nothing is going to work. That is the scare. That is why people are making that mindset right now.
But that person is lazy-minded. If you just say nothing is going to work, you might as well dig a hole and bury yourself and say end your life.
What do you think is happening in Nigeria now?
People are dying. Some of them are hiring Filipino slaves.
You see, imagine where people don't have food yet. Some people have the capacity to hire Filipino and pay $2,000 a month. $2,000, even some bank managers, they even collect that, Baba.
I think there's always a middle ground to everything. And
no, I'm not saying the person that did this is wrong. It's his own individual lifestyle.
No. I'm not saying. I was referring to your earlier point. There's a middle ground to everything. One can feel despair about what is happening in their country. There was something Maska said yesterday that people didn't pick up on. You see, we in the South, we may be a little bit spoiled. We may not know it. We may be a little spoiled. He said, what Maska said was that the real suffering hasn't come yet. And maybe there's some truth to what he was saying. And he said it twice, but nobody picked up on it. Because to him, the North is suffering, probably suffering more than the South right now. But he even knows, because there's something about those desert dwellers that understand the hardship that comes from pastoral living and dry environment. They tend to have more endurance. They tend to understand suffering. And we in the South, because we are full of abundance, I don't even know what our farmers in the early days, they needed to go to farm, because there was food. All the trees are full of food everywhere to eat. So we don't understand scarcity. Yeah, we didn't.
I disagree with that.
I'm just saying it's a kind of you have to go to farm. It's been a long time when we needed to go to farm. I'm just saying. So the point I'm making is that we are full of abundance. And where I started getting this idea was when you have conversation with people like from Ethiopia or Somalia. Almost every year they are experiencing famine where people are dying of hunger. You see the cows, even northern Kenya experiencing some famine. Cows were dying everywhere. We never see that in Nigeria. And when we say we suffer, we can't even quantify it. When the Chinese dying in millions due to famine. And so many countries had some drastic, terrible problems. Not war-based, just because of nature inflicting on them. So, and this is why when we complain, we have to be careful, because from the point of view of God or the Creator, He's seeing other people that are going through hell for worse than you. He didn't intervene directly. He let them go through it, and they came out on the other side. Like the children of Israel that refused to go to take the promised land the first time they saw it. They were like, oh, everybody there was a giant, we can't take it. And he sent them on the wilderness. After they spent 40 years on the wilderness, they became strong. It's funny enough. They became strong and they fought.
Another analogy that I want to even paint a picture of exactly what you're saying is, we have good weather. That is why, in fact, I'm still like on the point that it's because we have good weather. That's why we are not serious with electricity. Our weather is fine on the average. We have rain, it falls. It might be, but rain falls normally well. We also receive a good amount of sunlight, so everything is balanced. So on the average, even though if you like, even by fan, you can still be fine. You can live up. But in a place where the weathers are critical, then you need infrastructure to make people live. So you'll be forced to make your things that, for example, maybe you are living in a place that every year, that there's certain period of months that you'll be seeing -3, -4, -10 degrees weather. Won't you find a way to get electricity to make sure that people are alive to pay their tax?
What is -4? They're talking on -30 for sometimes. Yeah. I've lived in a place that,
you see,
2 weeks straight, -30, average, -20.
Wow.
Yeah.
You see that?
I've seen it
-30. Wow. That's Canada now, isn't it?
Oh yeah, in Canada. But if Chief come, ask him now. Kim will tell you in Calgary, sometimes the full week is average -20. No, with snow, with rugged snow outside. Wow. So there is no a day you have like up to 500 accidents in a day. From people driving.
That is some crazy stuff.
We don't know, so we don't know what we have. You listened to a video one time when ambassador Nigeria, Israeli ambassador to Nigeria was telling we can kill for this land, something like that.
Yeah, we saw it.
That was real.
He meant it too. They are literally killing for desert land right now.
You see, they are killing for desert land. Go to Dubai, go to Saudi. They don't, no rain, no. Terrible weather. But they can't, what we can farm, they can't do it. In Saudi, they have to break down mountains to build roads. Mountains, they drop there to build houses, to build roads. We have flat land. We're going to spend 30% of that to build roads in Nigeria, but we are not doing it.
Yeah.
God actually bless Africa, Nigeria, give us
really bless Nigeria.
We
Nigeria
have problems. We have natural resources. We are joking about it. What are you using it to develop? Today, we are still producing 2 million barrels of oil. We are not even meeting the quota. And people will see, that's
partly why we are spoiled now to an extent. Isn't that partly why we are spoiled? We are used to.
Let me tell you. 25 years ago, that was wet for Nigeria. Today, it's nothing because you're talking of 200 million people. Saudi with 30-something million, they produce 10 million barrels of oil per day. So think about that. 10 million barrels a day, single day. Nigeria is struggling to produce maybe 1.5 million. So we need to think. We need what oil is supposed to do for Nigeria that I know. Massive investment, infrastructure. By now, we're supposed to be there and making money from other area into the country. Foreign exchange, export of goods, making a lot of money into the country. We don't have that. You were talking about Ghana yam today. If you go to store in America, you will see Ghana yam. It's Ghana yam they call it. They don't call it Nigerian yam. Those are the kind of what is the foreign affair doing? Come bilateral agreement with countries. Oh, we're gonna supply you animals. We're gonna supply you yam. We're gonna supply you. These are what they do. You go there, plant the yam, go to some state, take over land, and be exporting yam. And be exporting whatever. So these people are not thinking of anything. If I take on it myself, I understand there is hurdles. I'm not saying this is straightforward thing, but it's doable. We can actually do it and develop it. And I don't know.
It's in some states in Nigeria it's straightforward. It is just lack of vision. It is extremely straightforward.
Straightforward.
I'm telling you.
If I tell you in Edo State, you know the plantain Edo State have that is going to waste. In North, in Zamfara, if you know the tomatoes that is going to waste, ask somebody. Ask somebody. Tomato that when I was in Zamfara
plantains, my God,
I was
those
telling
plantains
it's not only plantain.
big.
I don't have. Is it garden?
Yam.
Is it cassava?
They have those yellow yam, man. What is happening? Where is the yellow yam anymore?
See, forefather. If I tell, like sometimes you see what.
Hey, man, do you know yellow yam at all?
Yeah, we call it a short in my own place.
When they tell everybody they do yam for Edo now, you go farm, you go. When they tell you Benue is full basket of the nation, it's not just joke.
Hey, why have you ever seen yellow yam in the country you live in?
They are in the sun now. Even Ghana, they have yellow yam. I saw it.
I mean, they bring it to America, eh?
Yes, now I was not.
I don't see it in the UK. They don't bring it to the UK.
They bring it here. Back there is in the store.
You guys, you guys are lucky. They are not bringing it to the UK. They give it all the Ghana yam in the UK.
You see the pay, like the let me give boss your bubble. The animals going to Middle East, Dubai, Qatar, Sharjah, Saudi. Those animals are from Australia. Australia animal, goats, beef, you see it in America, you see it in Canada. If Nigeria has actually developed a system, make sure you meet these people criteria, supply them animals. Do you know what you will get? Africa is closer, it's even closer. I'm sure you get to Saudi very fast. Even with flights from Kano, it's 6 hours flight direct. It's just like Nigeria to UK. You don't go get cargo fly where they supply people this thing. These people, they don't think. It's just agreement. It's just agreement. It's not like a big deal. It's not like a big deal. They don't think. That's what it is.
That is why, forefathers, I say that we shouldn't talk there's no money in this nation. Look, even Southwest, even I just middle belt and I just talk now and then. Look at Southwest cocoa. Forefather, do you know how much cocoa is going this time around? Check the rate of cocoa now. My brother. So you can just imagine. And yet we have agriculture. You can even the yam. Look at yam. Do you know even why this yam? Some are even Nigerian yam that they are labeled as Ghana yam. Because I heard that.
I agree. I agree with you. Because the yam actually looks like Nigerian yam.
It's easier to export yam from Ghana than Nigeria.
Yeah, they can even buy from it. Let me tell you this secret. Ghana is very expensive. Cost of living, apart from now, Nigeria is coming up. Ghana used to be super expensive. Cost of buying yam. I'm sure 1 yam you buy in Ghana, you buy 10 in Nigeria. They can export yam from Ghana, from Nigeria to Ghana, just ship it from there. I tell you, it's Ghana yam.
Yeah, that's true. Nigerians can literally export because cost of living is high in Ghana.
That's what is happening most.
Bro, Nigeria will spot go yam, put it on the tray. When you reach there, not be Africa. I bet let my boy pass, take money, go and ship it.
Yeah,
that's what a lot of people are doing.
Yes, now so
makes sense.
So there is a lot going on that we have government that is not just serious, not looking. That's why I'm thinking, okay, if you regionalize the country or give power to each state, now let them find solution. Let them fit for themselves. Stop giving them money every month. All this
I think the easiest part is just give. If you say the states should start keeping their, because that's the key what people really want. They want to control their resources. So tell them to start controlling their resources.
Going to Abuja is not sustainable. There is no two ways.
But they will never agree. That's the problem. They will never agree.
That's the thing.
Because there are so many states in the north that don't have that much going for them. So many of them. And maybe even some of them in the south too.
That is a lie. That is a lie.
I keep saying that now. I can see the streets. They are not exactly paved with gold.
They can't be paved in gold. Even when Kano was, when you know, look at all this Kano caliphate and all those stories. You know that they are wealthy.
Yeah.
Yes, but you
Wealthy
can't
with
see
what? Wealthy with what?
you won't see the street paving gold. That's what I'm telling you. But look, it's because they don't want to again. Look
Oh
at all these
my God.
Almanjiris. Wait, see, these
Saudi Arabia,
Almanjiris.
do you see them hiding it? Do you see this Dubai hiding their wealth? You can't hide wealth.
Father, when you have a collective consciousness
Father,
among
I
the
like
elite,
Francis' comment. I love that comment.
Which one?
Francis. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
when
Look
you
at
have
what
a
he said.
collective, when you have a
These are the
collective,
kind
where
of thing we're supposed to be talking about.
yes, when you have greed among the elite, that is what you get. Look, you see it funny. Look, you guys don't understand. I mean, not that you don't understand. Of course you do. The importance of seclusion, because you see at this central level, everybody that gets to that top, they are going to be worsened with that mindset of evil. I'm telling you. So when you get there, it's easy to lazy around, and not just lazy around. You are even rewarded for being lazying around, and you can use those monies to get babes. So you don't even think of future. Those guys, they don't even think of future. They just enjoy themselves in the middle of the night. You think they are working. They carry 10, 20 babes. One is
Let
touching
me
the head, one is touching the body. Look, they're not thinking.
let me quickly bust your bubble. So in some states in the north, right, where you go to the local government from day 1 to 25th, you'll be counting people that are coming to the local government. 25th, the moment allocation gets in, you will see the crowd. You will see the crowd. That is what, that's what happened. I don't just talk things. This is what I know, what I've seen. Nobody feel come call this program. That is what it is.
Yes, it is what I've seen.
That is what I kept saying. I have seen this thing. I know my people. I know my country. If you don't allow state or region, whatever you want to call it, restructure the country, let them stop going to Abuja to share oil money. They will never do anything.
Okay.
Even if your papa get 5 children, say you finish university, your papa they give you $2,000 every month. You just say you will go find job. You will not look for job.
My concern is that if they do that, if they said states should control their resources, definitely a lot of states will be happy with it. I'm sure Lagos will be happy, Rivers State will be happy, Bayelsa will be jumping through the roof.
Here is my opinion. Here is my opinion. Here is my opinion. Each state will contribute to the federal. How much? What if Rivers State, for example, they got the money? If you are contributing 40% to federal, 50%, no matter as the case may be, for a start, have a system that will help those states to develop, the lower states. Take money, okay. What are you developing? You are to man, okay, 50. Government will match it 100%, whatever you want to do. Monitor those development up to a level. You are self-sufficient now.
But hold on. I hear what you're saying, but you see, that system you talked about, that's how these type of systems work. When you contribute a percentage to the center will decide now that, okay, yes, all these states have contributed, but some states are not doing so well.
Something need help.
They will allocate money to them from that. However, hold on. You're going to see another problem that will emerge. So it will be like, let me show you the problem now. It will be like, you give them 50% there. I noticed that all the 50% we are giving to the center, they are pumping it to only one side. You start having problems.
You are not just giving that money for free. Let me tell you. I think federal government used to have this.
Eme knows now. Eme knows that's coming.
Hold on. No, you gotta think ahead, right? Federal government used to have, I think, universal basic education. I'm not 100% sure that they contribute 100%. Like state will bring 50%, they bring 50%. They match it dollar for dollar, naira for naira. You do the same program. Okay, what do you want to do? Okay, we are building a refinery in my state. Is it viable? Federal government will look at it. survey, do the, okay, is it viable? Is it something? Okay, what's the cost? The cost is $10 million. Okay, federal government are willing to put in $5 million. When is this project going to get completed? Monitor them. Don't do it for one state. Do it across. Even states that are doing well, they have massive giant project like that. Give them the support. Oh, okay, we're building a new substation somewhere. We're building one of developed
Yeah, but
electricity.
what I'm saying now is
Support those projects.
problems. Hey, let me be the problematic Nigerian. Let me be the problematic Nigerian. Let's play it out now.
Wait. Sorry. There's no problem in those kind of things. It's normal that problem should come. It is part of the thinking. It's
so
normal.
you're back to square one.
No, you're not back to square one.
You will keep solving this problem. You will be resolving them.
And funny thing is that some states want to move on. They want to develop fast. Those states will do that. You won't hinder their growth. You see, the ones that are slow to come up, eventually they begin to see that no, that one is working.
Yeah.
It will be a good competition for them.
I hear what you are saying, but all states now.
Okay, let me tell you. Mm-hmm. If you are rich, let's say your dad have like say 5 children. You are worthy. Your father is a billionaire, is worthy. You think you're gonna look at what your father have? You don't care. Even when they say they are sharing, if they share for you, like you don't need it.
Yes, you may not need it, but this is not individual family. This is not state level stuff.
It's like a family.
But let me make my argument now before people keep shutting me down. Are you scared that your argument may have holes in it?
Go ahead.
All these people. So my point is that if you say that all those states that have 50%, because now you are beginning to reveal some holes here. One, the allocation the state give to the states, let's say River State now, they give them their allocation plus 13% or 5%, I don't know how much they give them extra on top of that because of oil producing areas. So now they keep 50%. And remember, after they give that allocation, it doesn't mean federal government don't do projects there. Federal government still do projects there. So which means if you look at all the money the federal government spend in that region, it may still be just about that 50% they used to get before. But let's move on. That 50% that is going to happen in the regional system. Now, the regional system, because that regional system is being put in place, or state system where you control the natural resources is there now, you keep 50%, you give the federal government 50%. Now, you don't expect any penny from the federal government anymore. Not a penny. You expect from them. Now, they will take that 50%, and now hand all of them over to some state that cannot afford
it's not gonna be a continuous thing.
You're going to see that people are going to start complaining that all the money we are working, we're giving 50%, you are giving it to Zapara, you're giving it to this one.
Wait. See, I can tell you, number one, it's not maybe those states have bought this is their federal government is spending their federal government has the right to spend their money the way they want to spend it. And only that they must ensure, because there is a role given to the federal government. They must ensure that those roles, they are meeting it for that particular state. Maybe security and some infrastructure that it is only the federal government that has exclusivity to it. You must ensure that your role to that state is 100%. You are doing your role. No, that state will never be bothered what you are doing. Because you know why? If you save those other states that we are talking about, it brings peace to these flourishing states.
Yes, okay, but you see now, you see what he's saying now. You hear what he's saying, but that's not what's going to play out. What is going to play out? No. Hold on now.
You don't have a perfect system. You're thinking these submissions are perfect. They are not going to perfectly solve our problems. No.
Okay, good. They're not perfect. No,
so we are probably going to have a
problem. My concern is that we just rearranged the deck and we are still in the same boat as sinking.
But if, for example, this middle belt, look at middle belts. I have been to Nasarawa State. I've been to Benue State. I have been to Taraba. Forefathers, these 3 places can feed maybe the entire sub-Saharan Africa.
We know. See, let's not talk about potentials anymore. What is possible?
I'm only just
let him finish. Let him finish.
My point is that you cannot imagine the federal government make sure that there is security in those places. Do you think that those people there will be bothered that Lagos people are making money in Lagos that they are not making there? People will even go to those places and make money.
Those people are not bothered now. Even now, they're not bothered.
But now you can see that people can't go to farms because
but then who is going to secure the state now? Who is going to secure the state? Is it because they have money now?
No. What do you mean who's going to secure the state? It's the federal government that is in charge of security, isn't it?
Oh, so the federal government still has to come and secure the states, eh?
National federal government responsibility.
When you are keeping 50% now, you're keeping 50%. Keep your state now.
So why are we giving the federal government 50% then?
Why don't be in charge of the national?
To share to the poorer states.
Exactly.
Okay. Let's be serious.
You are not sharing the money. You are not sharing the money. You are helping them develop.
Thank you. It's an investment. It's not that maybe like give.
Myself,
what is the difference about sharing the money? Eh? Some states cannot afford minimum wage. So they will be like, this is bad. We need money. They will be running on deficits.
Forefathers, do you think those states can't afford minimum wage? Let's just be sincere.
They are telling you they can't afford that. What is your problem?
Now, wait. Okay, I can't afford minimum. I'm the governor. I can't afford minimum wage. Fine, maybe this year. But if I invest the money that I have now into a particular business that thrives,
it fails.
Look, why should it fail, Baba?
I'm trying to paint the worst case scenario to your this thing. I'm trying to see. Let's say it fails after 20 years. Are you not going to be tired of giving your 50%? You're going to be like, no, I want.
If I'm from
if I have enough backyard for book contest for governor, if I have enough backup. When I look at this governorship candidate,
they're horrible, isn't it?
This channel.
Yeah,
I'm gonna ask a question. Their mouth will be bitter because when you hear what this guy talk about, you want to be a governor. You're talking of just stupid stuff, like, bro.
It's a shame, isn't it?
Hey, why? Yeah. Nobody they talk of Edo plantain now. Imagine Edo investing in plantain alone for fathers. Just one plantain.
Edo used to be number one in palm oil.
One business paradigm.
When you hear Malaysia came to Nigeria to get palm kernel, now Edo they come.
You see,
oil palm plantation.
Yeah, the thing is now you have to package it, export it out of Nigeria. Except you want to feed Nigeria, that's fine. You can do it fine in Nigeria.
Yes. See,
and you will try to transport it to the north, and your truck is going to swim in that water.
That is the
problem. Hold on.
I agree with you that it favors. I don't see anything wrong in going like states controlling their resources. I don't see any major issues with it. I just feel like the states that feel like they're going to lose out will resist it.
We're talking about the general problem. By today, right? If Nigeria was a serious country with serious leaders, we're supposed to have even cargo train that is moving goods from the major city, Onitsha, Kano.
That's what they are trying to do. Actually, I have to give that one to them. They are trying to do that now.
We won't do those ones.
We had them before, We had them in the 80s before. They didn't.
You don't have. That is why even our road, they are overloaded. They are overworked. Like, you don't have business transporting cement across our road. These are heavy load. You're supposed to have a trace system.
You're right.
You don't have business. Hold on. You don't have business. A truck leaving Kano going to Lagos. It's train. You move them straight. You can't even have a train that is going from from Apapa, from around the world. Move straight to Kano. Move straight to Kano.
And it's true, that's what is damaging our roads, because the roads are carrying too many heavy goods now.
Even in the east, even the way Lagos is populated, that's another way to decongest. If you have people that move cargo to Onitsha, for example, today, you see a lot of people don't go there and Anambra, they do their business for there. They're not going to worry, say they want to come Lagos. Security is there.
There's no joint up taking there.
If you need, that is why I always say this. you need somebody that will be in Nigeria that will think across board how to develop it.
I think, you know what, we may have them. We don't just have enough of them to start making heavy changes.
We don't.
In the current paradigm that we are in.
It's getting worse.
This is our slow motion paradigm. We don't even have enough of them. But I wanted to go with Amy. Because Amy talks about plantain in Edo State. But I feel like a lot of southeastern states are going to lose that if states become they start controlling their resources. The only state that is going to do well is Imo. I think Imo has a lot of gas deposits, but most of the southeastern states will lose.
Commercial state. Anambra will do
natural resources.
All of them will do well.
How are they going to do well? Tell me, how are they going to do well?
Wait, sorry, please. Can I ask
go ahead,
no state in Nigeria has less than 5 natural resources.
So you think
Kogi has a lot? Yeah.
Less. I'm even saying less. All you just need for a state is even 1. Now let us throw away natural resources.
1.
The human resource itself. No state
has human resources. It's power.
Now, what are you going to do with the human resources? Can you give me an example? I'm asking now. What is wrong with question? Why?
If you can't do mechanized, automated agricultural system, for example, you can use humans to do those agriculture. So such that once you create a system that let us do this thing, this is your benefit after 6 months, after 8 months. People will go and invest and begin to do those farms. Use human self, do the farm. Use human, do the value chain services. Look, put all those things in place. Let those who have gone to school be in certain places where they supervise some things. And then you realize that you will begin to funnel.
So are you saying that they're not farming right now?
See what's over the road. They're really enjoying it.
No,
this is the kind of discussion we actually love to be having.
And funny thing is that if we have this kind of things, do you know that you won't be bothered who is the president? You won't be bothered if it comes from the north or the south. I'm telling you, because you know that there is something that is working and that will continue to work. There's a system. That is what I'm talking about. Look, if Edo, maybe now, and one of the reasons I'm pursuing why I said we should go regional, because sometimes you might need 2, 3, 4 states to combine together in order to make certain visions come to pass. For example, maybe the railway system. In the southwest, you might need a railway system that cuts across the 5 southwestern states so that food coming from the villages can come to where there's a lot of people and money funnels to those places back. You get the point. The same way it happens in the middle belt.
Or the hinterland to the city.
Nasarawa, Benue, and Taraba can come together with Kwara and say, okay, we want to produce yam and sweet potato. And we want to use it and feed the people in Lagos, or from there, we want to export it. Look, there are visions to this thing. And before you know it might require that, okay, we need a train system to connect these 3 states to this particular cargo airport that moves this thing to several places, and you make
that is how to look at some of this infrastructure you are looking at, right? You ask, what is the economic viability? Do they need it? Okay, if it's necessary for you to say, okay, I want to build a refinery. Like I said, I want to build steel industry. I want to do this. Do they need it? You look at, okay, what infrastructure do they need to get to that place? Do you have to build 6 lane of road? You got to do all these studies. Do you need a train system? Not only a train system, do we need an underground train system? Do we need a new airport? This is how to develop.
Oh God!
That happens only when the people have control of their own heads. 10 years, other people are in our heads. That's the problem.
In 10 years, in 10 years, with this mindset, I can tell you, even BMW
can transform the country.
BMW, Mercedes-Benz, they will come to Nigeria and start assembling cars and start manufacturing cars. You don't.
Me, I know for sure that if someone like me go anywhere near power, I'm not going to last 4 years. But by the time I'm done, the kind of the kind of stuff they will kill me, but by the time I'm done, the kind of stuff I will leave behind, that the momentum cannot be stopped. You just carry on going where you go, because
the day we have a leader, you tell everybody, wake up. If you are asleep, you wake up. I'm gonna be your friend, but wake
and
up.
I hope that I hope any Nigerian leader that comes in behaves like that. They have to behave like it's an emergency, like tomorrow everything is about to end. Build and build and build. Don't care, because by the time the sanctions kick in, you've already built so many things.
I'm not gonna wear suit except I'm going to re-event. I'm not gonna wear suit.
You know,
I'm gonna be. What is the time? Where is the time for that?
Move. I'm not gonna wear agbada. I don't need them. Like I go fold the sleeve. Like that's your sleeve. I go wear. Yeah, you gotta get this done. Don't be played.
Like it needs to be done yesterday. They don't understand that this is in a hurry.
You have an Anambra, an Aba that can manufacture anything, duplicate anything.
Yeah.
And you're not capitalizing on that.
Invest more in it. Okay, what do you guys need? Do more work.
Even at those states that used to manufacture quite a lot of things too. I know before colonization, Edo was a great manufacturing hub.
Do you know the mineral resources in Edo State?
I don't know.
You know, Cetraco originated from there now. Cetraco, you see, is the biggest Nigerian construction company.
I didn't know.
If you know the natural resources, even Chinese company are there now.
We've not started tapping into our gifts.
Go to Ekiti. You know what they call? Do you know the meaning of Ekiti?
No.
Ekiti is the plural for Okiti, and Okiti means rocks.
Rock.
It means yes, hills, rock. You can imagine breaking those rocks to use it to do roads. That is resource. Apart from the normal natural, again, those naturally you see a lot of stones in those places.
Yeah, that's like the first phase, isn't it? If any Nigerian leader is serious, first phase, make Nigeria very productive, just on every front, like you are describing. Go in that direction. For me, the next phase should be West Africa and Cameroon. You have to make them your market.
There's no way you make Nigeria the whole area that won't grow across those places, because it's just like the way Lagos is, that everybody's trooping to Lagos.
Nigeria will be America now.
There will be enough work that you need people from outside to come and do.
Imagine.
Yep.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think we have to stop soon.
Talk in terms of be a bloc that we negotiate for at least West Africa. But today we lost that opportunity somehow.
We lost that. We had it once, there was a time you can argue that we had it.
We don't even have it.
Completely let it go.
Can you imagine we are not serious? Yeah, we are still having it. When we now
become
serious.
Do you know if Niger will have a problem? You say, Niger, you guys are having a problem. Okay, take $2 billion. Try and solve your problem. Then we'll be worshiping you forever.
Exactly.
You don't know Nigeria as a country, just like Russia. If they want to annex most of this country, therefore run through them. Now you don't know.
Imagine. We could easily take on.
We are ambitious. We go run through the country.
I know some of our brothers would not like us to annex Niger.
You know what?
I don't mind annexing Niger. Niger has a lot of landmass.
You know what?
I know some of our brothers in the south will be very angry about that.
Do you know what happened when Yaya Jammeh was resisting Levy power? They just sent him they deploy over like 1,000 Nigeria to Gambia. What the message that made, he knows there is fire on the mountain.
Yes? Are you going to support Nigeria annexing Niger?
Don't talk over.
I'm just asking.
What do you mean annexing? You mean
we take over Niger. We take over Niger. Niger now belongs to us. That's what I'm talking about. There's no point of Niger. Now, how can we have two Niger? We already have a Niger state in Nigeria. Let's take Niger.
You need Putin to do that.
Yes.
If we do well, investing in Niger won't be an issue. Nobody will look at it. As in, if people will see it as normal.
And next, we need to take Niger, make it part of Nigeria.
Wait. Eventually, once you begin to invest in Niger, and you are doing what you should do there, not to capitalize on them.
We talk to Nigeria.
That is it. When you are doing what is needed, even the J people say we want to bear Nigerian names. You don't understand.
So are you not going to be concerned that you are bringing more Muslims in to tilt this thing? Are you not going to be concerned about that?
Into what?
Care about religion. Is it all you people that are discussing?
You know, I don't know why. Like, you know what? You are quite right there to an extent. Why do Nigerians care about religion even? Because most of the major religions are foreign. Why do you even care? Both of them are foreign.
I don't have friends. We talk about tribe. We talk about religion. I mean, all my friends. In fact, majority. You know, we grew up in the South. Majority of them are Christian. When we discuss it, all my friends across the country that are different tribes, honestly, we have never been cautious of tribe. Oh, it's Hausa, it's Igbo, it's Yoruba, it's Ghana, it's this. I don't care. It's here. I stand. If you say you want to be my friend, you having that discussion, I'm gonna cut you off. I don't have time for garbage. It's waste of my energy. The world has moved on. I'm not saying if you are Yoruba, don't be a Yoruba. That's not what I'm saying. I'm going to enjoy your culture. Oh, you are doing marriage, invite me. Oh, now so, oh, interesting.
Niger is massive. See, no.
Niger is bigger than Nigeria now.
Yes. Niger is massive, and it brings us closer to Europe. All we have to do is drive past like Libya. We are in Nigeria. That would have been cool. Can you imagine? Drive past Libya, we are back in Nigeria from Europe. That would have been cool to have. We need to take over Niger.
No, you can't say you need to take over. It is wrong. You see, that mindset is wrong. You can't say we need to take over. Now those things they make people angry.
You know, I say pastor.
Imagine a Nigerian visit to you and say, look at these Nigerians doing this wrong. We don't need to take over.
I'm sure Nigerians will be very happy to be Nigerians, sir.
You need to influence. It is influence.
All that access to the sea, they would like it. They've never given them a choice, you know. Maybe they should ask them.
Forefathers, that sea, we are talking access to the sea. Who does it benefit actually? As in, now sea, now root. You know, be say
if you, oh my guy.
No, sea is very important because you have access to shipping and all that stuff.
No, I think I didn't say it the right way. What I'm saying is that it's not an unlimited resource that it finishes. You get the point. So the more the merrier, the more it is reading on it, Nigeria go make money from the place. The more Nigeria wants to use that access, Nigeria will make more money from it. It is not maybe want to keep it exclusively.
I get your point, but what I'm saying is we can maybe invest in Niger, make them strong, and let them give us a route to get too close to Libya. You know, Africans can be able to travel from.
Why do you want to travel to all those places? If you have a working system in Nigeria, they will be coming to you.
I get your point, but we need the freedom, man.
Even to why?
Hold on. Nigeria is too densely populated. It's too dense. We need space. We don't have space. And they are very corny, They came here, they locked us inside the tiny room. And naturally, we are supposed to expand naturally.
Nigeria don't have space.
Yeah, we don't have space. And now
maybe
we are locked into Nigeria. We can't move.
Forefathers. When you say we don't have space, I don't agree with that completely. We are not planning. That is why it looks like everywhere is dense. So, if we are not planning.
If you go by the population and the land mass, Nigeria is it's more densely populated than any other part of Africa. If you go by the population and the land mass that we have,
that is more densely populated than other parts of Africa. Doesn't mean that there's no space for us. You don't.
No. I agree with you from that point of view. However. You know we need space to make more money and farm. Those Nigerians are just 26 million in such a big land, bigger than Nigeria. What is that?
Do you think they won't give it to you? Or do you think that they won't allow you to come and invest in those places?
Okay,
look at Niger State. Niger State did it now. Over how many thousand kilometers?
Niger State is big, it's very, very big.
How many of those places are we even used?
We need a railway straight from, you see, all these Nigerians that are against it. We need railway to run from Nigeria to the other end of Niger, and ideally cut through this. We need our people to be connected to Europe.
Who knows if that was Buhari
to travel freely? We want to be able to travel freely.
You see, you are putting the cart before the.
That's just a joke, really. To be fair.
Yeah, but the thing is, make your place first work. Then that system will begin to multiply.
Charity begins at home.
Exactly. Utilize a Niger state, for example. Utilize as though as it look like it is dense, there is a lot of space there. There is a lot of places that you go to Ekiti, you see a lot of places. Go to Ondo, you see. Go to
We've not started building. I know. I agree with you. We've not even started building. When I saw Chongqing,
go to your state.
I was like, my head started spinning. I can't believe these people build this, man. The Chinese, those guys have built some crazy stuff, man.
Utilize places. And another very wasteful thing that we have, we waste land. We don't utilize land.
Yeah, we waste land too.
It is when I travel, I now understand that okay, you mean on this small land we can erect this big structure.
Yes, now. When I usually tell them like back home, I'm like, you guys, you see somebody will buy like 200 by 2. I'm like, what do you need this for to build this small house?
God.
People waste land.
In Lagos, we should be having skyscrapers that should accommodate a lot of people.
Especially Lagos. But it will happen in Lagos though. All those structures they will start.
Yeah, I think it's true. I think Lagos will do that. It depends though. If the sea they can contain the ocean though. Because the ocean is threatening Lagos quite significantly.
They don't have option in Lagos.
Get the point. Look, that is the way you think.
Yeah.
And if it is going to happen in Lagos to start the vision right now. Do underground digging, make a sewage system that should accommodate 50 million people.
That is the lack of.
That's another thing I'm going to do. You know, if I was a Nigerian leader, I'll make it mandatory for every building to have bunkers. Government building for sure. I don't know why we don't build these things.
Major buildings.
They have to have it. Underground in construction has to be massively done because we don't have underground. Like in the UK, they have the tube. That is underground construction throughout the whole capital.
Let me tell you, the reason why we even understand these things is just because we have some level of similarity in thinking. Most people don't even understand this issue. That's why sometimes I just laugh. I said, "Now survival mode we did." I just feel like survival mode we did because the leader
in a stone age.
Do you know a country where a president was telling you that? Oh, people are Japa, Okay, who will train more people? Who will give them? We'll give.
Let me just highlight this again. Let me just show this again. That's because for me, for me, when I look at this, it's like we have not even started on the journey.
I say it
looks far.
Of civilization.
It looks far from us, though, but I'm not sure how far it is because in reality, we could get there relatively quickly if we are on the right path. Let me see. Because it looks like it's far, but it's not.
This
as far.
is one of the craziest.
The reason why I say it's not as far is because technology is advancing a lot faster. When the Chinese built this, maybe it was 20, 30 years ago, but we are advancing faster now. The technology is there, so we could do things that it took them 20 years to do in 10 years if we just got our act together. So let me just show you this briefly. It's very short anyway.
City in China. Welcome to Chongqing, China. It is one of the most futuristic cities on the planet. For example, watching a train go trough an apartment isn't something you'd expect, but in this city it's completely normal. Here in Chongqing, you will find the gas stations on the rooftop of buildings. It is not enough, this city has one of the deepest subways in the world. It goes 94 meters deep, which is equivalent to 31-story building. This city has got to be one of the most complicated.
Look at what human beings created. Look at that road system. If you miss a turn there, they said it's going to take you 2 days to return to come back to where you're supposed to be.
Bro.
That is madness.
I say, I repeat it. It's only Africa that don't take off. They don't take off next year. Okay, let me tell you this. Saudi Arabia are building Kiksama Airport now. That's the biggest airport in the whole world. That is part of their project 2030. Yeah, look it up. You see, I don't know. Like, I just want if we were doing something at all, I would have been happy. We don't have a plan. We're doing nothing really. That is where I fear.
That is it. Look at funny thing is, as what your forefathers also said, that with technology, what they got in 20 years, you can even get in 5 years. Do you know? Funny thing is that these people, even the Chinese, they want to come and do the standard. Most of the times, with what I've heard, whatever. If all these Chinese will not look at the way Chinese build their own cars, the ones they use for themselves. Do you know that those things are available if you want it? They can build the exact same thing for you.
Yes, now.
But most of the time is that our people go there and negotiate poor values.
Poor values. So
just look at what somebody is saying here. Just because they saw this video, say China is top of my bucket list. This country I want to visit before I die. Like just seeing this alone, they are going to make money from that.
See, China and Japan. In fact, China and Japan, they are living already right now. They are like living in 2055, 2070.
I want to go Japan and China definitely. I think
I have to see these things for my.
I'm going there. I'm going there definitely. Once I enter Asia, I'm going to anytime I go to that region, I'm going there.
Those two countries, you have to be on your list. Japan.
The rate of industrialization in China, they can make anything on industrial scale.
What is this? This is madness. How do you build this? These people are well ahead of Americans. I said it 2 years ago that they are advancing faster than Americans. These guys are crazy.
American are packaging. That before packaging.
It's packaging.
Even infrastructure. If you go to Middle East here, you go no say America. Infrastructure where the Middle East, America is struggling with that infrastructure. Now old glory now. They're not building new infrastructure now.
Just look at that. It's madness.
A world-class hospital in 15 days. From start to finish, and people were already working in that hospital within 15 days. Because they felt like, oh, our hospital is not enough for this COVID, whatever. And from plan everything till usage.
I know that.
It's not just hospital for 50 people, for I think 1,000 beds or something in 15 days. That will take any state in Nigeria at least 6 to 8 years to do that. And funny thing is that it's not that they can't do it in Nigeria or we can't do it even within that same state. Only that we just have greedy people. Look, Baba, let us just
Lagos is one of the places that can become like this. I think Lagos, to understand, is already transforming. If Nigeria becomes what it's supposed to be, Lagos will look like Chongqing before long. It's already forming that kind of shape.
No, but you know why it's paining me because of Lagos. Do you know why? Because Lagos is the way they are ruling Lagos is peddling the narrative of greed. I'm sorry to say. Why am I saying that? If you are going to use how many billions of dollars to build that railway system, and everybody knows that, come on, it should build you 3 or 4 railway systems of that within Lagos. For that amount, you are using it to do one. Then every other state will begin to hide under that idea that, hey, we don't have the money to do one. When they know that money should be building 4 to 6, you don't get. And that is the thing.
That's something about I imagine I would have
say I'm here to help you guys, man.
I'm here to avoid it. Now those people say save us, so we
need this space now. This is serious business, man. This place, to be fair, many African countries are practically empty. Cameroon is empty. Central African Republic, that's what is seen. Practically empty country, 5 million or so, massive landmass and green. That one I don't even need permission. I'm just walking out. I'll send one town over to take over.
Look, Nigeria has a tendency to be. In fact, I'm the only thing I'm scared of that to say what I want to say now is because at that level it's another different war entirely. Nigeria has the capacity to be world class, and then we now face our own world class challenge. You get the point? This challenge that we're facing now is basic challenge, and we can't even manage it. But we have that capacity to do that. And the thing I wanted to enforce really well is that we not just that we have the land or resources, we have the brains. We have the brains to do these things.
I think we can meet the challenge. You just haven't had the opportunity. I think our people, that's why I say Nigerians are some of the most alive people I know on the face of the earth.
We have the brains.
Like literally. And we will meet it. I know we will. It's just we haven't had the opportunity to prove ourselves at that level yet. And we will. We will get our chance because they will come for us sooner or later. And we'll get our chance.
I pray so that we get it right. See, but look, nobody bothers traveling, going all around the world and doing all those things. It has its own benefit, yes. But the truth is that have a working system that even make your brains who have gone around come back to invest. Have your universities that even the whites come to lecture. You have a system that makes knowledge. Why do it, even all these American things that we are talking about? What are they really benefiting from? Go to South Africa today, they'll tell you the large number of postdoctoral students are from foreign countries, and most of the time they are Nigerians even. And this is the level that really gives research, because they are the ones who they do a lot of research. You get the point? They understand it. And it is this research that they use to bolster the economy. They used to build their land. They used to become what they are. Research should come into a country. Researchers make your place enabling enough to make researchers come into your country to develop your. This thing will not be rocket science now. Why you go just think, you go come question yourself, what
people will always come where they feel safe and secure, and they know that their work is going to mean something in time. So, but we have our work cut out for us, and like we've all this conversation we're having here is to sharpen our minds on these things. You never know. AY might end up in Edo State governorship. when they make it state to control their resources, and he will be able to do the right thing. But we hope these kind of people that understand this are the ones that end up there. Because sometimes you go to some Nigerian spaces, they are not talking like this, so especially those ones that are in Nigeria that just went to Nigeria, the West recently, and they are still talking like people, the politicians in office right now. They are going to do exactly the same thing. You know, all those people that really love Davido, all those people that believe in all this our culture, they are in that mindset. They will get there and they will do exactly the same thing. They are not in the mindset of nation building. They are not in the mindset of liberating their people. They are in the mindset of just repeating the same pattern, catching crews and doing all. It is all fun, but they are not there to change stuff.
That's the problem.
We have to be organized in the sense that when people like us that have had these long conversations, because there are a string of us out there right now, not only on this platform, there are a string like numbering in the hundreds. Those are people, if they start ending up getting close to power, we should always encourage them to get there, support them to get there if necessary. The diaspora is going to get more and more organized. Let's make no mistake, because the size of the diaspora probably more than doubled in the last 2 to 3 years. The amount of diaspora that came to the UK alone, that's the one that came to the UK in the last 4 years, is more than the one that came the last 20 years.
Yeah, they said it though.
The last 20 years. So the diaspora last year is
even in Canada,
over 150,000 came to the UK last year. About 150,000 or 140,000. Just the UK alone, from Nigeria to the UK alone. Not to mention America, other African countries, South Africa. The diaspora has expanded, and we need to support ourselves. The ones that believe in these things, we need to do it, because that's how you change a country. The ideology, the belief in rebuilding your country and making sure your country looks like the country that you went to. You know, all these sort of things is common sense. We just need to start doing it bit by bit, and you can see signs of it. You know, some people are already causing trouble for government. Look at Adiola the other day. They are highlighting her, and you know, you say one thing, they are picking it up. You don't know who is watching this. Adiola is a very big channel, but you don't know who is watching. Yeah, they are watching. If you say the wrong thing, you find out.
The internet is getting to everybody's room. So either you like it or not. If you know what, your family member will watch.
Yes, exactly.
Your children go, So you'll be forced to say, Daddy, come and listen to this thing. You'll be forced
if any of you end up in any, even if it's not you or the person that is in office, you are the one advising them. Let them know. Move fast. Act as if you are out of time. It's an emergency. Move quickly, because
and the thing is,
even by doing that, you just achieve mundane stuff really in the end, because it's so hard.
Just get one thing right. Get just one thing right. Is my own ideology.
That's not bad. Get one good thing right. Like even if it's power generation, focus on that, get it right. If it's security, get it right. All those, you just get one solid one. That's good too. If you want to do multiple things, do anything you do it diligently, do it well. People will see it and it will endure. You just have to do it. And ideally, you want to also do it in such a way that the next person that comes in will be like you.
You know what they are doing, Baba? They will they look at you. How will you be building a particular bridge that's just 3 kilometers? You are building it for 8 years. You are handing it over. You are handing it over so that the next person, it is that bridge shouldn't take you more than a year. You get the point. Get it right and speed. Get it done and let it be done by. It doesn't take.
Get it done quickly. You if you have the contractors sign that this is what they're going to do, you monitor them and you make sure you give them incentive to complete, and make them punish them if they don't complete on time, harshly, and you let people know. Because when people know, they forgive it. If people know you are serious, you want stuff done, they'll forgive, and they'll put pressure on those people to complete it. They'll put pressure like, oh, is there anything? What is your excuse? Get this thing done. If you work with people and they see you working hard for them, the sky is the limit. You will be surprised. That's why I say this thing is easy. Our leaders we just haven't had enough people. We do have some of them that try, but the impact is not as much.
Even the ones that are trying, even the ones that are trying, you look at it, you will still see greed. You get the point. And when you begin to see,
I agree with you. There's no. I'm not sure any purist has ever made it into office in Nigeria. Any purist, like, you know how Ron is going to office, is like, you know what? You're very rare. You see a purist being into, and the only purist you can argue that we have in Nigeria right now that we know is like Shore, isn't it? And it's and Shore hasn't even made it. He hasn't even smelled local government council. So that's the problem. He hasn't made the purists hardly make it into office, and it's a shame because Shore, for better or for worse, he would have probably made it into councillor, chairman, maybe even a governor, but he doesn't want that.
That is where I blame Eshore, for example. I won't lie. Eshore with his purist ideology, because for me, he's not yet tested as a purist, though, in my opinion. And that doesn't mean that he's not a purist. But the thing is, you can't just come and claim to me he's a purist because I don't know him, the way he runs his organization. And so I can't say because he said I accept it. No. Of course, he has proven that he's the type that doesn't want to mingle with them from his actions of maybe fighting for people who are in prison and all those things. But that doesn't still cut it for me as a person. If you truly want to change, go to your Ondo state. If it means if it means all of us that now understand his ideology, because for me as a person, I'll be convinced that he starts with Ondo state. Let me see the way he handles the raw materials in Ondo state. Ondo is known for one particular thing or something. Let us see the way he uses his ideology there to make Ondo people better, to make the place livable. Then you realize that we begin to understand. Look at someone like Alex Oti now. It's not that maybe he's doing, but look at what people are saying about him from his place. He's already buying the conscience of people who are not from Abia State now. Do you want to tell me if he continues and does well as a state governor, do you think that he can't come out and say he wants to go for president and he won't have people to support him?
Yeah, that's good. And I also like what Soludo did the other day when he was able to employ people from the Southwest and different parts of the Nigeria. That is the kind of example you need from leaders to be showing that Nigerians can work together.
Soludo is a nationalist. Yeah, Soludo has always been like that.
So
he's a good example to set.
You know, say your place. If for Ishore I advise him, I would advise him. But although he doesn't believe that, but I would say it's either that he just wants to enjoy the glory that comes with this kind of attachment, like, oh, I'm fighting. I mean,
I feel like Shore has been flogged once too many times, and he's lost perspective of that when you have been tortured like that, you can't. I feel like he's traumatized. When I see Shore, I feel like he's traumatized. And because sometimes he doesn't.
He has passed through a lot.
Yeah, he doesn't have that. Maybe I would be like that too if I went through what he went through. So that's why sometimes I forgive a little bit, but it still doesn't. In material terms, he's limited because of it. Because he cannot see that he could become a governor if somebody becomes a governor or becomes a council chairman or state assembly member, and he sends a signal that what he represents remains. The next time if he runs for presidency, people will take him seriously because they will know he has held power. But he doesn't seem to understand that.
And funny thing is that another way to get there or to make that changes, look at which of this system is less of the worst. And if it means relating with a Peter Obi or a Pat Utomi or an El Rufai, I don't want to say it, but maybe or I
Showore will never relate with those people.
That is the point. Look, because AY, I don't know, you're a Muslim, but I want to say a story of the Bible. The Bible, you can imagine, even Jesus that came from God, the way we believe it, died on the cross. Do you know that despite the people he had given anointing and all those things, his body, those people couldn't take it from the cross. It required a businessman who dined with Pilate and the people that killed him, that had the connection with those people that they gave Jesus' body to from the cross to come.
Is it the Romantia guy or the?
Yes, John. Yes, is it John of Arimathea? Now that guy is not a spiritual person. In fact, I don't think he had met Jesus in one place. But he was one that could bring the body down. But that kind of a guy, the other anointed children of God in quote, they'll be saying he's a sinner. You get the idea. What I'm saying is that at some point, we just have to have a melting pot of the least of this worst. Because there are some people, even in this elite level, that we think they are still like, we are shitting these people. They have conscience a bit. And those people, you can still relate them into your system and they'll work for you. And they have access to power that they can make things happen.
I agree with you.
Thank you. Let me close out the show. We can go backstage. And I really appreciate all of you for joining us this week. And I think I'm learning a lot. This is why I ask questions. Sometimes it appears I'm in elementary school. I don't care. I don't care. I want to know. I don't want to go and talk nonsense when something I don't know about. I have to learn. And it's very important that we are all open to learning. And I really appreciate you for joining us today. And Kando, I see you there. AY as always. You know, the people are trying to pick on AY today that I'm being partial to AY. All these people, enemies of progress.
Enemy of progress.
That are picking. It's like AY doesn't shout at people. He doesn't stop you from talking. It's not that AY will just say, please move the conversation on. What AY will do is, let's not talk about this subject. That's the worst he does. The idea that he's just a terror, come on, man, people chill out. So that is that. Amy, I really appreciate the time you spent with us here. Yeah. Very, very engaging. And I really appreciate your time. And thank you for joining us. You know, Dr. Dameji, I appreciate you. Olumide has gone to, Olumide's kingdom. Olumide's kingdom. I'm spending some time chilling out. And Kene, I know you are there. You are listening. You are waiting until we say something.
I was going to say IPOB before you will come up.
Kene will bust out from nowhere. How dare you? How dare you?
How dare you?
I know you are there watching. I know you are definitely there. So thank you for joining us, Kene. And let me acknowledge people on the chat. Ken Ogomo, I see you there. Ken Ogomo, thank you for joining us. And High Beauty 10, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, High Beauty 10. Udo, Olisa, Franklin, I see you there. Francis, Ene, I see you there. Thank you for Guy Walele. Boom Boom Ray, I see you there. Thank you, Fumi O, Tracy Jacobin, Mark Enelli. You know, you all know yourself, Tope O, Christine, Karen Barr, all of you. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you all for taking your time to join us here today. There is even one man went to join us here. Tope O with your donation. Tope O, I thank you for your donation. I appreciate it. Again, Tope, oh my God, Tope O is supporting the channel.
Tope O was just popping money.
Yeah. Thank you for for the donation, Tope O. We appreciate it a lot. One man went to more. We see you there. You know, people are beginning to appreciate you too. Thank you for joining us. One man went to more. Again, Konata with your donations. Thank you for your donation, Konata. And Tope O again. Tope O, thank you for representing Kolata again. And then he got another big one from Topeo. Thank you for the donations. I hope you all have a fruitful and great week ahead. I hope whatever we've learned today, we use it in our lives to enrich our decision making. And I hope you all have a great week. Till the next time we meet again, good week ahead. I would like to greet you all.
Early this morning, I had a swagger. And it's on the social media.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Beshek.